The man unexpectedly transmigrated to a world where he could change jobs and awaken the highly sought-after profession of disassembler. Nowadays, disassemblers are everywhere, and this profession requires a lot of resources to level up in the early stages. Upgrading from the basic level to the beginner level requires dismantling 100 pieces of black iron equipment, which is simply unaffordable for the average family. Even the worst black iron equipment costs several thousand yuan, which is equivalent to the total monthly income of most ordinary families. If a decomposer doesn't reach a higher level, their material recycling efficiency will always be inferior. When Jiang Chuan returned home, it was almost dark. His parents hadn't come home from get off work yet, and the house was quiet and deserted. He casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa, then sat down at the coffee table, blinked, and a panel appeared. Extract all things. Rule level: can disassemble items of any level, 100% success rate, 100% material recovery rate, and can obtain permanent attribute bonuses. This was a cheat code that Jiang Chuan unexpectedly gained after completing his professional awakening. He began to ponder a serious question. Rule level: that's a level that has never appeared in the entire history of the Federation. If word gets out that he's carrying such a valuable item, wouldn't he be waiting to be invited for tea by all sorts of big shots? He might even be taken away for autopsy. Having this talent is not a stroke of luck for him, but rather a potential disaster for his entire family. Forget it, I'll just keep a low profile for now, Jiang Chuan muttered to himself. F rank is fine, my parents should be able to accept it. Around 7 p.m., a noise came from the mother's room. The mother, Wang Xiulan, came out rubbing her shoulder. Her profession is junior tailor, but she has been unable to advance due to a lack of resources. She could only sew low-level leather armor for people in the origin realm, and she couldn't earn much money even though she was busy from morning till night. As she walked toward the kitchen, she saw Jiang Chuan watching TV in the living room. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't bring herself to ask them. Instead, she said, "Son, what do you want to eat tonight?" Jiang Chuan turned around and said, "Mom, I want to eat cabbage stew with glass noodles." Wang Xiulan carefully observed his expression and only breathed a slight sigh of relief when she saw that there was no sign of disappointment or defeat on his face. "Okay, Mom will fry you another egg." Wang Xiulan agreed. Jiang Chuan then asked, "Hasn't Dad gotten off work yet?" Wang Xiulan said, "He won't log off until dark. He doesn't care about his back at all." As they were talking, the lock on one of the doors clicked softly, and his father, Jiang Mingyuan, came out. His not-so-robust body was slightly hunched, his hair was already gray, and his face showed a weariness that seemed to never be relieved. Wang Xiulan asked, somewhat puzzled, "Did the sun rise in the west? Why are you leaving get off work on time today?" Jiang Mingyuan said, "Today is my son's awakening day, so of course I had to come back early to see him." This, Wang Xiulan glared at him with a hint of reproach. "Didn't we agree not to mention this?" Although the couple did not yet know what Jiang Chuan's awakened talent was, there was a universally acknowledged ironclad rule circulating in the origin realm. That's the decline in bloodline. The child born to two A-level awakened individuals has only a very small chance of becoming an A-level awakened individual. In most cases, one can only awaken a B-level talent, and may even fall to a C-level. Jiang Chuan's father, Jiang Mingyuan, is an E-level warrior, and his mother, Wang Xiulan, is also an E-level tailor. The child born to two E-level talents can basically only awaken an F-level talent, and it is unlikely that any major accidents will occur. Therefore, even without asking, Wang Xiulan had already guessed the outcome. Jiang Mingyuan didn't seem to care. "It's nothing serious." "Son, what talent have you awakened?" Wang Xiulan immediately stopped what she was doing and looked over nervously. Jiang Chuan composed himself for a moment and said, "It's an F-rank disassembler." Disassembler? Wang Xiulan's brows were full of worry, and Jiang Mingyuan was also stunned for a moment, but quickly smiled. "Disassembler is good. At least it's a livelihood profession, which is better than my low-level combat profession. I can only go mining." That's right, Wang Xiulan chimed in. "Later, Mom will save up some money and buy you a few pieces of black iron equipment to practice with." Hearing this, Jiang Chuan felt a pang of sadness. He knew his family situation very well. A few pieces of black iron equipment are worth several months' wages for both parents. Jiang Chuan was pondering whether he should go to the trading market tomorrow to buy some scrapped equipment to try his hand at. Just then, he suddenly heard Jiang Mingyuan say, "Don't take the matter of the disassembler too seriously." Jiang Mingyuan stared at the TV, his tone casual. "Your dad may not be very capable, but I'm not completely without connections." Jiang Mingyuan paused for a moment. "Do you remember when I was still a soldier, I once saved someone?" Jiang Chuan thought for a moment. "I think I have a vague memory of that person. That person is now the leader of a major battle group." When Jiang Mingyuan said this, there was a hint of pride in his tone. "Have you heard of the Blazing Fire Battle Group?" Jiang Chuan was stunned. That was one of the top-tier A-level battle groups in Tianyuan City. The leader is a 5th-tier expert, and it is said that he has already reached the threshold of the 6th tier. He is considered a big shot in the entire Tianyuan City. Back then, he hadn't matured yet. When he encountered danger in a dungeon, I took a hit for him. Jiang Mingyuan said casually. Later, when he became successful, he always said he wanted to repay this favor to me. Jiang Mingyuan looked at Jiang Chuan with a serious expression. He has a daughter named Su Yao, who, like you, also awakened this year. That girl awakened an A-level combat talent, formed a team, and is currently recruiting. The position of disassembler is still vacant. Seeing that he didn't speak, Jiang Mingyuan thought he was hesitating. Decomposer is also a legitimate profession. As long as you can grow, you can play a role. Besides, once you join the Blazing Battle Group, you'll have powerful backers, which is much better than those self-taught disassemblers. Jiang Chuan opened his mouth, intending to say that he didn't actually need a backer because he himself was a mountain, but saying that would sound too childish. Moreover, Jiang Mingyuan wouldn't believe it anyway. So Jiang Chuan nodded. "Okay, I'll go." The next morning, Jiang Chuan touched the special mark that had appeared on his arm and sank his consciousness into the origin realm. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in the central square of Tianyuan City. Looking around, he saw towering buildings and dense crowds all around him. Players riding flying mounts kept passing by in the sky, and Jiang Chuan could only manage a wow, unable to utter a second word. Before he came, Jiang Mingyuan gave him a coordinate, saying that the location was near Qingzhou Lane in the east of the city. Jiang Chuan spent 20 minutes asking for directions, and another 10 minutes wasted because he took the wrong turn. Finally, he found his destination at the end of a quiet alley. It was a 3-story building with a flag hanging at the entrance, embroidered with a flame, which was the symbol of the Blazing Battle Group. A young girl, who looked only 16 or 17, stood at the doorway, wearing leather armor and holding a long knife, wiping the blade. She looked up at Jiang Chuan and asked expressionlessly, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm here to report for duty," Jiang Chuan said. "I'm looking for Su Yao." "You're Jiang Chuan?" "Yes." The girl looked him up and down. "Come in. The captain is on the 2nd floor." Jiang Chuan went upstairs, turned into a small conference room, and immediately saw a person sitting by the window. She was a very beautiful girl with fair skin and delicate features. She wore a set of dark red light armor, and her long hair was tied in a high ponytail. There was a cup of tea in front of her, and she was looking down at something. She only looked up when she heard footsteps. Su Yao, a B-rank mage, is the daughter of Su Lai, the leader of the Blazing Fire Battle Group. Jiang Chuan gave what he thought was a friendly smile. "Hello, I'm Jiang Chuan, and my dad is Jiang Mingyuan." "I know who you are," Su Yao interrupted him, her tone neither warm nor cold. She placed the stack of things in her hand on the table, looked at Jiang Chuan in silence for 2 seconds, and then spoke very directly. "Your father and my father have a life or death bond. So now that you're here, I won't send you away." Jiang Chuan's smile froze for a brief moment, but quickly returned to normal. Su Yao continued, "But there are some things I must say up front. I didn't form this team for child's play. Everyone in the team must be useful. I can't waste other people's time and opportunities because of you." These words were very blunt, even somewhat harsh, but Jiang Chuan couldn't get angry because what Su Yao said was true. An F-rank disassembler in a team led by an A-rank awakener is indeed a liability. "I understand." Jiang Chuan nodded. "I will try my best." Su Yao nodded slightly. "Okay, that's settled then. You stay in the team for now, and if you don't understand anything, just ask the veteran players." After saying that, she prepared to leave, but stopped at the door, as if she had suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right." She took out a few items from the storage bag at her waist and casually threw them on the table, immediately making a crackling sound. Jiang Chuan looked down and found that it was a pile of equipment, but it wasn't even black iron grade. It was just some basic equipment. Among them were a broken longsword, cracked leather gloves, and deformed wrist guards, totaling more than a dozen items. These are all pieces of trash that no one would bother to pick up, even if they were thrown on the ground. These are all leftovers from our training. Su Yao said, disassemblers need materials to practice with. You can't disassemble really good equipment anyway, so just use these to practice for now. Jiang Chuan was taken aback. He had thought Su Yao would simply leave him hanging, but he hadn't expected her to prepare practice materials for him. Although it was all basic equipment, it at least showed that Su Yao had indeed put in the effort to prepare. Thanks. Su Yao didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Jiang Chuan then slowly withdrew his gaze and looked down at the pile of junk on the table. Jiang Chuan picked up a broken long sword from the table, and a line of information immediately appeared before his eyes. Iron longsword. Plain can be disassembled. Estimated recycling. 2 iron ingots, 1 leather fragment, strength plus 0.1. The first 2 items of recycled materials were normal, but when Jiang Chuan saw the third item, his heart skipped a beat. Give it a try. He glanced warily at the door, and after confirming that no one was there, he took a deep breath and silently recited decomposition in his mind. His palm felt slightly warm, and a faint golden light flashed by, so fast that it was almost invisible. The long sword on the table also disappeared. Instead, 2 black iron ingots and a small piece of leather were neatly arranged on the table. At the same time, a surge of heat flowed along Jiang Chuan's arm and into his body. Hint: strength plus 0.1. Disassembling a single piece of basic equipment will permanently increase your strength attribute by 0.1 points. Just disassemble 10 pieces, and your strength will reach the standard for an F-rank combatant. Ordinary disassemblers, as long as they can guarantee a 50% material recovery rate, are qualified to serve in some large warbands. If you were to switch to a newly awakened F-rank decomposer, not only would the success rate of decomposing materials be only 35%, but the minimum recovery rate would be only 27%. If you can get a 10% recycling rate for all 10 pieces of equipment after dismantling them, that's already pretty good. But Jiang Chuan's recycling efficiency is 100%. Jiang Chuan picked up the torn leather glove again. With a flash of golden light, the glove vanished instantly, turning into several pieces of leather and a piece of cowhide. Int, Constitution plus 0.1. In less than a minute, the pile of junk on the table was completely transformed into materials. His attribute panel also changed too. Constitution, 0.8. Intelligence, 0.5. Strength, 0.6. Agility, 0.4. His overall attributes increased by a full 100%. Looking at the mountain of iron ingots, leather, and metal fragments in front of him, Jiang Chuan was filled with immense excitement. Chapter 4, Growth. He is still growing. Jiang Chuan gathered the materials on the table together and quickly did some mental calculations. The 12 pieces of basic equipment, worth no more than 500 yuan on the market, were broken down by him, and the iron ingots, leather, and tendons were worth at least 1,600 yuan. The value more than tripled. That's the terrifying power of a 100% recycling rate. While others might be lucky to recover 30% of the materials when dismantling equipment, he didn't waste a single rivet. However, not all of these materials can be handed in. The role of the dismantler in the war band is to collect materials and hand them over to the blacksmith and tailor to remake equipment and make up for the team's losses. Each battle group has a recovery rate requirement. For a large A-level battle group, like the Blazing Fire battle group, the minimum standard is 50%. However, Jiang Chuan had just awakened and was a nepotism case who got in through connections, so his exaggerated behavior only aroused suspicion. A 100% recovery rate. Even master-level disassemblers can't achieve that. This isn't talent, it's monster. After a moment's thought, he divided the materials into 2 portions. He packed the large sum of 1,300 yuan into his backpack and prepared to hand over the remaining 200-odd yuan worth of iron ingots and scraps of leather to the battle group. A 20% recycling rate is already excellent for an F-level disassembler. It won't be too conspicuous, nor will it be considered waste. Jiang Chuan nodded in satisfaction, tidied up the materials, and went downstairs. Downstairs, the girl who had been wiping her knife was still there. Seeing him come down, she asked casually, "All done?" "All done," Jiang Chuan asked with a smile. "I still don't know your name?" "Zhao Xiaodang, C-rank warrior." Jiang Chuan, disassembler. Zhao Xiaodang simply grunted in response, clearly not fond of him, the newcomer who had gotten in through connections. Just as Jiang Chuan was about to try and get closer to her, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. "Xiao Dang, I'm back. I argued with my mom all morning, and she finally agreed to buy me that bronze bow. A round-faced girl with her hair in a bun rushed in, waving receipts in her hand, her face flushed with excitement. Seeing Jiang Chuan, she paused and asked, "Who's this?" "The new decomposer is Jiang Chuan," Zhao Xiaodang said. "A decomposer?" The round-faced girl's eyes lit up immediately. "Great. I've been saving up so much junk equipment that I can't bear to throw away. I'm just waiting for the dismantler to come." She rushed over, grabbed Jiang Chuan's hand, and shook it enthusiastically. "My name is Lin Xiaowan, the team's marksman. Please take care of me in the future." Jiang Chuan's arm was almost shaken off, but he still smiled politely and said, "Let's look after each other." Lin Xiaowan blinked and asked, "What level are you?" "CLD." "F rank," Jiang Chuan answered truthfully. The air fell silent instantly. Lin Xiaowan's smile remained, but her enthusiasm had clearly faded. "F rank is good too. You can always grow in life and career." She comforted her, but her eyes drifted towards Zhao Xiaodang. Clearly, they couldn't understand why the captain had hired a blank slate disassembler. Zhao Xiaodang, who already disliked Jiang Chuan, spoke up directly. "He was arranged by Commander Su Lai. Don't you have a lot of junk equipment? Give it all to him. It's good practice for him." Jiang Chuan wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Xiaowan with expectant eyes. "You have equipment? Then take it out." Lin Xiaowan's expression stiffened slightly. The materials from the decomposition and recycling were originally credited to the individual members, but being an F-level decomposer meant she would lose at least 40% of her profits. But since she had already said it, she couldn't go back on her word, so she could only take out a bunch of worthless basic equipment. As for the most valuable pieces of scrap equipment in her bag, she couldn't bear to take a single one. "Keep it up. I hope you become a senior disassembler soon and contribute to the team," she said with a dry laugh. Jiang Chuan took the equipment, a genuine smile on his face. "Thank you for the sponsorship." Before Zhao Xiaodang could say anything, Lin Xiaowan immediately interrupted. "Yes, I still have to go to the training ground. I just came back to talk to you about something. I'm leaving right away." Jiang Chuan, already carrying the equipment, turned and went back to the studio. Once his figure disappeared, Lin Xiaowan glared fiercely at Zhao Xiaodang. "You talk too much. That broken silver artifact contains quicksand gold. I'm keeping it to make a family heirloom for myself. How could I possibly give it to him to practice on?" "That's not what I wanted to say." Zhao Xiaodang shrugged. "Never mind. The treatment of the Blazing Fire battle group is indeed incomparable to that of ordinary battle groups. Disassemblers all have their own studios. Jiang Chuan's is over 30 square meters, filled with weapon racks, equipment cabinets, and a huge workbench." He closed the door and laid out all the equipment Lin Xiaowan had given him. More than 20 pieces of basic equipment. For him now, this was a considerable sum. Jiang Chuan excitedly picked up a plain white dagger and activated his ability immediately. Disassemble. Extraction successful. Gained iron ingot +1, leather fragments +1, agility +0.1. He picked up another tattered robe. Disassemble. Extraction successful. Obtain cotton cloth +2, constitution +0.1. Jiang Chuan quickly discovered that the attributes provided by each piece of equipment were not fixed. Longswords mostly increase strength, while daggers increase agility, which is obviously related to the class the equipment is for. Warrior equipment typically increases strength and constitution, while assassin and archer equipment tends to focus on agility. Intelligence, however, is rarely seen. Because most mage equipment comes with magic power, as long as it has magic power, it is at least of the iron grade and is no longer considered a blank item. Therefore, after Jiang Chuan dismantled more than 30 pieces of blank equipment, his intelligence attribute remained at the initial 0.5 without any change. Chapter 5. Money makes money, an economy that spreads infinitely. The equipment that Lin Xiaowan brought was quickly dismantled. After deducting the 20% that was due to her, the excess materials were sold for 2,200 yuan. Adding the 1,300 yuan he had earned earlier, Jiang Chuan now had 3,500 yuan in his hands. He was stunned. This was exactly his parents' total monthly income, and he had earned all of this money in just half an hour. If it weren't for the limited quantity and quality of equipment, he could have earned even more. That's the terrifying efficiency brought about by rule-level talents. Jiang Chuan's fingers trembled with excitement, but he knew all too well that making money was merely the least significant benefit of this talent. Disassembling equipment not only yielded money, but also allowed attributes to grow infinitely. His life would never be confined to that small 30 square meter room forever. He needed more equipment. As an A-level battle group of over 2,000 people, the Blazing Fire battle group must have lost a lot of equipment. But those things weren't available to him. Su Yao's team had just been formed and hadn't experienced many battles, so they couldn't accumulate much resources. Therefore, he had to find his own way. Jiang Chuan immediately thought of the trading market. He had the ability to turn trash into treasure, and the abandoned equipment trading market was like a money sack for him. Tianyuan City Trading Market is located in the center of the main city, about a 20-minute walk from Qingzhou Lane. Jiang Chuan jogged all the way and arrived in 15 minutes. The market was bustling with activity, with 2 rows of stalls stretching as far as the eye could see. Equipment, materials, potions, and skill books were all available, and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares rose and fell. Jiang Chuan squeezed into the crowd and quickly spotted a stall that specialized in selling discarded equipment. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a burly face. On the tattered rag in front of him lay 30 or 40 pieces of basic equipment: swords, spears, halberds, and all sorts of broken and scrapped items. Jiang Chuan picked up a long sword chipped into jagged edges and asked, "Boss, how much for these?" 50 yuan per piece, 45 yuan for 10 or more. How many do you want? Jiang Chuan counted them. 42 pieces, all to be packed up. Can you give me a discount? The stall owner clearly hadn't expected him to have such a big appetite. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "If you want them all, take them for 1,700. That works out to 40 yuan per item, a very reasonable price." Among basic equipment, ironware is the most valuable because the iron ingots obtained from dismantling it are worth a lot, and larger items like iron swords require more materials than daggers. Jiang Chuan glanced at the stall and saw that most of the items were large and well-made, with little junk. He immediately nodded and said, "Deal." But as soon as he initiated the transaction, he felt a little embarrassed. "Wait a minute, let me go exchange the materials for cash first." The stall owner readily agreed. Materials of equal value are fine too. Jiang Chuan immediately took out 20 iron ingots and some scraps of leather, making up a total of 1,700, and exchanged them for 42 pieces of scrap equipment. As the stall owner helped him pack up the items, Jiang Chuan casually asked, "Brother, where did you get all this junk equipment?" Although large battle groups have a lot of scrapped equipment, they all have their own dismantlers who basically dispose of it internally, and it rarely ends up on the market. The stall owner answered readily, "I'm a scavenger." Jiang Chuan immediately understood. The Origin realm wasn't just inhabited by humans. It also contained countless other races. To compete for resources, these races had carved out open battlefields, where professionals and alien warriors died every moment. Their abandoned equipment attracted a group of daring but not very strong scavengers. These people occasionally took on the task of scavenging corpses, bringing back the professionals who died on the battlefield, and were therefore also known as battlefield scavengers. This line of work is dangerous. It's indeed suitable for rapid growth through dismantling, but Jiang Chuan has no interest in it all. He can continuously become stronger simply by dismantling basic equipment. So why risk his life? Being a team's logistics dismantler is the safest path. However, his identity as a stall owner also gave him a stable source of goods. "Hey bro, do you know any scavengers? I have a huge need for scrap equipment. I'll buy as much as you have." The stall owner asked curiously, "Young man, are you a disassembler?" "No, I just run errands for war bands," Jiang Chuan replied, not telling the truth. "Which war band?" "The Blazing Fire war band." The stall owner immediately showed respect. "A big group. No wonder you're so generous." "Okay, I know a lot of people. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll let you know as soon as we have stock." Note, you have already added Shin as a friend. Jiang Chuan left the market carrying a sack of equipment, but he didn't go far. He found a secluded corner and put the sack down. The first item was the chipped short sword. Disassemble it. A flash of gold. 3 iron ingots, strength plus 0.1. Second item, cracked leather boots. Disassemble. For scraps of leather, 1 tendon, agility plus 0.1. Third item, rusty copper bracers. Disassemble. 2 copper ingots, constitution plus 0.1. Then came the fourth and fifth items, and Jiang Chuan disassembled them faster and faster. At first, he cautiously observed his surroundings, but later he became completely immersed in the thrill of his constantly increasing attributes. With each piece of equipment he disassembled, a subtle warmth flowed into his body. Only after all 42 pieces of equipment had been disassembled, feeling warm all over, did he finally open the attribute panel, panting. Jiang Chuan, level 1. Combat class. None. Life class. Disassembler, basic proficiency, 0.062%. Health, 10. Mana, 10. Constitution, 1.6. Intelligence, 0.5. Strength, 1.7. Agility, 0.8. Jiang Chuan stared at the panel, a smile gradually spreading across his face. His constitution was 1.6 and his strength was 1.7, already reaching the standard of an F-rank combat profession and even exceeding it by a considerable margin. His agility was also just a little lacking. As a craftsman specializing in disassembly, his physical abilities are now comparable to those of an F-rank combatant. And this is just the beginning. Chapter 6, Craftsman's Pavilion. Disassembling black iron equipment. Jiang Chuan spent 1,700 yuan on 42 pieces of white-grade equipment, but the materials obtained from disassembling them were worth at least 5,500 yuan, resulting in a net profit of 3,800 yuan. He packed the materials into his backpack, ready to sell them to recoup funds and buy another batch of scrap equipment. Equipment becomes materials, materials become money, and money is used to buy more equipment. That's how the snowball effect works. As long as the cycle continues, his strength and wealth will snowball faster and faster. All day long, Jiang Chuan, like a diligent worker ant, shuttled back and forth among the scrap equipment and materials in the trading market. He also contacted 2 scavengers introduced by Shan Erbio and bought several batches of equipment from them. By the afternoon, when he was squatting in a corner counting his money, his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. 75,000 yuan. He earned that much in just one day by reselling basic equipment. What excited him even more was the skyrocketing attribute increase. Constitution, 3.2. Intelligence, 0.5. Strength, 3.4. Agility, 3.1. Except for his intelligence, which is still stuck at 0.5, all 3 other attributes have exceeded 3 points. The basic standard for a D-rank combat profession is only 3.0. In other words, although Jiang Chuan is only an F-rank disassembler, his physical attributes are already close to those of a D-rank warrior. He clenched his fist, the power surging from his palm, feeling incredibly real. With money, his goal shouldn't be limited to basic equipment. Black iron, bronze, or even silver-grade junk equipment would obviously yield higher profits. But after wandering around the market, Jiang Chuan discovered a problem. There was no black iron-grade scrap equipment for sale. He found his familiar general store owner, Brother Wang, and asked directly, "Brother Wang, don't you have any black iron equipment here?" Brother Wang looked puzzled. What kind of junk equipment above black iron rank is up for sale at a stall? High-level disassemblers in large warbands have already reserved it. Aren't you running errands for the Blazing Fire warband? How come you don't even know this? Jiang Chuan explained that he had just started working today and didn't know many of the rules yet. After talking with him, he understood that the biggest difference between black iron equipment and white equipment was that the latter contained magical materials. This material has extremely high recycling value. Sometimes, a single piece of material can even be more valuable than a complete piece of equipment. To minimize losses, sellers usually prioritize selling to large warbands. After all, those warbands have high-level disassemblers, resulting in higher recycling rates and more willing prices. Some high-quality scrap equipment can even sell for almost the price of a complete set. Jiang Chuan suddenly changed his mind. So, the price difference between buying scrap black iron equipment and buying complete black iron equipment isn't actually that much. Brother Wang nodded. That's not wrong either. Jiang Chuan suddenly realized that his vision had been too narrow before. Making money is important, but attribute growth is the core. Moreover, he boasts a 100% recycling rate. Disassembling black iron equipment yields complete magical materials. Selling the materials minimizes the initial investment. You should have targeted black iron equipment much earlier. Jiang Chuan perked up and quickly asked, "Brother Wang, where can I buy a large quantity of black iron equipment?" Brother Wang pointed to the north of the city and said, "Go to the Craftsman's Pavilion." The Craftsman's Pavilion was the largest equipment trading house in Tianyuan City. Equipment of all levels was available, but the prices were much higher than street stalls. Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up, and after finding out the location, he immediately ran towards the north of the city. The Craftsman's Pavilion was located in the center of the most bustling Zhuke Avenue, a 5-story building that exuded grandeur. Jiang Chuan stood at the door, first looking at the building, then glancing down at his somewhat shabby clothes. But he quickly straightened his back and encouraged himself. "It's okay. I'm a millionaire now. I'm entitled to spend money here." As you step through the gate, A faint scent of sandalwood wafts through the air. The lobby is spacious and bright, with display cases filled with swords, bows, axes, armor, and bracers, all gleaming under the lights. Several young women in cheongsams are patiently introducing the merchandise to customers. Jiang Chuan caught sight of the tag on a bronze weapon, and his eyes widened instantly. Steel slaying sword, bronze, attack 2348, attack speed plus 17%, shield penetration plus 12%, price 18,880. A single bronze weapon costs nearly 20,000. He worked hard all day and earned 75,000, but even emptying his savings wouldn't be enough to buy 4. Just then, a girl in a cheongsam approached, her smile sweet, showing no disdain for Jiang Chuan's ordinary attire. "Sir, what do you need?" Jiang Chuan was pleased with her attitude and got straight to the point. "I'd like to buy some black iron-grade equipment." The girl astutely seized on the word "some" and asked, "Approximately how many pieces do you need?" Jiang Chuan didn't answer the question about the quantity, but instead asked, "How much is the cheapest black iron equipment?" The girl immediately understood. "You're a disassembler who wants to practice disassembling equipment, right? Please come with me." She led Jiang Chuan through one side of the lobby, where shelves were neatly arranged with black iron equipment, priced from 1,000 to 4,000. The girl pointed to a shelf on one side and said, "If you're a beginner, I recommend buying these. Each piece costs around 1,000 on average." She then pointed to another shelf with items priced around 3,000 yuan. "If you have enough experience and are confident in recycling the materials, I would recommend these even more." Jiang Chuan looked at the equipment on both sides and frowned. The attributes are clearly similar, so why is the price difference almost 3 times? The girl smiled and explained, "Because the cheaper ones are made by skilled blacksmiths." Jiang Chuan was stunned. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The girl's smile deepened, but there was no sarcasm. Skilled blacksmiths can forge better equipment using lower-grade materials. But for disassemblers, these equipment are cheap to use, so their recycling value is naturally not high. The only difference is that they provide the same level of proficiency after disassembly. So if you're just leveling up, buying the cheapest ones is the most cost-effective. Chapter 7. Golden Equipment. The North Wind, Moon-Severing Spear. The gentle and attentive service from the cheongsam-clad girl pleased Jiang Chuan greatly, and he almost wanted to tip her. However, remembering his limited funds, he restrained himself and began to seriously calculate the value of the equipment. The girl was right. The materials for some of the equipment were even enough to forge bronze equipment. Although the price was high, it wouldn't be a loss for Jiang Chuan, who had a 100% recycling rate. After selecting the items, he said directly, "Pack all 20 of these for me." "You won't buy 20 pieces?" The girl in the cheongsam opened her mouth slightly, her surprise quickly turning to delight. She hurriedly helped him organize the items. As a sales clerk, she received a commission for selling so many items. While packing, she smiled and asked, "Mr. Jiang, do you have a membership card?" Jiang Chuan asked, "Does becoming a member offer discounts?" The girl nodded gently. "The Craftsman's Pavilion has 3 membership levels: silver, gold, and diamond. Silver members get a 5% discount, and your transaction meets the requirements, and it will take effect immediately. The 20 pieces of equipment cost a total of 60,000, but with a 5% discount, we can save 3,000. Jiang Chuan immediately nodded. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get it done right away." Not long after, the girl returned with a membership card and a small pouch the size of her palm. "Mr. Jiang, this is a small gift from me personally. I hope you won't find it offensive." Jiang Chuan took a look and saw that it was a black iron-grade cloud embroidery bag, which could add 20 slots to his backpack. Although the item wasn't expensive, it came at just the right time. In the early stages, a professional's inventory had limited slots. Materials could be stacked, but equipment took up a slot per piece. With too much equipment, he'd have to carry a sack like before, which was really inconvenient. Clearly, the girl had noticed his predicament and had specially given him the embroidered pouch. Jiang Chuan glanced at the name tag on her chest, which read Xing, and then looked away, smiling. "Thank you, Miss Xing. I'll definitely buy equipment from you again in the future." Xinger smiled and said, "It's my honor to serve you." Jiang Chuan felt very comfortable hearing this. Those arrogant saleswomen from his previous life should really come here and learn a thing or two. He stuffed the 20 pieces of equipment into the cloud-embroidered bag, then into his system inventory, and was about to leave the side hall when a familiar, cold voice came from outside. Is there really no other way? The voice carried a hint of barely suppressed urgency. Jiang Chuan was startled. He had not only heard this voice before, but it left a deep impression on him. He walked to the door, as if possessed, looking towards the lobby. Behind the counter stood a young woman in light white armor, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, her posture ramrod straight, her exquisite features as cold as a figure in a painting. Before her lay a long spear, its shaft riddled with cracks, a large chunk missing from the tip, so worn it looked as if it had been salvaged from a garbage dump. Ling Aoshuang. At this moment, the IC squad leader frowned, looking at the old man in brocade robes behind the counter. The old man stroked his goatee and said helplessly, "Miss Ling, it's not that I don't want to help. This gun is too badly damaged, and the success rate of repair is less than 10%. The materials used to repair the gun are also old. Even if it is repaired, the quality will drop significantly. It's better to just buy a new one." Ling Aoshuang's eyes dimmed as she lightly stroked the gun. "This gun has special meaning to me, and I don't want to trade it." The old man sighed. "Then there's nothing I can do. You could try asking around elsewhere, but I'm afraid no one in the entire Tianyuan city will take this job." Ling Aoshuang remained silent for a moment, picked up her broken gun, and prepared to leave, but suddenly sensed someone watching her. Her gaze swept across the hall and landed on Jiang Chuan at the entrance of the side hall. Jiang Chuan was still hesitating, wondering whether to continue watching the commotion or make a quick getaway. Their eyes met, and Ling Aoshuang's gaze shifted from calm to reminiscing, finally turning completely cold. "It's you. Ah, Ling, what a coincidence." Jiang Chuan chuckled dryly. "You're here to buy something too?" Ling Aoshuang snorted coldly and didn't reply. She was still angry. When she awakened yesterday, she saw Jiang Chuan lost in thought for a long time after awakening as an F-level disassembler. She thought he was upset and went to comfort him. Who knew he would not only pinch her thigh but also call her fat? Although she understood it was a misunderstanding, it had still happened. Jiang Chuan's gaze, however, fell on the broken gun in her hand. With just one glance, his attribute panel automatically appeared. Northwind Broken Moon Spear, severely damaged, gold grade, can be disassembled. Estimated recycling, Star Iron 1, Dragon Scale Wood 2, Crystal Silver 3 gold grade. Jiang Chuan's pupils shrank sharply. This tattered spear was actually a gold grade piece of equipment. He suppressed the shock in his heart and casually said, "Ling, your gun is pretty badly damaged." Ling Aoshuang lowered her eyelashes and responded softly. The old man said it couldn't be fixed. "Yes." Jiang Chuan carefully considered his words before speaking, half-jokingly saying, "If the blacksmith can't fix it, why not find a top-notch disassembler to extract the materials and recast it?" Ling Aoshuang looked at him as if he were a guy who didn't understand human suffering. She came to repair her old gun not simply because she couldn't afford a new one, but because she was broke. How much would it cost to hire a top-tier disassembler? Moreover, disassembling gold equipment itself carries the risk of failure. She had initially thought Jiang Chuan was honest and reliable, but now it seemed he wasn't so dependable after all. No need. Seeing that the golden equipment was about to leave, Jiang Chuan wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by, and quickly stopped her, his expression becoming serious. "I know a top-tier disassembler. Hand me the gun, and I guarantee I can extract all the core materials." Ling Aoshuang's eyes were icy, her tone laced with sarcasm. "The top-tier disassembly you're talking about, you wouldn't happen to be yourself, would you?" Jiang Chuan didn't answer directly, but said, "Anyway, this gun is beyond saving, so let's just try anything. What if it works?" Ling Aoshuang gave a cold laugh without expression, then turned and left. Chapter 8. Attribut surpassing SSS rang combat professionnel. What if it succeeds? These words made Ling Aoshuang stop in her tracks, almost as if possessed. She turned back, staring into Jiang Chuan's eyes, and asked, "Can you really extract the materials completely?" Jiang Chuan, who thought his chance was gone, immediately exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this, "I'm sure. Although it wasn't me, it was a top-tier disassembler I know who could do it." Ling Aoshuang remained silent for a long time before finally handing him the spear in her hand. "Here you go." Jiang Chuan was stunned. Even severely damaged, a gold-grade weapon was still worth a lot. Was she not afraid that he would take it and run away? He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid I'll run away?" Ling Aoshuang replied expressionlessly, "You can't run away." Those four simple words sent a chill down Jiang Chuan's spine. He quickly caught the spear with both hands. "I won't run. If I really run, how will I ever show my face in Tianyuan City again?" With the spear in hand, the panel immediately refreshed. Northern Wind Moonbreaker Spear. Severely damaged gold grade. Disassemblable. Estimated recycling. Star Iron 1. Dragon Scale Wood 2. Crystal Silver 3. Constitution +5. Intelligence +5. Strength +5. Agility +5. The original question marks have all been transformed into concrete values, with each of the 4 attributes increasing by 5 points. Plain-grade equipment usually only adds 0.1, and iron-grade equipment adds at most 0.5, but this golden gun can increase the total attributes by 20 points at once. Jiang Chuan's breathing quickened, and Ling Aoshuang noticed something was wrong, frowning slightly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Jiang Chuan suppressed his excitement. "I just feel that this gun is very important to you, and it would be a pity to waste such good materials." "How long will it take?" "Half an hour." Jiang Chuan immediately assured him. "I'm going to find that disassembler. You wait here for me, and I'll be right back." He put away his spear, quickly left the craftsman's pavilion, crossed 2 streets, and then disappeared into a quiet dead-end alley. Jiang Chuan first opened the storage bag containing the black iron equipment. Inside were 20 pieces, all carefully selected complete pieces of equipment. He picked up the first piece, a black iron shoulder guard, and silently chanted, "Disassemble." A golden light flashed. Extraction successful. 5 iron ingots, 1 soft leather, 1 spirit mist jade, strength plus 0.5. The attribute benefits of black iron equipment are 5 times that of white equipment, and it can also completely recycle expensive materials. Most of these items are practice pieces made by blacksmiths when leveling up. They are made of high-quality materials, with the sole aim of ensuring a high success rate in forging. Even if they are sold at a loss, it is a necessary investment to cultivate advanced life skills. This piece of spirit mist jade alone is worth nearly 3,000 on the market. Adding the other materials, Jiang Chuan has already made a small profit. Without further hesitation, he began dismantling the pieces. The second item, a black iron bracer, increased his constitution by 0.5. The third piece of black iron breastplate increased strength by 0.5. The fourth piece of black iron shield increased constitution by 0.5. Until the 20th piece of equipment disappeared, golden light flashed continuously, and Jiang Chuan was enveloped in a pale golden halo. The streams of heat were no longer trickles, but surged into a mighty river, rushing wildly through his limbs and bones. His muscles became firmer, his bones stronger, and even his heartbeat became steady and powerful. This was a transformation from the body to the very essence of life. But before Jiang Chuan could even check the panel, his gaze fell upon the golden spear. The north wind broken moon spear, its tip broken and its shaft riddled with cracks, looked as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. What others saw as junk was a treasure to Jiang Chuan. He gripped the gun with both hands and silently shouted, "Disassemble!" A burst of intense golden light erupted, illuminating the entire alley as if it were daytime. Jiang Chuan instinctively closed his eyes, feeling a terrifying power surging between his hands, as if he were holding a living dragon. It took a full 5 seconds for the light to slowly dissipate. The spear vanished, leaving behind star iron, dragon scale wood, and crystal silver on the ground. These 3 materials alone would cost at least $1 million on the market. But Jiang Chuan couldn't care less about the money. The power surging into his body was 10 times more intense than all the previous heat currents combined. He gritted his teeth and braced himself against the wall, veins bulging on his forehead, before it finally subsided after a long time. He immediately opened the attribute panel. Constitution, 11.2. Intelligence, 7.5. Strength, 11.3. Agility, 10.4. The base attributes for F-rank professionals are 1, for E-rank professionals they are 2, and so on. Even an S-rank professional like Ling Aoshuang only has 7 points in her first-level base attributes. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, has a minimum intelligence of 7.5, and his other 3 attributes exceed 10 points, even surpassing the initial attributes of an SSS-rank combat professional. Jiang Chuan felt he could easily kill a bull with a single punch, but he didn't linger for long. Ling Aoshuang was still waiting for him at the craftsman's pavilion, and he couldn't let her think he had run away. He gathered his materials, turned, and sprinted towards the craftsman's pavilion. As Jiang Chuan approached, he saw Ling Aoshuang standing outside the door, but she was accompanied by 3 more people, 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in dark armor with a crescent moon embroidered on their chests. The leader was a young man in his early 20s with regular features, but his expression revealed an arrogant condescension. Dark Moon, an S-rank battle group, the strongest professional battle group in Tianyuan City, the true overlord. Jiang Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He had long heard that Ling Aoshuang had been noticed by a top battle group and offered an astronomical contract, which seemed to refer to Dark Moon. The 3 men chatted and laughed around Ling Aoshuang, with the young man making no attempt to hide his affection for her. Jiang Chuan observed for a moment, then, still holding his materials, walked straight towards Ling Aoshuang. Chapter 9. The New Disassembler. Su Yao's attitude changes. Outside the craftsman's pavilion, the three who arrived already knew that Ling Aoshuang had handed over her family heirloom spear to Jiang Chuan. Chen Ping looked helpless. Aoshuang, you are too careless. How could you trust a kid of unknown origin? That is the Ling family heirloom. Ling Aoshuang said calmly. Only things that are useful to me are treasures. Useless things are no different from scrap metal. She glanced at the time. 3 minutes had already passed the agreed-upon half hour. Although she had expected it, she still couldn't help feeling disappointed. I misjudged him, she said softly. The girl beside her immediately chimed in. He said he knew a top-tier disassembler. He was clearly lying to you. In the entire Tianyuan city, there's only one top-tier disassembler in the Dark Moon Warband. Another person advised, you're a member of the Dark Moon chapter now. If you need anything, just contact the chapter directly. Why trust outsiders? Chen Ping smiled, his tone full of confidence. Don't even mention repairing a piece of equipment. Even if you want brand new gold equipment, I can get it for you. He was the son of the Dark Moon Warband's leader and possessed A-level talent, making him extremely famous among the younger generation in Tianyuan City. The Dark Moon Warband's treasury held dozens of pieces of gold-tier equipment that ordinary people rarely even saw in their lifetime, so he certainly had the confidence to say such a thing. Ling Aoshuang simply shook her head, offering no response. She knew why the Dark Moon Legion had signed her with an exorbitant contract, but she refused to accept the arrangement and didn't want to owe Chen Ping a favor. Let's go. She quickly regained her composure and turned to leave. Just then, Jiang Chuan finally returned. Wait. Ling Aoshuang paused, turned to look at him, a strange light flashing in her cold eyes. You're back. I haven't failed you. Jiang Chuan smiled and took out star iron, dragon scale wood, and crystal silver. Ling Aoshuang was stunned. The quality of the three materials far exceeded her expectations. They were brimming with spiritual energy, as if they had just been mined. Her spear had been used for many years, and most of the spiritual energy in the materials had long since been lost. Normally, the value after extraction would be greatly reduced, but the materials Jiang Chuan produced seemed to have never been used. Ling Aoshuang's voice trembled slightly. Were these all extracted by that decomposer? Of course. Jiang Chuan nodded. I told you he's very skilled. Ling Aoshuang accepted the materials, remained silent for a moment, and finally uttered only 2 words, thank you. The 3 people beside her were completely shocked. There really was a second top-tier disassembler in Tianyuan City? Chen Ping immediately felt a sense of crisis. To be able to enlist someone like this, Jiang Chuan's identity was probably not simple, and to make matters worse, this young man was exceptionally good-looking. And who is this? Chen Ping couldn't help but ask. I'm Class Monitor Ling's classmate, Jiang Chuan said. Friend, Ling Aoshuang added at the same time. Jiang Chuan was slightly taken aback and glanced at her. Ling Aoshuang's expression was natural, as if this was the natural thing to do. Chen Ping's expression darkened further. He abruptly changed the subject. Aoshuang, we still need to go to the Silver Wolf Secret Realm to level up tonight. There's not much time left, so let's go back and practice first. He deliberately emphasized the words Silver Wolf Secret Realm, wanting to see Jiang Chuan's reaction. Jiang Chuan remained calm. He had never heard of the Silver Wolf Secret Realm, and even if it was a high-level secret realm, it had nothing to do with him, a disassembler. Ling Aoshuang naturally understood Chen Ping's thoughts. If she got too close to Jiang Chuan, it would only bring him trouble. Before leaving, she turned to look at Jiang Chuan and said, I'll come to you again if I need anything. Okay, Jiang Chuan nodded. The 4 walked away into the distance. Jiang Chuan watched Ling Aoshuang's retreating figure, then smiled self-deprecatingly after a moment, suppressing those unrealistic thoughts. S-rank talent, Dark Moon Warband, these were all too far removed from ordinary people. And he was just an ordinary, rule-level genius. It was already late, and the sunset over Tianyuan City covered the main city. From time to time, figures would flash across the sky, leaving long streaks of light. Jiang Chuan suddenly slapped his forehead. He was now a formal member of the Blazing Fire Squad, yet he hadn't been seen all day. It was indeed a bit disrespectful to his captain. He jogged back to Green Bamboo Alley, and before he even entered, he sensed that the atmosphere in the courtyard was off. Zhao Xiaoding was practicing her swordplay, while Lin Xiaowan was practicing archery at the target. Seeing him return, they both turned away simultaneously, as if they hadn't seen him. Jiang Chuan was wondering what was going on when Su Yao's icy voice suddenly came from the second floor. Jiang Chuan. His heart sank. Oh no, he'd been caught red-handed by the boss for leaving his post without permission. Come up. Jiang Chuan went upstairs and opened the door, immediately seeing the scene inside. Su Yao was still sitting by the window, flipping through a book, her face cold. On the sofa to the right sat a burly young man in light armor, who was scrutinizing him with a playful look. On the other side was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a gray-white robe, who smiled at Jiang Chuan and said, "Hello, my name is Fong Lin." Jiang Chuan. He nodded in response. Su Yao put down her book, interrupting their conversation. Jiang Chuan had expected her to ask where he had gone that afternoon, but she didn't mention it at all. She said directly, "Fong Lin is a newly recruited intermediate-level decomposer in the team. He'll be in charge of the main decomposition work from now on. You'll assist him and learn from him." Jiang Chuan's smile froze. "What do you mean?" A hint of disgust flashed in Su Yao's eyes, and she said impatiently, "Does the battle group need to ask your opinion to make decisions? Or do I need to consult you before doing anything?" "That's not what I meant." Jiang Chuan frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. Although Su Yao spoke directly that morning, her attitude towards him wasn't bad. She even gave him equipment to practice with. How come her attitude has completely changed in just one day? Su Yao waved her hand, as if shooing him away, and said, "All right, you can go now." Chapter 10. Too lazy to explain. Jiang Chuan walked out of the office expressionlessly. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, Su Yao's attitude was clear. The newcomer, Fong Lin, would completely replace him in his work. In the courtyard, Lin Shaowan put away her bow and arrows and was pulling the arrows from the target one by one. Seeing Jiang Chuan come out, she hesitated for a moment, then whispered a reminder. "Sister Su Yao received a call this afternoon from Uncle Su. She's been in a bad mood ever since." Jiang Chuan said indifferently, "What does this have to do with me?" Before Lin Shaowan could answer, Zhao Han and Fong Lin walked out the door. As Zhao Han passed by Jiang Chuan, he coldly remarked, "A toad trying to eat swan meat, truly overestimating himself." Jiang Chuan frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Han stopped and sneered. "What are you pretending for? Don't think that just because Commander Su is loyal and righteous, and your father saved his life, you can use that favor to blackmail people. Sister Su Yao is a B-level talent, a prodigy. How could you, a mere F-level trash decomposer, be worthy of her?" Jiang Chuan was taken aback at first, but then he understood. It turned out that Commander Su Lai, because of his father's life-saving grace, actually wanted to match him up with Su Yao. The calls Su Yao received that afternoon must have been about this matter. Otherwise, her attitude wouldn't have changed so drastically. Jiang Chuan was speechless. He just wanted to quietly make money and develop his skills discreetly. He had absolutely no interest in these romantic entanglements. Besides, if Su Yao doesn't like him, he might not like Su Yao either. If he really had to choose, Ling Aoshuang with her long legs, fair skin, and perky buttocks might be someone he could consider. But there's no need to explain this kind of thing. Su Yao kicking him out of the team wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. Fong Lin taking over the team's dismantling work meant Jiang Chuan had more free time. He had already saved up enough capital to buy high-level equipment for the craftsman's pavilion for dismantling, which was far more efficient than dismantling basic equipment with the battle group. Fong Lin stood to the side, a fake smile on his face. "Jiang, don't worry, you'll be my assistant from now on, and I'll make sure you learn something real." Jiang Chuan only glanced at him indifferently, too lazy to even reply, and turned to leave. Zhao Han spat on the ground, his face full of disdain. "He's a backdoor shopper. What's with the attitude? Delinzi, don't be so polite to him in the future. Just make him do all the dirty and hard work. And if anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility." A curfew is in effect in Tianyuan City after 9 p.m. Those below the third rank are not allowed to linger in the city. Shops close early, and Jiang Chuan is also withdrawn from the Origin Realm. The sound of a spatula clattering in the living room can be heard. His mother, Wang Xiulan, is cooking, and the aroma wafts into the bedroom through the crack in the door. Jiang Chuan rolled out of bed and pushed open the kitchen door. "Mom, let me help you." "No need, you rest." Wang Xiulan asked while cooking, "Are you tired today? How's the battle group you joined? Is Commander Su doing well?" Jiang Chuan leaned against the doorframe and replied with a smile, "It's great. The battle group is huge, and everyone is doing well." Wang Xiulan nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of relief and heartache. "Your dad will be back soon. He said he wants to leave work early today. It's your first day in the battle group, so we should celebrate properly." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door lock clicked. Jiang Minyuan pushed the door open and came in, his face still showing signs of fatigue. His first question was to his son, "How are things?" Did the people from the Blazing Fire Squad give you any trouble? They're all fine, Jiang Chuan replied, repeating the same answer. Jiang Mingyuan changed his shoes and washed up. He went into the kitchen, glanced at the food in the pot, and nodded with satisfaction. Pork stew with vermicelli, good dish. I'm happy today. I should have a couple of drinks. Wang Xiaolan rolled her eyes at him, but still took out a bottle of Red Star Baijiu from the cabinet. 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table. Jiang Chuan got up to pour his father a full glass of wine, and poured himself a small half-glass as well. Jiang Mingyuan raised his glass, smiling broadly. Come on, let's celebrate my son officially joining the fiery battle group. With a bright future ahead, Dad can rest easy. Jiang Chuan took a sip and winced from the spiciness. Wang Xiaolan quickly put some food on his plate. Drink slowly, eat more vegetables to fill your stomach. After a few bites, Jiang Chuan put down his chopsticks and carefully said, Dad, Mom, Captain Su gave me an advance on my first month's salary today, 20,000 yuan. As he spoke, he pulled out a wad of banknotes and placed them in front of his parents. Wang Xiaolan was stunned, and Jiang Mingyuan's chopsticks froze in midair. 20,000? Wang Xiaolan's voice rose. You just started your first day, and they're already giving you an advance of 20,000? The benefits of an A-level battle group are good, Jiang Chuan said naturally. Take this money and pay off your family's debts. I will have a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan from now on, and the group will also provide subsidies for buying equipment, so it won't cost much. Wang Xiaolan immediately pushed the money back. No way. You should use the money to buy equipment to practice first. The biggest problem for disassemblers in the early stages is money. If you don't level up, how will you survive in the battle group later? Jiang Mingyuan also said seriously, your mother is right. Old Su is treating you so well, you should spend the money wisely so that you can repay the war group in the future. People should know how to repay kindness. But listen to Dad. Jiang Mingyuan's tone was not heavy, but very firm. Your mother and I are like this for the rest of our lives. You are still young and have a bright future. Money should be spent wisely. Wang Xiaolan took out an old cloth bag, opened it layer by layer, and inside was a stack of banknotes neatly arranged. This 50,000 is the savings your father and I have accumulated over many years. We originally planned to use it for your wedding, but now that you've joined the battle, it's the time when you need money. Take it first, and we'll talk about it later when we earn more. Jiang Chuan sighed inwardly. He was afraid his parents would react this way. So even though he had earned nearly 100,000 yuan today, he only dared to take out 20,000. He couldn't tell the truth about this. Otherwise, his parents would only worry more. Jiang Chuan silently put the money away, and suddenly he understood. Giving money directly to his parents, no matter how much, meant they wouldn't spend it on themselves. The only way to show filial piety was to turn the money into something irreplaceable. With this in mind, Jiang Chuan stopped worrying. Chapter 11. The only achievement, the pinnacle of all races. Early the next morning, Jiang Chuan entered the Origin Realm and, as usual, went to the battle group to sign in. This job was arranged by his father through connections. He could ignore Su Yao, but he couldn't disregard the battle group's most basic rules. That would be disgracing his father. Moreover, he needed to rely on his status as a battle group member to explain the source of his income to his parents. After signing in, Jiang Chuan didn't linger for a minute and headed straight for the Craftsman's Pavilion. Tianyuan City was already bustling with people in the early morning, vendors hawking breakfast along the streets, and the air still held the chill of the night. As soon as the Craftsman's Pavilion opened, Jiang Chuan stepped inside and immediately spotted Xing'er behind the counter. Xing'er was wearing a light blue cheongsam, touching up her makeup in front of a dressing box, surrounded by a group of tall, elegant cheongsam-clad maids. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan enter, Xing'er was taken aback at first, then greeted him with a professional smile. Mr. Jiang, you've arrived very early. Jiang Chuan smiled and got straight to the point. The early bird catches the worm. Today, I'd like to look at some better equipment. You want to buy bronze-level equipment? Xing'er's eyes lit up instantly. The bronze equipment in the Craftsman's Pavilion is priced at over 10,000 yuan on average, and she can get a considerable commission for each piece sold. She quickly pulled out the inventory list. The store has more than 300 pieces of bronze equipment, about 100 of which meet your needs. How many would you like to buy? Jiang Chuan took the list and glanced at it, quickly calculating in his mind. Yesterday, she made nearly 100,000 yuan reselling materials, and her parents gave her another 50,000 yuan. With a membership discount, she had just enough to buy 15 pieces. Let's start with 15 pieces. Xing'er immediately arranged for someone to pack them up, and 15 pieces of bronze equipment of various styles were quickly and neatly arranged on the counter. The common feature of these pieces of equipment was that they were made of solid materials. Even though the price was slightly high, the loss would not be too great if they were disassembled and sold as materials. More importantly, the attribute bonuses provided by bronze equipment far surpassed those of white and iron equipment. After paying, Jiang Chuan put the equipment in his backpack, said goodbye to Xing'er, and turned to leave the craftsman's shop. He went to a familiar, secluded corner, and after confirming that no one was around, he took a deep breath and took out his first bronze broadsword. Wind-slaying broadsword, disassemblable, estimated recycling. For fine steel ingots, 1 star summoning gold, 1 wind demon stone, strength plus 1.5, strength plus 1.5. Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up. White grade equipment only adds 0.1. Black iron equipment adds 0.5, but bronze equipment directly increases by 1.5. Attribute amplification, indeed, is exponentially increasing. The second bronze longbow adds 1.5 to agility. The third bronze breastplate adds 1.5 to constitution. The 6th, 10th, and 15th pieces of bronze equipment flashed in succession, enveloping Jiang Chuan entirely. Streams of scorching power surged from his palms, flowing through his meridians like magma, eventually merging into his limbs and bones. Of the 15 bronze equipment pieces, 12 enhanced strength, constitution, and agility, while only 3 added to intelligence. The total of 22.5 permanent attribute points made Jiang Chuan so excited that he could hardly contain his laughter. If he continued to grow like this indefinitely, would he have the power to destroy the entire world at level 1? Thinking of this, he was stunned for a moment, then shook his head to shake off this inexplicable thought, gathered up the materials scattered on the ground, and headed straight for the 100 Treasures Merchant Guild. The Craftsman's Pavilion also buys forging materials, but he just bought equipment and then immediately took the raw materials back to sell. Even a fool could see something was wrong. Selling the stolen goods elsewhere adds an extra layer of security. Although this layer of security wouldn't withstand close scrutiny at this rate of development, he'd be practically invincible in a week at most. Then, even if someone noticed something amiss, so what? The materials from dismantling 15 pieces of equipment sold for a little over 160,000, actually resulting in a profit. However, the profit margin was getting thinner and thinner. High-level equipment was already scarce, and its price premium was even higher. Bronze equipment could barely generate a profit, but silver equipment would likely result in a complete loss. Jiang Chuan, however, didn't care. He considered the loss as an initial investment. Once his strength increased, why worry about not making money later? Again, he turned and ran back to the Craftsman's Pavilion. Xing'er was clearly taken aback when she saw him return so soon after leaving. Mr. Jiang, is there anything else? Give me 16 more pieces of bronze equipment. Xing'er blinked blankly. Didn't you just buy some? She immediately realized her mistake. Customers have their privacy. She was only responsible for providing service. Saying more would only cause trouble. Please wait a moment. The 16 pieces of equipment were quickly delivered, and Xing'er smiled and reminded him, Mr. Jiang, your cumulative spending has reached 200,000, so you can upgrade to a gold membership. Gold members enjoy a 9.3% discount. Would you like to apply? Save even more? I'll apply. Jiang Chuan casually asked, how much do I need to spend for a diamond membership? And what's the discount? Xing'er replied, spending over 1 million will upgrade you to a diamond membership, granting you a 10% discount and VIP treatment, allowing direct access to the 5th floor. The Craftsman's Pavilion has 5 floors. The first floor sells low-level equipment, such as black iron and bronze, while the second floor and above offer silver-grade and higher equipment, as well as various rare treasures. Jiang Chuan's current gold membership allows him to access the 4th floor. However, he didn't plan to go shopping right now. Developing his character was the most important thing. He packed up his equipment and hurriedly left. Less than half an hour later, he reappeared to Xing'er's astonishment, spending 200,000 to buy 20 pieces of bronze equipment. After repeating this several times, the system notification finally showed a new change. Jiang Chuan, level 1 health, 1,000, mana 1,000, constitution, 100, intelligence, 100, strength, 100, agility, 100. Note, your basic attributes have all reached the maximum value for your current level, triggering the legendary achievement, Pinnacle of all races. The system will make a map-wide announcement. Do you want to hide your name? Chapter 12. The 4 directions tremble. The supreme ruler of the Origin Realm. A golden light curtain suddenly exploded above Tianyuan City, covering the sky and almost obscuring the entire firmament. At this moment, a cold and vast voice simultaneously resounded in the minds of all living beings in the Origin Realm. Origin Realm announcement. Congratulations on achieving the peak of all races' achievement. You have become the first being in the history of the Origin Realm to achieve this. This is hereby announced to the world, and all races celebrate. After a brief silence, the entire Origin Realm trembled violently. In the endless sea, at the deep-sea royal court, the Naga Queen suddenly opened her eyes, her trident slamming heavily onto the ground, causing the entire coral palace to shake. The pinnacle of all races? I have lived for 2,000 years and have never heard of such an achievement. She went to the window, gazing across the deep sea at the lingering light in the sky, her eyes filled with solemnity. Heaven and earth bear witness. Even the heavens and earth have been alarmed. This person has probably surpassed the 9th rank. She immediately ordered all her clansmen fighting abroad to withdraw their defenses, and no force was to provoke this supreme expert until the details of this powerful being were ascertained. In the Frostwolf Plateau of the Northern Territory, the Frostwolf King lay on a 10,000-year-old ice cliff, his icy blue pupils fixed on the south. I'm only half a step away from the 10th rank, and I dare not call myself the pinnacle. Just what is the origin of this mysterious creature? It howled to the sky, its wolf howl echoing throughout the northern border. Billions of frost wolves responded in unison, and the entire plateau trembled. Then, the Frost Wolf King solemnly ordered, "Contract your territory, do not launch any attacks, and no one is allowed to cross the border until its identity is known." A young Frost Wolf was unconvinced, believing the Tiger Clan was weak, and this was their chance to expand. The Frost Wolf King swatted it down into the snow with a paw, roaring, "Are you questioning my decision?" In the molten lava abyss of the southern frontier, the magma churned, and the slumbering fire dragon slowly opened its vertical pupils. The pinnacle of all races, the legendary achievement, has actually been accomplished by someone. It yawned lazily, exhaled a puff of black smoke, and muttered, "The one at the pinnacle of all races is the ruler of the Origin Realm. Those ancient races have dominated for too long. They probably don't recognize this rule anymore. But that's none of my business. Just leave me alone." After saying that, the fire dragon closed its eyes again and drifted off to sleep. In the golden holy city of a western desert, within a pure gold palace, an old man in white robes sat cross-legged, his body shimmering with golden light. The moment the announcement was made, his aura faltered slightly, and all living beings in the holy city sensed the change. The Lord of the Origin Realm, the old man opened his eyes, his pupils seemingly sparkling with starlight. "I'd like to see if this lord is worthy of the title." A golden figure appeared, asking in a low voice whether to send someone to investigate. The old man shook his head. "Since the other party is deliberately hiding, we can't find him. But it won't be long before he shows himself." At the same time, in the human territory, in the imperial capital Tianke City, inside the Tinga Council Hall, more than a dozen elders sat around a round table. They were all the highest decision-makers of the human race, each with the strength of the 8th rank. Faced with this announcement, everyone's expression darkened, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. At the far end of the round table, Zhou Tianyan, with his white hair and beard, slowly spoke. "Did you all see it?" No one answered because all the beings of the Origin Realm had seen the announcement. Zhou Tianyan was the chief elder of the Heavenly Pavilion and the strongest known human being at the peak of the 8th rank, only one step away from the 9th rank. But when he uttered the words, "Summit of all races," his voice was filled with bitterness. For tens of thousands of years, no more than a handful of people have been able to reach the pinnacle. Now, with one more added, the Origin Realm is likely to undergo a major upheaval. The armored general immediately stated that the 4 legions had strengthened their patrols, and any unusual movements by the alien races would be reported immediately. Zhou Tianyan shook his head. "I'm afraid that by the time the report is submitted, it will be too late. A supreme expert from another race may not directly take action, but the chain reaction it triggers will be enough to bring the human race to ruin." The old woman in black robes sighed. The human race is already weak and is being suppressed by the surrounding alien races. No matter which race this leader comes from, our lives will only get harder. Someone hesitated before suggesting that the pinnacle of all races might originate from the human race. A few bitter laughs rippled around the round table. Zhou Tianyan didn't answer, but his expression spoke volumes. "Impossible. The human race is physically weak, almost at the bottom among the myriad races of the Origin Realm. Their survival to this day isn't due to strength, but rather to the scarcity of their territory, which other races don't even bother to contest. The chance of a top-tier being from the human race is lower than finding a divine artifact on the street. Let's think about how to deal with this first, Zhou Tianyin said in a deep voice. Contract our territory and withdraw the border back to the Lingnan area. If necessary, we must abandon the entire South. The council hall fell into a long silence. Abandoning the South means that the human race's territory will shrink by 1/3. Moreover, it will lose its most fertile third of land. The human race, already lacking resources to cultivate ninth-tier powerhouses, will likely have even less hope in the future. Chapter 13, a legendary achievement reward. Inside Tianyuan City, Jiang Chuan was stunned, completely unexpected that this achievement would trigger a worldwide announcement. Didn't this mean that all races in the Origin realm knew about this news? Fortunately, he had concealed his name beforehand. Otherwise, a powerful figure might have actually attacked from afar and crushed him with a single slap. The name Summit of All Races sounds pretty infuriating, Jiang Chuan smirked, but his attention was quickly drawn to the achievement reward. Upon completing this achievement, he obtained a legendary title, Lord of the Origin Realm. Wearing this title increases his health and mana by 1 million each, grants immunity to all realm suppression, and also immunity to the intimidation effects of higher races. Jiang Chuan opened the panel, and his health and mana bars instantly surged 1,000-fold, jumping from 4 digits to 7 digits. 1 million health. I'm practically a tank now, right? He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, but he wasn't blinded by the exaggerated numbers. A true powerhouse could deal hundreds of thousands of damage in a single attack. 1 million health would only allow them to withstand 1 or 2 hits at most. The most valuable aspect of this title is actually the immunity to the latter 2 effects. High-level professionals, even with similar attributes, will naturally suppress those of lower levels. Furthermore, some superior races possess a terrifying mental aura. Weaker races standing before them might even tremble in fear, let alone put up a fight. Now, he is immune to both forms of suppression, and Jiang Chuan's weaknesses, low cultivation level and human origin, have been almost completely overcome. He can also choose to hide his title. With a thought, a dazzling golden light flashes above his head and then disappears. The other reward is a special contract. The Nightmare Contract, a first-tier legendary item, usable on any first-tier secret realm. Unlock the Nightmare difficulty challenge of this secret realm and receive exclusive rewards upon completion. I haven't even done a normal secret realm, and I'm jumping straight to Nightmare. Jiang Chuan scratched his head, but felt this was just the right time. His attributes were stuck at his current level. To continue getting stronger, he needed to level up, and secret realms were exactly where he could kill monsters and gain experience. The experience reward on Nightmare difficulty is definitely much higher than on normal difficulty. The only problem is that you can only officially start a combat class after reaching level 10, and he's currently just a level 1 disassembler, possessing the attributes but lacking combat skills. He can't just rely on his fists to smash monsters, can he? With his strength, 1 punch to kill a monster wouldn't be difficult, but that would be too undignified. He needs to get a weapon first. Jiang Chuan didn't go to the Craftsman's Pavilion. It was a high-end equipment trading place and didn't sell level 1 beginner equipment at all, so going there would be a waste of time. He randomly picked a weapon shop on the street, with 5 characters written on a tattered wooden sign, Old Iron Weapon Shop. The shop entrance was filled with swords and knives, and inside, a burly man with a bare chest was sitting in front of an anvil, forging iron, sweat streaming down his back, the sound of the hammer deafening. "Boss, I'd like to buy something," Jiang Chuan called out. The burly man didn't even look up. "Look around yourself. Call me when you've decided." Jiang Chuan walked to the shelves where knives, swords, guns, axes, all kinds of weapons were available. He tried them out one by one, finally settling on a black iron-grade, one-handed knife. The blade was over 2 feet long, its edge gleaming coldly, and the handle was wrapped with hemp rope, giving it a solid feel in his hand. "How much is this?" The burly man glanced at it. Made of Wutong steel, black iron grade, 3008, no bargaining. This amount of money was nothing to Jiang Chuan, whose net worth was now close to 300,000, but then he thought about it again. Charging up with a knife to fight the monster hand-to-hand was really not safe. What if the monster breathed fire or was poisonous? The risk of getting close was too great. He put down his one-handed knife and walked towards the shelf displaying ranged weapons. Bows, crossbows, darts, and throwing spears, a variety of types. Jiang Chuan picked up a dark hardwood longbow. The bowstring was made of animal sinew, with a draw weight of at least 100 pounds, but for him, With a strength of 100 points, it was still effortless. Boss, what about this bow? Black iron grade ranged weapon for 1005. How's the power? The burly man finally put down his hammer and gave him a serious look. What level are you? What's your class? Level 1, disassembler. The burly man's expression immediately turned strange. A level 1 disassembler? You buy weapons to fight monsters. Can I buy them? The burly man shook his head helplessly. The effective range is 50 meters, enough to kill level 1 monsters. But you, a disassembler, can you really draw a bow? Jiang Chuan offered no explanation, simply drawing his test arrow and aiming at the target on the backyard wall. He easily drew the bowstring taut, and the arrow whistled through the air, striking the bullseye with deadly accuracy. The arrowhead vibrated and hummed, penetrating deep into the wood, even cracking the earthen wall behind the target. The burly man stood frozen, his mouth agape. You really are a disassembler? Absolutely. Jiang Chuan put down the longbow and nodded in satisfaction. Although he hadn't practiced much in over a decade, his experience as an archery enthusiast from his previous life remained. I'll take this bow and 200 iron arrows. Do you have any? The burly man nodded blankly, turned, and went to the back room to fetch 2 barrels of arrows. Jiang Chuan then selected a set of leather armor, a black iron longbow, 200 fine iron arrows, and the leather armor, spending a total of just over 30,000. Stepping out of the weapon shop, he looked at his reflection through the shop's glass. Clad in leather armor, with a bow and arrows slung across his back, he finally looked somewhat like a combat professional. But Jiang Chuan only took a few steps before stopping. I still need to prepare a melee weapon. I can't be empty-handed if a monster gets close. Thinking this, he turned back and bought the black iron grade one-handed sword as well. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Tree Realm. The true meaning of extreme value. In the dense forest on the southern outskirts of the city, a roadside sign boldly proclaims, Mysterious Tree Realm. The entrance to the realm is a massive stone archway, its sides covered in vines, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. People come and go. Newly minted professionals are busy forming teams, vendors hawk potions and food, and there are even dismantling services. It's as bustling as a market. C-level talent to lead the team. Only D-level or higher DPS, tanks, and healers are welcome. No freloades. Powerful healing potion. You only have one life. Don't risk it to save money. Roasted chicken. One skewer will fully restore your satiety. Jiang Chuan had checked in advance, and the most suitable leveling spot near Tianyuan City for his current level was this Tier 1 Tree Mystic Realm. It's quite famous, not because it's high level, but because it's low level and safe. The secret realm only contains tree spirits, ranging from level 1 to 5. They move slowly and have low attack power, making them ideal leveling targets for newbies. Occasionally, they drop low-level equipment, which can be sold for a small amount of money, so every year a large number of newly awakened professionals enter this place. But for Jiang Chuan, the Tree Mystic Realm was clearly more than just a place to level up. He also possessed a nightmare contract, which, if used on this realm, would transform the monsters into nightmare difficulty monsters, resulting in significantly higher loot. More importantly, clearing nightmare difficulty would grant exclusive rewards. I'll try normal difficulty first and see how it goes, Jiang Chuan decided. His fully equipped gear was too conspicuous, and many people proactively sent him team-up requests, but he ignored them all. Passing through the stone archway, a prompt popped up, challenged the Mystic Tree Realm. Normal difficulty. Jiang Chuan selected confirm, and a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and he found himself in a dark forest. Giant trees surrounded him, blocking out the sun, with only sparse patches of light filtering through the leaves. The air was damp and rotten, mixed with a faint, sweet, fishy smell. Jiang Chuan took down his hunting bow, knocked an arrow, and moved forward. He hadn't gone far when the bushes ahead suddenly swayed, and a thick branch twisted like a snake. Then, a blurry human face appeared on the trunk, 2 empty eyes staring intently at Jiang Chuan. Tree Spirit, LV1, HP 200, Attack 25, Defense 20. Just a level 1 Tree Spirit. Jiang Chuan drew back the bowstring, aimed at the ugly face, and released the arrow, which instantly pierced the Tree Spirit's eye socket. Dark green sap gushed out. The Tree Spirit let out a shrill scream, and a terrifying damage indicator appeared above its head. Its health bar was instantly emptied, and the entire tree exploded from the inside, scattering wood chips and leaves all over the ground. Killed Tree Spirit LV1. Experience plus 15. Current level up progress. LV1. 115/1000. To advance from level 1 to level 2, he needed to kill 67 monsters. Jiang Chuan secretly rejoiced, thankful he knew how to use a bow and arrow. If he had to hack and slash at them one by one in melee, the efficiency would have been far too low. He wanted to check the loot, but found nothing. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Chuan suddenly stopped and looked at the broken tree stump. His rule-level talent, extraction of all things, was never just about dismantling equipment. If equipment could be extracted, what about monster corpses? Jiang Chuan raised his hand and placed it on the tree spirit's corpse, activating his talent directly. A flash of golden light, the corpse disappeared, and a surge of heat flowed into his body. Extraction successful, strength +1. Since your strength attribute has reached the current level's limit, this extracted energy will be converted into upgrade experience. Experience +100. Current upgrade progress. LV1, 115/1000. Jiang Chuan's eyes widened suddenly. The attributes extracted from a mere level 1 tree spirit were comparable to 2 pieces of black iron equipment. He quickly figured it out. Extracting equipment, though with fewer attributes, would return the materials. Extracting monster corpses would only grant attribute bonuses. But this was enough for Jiang Chuan. With permanent attribute increases, what need was there for equipment? With attributes stacked to the limit, he could crush everything with his bare hands. Jiang Chuan immediately ventured deeper into the forest, encountering more and more tree spirits along the way. He shot at each target with deadly accuracy, every arrow hitting its mark precisely. The extraction of all things also provided additional experience, and in no time, he successfully leveled up to level 2. Golden light enveloped his entire body, and Jiang Chuan clearly felt his power surge. But when he opened his attribute panel, he was completely stunned. For an ordinary F-rank professional, leveling up only grants 1 point to all attributes. Even the theoretical maximum for an SSS rank talent is only 10 points. This time, his upgrade increased all his attributes by a whopping 100 points. 100 points per level. It turns out that the extreme value doesn't truly represent the initial attribute extreme value, but rather the growth extreme value. Only the most powerful beings in the Origin realm can possess such terrifying growth of 100 attribute points per level. Jiang Chuan's attributes instantly doubled, and his attack power skyrocketed to 400 points. With a black iron longbow, slaying tree spirits became much easier. Furthermore, after upgrading, his attribute extraction was no longer limited by his current limits. Each time he extracted a tree spirit's corpse, he would randomly gain either constitution or strength. He killed hundreds of tree spirits along the way, and before even reaching level 3, his constitution had already reached 253 points, and his strength had reached 261 points. The strongest level 5 tree spirit in the secret realm only had 1,000 health points. As long as the weak point is hit, it's an instant kill, as fragile as paper. His experience points skyrocketed, and soon, another golden light illuminated Jiang Chuan's surroundings. Congratulations on reaching LV3. Constitution +100. Intelligence +100. Strength +100. Agility +100. His attributes multiplied, giving Jiang Chuan a comprehensive enhancement. His strength was so great that he had to hold back when drawing his bow, afraid of accidentally destroying the black iron longbow in his hand. With a light leap, he could jump 15 meters into the air. Even armor seemed superfluous to him, because his flesh was already tougher than black iron equipment. This is outrageous. Jiang Chuan was shocked. An S-rank professional would only have 300 attribute points after reaching the 4th rank, and he was only at the 3rd rank. Once he reaches level 10, his attribute panel will likely surpass even that of a 9th-tier powerhouse. Of course, Jiang Chuan also understands that high-level professionals are powerful not only in terms of attributes, but also in their equipment, skills, and most importantly, their career advancement. Attributes should be the least noticeable aspect. However, his growth has been so terrifying that when the quantity accumulates to a certain level, quantitative change will eventually lead to qualitative change. Chapter 15. Nightmare Difficulty Primal Tree Realm. Only one area remained to be cleared in the secret realm. Jiang Chuan continued deeper, reaching the edge of the forest, where a clearing suddenly appeared. In the center of the clearing stood a gigantic ancient tree, 3 or 4 times taller than the surrounding trees, its trunk covered in moss and vines, its canopy almost completely obscuring the sky. An ancient, gigantic face emerged from the tree trunk, its eyes like blood-red lanterns, staring intently at Jiang Chuan. Its low roar shook the ground. Millennial Tree Spirit, Leader LV5, HP 5000, Attack 120, Defense 60. This is the final boss on normal difficulty. Under normal circumstances, at least a fully equipped team of level 5 professionals would be needed to defeat it. 5,000 health points were nothing to Jiang Chuan. He could only fire a few more arrows. With his damage output, 7 arrows would be enough. Jiang Chuan drew his bow, and an arrow pierced the tree trunk, the damage number instantly appearing. The 1,000-year-old tree spirit roared, countless vines bursting from the ground, coiling towards him like venomous snakes. Jiang Chuan simply retreated 2 steps, easily dodging the vines, and fired another arrow with a backhand. Then, a 3rd arrow was released. After 3 arrows, the tree spirit's health bar had dropped by nearly half. Although its attacks were numerous, its speed was no match for Jiang Chuan's agility. Jiang Chuan retreated again, drew an iron arrow, and pulled the bowstring to its fullest extent. With a whoosh, the arrow tore through the air, accurately piercing the mouth of the 1,000-year-old tree spirit's giant face. Critical hit. A huge critical hit number appeared, and the tree spirit's health instantly plummeted to 0. Jiang Chuan then delivered a follow-up arrow, completely depleting its health. The aged face froze abruptly, and then the entire giant tree exploded with a deafening roar, sending wood chips and leaves flying everywhere, like a green blizzard sweeping through the forest. Slayed the 1,000-year tree spirit, boss LV5, gained 500 experience points. Successfully cleared the tree mystic realm, normal difficulty, gained 2,000 experience points. Congratulations on reaching LV4. After reaching LV4, Jiang Chuan's highest strength attribute was approaching 500. He put away his longbow and walked to the tree spirit's remains. The first boss kill dropped a few pieces of basic equipment, all junk. He casually dismantled them, then rubbed his hands together. What would he possibly extract from a boss-level corpse? Jiang Chuan placed his hands on the broken tree trunk and silently chanted dismantle. The next moment, golden light suddenly burst forth, illuminating the entire open space. A surge of heat flowed through his hands into his body, and a notification sounded in his mind. Extraction successful. Talent gained. Precision shooting, E rank. Absorb immediately? Jiang Chuan's eyes widened in shock. The extraction of all things could even extract talents? This ability was truly outrageous. Without hesitation, he chose to absorb it. A vibrant green light shone from his palm as an invisible force was drawn from the tree spirit's remains and merged into his body. Precision shot. Passive when using ranged weapons. Hit rate plus 15%. Critical hit rate plus 5%. Extraction of all things. Rule level. Intermediate disassembly. F level. Precision shot. E level. E rank talent isn't high, but it's exactly what he needs right now. He's a disassembler without any class skills and can only rely on basic attack for damage. This 15% accuracy and 5% critical strike chance might be insignificant to others, but in his hands, it's a substantial damage boost. More importantly, this is just the beginning. Since the leader can extract E-level talents, can higher-level bosses extract D-level, C-level, or even B-level, A-level, and S-level talents? The Tree Mystic Realm is just the lowest-level secret realm. There are countless places in the Origin Realm that are 10 or even 100 times more dangerous. And Jiang Chuan now has the opportunity to unlock a higher level of nightmare difficulty. A flash of white light, and he was teleported out of the secret realm, standing once again in front of the stone archway. The surroundings were still bustling. The teams that had previously recruited him were still nearby. Jiang Chuan had already soloed the dungeon. While they hadn't even assembled a team yet, their efficiency was nowhere near his. Seeing him emerge so quickly, these people assumed he had failed the challenge and been kicked out of the dungeon. Hey, isn't this the lone wolf? Look down on our team. Why are you out so fast? What's the use of good equipment? If you want to clear the dungeon, you still have to rely on your teammates in the end. At least he knew he couldn't be reckless. It's good enough that he didn't die in there, ha ha ha. Jiang Chuan glanced at them. A group of people who had been awakened for many years and were still just wasting their time in the first-tier secret realm were naturally full of resentment. It was pointless to waste words on these people. He walked to a nearby stall and bought a spicy roasted chicken to replenish his energy, along with 4 buckets of iron arrows. Arrows are consumables, and each iron arrow costs 20 yuan. Archers have always been an elite profession in the era of cold weapons, partly because ordinary people simply cannot afford the cost of arrows. Clearing a normal Tree Mystic Realm once cost him a month's income of his parents. However, now that Jiang Chuan had some wealth, he naturally didn't need to save money anymore. During his rest, he opened his panel. With 472 points of strength, plus the boost from the Black Iron Bow, his attack power had exceeded 1,000. If I still can't beat Nightmare difficulty, then no one can. Jiang Chuan took out the Nightmare contract. The parchment scroll, gleaming with black light, looked particularly eerie in the sunlight. Use. With a thought, the Nightmare contract transformed into black light and plunged directly into the stone archway. The archway trembled slightly at first, then shook violently. Countless cracks appeared in the vine-covered stone walls, from which dark red light seeped, exuding an indescribable eeriness. All the surrounding players stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at the scene. What happened to the secret realm? I've never seen anything like this before, someone suddenly exclaimed. Look at the words on the archway. Jiang Chuan looked up and saw that the 4 ancient characters were being eroded by dark red, eventually transforming into a completely new name, Primitive Tree Realm. A chilling wind blew out from inside the door, carrying a strong, decaying stench, hitting Jiang Chuan's face directly, icy and biting like countless needles piercing his skin. But Jiang Chuan didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. Hint. Challenge the Primal Tree Realm. Nightmare difficulty. Yes. A flash of white light, and Jiang Chuan's figure disappeared into the stone archway. Chapter 16. The Passage to the Real World. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chuan, shortly after he entered the secret realm, several flying boats arrived, and hundreds of soldiers landed, quickly sealing off the surrounding area. The first to arrive was a middle-aged man in purple robes, exuding an imposing aura, none other than Lu Qingshan, the city lord of Tianyuan City. Rumor has it that Lu Qingshan is already a 7th-tier expert, but due to a lack of crucial resources, he has been unable to advance to the 8th tier. Otherwise, he should have become a member of the Heavenly Pavilion long ago. Then, 3 more powerful auras arrived. A seductive woman with a veiled face, a young man wearing glasses, and a gaunt old man. Lu Qingshan's expression was grave. Why has the secret realm suddenly changed? Has anything like this happened before? The young man, Zhou Yuan, shook his head. I don't know, but I'm certain this is definitely not a good thing. The woman in the light veil, Yuan Zi, was somewhat puzzled. Lord Zhou, shouldn't the resources be more abundant with increased difficulty in the secret realm? How could this be a bad thing? As she spoke, she looked at the gaunt old man, Chun Duhu. This man was the Grand Commander of the Dark Moon Battle Group, controlling the Silver Wolf Secret Realm, the only master-level secret realm in Tianyuan City. That secret realm was incredibly valuable. Even Yuan Zi, the patron of the Craftsman's Pavilion who controlled half the city's wealth, was extremely envious. Zhou Yuan pushed up his glasses and explained, a secret realm is an illusory projection of other worlds onto the origin realm. When the projection is broken, that is, after you clear the level, the secret realm will be reset, and the monsters will not be able to truly leave the secret realm. Hard to master level dungeons are naturally good things. But Nightmare level is different. Nightmare difficulty opens a passage to the real world. Monsters from the other world could invade the origin realm at any time through this passage. Yuan Zi's expression changed drastically, finally realizing the seriousness of the situation. Any one of the myriad races in the origin realm, even a slightly stronger one, has the ability to annihilate humanity. Once this secret realm becomes an entrance to another world, not only Tianyuan City, but the entire region could face annihilation. Chun Duhu said in a deep voice, the Nightmare's secret realm hasn't appeared in the country for decades. Its appearance this time might be the beginning of some kind of disaster. Lu Qingshan's expression shifted. Could it be related to that powerful figure who obtained the title of the pinnacle of all races? At this moment, many beings from the origin realm believed that the appearance of that title signified the descent of a 10th-tier supreme expert. After all, the phrase summit of all races was far too easy to conjure up such speculation. Chun Duhu sighed. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse for the human race. Yuan Zi hurriedly asked, then what should we do now? Zhou Yuan calmly said, we discovered it in time. As long as we completely shut down the secret realm, we can stop the Nightmare from descending. How could Yuan Zi not panic? Her entire family fortune was in Tianyuan City. If Tianyuan City became the entrance for the alien invasion, her family's foundation would be destroyed. She immediately said, then what are we waiting for? Shut down the secret realm immediately. Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Qingshan and said, this place belongs to Tianyuan City after all. Whether to close it or not is up to City Lord Lu to decide. Lu Qingshan was silent for a moment, then asked, "The changes in the secret realm were so sudden. There must be many people inside who haven't had time to come out. If we close it now, will they be trapped inside forever?" Zhou Yuan nodded. "That's right. Once the secret realm passage closes, those who haven't come out will be stuck in the other world. As for whether they live or die, that depends on their own fate." Chun Duhu said coldly, "The Tree Mystic Realm is only a first-tier secret realm, and it's just a group of first-tier professionals inside. This matter concerns the safety of the entire Tianyuan city. What is City Lord Lu still hesitating about?" Lu Qingshan shook his head. "First-tier professionals are also citizens of my Tianyuan city. As the city lord, how can I abandon them? Give them another half hour. After half an hour, close the secret realm no matter what. If they still refuse to come out after witnessing the horror of the nightmare secret realm, then they are courting death and have no one to blame but themselves." Zhou Yuan nodded approvingly. Lord Lu's dedication to the people is truly a blessing to Tianyuan. Blood-red light surged, and Jiang Chuan floated into space resembling a sea of blood. After a long wait, he finally felt his feet touch the ground. Jiang Chuan opened his eyes and was instantly stunned. The scene before him was completely different from the Tree Mystic realm of normal difficulty. The ordinary secret realm is a dark forest, dense with trees that block out the sky. Although somewhat eerie, it still exudes a sense of life. But this place is less a realm of trees and more a gigantic tomb. As far as the eye can see, there are only withered giant trees. The bare branches, like countless dry arms, twist and reach towards the gray sky. The ground beneath your feet is pitch black and feels soft and yielding, as if you were stepping on rotting corpses. A strong, pungent stench of decay filled the air, seeping into the nostrils and lingering in the throat, making one nauseous. But what truly shocked Jiang Chuan was not this. It was the enormous, almost sky-obscuring, gray silhouette deep within the forest. Like a continuous mountain range, it stretched across the horizon, extending for countless kilometers, casting shadows over the entire nightmare forest. Jiang Chuan squinted for a long time before he could barely make out what it was. It was a tree, an incredibly large ancient tree. It was long dead, its trunk riddled with cracks and holes, like a completely hollowed-out mountain, appearing utterly desolate in the gray light of the day. A nightmare difficulty secret realm, indeed different, Jiang Chuan muttered to himself, unaware that he had stepped into an unknown real world. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Soon, a monster burst forth from behind the withered tree. It was twice the size of an ordinary tree spirit, its trunk riddled with jagged cracks from which dark red sap flowed, like blood. Its twisted human face had eyes that glowed with an eerie crimson light. Nightmare Tree Spirit. LV5, HP 3000, Attack 250, Defense 120. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. A normal level 5 Tree Spirit only had 1000 HP, but the Nightmare Tree Spirit had 3 times that, with its attack and defense also significantly increased. For ordinary professionals, such a monster would be enough to instill despair. But for Jiang Chuan, it was simply a matter of 3 arrows instead of 1. He drew his longbow and shot an arrow into the Nightmare Tree Spirit's face. The Tree Spirit let out a shrill howl. One of its eerie red eyes instantly extinguished, yet it still frantically swung its branches at Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan dodged to the side and fired another arrow in return. Immediately afterward, a 3rd arrow was released. After 3 arrows, the Nightmare Tree Spirit's health was reduced to 0. Its body exploded from the inside, shattering trunk and branches that scattered in all directions, its death far more gruesome than that of an ordinary tree spirit. Chapter 17. Nightmare Leader, the Cancer of the Tree Realm. Slayed Nightmare, Trant LV5, gained 150 experience points. The experience gained in Nightmare difficulty is 10 times that of normal difficulty. 1 Nightmare Trant is equivalent to 10 normal Trants. Jiang Chuan nodded in satisfaction. He crouched down, his palm pressed against the Trent's remains, and activated the extraction of all things. A blinding golden light flashed, and scorching power surged throughout his body. Extraction successful. Strength +4. A normal level 5 tree spirit can only extract 2 attribute points, but a nightmare monster doubles that. Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up. He hoped there would be as many monsters as possible here. He continued deeper into the forest, where the nightmare tree spirits became increasingly dense, and occasionally there were elite monsters with over 10,000 HP and even stronger attributes. But whether ordinary or elite, none could withstand 5 of his arrows. His experience points skyrocketed, and soon a golden pillar of light descended from the sky. Congratulations on reaching LV5. Constitution, intelligence, strength, and agility each plus 100. Jiang Chuan's 4 attributes all surpassed 500, with strength and constitution exceeding 700. He fought his way through, extracting resources and leveling up. Each level grants 100 points to all attributes, a growth rate that even Jiang Chuan himself found astonishing. After reaching level 8, his strength and constitution finally reached new peaks. Extraction successful. Constitution plus 4. Since constitution has reached the first tier limit, it can be converted into experience or halved and converted into other attributes. 1,500 points is the attribute cap for a first-tier professional between levels 1 and 10, a limit that no race can break. Jiang Chuan didn't hesitate and chose to transfer the excess constitution to intelligence and agility. Experience can be gained anytime, but permanent attributes are much more valuable. Even with halved efficiency, each monster killed still grants 2 attribute points, making the growth still terrifying. After slaying countless nightmare tree spirits, Jiang Chuan finally arrived at the deepest part of the nightmare tree sea. The moment he looked up, he was stunned by the sight before him. The giant tree he had previously seen in the distance now stood before him. Its trunk was as wide as a mountain range. Its branches blocked out the sky, and its roots seemed to penetrate the entire earth. But this was not a living tree. It was a dead skeleton. The grayish-white trunk showed no sign of life. The bare branches were devoid of leaves, and an aura of intense death permeated the air. Even more eerie was the fact that countless red growths clung densely to the cracks in the bark. Some were as small as houses, others as large as hills, resembling a swarm of ticks saturated with blood. Jiang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. Could these growths be the culprit behind the giant tree's death? The next moment, monster information popped up. Tree World Cancer, Leader's Nightmare, L10, HP, 500,000, Attack 5,000, Defense 2,000. 500,000 HP and 5,000 attack. This was far beyond what a first-tier professional could withstand. Fortunately, its defense wasn't particularly high. Jiang Chuan's strength had reached 1,500 points, and with the added bonus from the Black Iron Longbow, his attack power reached a staggering 30-26. I can fight. He drew his bowstring taut and fired an arrow at the nearest tumor. Dark green pus gushed out. The ancient tree remains trembled violently, and the entire basin shook. Then, all the tumors exploded simultaneously. Countless dark, twisted tree men crawled frantically out of the tumors. Some had 7 or 8 arms, resembling humanoid centipedes. Some had 3 ferocious faces, emitting piercing screams. Others were covered in eyes, each pupil filled with malice. They roared and surged towards Jiang Chuan like a tidal wave. Good. There were too many monsters. Arrows simply couldn't keep up. Jiang Chuan swung his longbow, drew his fine steel single-handed sword, and charged directly into the monster tide. With a single slash, the 3-faced trance split in 2, green sap splattering across the ground. A second slash, and the 7-armed trance 4 arms were severed cleanly. Jiang Chuan possessed no swordsmanship, no flashy skills. Only extreme speed and power. Each strike was as heavy as a collapsing mountain. The Trent's hard body was like paper before him. Splattered with green sap, he gripped his gradually dulling black blade, like a ferocious god emerging from a sea of blood. His 1,500-point peak physique granted him near-infinite stamina. He fought with increasing ferocity, his killing spree becoming more and more frenzied, showing no signs of fatigue. But the number of monsters was ultimately finite. 10 minutes later, the last twisted trance screamed and collapsed. Jiang Chuan stood amidst the severed limbs and broken bones, his long, black iron blade riddled with nicks and nearly severed. All the tumors were shattered, the giant tree trunk riddled with cracks, and a dark red light emanated from the depths of the fissures, like a heart about to be extinguished. Jiang Chuan sheathed his broken blade, drew his longbow again, knocked his last arrow, and aimed at the largest crack in the trunk. The arrow pierced the crack, striking the very core. The ancient tree, stretching across the sky, trembled violently, as if finally released after endless torment. The dark red light within the crack abruptly extinguished. The entire remains of the ancient tree collapsed from within, its mountain-like trunk shattering and its river-like branches breaking off. But the fragments did not fall. Instead, they floated into the air, slowly drifting towards the heavens, as if guided away by an invisible hand. At the same time, a barrage of notifications rang in Jiang Chuan's mind. Defeat the tree world's cancer, nightmare boss L10. Gained 50,000 experience points. Successfully cleared the primal tree world nightmare difficulty. Gained 200,000 experience points. Congratulations on reaching L10. Note, your level has reached a bottleneck. Excess experience will be temporarily stored and fully refunded upon breakthrough. Chapter 18 SSS Rank Unique Talent. E. Where the boss fell, a series of precious lights flashed, and several golden items were scattered on the ground, all of which were gold equipment. Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up. In the craftsman's pavilion, a single piece of gold equipment costs at least hundreds of thousands, and some even cost millions. This nightmare boss actually dropped 3 or 4 pieces at once. The most eye-catching item was a longbow with a sharp design, its body shimmering with a faint light. Jiang Chuan strode forward and grabbed it directly. Sun-piercing divine bow, gold, level 10, attack 179 to 198, attack speed plus 35%, critical hit plus 25%. Special feature, piercing arrow, fires an arrow that pierces the sun, dealing 1,100% piercing damage to enemies in a straight line. Cooldown for hours. Powerful. After looking at the attributes, Jiang Chuan looked down at his original black iron longbow and immediately felt that it was nothing more than a fire poker. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately switched to the sun-piercing divine bow. Although the remaining 2 pieces of golden equipment were not needed for the time being, selling them to the craftsman's pavilion would still bring in a considerable sum of money. But the really good stuff is clearly yet to come. Jiang Chuan turned to look at the remains of the boss, or more precisely, the broken trunk of the boundless divine tree. Such a terrifying divine tree, even in death, was by no means of low rank. Can this be extracted? He swallowed hard, walked to the tree trunk, and pressed his hand against it. The next second, golden light appeared, and a notification made Jiang Chuan's pupils shrink sharply. Extractable talent detected. E. SSS rank, unique. Absorb immediately. E. SSS rank, 1 star. Effect 1. Ranged attacks ignore target defense and distance, and are guaranteed to hit. Effect 2. Each attack deals additional damage equal to 10% of the target's maximum health. Note, legend has it that the divine bow used by the god E to shoot down the suns later fell to the mortal realm and transformed into a divine tree, creating a new world. When the final calamity arrived, this world perished. Holy crap! Jiang Chuan froze completely. He knew that what the divine tree could extract would be of high quality, but he never expected it to be an SSS-level unique talent. If such a high level of talent were to appear during an awakening ceremony, it would be enough to alarm the entire human race's high command. Ignoring defense and distance, it always hits, and each attack deals 10% of the target's maximum health as damage. This effect is simply overpowered. Even without the bonus from the title of Lord of the Origin Realm, Jiang Chuan now has 15,000 health points, which means each arrow can deal an extra 1,500 damage. If you include his title, each of his attacks will deal a full 100,000 points of true damage that ignores defense. With E, he's like a human Barrett. Whoever he points at dies. Jiang Chuan's heart pounded wildly. Without the slightest hesitation, he roared, "Absorb!" In an instant, the remains of the divine tree erupted with an indescribable, powerful golden light, surging wildly into Jiang Chuan's body like a raging torrent. At the same time, the entire tree realm began to tremble violently. The earth cracked, roots as thick as mountains burst forth from the soil, and cracks were torn open in the sky, with turbulent void currents rushing in. The divine tree was the foundation of this world, but now that Jiang Chuan has extracted its foundation, the tree realm is heading towards complete destruction. Jiang Chuan opened his eyes, looking at the collapsing world, feeling no attachment whatsoever. He had already obtained the greatest benefit. What else was there to covet? Just before the world completely collapsed, he decisively chose to leave the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, less than 5 minutes remained until the agreed-upon half-hour period with Lu Qingshan. Chen Duhu yawned, his cloudy eyes half open. That's enough? I'm getting old. I can't keep going like this. Zhou Yuan glanced at his watch. 4.5 minutes left. Yuan Zi became even more anxious. Those who could come out have already come out. City Lord Lu, seal off the secret realm. Lu Qingshan hesitated for a moment, just about to speak, when a loud bang interrupted everyone. The group looked sharply toward the entrance, only to see the stone archway, covered in dark red cracks, collapse before their very eyes. Zhou Yuan was the first to rush forward, his face full of disbelief. The secret realm collapsed on its own? What happened? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Jiang Chuan was in free fall, completely bewildered due to the teleportation error caused by the collapse of the secret realm. Holy crap! With a thud, he plunged headfirst into the bushes. Fortunately, he was physically strong enough that he wasn't seriously injured, though his already damaged leather armor was completely torn apart by the branches. Jiang Chuan spat out the mud from his mouth, scrambled to his feet, and looked around in utter bewilderment. Where the hell is this place? Looking around, all that could be seen were endless mountains and forests, with distant mountains stretching as far as the eye could see. There were no official roads, no signs, and not a single person in sight. He opened the system map, only to find it completely blank. This place was beyond the signal range of Tianyuan City, and might even be outside the human territory. It's numb. However, Jiang Chuan was not flustered. With his current attributes, as long as he didn't encounter a top-tier expert, ordinary creatures would have little chance of threatening him. The real problem was that he hadn't prepared food and water for the long journey. First figure out where you are, then figure out how to get back. Jiang Chuan discerned the direction and remembered that Tianyuan City was in the south, so he headed straight south. Half an hour later, the woods ahead began to thin out, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. He quickened his pace, passed through the last patch of trees, and a clear stream came into view. The river is about 20 meters wide, with a gentle current, and the pebbles and fish on the riverbed are clearly visible. Jiang Chuan looked down and saw that he was covered in blood. His clothes were almost torn to shreds, and the stench on his body was unbearable even to himself. Perfect timing to take a shower. He quickly took off his clothes and jumped directly into the river. The river water was just the right temperature, and after washing away the blood and exhaustion, Jiang Chuan let out a comfortable sigh. He was washing his hair when he suddenly heard an unusual noise. Whoosh! Jiang Chuan poked his head out of the water, carefully discerning the source of the sound, and then his eyes lit up. That's the sound of fighting. There are people nearby. Chapter 19, Have you ever seen such a handsome savage? On the open ground by the riverbank, several human corpses lay scattered about, their bloodstains still wet and deeply embedded in the soil. A horrifying sight. Two groups of people are facing off in the arena. On one side are three human professionals, 2 men and 1 woman, all wearing the same dark blue uniform. They were covered in wounds, back to back forming a triangle, clearly driven to the brink of despair, yet still putting up a last stand. On the other side were 7 or 8 humanoid aliens, slightly shorter in stature, covered in short gray-brown fur, with cat faces, vertical pupils, pointed ears, and cattails trailing behind them. This is the Blood Cat clan, whose territory borders that of the human clan. They are known for their agility and ability to surround and kill in groups, making them one of the human clan's most formidable enemies. But among the group of Blood Cats stood a young man. He was also wearing a dark blue uniform, arms crossed, watching the 3 people as if it were a show. The Blood Cat clan and the human clan are sworn enemies, yet they did not attack him at this moment. Clearly, this ambush was orchestrated by him personally. His gaze fell on the girl, Su Yinyin, with a mocking tone. Stop struggling, accept my contract, and I can make your suffering less. Su Yinyin's face was deathly pale, her eyes red-rimmed, but she gritted her teeth and cursed. Lin Yueming, you colluded with foreign races and slaughtered your classmates. Even the Lin family can't protect you. Lin Yueming smiled gently, but the smile was tinged with cruelty. Who would spread the news? You, or these 2 people beside you who are about to die. Once you become my contracted servant, you won't even have the thought of disobeying me, let alone complain. His talent is called Emperor's Oath. Although it is only A level, its rarity is comparable to SSS level. It allows him to sign a contract with other professionals and share their attributes and talents. It sounds like a powerful alliance, but it's actually incredibly vicious. Once the contract takes effect, the bound party becomes the contractor's lifelong vassal, forever unable to resist. Calling her a vassal is an understatement. She's practically a slave. How could Su Yinyin, with her S-level talent, possibly willingly submit to an A-level professional? She had already rejected Lin Yueming back in the academy, but she never expected that he would not only not back down, but would also take advantage of her training trip to collude with the Blood Cat clan to force her to sign a contract. Su Yinyin gripped her short sword tightly and cried out in grief and indignation. Even if I die, I will not let you beast succeed. Lin Yueming's eyes turned cold, and he deliberately brought up another name. Do you remember your friend Xin Yufei? Before she died, she was just as aloof as you. Fei Fei went missing. So it was you who did it. Su Yinin's tears rolled down her cheeks, and her teammates behind her also instantly turned red. One of the boys roared and charged forward with his sword, but was held back by his teammates. Don't be impulsive. He's just trying to provoke you. Charging out will only lead to your death. I'd rather die than suffer this humiliation. Then I'll grant your wish. Lin Yueming waved his hand, and the blood cat assassin immediately pounced out. A blood-red cat feigned an attack from the front, drawing out the boy's weakness, while another cat darted to the side like a ghost and tore open his throat with a claw. Blood spurted into the river, quickly staining the water red. Su Yinin cried out in pain, Song Quan. Huang Yi, who was left behind, was not killed immediately. Instead, he was surrounded by 4 blood cats and tortured like a cat playing with a mouse, with each claw and knife being used to stab him. Lin Yueming asked with a smile, Su Yinin, I'll ask you one last time, sign or not. If you sign, I'll give him a quick death. With a single glance from him, Huang Yi's arm was ripped off by the blood cat. Despite the excruciating pain, Huang Yi continued to hurl insults at Lin Yueming. Lin Yueming said expressionlessly, You're stubborn. Tear your mouth off too. Wait. Su Yinin's knuckles turned white from clenching her fists. Finally, unable to bear seeing her teammates suffer any longer because of her, she said, Release Huang Yi, and I. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind the reeds, interrupting her. Everyone turned around at the same time and saw a wet head peeking out from the reeds. Jiang Chuan's upper body was completely naked, with water droplets sliding down his muscle lines. His lower body was only covered by a few tattered pieces of cloth, barely covering his vital parts. He really looked like a savage, but he looked annoyed and complained seriously. If you're going to fight, then fight. Can you please stop throwing corpses into the river? What if you hit the small fish and shrimp? Even if you don't manage to hit any small fish or shrimp, shouldn't you at least pay attention to environmental hygiene? I just washed it clean. Lin Yueming's smile froze, and he frowned, shouting, Where did this savage come from? Jiang Chuan immediately became displeased. Are you blind? Have you ever seen a savage as handsome as me? Lin Yueming's face darkened. No matter who you are, you've interrupted my good time, so don't even think about leaving here alive. A blood-red cat assassin roared and pounced on Jiang Chuan, moving so fast that it was just a blur. Jiang Chuan didn't even bother to look and casually threw a punch, which slammed heavily into the blood cat's chest, the sound of bones cracking ringing out. The blood cat flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into 4 or 5 large trees as thick as bowls, before finally embedding itself in a tree trunk. It twitched twice and then fell silent. The remaining 7 blood cats instantly bristled, their ears pricked up and backs arched, emitting threatening hiss. Lin Yueming's pupils suddenly contracted. This savage, who killed a 4th-tier blood cat assassin with a single punch, just who was he? Chapter 20 The Emperor's Oath. Such an insane talent. Jiang Chuan wiped the blood off his fist and stared expressionlessly at the remaining 7 blood cat assassins. The cat-like monsters hunched over, their fur standing on end, hissing and growling, but none of them dared to charge forward again. Lin Yueming's face turned ashen. He had killed a 4th-tier blood cat assassin with a single punch, which meant he possessed the strength of at least a 6th-tier expert. Jiang Chuan has no aura of combat profession, yet he is so ridiculously strong. What is his background? Friend, Lin Yueming immediately put on a smiling face. This matter has nothing to do with you today. Name your price. How much would it take for you to pretend you didn't see anything? Jiang Chuan ignored him and looked at Su Yinin first. Hope rekindled in Su Yinin's eyes, and she cried out in a sob. Senior, he colluded with alien races and harmed his own people. He is a disgrace to humanity. Please kill him. Jiang Chuan thought for a moment and said calmly, Listen, it's no different from being a traitor. He turned to look at Lin Yueming, his calm gaze as if he were looking at a dead man. You want me to name my price? Jiang Chuan grinned. Fine, you name your price too. How much is your life worth? Lin Yueming's smile froze instantly. He took a step back and roared, Attack! Kill him! The 7 blood cat assassins acted simultaneously, no longer attacking head-on, but instead spreading out to surround Jiang Chuan from different directions. Speed is what they excel at, but Jiang Chuan is even faster than them. With a loud bang, a deep pit was created in the ground, and Jiang Chuan disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, his fist had already smashed into the head of a blood cat. One punch, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Another blood cat leaped up the tree trunk, attempting to launch a sneak attack from the air, but Jiang Chuan grabbed its tail and slammed it back to the ground. The monster was dizzy from the fall and was about to struggle when Jiang Chuan stomped on its head and crushed it. The remaining 5 blood cats were completely terrified, their pupils shrinking to slits and their tails tucked tightly between their legs. They were 4th-tier assassins, elites even within the Bloodcat clan, yet they didn't even have a right to resist this shirtless man. With a piercing meow, the remaining 4 blood cats turned and fled, darting off in different directions. Jiang Chuan did not pursue, but simply made a grasping motion with one hand, and a magnificent golden longbow appeared in his palm. Trying to run? I'd like to see if you can run faster, or if my arrows can run faster. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air, instantly piercing the chest of a blood cat, its momentum undiminished, even piercing through a large tree in front of it. Then, the 2nd arrow, the 3rd arrow, the 4th arrow, and the 5th arrow. As long as he remains within Jiang Chuan's sight, no matter where the blood cat assassin flees, he cannot escape the tracking arrows that will inevitably hit him. After 5 arrows, all 8 blood cat assassins were killed. The riverbank was deathly silent, with only the flowing river and the painful groans of the boy with the missing arm. Lin Yueming's face was as white as paper. He looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground, and then at Jiang Chuan, who was covered in blood and looked like a demon lord. His voice trembled uncontrollably. You can't kill me. My father is Lin Kanglin, the head of the Lin family in Tianke City, a 7th-level expert. If you kill me, the Lin family will not let you get away with it. Jiang Chuan walked towards him, his steps slow, yet each step felt like a blow to Lin Yueming's heart. A 7th-tier expert. Jiang Chuan nodded. Pretty impressive. Lin Yueming thought he was scared, so he hurriedly shouted, "Good thing you know. Leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened. You dare lay a finger on me." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Chuan flicked a pebble, severing his right hand. Lin Yueming screamed and fell to his knees, clutching his severed arm, howling in pain like a pig being slaughtered. And then, Jiang Chuan asked calmly. Lin Yueming completely broke down, crying out, "What do you want? Let me go. I'll give you anything you want." Jiang Chuan ignored him and looked at Su Yining instead. "You're coming?" Su Yining gripped the short sword tightly, tears finally streaming down her face. She took a deep breath, and dragging her trembling body, she walked step by step toward Lin Yueming. "Su Yining, we're classmates. You can't kill me." Lin Yueming desperately backed away. "The academy will find out. You'll be punished too." Su Yining did not stop. She stood in front of Lin Yueming, her arms trembling violently with anger and sorrow, and raised her short sword. "This sword is for Chen Yufei, and also for all the classmates you killed." With a soft thud, the short sword pierced Lin Yueming's back heart. His pupils suddenly dilated, he struggled a few times, and finally collapsed into a pool of blood, never to make a sound again. The riverbank fell completely silent, the wind rustled the reeds, and the river flowed gurglingly. Su Yining dropped the short sword, silently shedding tears, and forced back her grief as she said, "Thank you, senior." Jiang Chuan waved his hand. "Go see your friend first." Su Yining suddenly realized what was happening and quickly went to stop Huang Yi's bleeding. Jiang Chuan then searched through the corpses of the blood cat assassins. Extraction successful. Agility plus 20. The 8 blood cats added a total of 160 points to his agility, which was another significant boost. Then, Jiang Chuan arrived at Lin Yueming's corpse. If the alien race could extract it, what could humans extract? Seeing that Su Yining was focused on saving people, he placed his hand on the corpse, and a golden light flashed as his talent quietly activated. Extractable talent detected. Imperial Oath. Absorb now. Imperial Oath. Rank A, 1 star, can be bound to any target. After the contract is formed, the user gains all attribute bonuses and talent abilities of the target, and can also share their own attribute bonuses with the target. Current number of contracts available, 0/1. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. There's actually such an abnormal talent in the Origin realm. Chapter 21, 100% chance of obtaining talent. Such abnormal talent, and it's only A level? Jiang Chuan thought for a moment, and quickly understood the reason. Although the Emperor's Oath was powerful, it did not provide any combat power bonus. Moreover, once a contract is signed, the other party will become the contractor's slave. Few truly high-level professionals would be willing to accept such a constraint. Therefore, this talent can usually only be used to form contracts with alien races that are weaker than oneself, and its effect is limited, so it is naturally difficult to break through the S-level rating. But in Jiang Chuan's hands, the meaning is completely different. He doesn't need to rely on accumulating other people's attributes to become stronger, but he can use the imperial oath to create absolutely loyal and powerful subordinates. The uses of his talent are clearly far more amazing than they appear on the surface. A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind him. Jiang Chuan instantly absorbed the talent, then turned around as if nothing had happened. Su Yining stood not far away, her face still wet with tears, but she had calmed down considerably. She bowed deeply to Jiang Chuan. "Thank you so much, Senior. I really don't know what I would have become without you. It was just a small favor." Jiang Chuan waved his hand, but his gaze fell on the corpse on the ground. He casually asked, "Do you want me to help you collect the body?" Su Yining was taken aback for a moment, then quickly waved her hand. "I won't trouble you with this, Senior." Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Chuan had already walked to the first corpse. Su Yining looked at his back, and a wave of emotion welled up in her heart. Jiang Chuan had no interest in her thoughts. He squatted down, placed his palm on the corpse, and activated the extraction of all things instantly. Extraction successful. Acquired talent Iron Wall, rank C. Iron Wall reduces physical damage by 35% and magical and range damage by 25%. A dull metallic sheen flashed across Jiang Chuan's skin. He pressed his skin and could clearly feel that it had become much firmer. A C-level talent was obtained so easily. Jiang Chuan's mind raced. So far, he had extracted targets from 3 categories: equipment, alien races, and humans. Equipment only provides attributes, and most alien races also provide attributes. Only the most powerful individual leaders have the chance to drop talents. Human professionals, however, seem to be the most unique. Does this mean that all professionals will lose their talents upon death? Jiang Chuan immediately walked towards the second corpse. Extraction successful. Acquired talent. Rapid healing, rank C. Rapid healing significantly enhances wound healing and increases self-inflicted healing effects by 30%. The third body. Extraction successful. Acquired talent spell mastery, rank C. Spell mastery reduces spell cost by 35%, making it easier to grasp magical essence. The fourth body. Extraction successful. Talent power enhancement obtained, rank C. Strength enhancement. Strength attribute increased by an additional 25%. Strength judgment bonus increased by an additional 50%. Jiang Chuan was completely stunned. Including Lin Yueming, there are 5 professional corpses here. He obtained 1 A-grade talent and 4 C-grade talents from them. 5 people, 5 types of talents, and it really was a 100% drop rate. An ordinary professional can only possess 1 awakened talent in their lifetime. Now, Jiang Chuan has mastered a total of 7 talents. What's even more terrifying is that he clearly hasn't reached his limit yet, and seems to be able to absorb indefinitely. Is this the true application of the extract from all things method? He devoured the talents of all humanity, gathered billions of abilities into one, and ultimately created an ultimate life form. The moment this thought crossed his mind, even Jiang Chuan himself was startled. He remained calm for a moment. Then, to complete the act, he moved all the corpses together before approaching Su Yining and Huang Yi. At that moment, Su Yining was frantically bandaging Huang Yi's wounds. "Let me take a look." Jiang Chuan stepped forward to check on Huang Yi's condition. Huang Yi's right arm was completely severed below the elbow. The cut was a bloody mess, and although it was tightly bound with cloth strips to stop the bleeding, he had lost too much blood. His face was as white as paper, his lips were blue, and his pupils were starting to dilate. Jiang Chuan frowned. The rapid healing he had just received only enhanced the treatment effect. It didn't grant him healing abilities out of thin air. Unless a miracle cure can be found now, Huang Yi is beyond saving. Su Yining raised her head, her red and swollen eyes filled with a last glimmer of hope. "Senior, how is he?" Jiang Chuan remained silent for 2 seconds, then slowly shook his head. Su Yining lowered her head, tears falling again. "It's all because of me. Don't rush to blame yourself." Jiang Chuan interrupted her and asked directly, "What exactly is Lin Yueming and the Lin family's background? And where did you come from?" Su Yining wiped away her tears and forced back her sobs as she said, "The Lin family is a prominent clan in Tianke City. They once had an 8th-level expert who served as a heavenly general in the Heavenly Pavilion. Although that powerful figure has long since passed away, the Lin family still has several 7th-level experts in charge, holding a very high position in Tianke City. We come from Starcrown Academy in Tianke City." We were ordered to go to Tianyuan City to welcome this year's new students, but unexpectedly, Lin Yueming colluded with alien races and suddenly launched an attack halfway there. She didn't continue, because Jiang Chuan had already witnessed the tragedy that followed. Originally, there were 7 people traveling together, but now only Su Yining is the survivor. Tianke City is the capital of the human race, and Tiange is the highest authority of the human race. The 12 on-duty Tian generals, plus 1 Tiange marshal, jointly decide the future of the entire human race. The Lin family once had a powerful general in charge, so their background is indeed not to be underestimated. Jiang Chuan continued to ask, Star Crown Academy, is that the number 1 higher academy for the human race? Su Yining nodded gently. After humans awaken their talents at the age of 16, they can enter higher education institutions for further study. However, such opportunities are extremely rare, and those below the sea level are almost never qualified to have them. So no one had ever mentioned this to Jiang Chuan before. As for higher academies like Star Crown Academy, there are only 3 such academies in the entire human race. Jiang Chuan immediately became interested. How many new students are there in Tianyuan City this year? Is there one named Ling Aoshuang? Su Yining lowered her head and thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, there are only 5 new students in Tianyuan City this year, and none of them are named Ling Aoshuang. You saw everything in Chapter 22, right? Jiang Chuan was somewhat surprised. Ling Aoshuang had an S-level talent and was the top awakened talent in Tianyuan City this year. Could it be that she couldn't even meet the requirements of Xingyan Academy? Su Yining was equally puzzled, as Ling Aoshuang was not on the list submitted by Tianyuan City. According to the rules, S-level talents could enjoy special admissions, not taking up city quotas, and their tuition was waived. She herself was a special admission student. Could it be that Ling Aoshuang voluntarily gave up her chance to enter the school? Jiang Chuan frowned, but thought it was unlikely. Although the Dark Moon Legion is an S-rank legion, it is no match for Star Crown Academy. Star Crown Academy has trained several heavenly generals, and even has the current heavenly general serving as its principal. Ling Aoshuang has no reason to give up such an opportunity, unless there are other hidden reasons. But then he thought, what does Ling Aoshuang's choice have to do with him? They've only spoken twice. He has no right to worry about her future. Jiang Chuan then asked, since the list of students admitted to the school is submitted by each city, can it still be changed before it is finalized? Su Yining thought for a moment and said that accidents happen every year, and the list of names does change frequently. Jiang Chuan immediately had an idea. Tianyuan City was a small place with only a few high-level secret realms. If he could get a spot in Xingyan Academy, his development there would be far better than staying here. However, each city only has 5 slots per year, and the interests involved are far from simple. This matter still needs to be planned carefully. Huang Yi's body was completely cold. Jiang Chuan placed him among the other corpses and casually activated the all-encompassing extraction. Extraction successful. Acquired talent critical strike, rank B. When an attack hits an enemy's weak point, a critical hit is guaranteed, with an initial critical hit damage of 200%. This talent is quite good. Combined with S guaranteed hit, it can almost always result in a critical hit. While moving the body, Jiang Chuan casually asked about Su Yining's talent, saying that it was okay not to mention it if it was inconvenient to talk about. Su Yining was silent for a moment, then whispered, mental blast is rank. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. This wasn't just polite talk. Those with spiritual talents were always superior. In the origin realm, there were very few ways to defend against spiritual attacks. There had once been a human with a 6th-tier spiritual talent who had directly defeated an 8th-tier alien king. For this reason, the Federation later raised the ratings of all mental talents. Su Yining lowered her eyes, her tone bitter. If I had developed my talent to a higher level, that beast Lin Yueming wouldn't have had a chance. Jiang Chuan offered no words of comfort. Distracting her might help, but ultimately, she had to overcome that shadow on her own. He found some dry wood, piled the body on it, and then asked Su Yining if there was any fire. Su Yining was depressed and wanted to bury the body so that at least her parents could come and identify it when she got back. Jiang Chuan told her that wild animals have such a keen sense of smell that they will be dug up no matter how deep they are buried, and cremation is the best way to deal with them. Su Yining sniffed and took out a tinderbox. Let me do it. Flames quickly ignited, gradually engulfing several corpses. Long-suppressed emotions surged forth. Su Yining, exhausted, stumbled and grabbed Jiang Chuan's arm for support. The moment she was touched, her face turned from pale to deathly white. A system notification popped up in front of Jiang Chuan's eyes. The All Things Extraction function would automatically search for extractable items on the target when it was close enough. Extractable talent detected. Telepathy S rank. Through physical contact, one can perceive the target's strong emotions and subconscious thoughts. The longer the contact, the deeper the perception. The fire crackled, but the area was deathly silent. Jiang Chuan finally understood why Su Yining said her talent development wasn't sufficient. If her senses were just a little sharper, she could have detected Lin Yueming's malice earlier and completely prevented him from taking action. And now, she has clearly seen, through their contact, what Jiang Chuan should never have known. After a long silence, Jiang Chuan sighed helplessly. "You saw it all, didn't you?" Su Yining looked up as if she had been electrocuted, her lips trembling. "No, senior. I didn't see anything." "You're lying." Jiang Chuan stepped forward, his expression calm and without any coercive action. But Su Yining felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. She instinctively stepped back until her back hit a tree trunk, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. She completely broke down. She had just escaped Lin Yueming's clutches, only to fall into Jiang Chuan's hands in the blink of an eye. "Senior, you are a good person. I know you won't kill me." Su Yining's eyes reddened. "I swear in the name of the Origin Realm that I will never reveal a single word of your secret." The oath sworn in the name of the Origin Realm imposes extremely heavy constraints on professionals. But Jiang Chuan dare not gamble. Whether it's his identity as a transmigrator, his rule-level talent, or his achievement at the pinnacle of all races, any one of these things, if leaked, would be enough to bring him utter destruction. A deep red light appeared in Jiang Chuan's palm. "Now that you've seen my secret, you should understand that I can't let you leave. But I'm not one to kill innocent people indiscriminately. So I'll give you two choices. First, form a contract with me. I won't interfere too much in your life, and I can even share my power with you when necessary. You've seen my strength. I'm definitely not someone like Lin Yueming." He didn't mention a second option, but Su Yining clearly understood what that meant. Su Yining stared at him with her large, watery eyes, looking at him with a fragile expression. But taking advantage of Jiang Chuan's inattention, she suddenly turned and ran away. Jiang Chuan had plenty of time to stop her, but he let her run 100 meters before leisurely chasing after her. "It seems you've made your choice." Chapter 23. Are you unhappy? Then I'll be happy. 3 days later, the city gate of Tianyuan City finally came into view. The communicator had barely connected to the signal when it started ringing incessantly. Jiang Chuan opened it and saw that the vast majority of the messages were from his parents. The teleportation to the secret realm went wrong, and he was out of contact for 3 whole days. His parents must be frantic with worry. Jiang Chuan patted Su Yining's thigh, telling her to go find the city lord first to confirm the list of students admitted to Star Crown Academy this year. "I'll go home first to let you know I'm safe, and then we'll find a chance to meet up tonight." Su Yining blushed slightly and nodded obediently. "Yes, master." Jiang Chuan almost choked on his saliva and quickly reminded him, "Don't call me that in front of others. Call me senior." "Yes, senior." Watching Su Yining ride the wooden kite into the city, Jiang Chuan once again felt the domineering power of the Imperial Oath. This A-level talent will not change the contractor's memories, personality, or cognition, but it will fundamentally distort her attitude towards the contractor. The current Su Yining is still the same Su Yining, but she will obey Jiang Chuan 100%, and she will not hesitate even if Jiang Chuan tells her to die. To remove this influence, either Jiang Chuan must voluntarily abandon the contract, or a professional with mental cultivation far surpassing his must forcibly sever the connection. Otherwise, even if Jiang Chuan dies, Su Yining will also die directly, and the contract will still not be broken. Jiang Chuan certainly wouldn't easily let go of this card. Su Yining's status as a member of the elite class at Xingnian Academy carried significant weight within the Federation. No matter what she does, many powerful figures will give her some face. Jiang Chuan also needs to use her identity to get a spot at Star Crown Academy. He looked down at the unread messages, a total of 47, 43 of which were from his mother, Wang Xilan. The remaining 2 messages were sent by his father, Jiang Mingyuan, and the other 2 were from Shun Erbio, a scavenger who had found another batch of scrap equipment and asked if he would still buy it. Jiang Chuan opened his mother's message and felt a pang of sadness. From Son, "Are you coming home for dinner today?" to "Are you even here?" to "Don't scare Mom. Reply as soon as you see me." Later, his mother contacted the firefighting team and learned that he had not checked in for 2 consecutive days, and the tone of his message had changed from anxiety to fear and helplessness. Jiang Chuan immediately dialed back, and the call was connected after only one ring. On the other end of the phone, Wang Xiulan's voice was urgent and hoarse, as if she had just been crying, "Jiang Chuan? Mom, it's me. Where the hell have you been?" Wang Xiulan suddenly raised her voice. 3 days. A full 3 days. We hadn't heard a word from you. Your father and I were worried you had disappeared. She couldn't say anything more, only suppressed sobs. Jiang Chuan's nose tingled, and he explained softly, "I'm fine. There was a little accident, and I couldn't connect to the city's internet. I spent a few days in the countryside, and I'm back now. What are you, the disassembler, doing in these deep mountains and forests?" Jiang Chuan opened his mouth but couldn't tell the truth, so he could only vaguely say, "It was an accident." Wang Xiulan remained silent for a moment, but ultimately did not press the matter. She only complained, "Your father went to beg Commander Su again to find you, and he sent people to search for you for 2 days. You child, why are you so troublesome?" Jiang Chuan's heart sank. His father had already used up the favor he owed to save his life, to send him into the fiery battle group. Now, troubling Su Lai again would only make the debt of gratitude even heavier. He quickly hung up the phone and dialed his father's number again. Jiang Mingyuan's tired voice came through. "You're back. Dad, I'm home. It's good that you're back." Instead of scolding him, his father made Jiang Chuan feel even worse. He was about to apologize when he was interrupted. "Don't say anything more. It's good that you're back. Go to the battle group and apologize to Commander Su. He sent out several teams to look for you, which caused a lot of trouble. You should remember this favor." Jiang Chuan responded in a low voice and turned to head towards Qingzhou Lane. The banner of the blazing battle group fluttered in the wind, but the courtyard was empty. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Su Lai coming down from the second floor. The leader of the blazing fire battle group, Su Yao's father, is a peak 5th-tier professional. Beneath his dark red armor, he is broad-shouldered and burly, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. He is even more imposing in person than in the news photos. Su Lai walked up to Jiang Chuan and looked down at him, asking, "Jiang Chuan?" "Yes." Su Lai glanced at him a few times, his tone calm, but revealing obvious dissatisfaction. "Your father asked me to help you find a job. I put you in Yao Yao's team, not because you're so outstanding, but because your father has been kind to me. You were absent without reason on the first day of reporting, did not participate in the training on the second day, and went missing on the 3rd day. Yao Yao said you were taking advantage of your elders to break the rules, and I didn't believe it at first. But now it seems she was being too lenient." Jiang Chuan was speechless, because what Su Lai said was indeed true. He couldn't very well explain to Su Yao's father that Su Yao had hired another disassembler and was excluding him, saying that would only make him look worse. Su Lai's tone softened slightly, but it still carried a reprimand. "Your father has had a hard life. He worked day and night mining while injured, supporting your education and your awakening. He even swallowed his pride and begged me. Just wanted to find a way out for you. You've been here for almost a week, but you haven't even acted properly. Uncle Su, it's me. Don't call me uncle." Su Lai raised his hand to interrupt. "In the battle group, I am the leader, and you are a member. Rules are rules. I'll let it slide this time because you're young and naive. But if it happens again, no matter whose son you are, the Blazing Fire Squad won't spare you." After saying that, Su Lai walked out of the courtyard without looking back. Jiang Chuan stood there, silently letting out a sigh of relief. Just then, a strange, sarcastic voice came from behind. "Hey, who's this? You've been missing for 3 whole days, causing the entire battle group to mobilize. I thought you died out there." Jiang Chuan turned around and saw Zhao Han's smug face. Zhao sneered. "To be honest, you'd be better off dying out there, so you don't come back and bother everyone." Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. "You're unhappy to see me? Nonsense." Before Zhao Han could finish speaking, his vision blurred and Jiang Chuan was already in front of him. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhao Han's eyes bulged out, his whole body arched like a boiled shrimp. His face instantly turned red, and he couldn't even let out a scream. Jiang Chuan patted his shoulder and said calmly, "Thanks to you, I'm much happier now." Chapter 24 Impossible, absolutely impossible. A clear fist mark was etched into Zhao Han's light steel armor. He curled up on the ground, panting in pain, unable to catch his breath for a long time. In reality, Jiang Chuan didn't even use 1% of his strength. If he had gone all out, Zhao Han would probably have been blown to bits on the spot. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiaoan ran out and looked at Zhao Han lying on the ground, her face full of surprise. What happened to him? Jiang Chuan didn't answer and turned to leave. Lin Xiaoan hurriedly called out to him. "Jiang Chuan, wait. Sister Su Yao said you should go find her as soon as you get back." "Where is she?" "She went out on errands." Go to the office and wait for her. Don't leave. Jiang Chuan left without looking back. He could tolerate Su Lai's reprimand because Su Lai genuinely cared for him and had taken concrete actions. Who does Su Yao think she is? Making him wait for her? Does she even deserve it? Jiang Chuan had already figured it out. He could repay the favor he owed Su Lai later, and there was no need to waste any more time playing this childish game with Su Yao. As for their parents, this should also let some information out of them. If they really get a spot at Star Crown Academy, there's no way to keep it secret. At this time, the 4th floor of the Craftsman's Pavilion. The furnishings here are far more luxurious than downstairs. The floor is paved with black jade, and each piece of equipment in the rosewood display cases is individually protected by glass covers. When the lights shine on them, they shimmer and gleam, clearly indicating their high value. Su Yao leaned against the leather sofa by the window, holding a cup of spiritual tea. Her best friend Zhou Wanqing sat opposite her, with Zhou Wanqing's brother Zhou Cheng'an and Li Mingyuan from the Li family in the east of the city also present. Several pieces of silver equipment were laid out in front of them, in excellent condition and at an astonishing price. Zhou Wanqing pushed a silver wristband aside and asked casually, Yao Yao, I heard your guild recently got a new member? Su Yao paused slightly in her tea-serving hand. Where did you hear that from? Do we even need to hear about it? It's been all over the place for a while now. Zhou Wanqing rested her chin on her hand, her face full of anticipation. They all say, Commander, Su wants to marry you off to his benefactor's son, that Jiang Chuan. Zhou Qing'an and Li Mingyuan looked over at the same time. Su Yao came from a prominent family and was exceptionally beautiful, making her the object of pursuit for countless young men in the city, and the two of them were no exception. Su Yao's face turned cold, and she slammed her teacup down. Nonsense! Seeing her anger, Zhou Wanqing quickly took her arm. I was just worried about you. Seeing how angry you are, is that Jiang Chuan really that bad? Su Yao sneered. An F-level disassembler, whose father mines and whose mother is a seamstress. The family's income combined is not enough for me to buy a single piece of equipment. But he has a lot of bad habits, is unruly, and doesn't even understand basic rules. What makes someone like that fit into the fighting group? Zhou Qing'an frowned and said, Uncle Su is indeed too sentimental. Keeping someone like that in the group is not only incompetent, but also likely to cause trouble. Li Mingyuan then suggested, how about I get someone to teach him a lesson? Su Yao was clearly tempted, but ultimately shook her head. Forget it. I'm going to Tianke City next week. There's no need to bother with a piece of trash. Zhou Wanqing's eyes flickered. You're going to Tianke City? Could it be? Li Mingyuan blurted out. You got a spot at Star Crown Academy? Zhou Cheng'an froze, his voice tinged with bitterness. Tianyuan City only had 5 spots in total, and Lu Zhou, Chun Ping, the Yuan family, and the disciple of Imperial Censor Zhou had already taken 4 of them. The last spot was highly sought after. No one expected that it would end up in Su Yao's hands. Li Mingyuan picked up his teacup, feeling uneasy. Star Crown Academy gathered geniuses from across the country. Once Su Yao went there, her standards would inevitably rise. Would she still look down on them afterward? The atmosphere gradually fell silent. An invisible, thick distance had formed between Su Yao and them. Su Yao didn't explain, but simply took a sip of tea, her gaze fixed on the street outside the window, lost in thought. Just then, footsteps came from the stairwell. Everyone looked up and saw a man and a woman walking up. The young man in front was dressed in gray cloth, about 17 or 18 years old, with a decent appearance, but he looked particularly simple amidst the glittering jewelry in the room. Following behind him was Xing'er, who had just been promoted to sales manager. Dressed in a gold and red Chong Sam, her slender figure was particularly eye-catching. Su Yao's pupils contracted sharply when she saw the boy's face clearly. Jiang Chuan. She was about to speak when she realized that Xing'er hadn't stopped at all and was leading Jiang Chuan straight to the 5th floor. The 5th floor of the Craftsman's Pavilion is the most prestigious equipment trading venue in Tianyuan City. Only those with a Diamond membership card are eligible to enter. The threshold for Diamond membership is a cumulative spending of 1 million. In the entire Tianyuan City, there are no more than 20 people who possess this card, and each of them is an incredibly wealthy individual. The gold membership card in Su Yao's hand was given to her by Su Lai, and her total spending was only a little over 200,000 yuan. She had only been to the 5th floor once, and that was with Su Lai. But now, Jiang Chuan, the poor and useless man she called him, is actually heading towards the 5th floor. Su Yao was completely stunned. Zhou Wanqing sensed something was wrong. Yao Yao, do you know him? Su Yao didn't answer. That profile did resemble Jiang Chuan, But how could Jiang Chuan possibly possess a diamond membership card from the Craftsman's Pavilion? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhou Cheng'an asked in surprise. Who is this young man? When did such a person appear in our circle? Li Mingyuan guessed. To be able to get a diamond membership card, one must be either rich or noble, and might be the illegitimate son of some battle group leader. How dare an illegitimate child be so ostentatious? Perhaps he's from out of town. I've never heard of him in Tianyuan City. Su Yao held the teacup, her fingers tightening until her knuckles turned white. She stared at the empty stairwell, countless thoughts churning in her mind, each one like a needle piercing her heart. Chapter 25, My Secret is Deadly. Are you sure you want to hear it? The fifth floor's decor is completely different from the 4 floors below. There are no display cases, light shows, or equipment decorations, only a floor-to-ceiling window that offers a panoramic view of Tianyuan City. Rooftops, spires, and distant mountains unfold in layers, like a magnificent scroll painting. Underfoot lies the soft, cotton-like hide of an unknown animal, and a faint sandalwood scent lingers in the air. As Jiang Chuan stepped onto the last step, only one thought remained in his mind. It's so good to be rich. Shinger stopped in front of him, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, the pavilion master is already waiting for you inside. Jiang Chuan was taken aback. Shinger hadn't mentioned the pavilion master before. He was only there to sell a few pieces of gold equipment and didn't want to complicate things too much. Shinger explained that he was a newly promoted diamond member of the Craftsman's Pavilion and should be personally received by the pavilion master. She also assured him that the pavilion master was very kind. Jiang Chuan didn't ask any more questions and walked straight into the hall. A long table was placed in front of the French windows. A woman in a purple dress stood up when she heard the sound. Her face was covered with a light veil, revealing only her clear, bright green eyes. She introduced herself as Yuan Zi, the head of the Craftsman's Pavilion. Her voice was young, and her manner was very polite as she invited Jiang Chuan to sit down. Yuan Zi didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly if he wanted to do another business deal. Jiang Chuan was just as straightforward, taking out a golden two-handed greatsword and a golden shield from his backpack. Both pieces of equipment were in excellent condition. Although not top tier, they would certainly find buyers in Tianyuan City. What truly surprised Yuan Zi was how Jiang Chuan, an F-rank disassembler from a poor background, could produce gold-grade equipment. She examined the shield closely, praising its superb craftsmanship and exceptional materials, and immediately offered a price. 700,000 for the shield and 600,000 for the greatsword. The price was higher than Jiang Chuan had expected. He sipped the slightly bitter yet sweet tea and calmly nodded, "Deal." Shinger quickly collected the equipment and transferred the money to Jiang Chuan's account. Looking at the number, Jiang Chuan was in a good mood, but he didn't rush to leave. He suggested buying some things to replenish his qi and blood. Yuan Zi didn't ask any questions, and Shinger quickly brought over a wooden box containing a 100-year-old snow lingji mushroom, a 300-year-old ginseng, and several other precious medicinal herbs. Yuan Zi then took out a bottle of dragon tiger pills, saying that it was produced by Fountain of Youth and had a nourishing effect on older professionals who were deficient in qi and blood. She specifically emphasized older professionals, clearly indicating she had already investigated Jiang Chuan's parents' situation. Jiang Chuan remained expressionless, only asking how much money he would receive. Yuan Zi said it was just a small gift, and she had heard that his parents were in poor health, so she gave it to him as a token of her appreciation. Jiang Chuan looked at her for 2 seconds, then smiled and thanked her on behalf of his parents. After several rounds of tea, Jiang Chuan still hadn't gotten up. He looked at Yuan Zi and bluntly stated, "Sect leader Yuan's personal visit to me must be more than just a casual chat." Yuan Zi admitted that there were indeed some things she couldn't understand. She had checked Jiang Chuan's spending records. He had spent over 1 million yuan in less than 3 days since registering as a member. However, the data shows that Jiang Chuan is only a newly awakened F-level decomposer, and his parents are just ordinary workers. They shouldn't have so much money at all. Further investigation revealed that Jiang Chuan had sold a large quantity of materials, worth nearly 1 million, to Baibao Trading Company under the name of the Blazing Fire Battle Group. Jiang Chuan wasn't surprised at all. Such extravagant spending wouldn't escape the notice of anyone with a keen eye. Moreover, he had already ascertained his own financial situation from Su Yining over the past few days. With his current combat strength, he can at least fight against a 7th-tier professional. The highest-ranking official in Tianyuan City is only a 7th tier, so he can indeed have fewer concerns. He asked Yuan Zi if she suspected those things were of dubious origin. Yuan Zi smiled and denied it, saying that those were Jiang Chuan's private matters and she had no right to inquire. But there was one thing she couldn't understand. Jiang Chuan had entered the tree mystic realm, and on the very day the realm was destroyed. Jiang Chuan then realized that his completion of the nightmare difficulty level had actually destroyed the entire tree mystic realm. Yuanzi was also present at the time and paid special attention to Jiang Chuan when she saw the list of missing persons. After the destruction of the secret realm, Jiang Chuan also disappeared, and she originally thought he had perished. But now, Jiang Chuan sat unharmed before her. Yuanzi leaned forward slightly, staring at him as she asked, "How exactly did you survive?" Jiang Chuan only replied with 4 words, "This is my secret." Yuanzi smiled and said, "Everyone has secrets, and secrets are precisely the most valuable things in the world. As a businesswoman, she enjoys dealing with people who have secrets." Jiang Chuan leaned down, his voice calm. "What if my secret is deadly to you?" Yuanzi's smile froze slightly. Then she clapped her hands and said that she just wanted to do business with him, and there was no need to be so wary. Before she could finish speaking, a towering figure emerged from behind her. A heavy, mountain-like aura erupted, pressing down fiercely on Jiang Chuan. Yuanzi was trying to intimidate him. Jiang Chuan sneered, and his figure vanished abruptly, leaving only the chair trembling slightly in place. The next moment, a heavy thud echoed from the 5th floor. When Jiang Chuan reappeared, he was already standing in the same spot where the burly man had been. The burly man was sent flying by his punch, his body embedded deep in the wall, his fate unknown. Jiang Chuan walked up to Yuanzi, who was stiff all over, and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "Sect Master Yuan, do you still want to hear my secret now?" Chapter 26: The Secret of the Craftsman's Pavilion. Yuanzi places a bet. Yuanzi was pinned to the seat by Jiang Chuan with one hand, her whole body stiff, not daring to struggle even slightly, cold sweat constantly sliding down her forehead. The burly man who was blasted away by Jiang Chuan's punch was Zhao Taizhan, her strongest bodyguard, a level 65 berserker with a physique as powerful as a savage dragon. Zhao Taizhan once single-handedly destroyed the Blood Cat clan's lair, and in Tianyuan City, where only 7th-tier experts were stationed at the highest level, he belonged to the top group of people. More importantly, he had followed Yuanzi for 12 years, remaining loyal and never failing. Yet now he had been blasted away by a single punch from Jiang Chuan, who had only recently awakened, and his fate was unknown. Yuanzi stared at Jiang Chuan, her emerald eyes filled with nothing but fear and shock. Was this guy a human, or a monster in human skin? "Mr. Jiang, I have offended you. Please forgive me." Her attitude had completely changed, with no more probing. Jiang Chuan looked at her calmly. "An apology? Is it just words?" Yuanzi trembled and immediately took out a gold note. "This is 1 million bearer notes from Black Star Trading Company. Please accept it." Jiang Chuan, seeing this for the first time, asked what the difference was between paper money and cash. Yuanzi dared not hide anything and explained that human cash could only circulate within the Federation, while the Black Star Trading Company was spread throughout the Origin Realm. Its precious notes are recognized even by foreign tribes. They can not only be exchanged for cash, but their actual value is often even higher. Jiang Chuan confirmed through telepathy that she wasn't lying, and then asked, "You also make deals with other races?" Yuanzi quickly explained that this was just normal business. Not all alien races are aggressive. Many peaceful races are technologically backward and need items manufactured by humans. Jiang Chuan nodded, gaining a better understanding of the Origin Realm. He then released her shoulders, but suddenly ripped off the veil covering her face. Beneath the veil was a smooth, exquisitely beautiful face. Yuanzi gasped and turned her head away, but Jiang Chuan pinched her chin and turned her face back. Her eyes were filled with anger and embarrassment. Jiang Chuan lightly brushed her cheek with his fingers and said with a faint smile, "You're so good-looking, it's not like you're ashamed to be seen by others. Why are you wearing a mask?" After saying that, he didn't press the matter further, but turned around and sat back down in his chair. "Tell me, what kind of business do you want to discuss with me?" Yuanzi took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. As a businesswoman, she knew best when to set aside her emotions and choose profit. After putting her veil back on, she first confirmed, "Mr. Jiang, are you really a first-tier professional?" Jiang Chuan said calmly, "You should have checked. I only recently awakened and haven't even been to the Temple of Job Change." Yuanzi nodded, then solemnly stated that the matter to be discussed next concerned the core secrets of the Craftsman's Pavilion, and she hoped that Jiang Chuan would not reveal it. After receiving the promise, she asked Jiang Chuan why. Despite the abundance of weapon refiners in Tianyuan City, the Craftsman's Pavilion was able to become the top brand. Jiang Chuan knew a little about it. It was said that the Craftsman's Pavilion had a higher success rate in forging and produced better quality equipment. Yuan Zi took out a wooden box and pushed it in front of him. A flame-colored crystal lay inside the box. Jiang Chuan's eyes flickered slightly after checking the information. Craftsman's Spirit Crystal, Grade D, containing the lifelong forging insights of a Grade D weapon refiner. Consuming it will increase forging talent by 1 level. Effective only on the first use. It can actually increase your talent level. Jiang Chuan was quite surprised. Yuan Zi said solemnly, "This thing comes from a special secret realm controlled by the Yuan family. It is precisely because of this that the Craftsman's Pavilion has always been able to surpass its competitors. However, 6 months ago, the secret realm began to show abnormalities, with the entrants increasingly rejecting high-level professionals. Initially, only 5th-level professionals could enter, then it became 3rd level, and now only 1st-level professionals are allowed to enter." Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. "So you got your eye on me?" Yuan Zi admitted that they had searched for more than a dozen top-tier individuals in the first rank, but all of them disappeared without a trace after entering the secret realm. She worried that if this dragged on any longer, even first-tier professionals wouldn't be able to enter, and the Yuan family would never be able to find out about the changes in the secret realm. What was the original danger level of the secret realm? 5th tier, Yuan Zi said bitterly. "We don't know what the situation is inside after the mutation." Jiang Chuan lightly tapped the table. A 5th-tier secret realm, yet only allowing 1st-tier individuals to enter. This was indeed a near unsolvable problem. "What can I get in return?" Yuan Zi admitted that she originally planned to offer a piece of gold equipment as a reward in exchange for Jiang Chuan going in to investigate once. But after witnessing Jiang Chuan send Zhao Taizhan flying with a single punch, she realized that the price was simply not enough. "So, what do you have to offer me now?" Yuan Zi remained silent for a moment, then took out a jet-black token from her bosom. The front of the token was engraved with star crown, while the back depicted a starry sky. It was icy to the touch. "This is the Star Crown Academy's admission token. With this token, you can enroll directly without any assessment and enjoy all the benefits of a regular student." A smile immediately appeared in Jiang Chuan's eyes. A spot at Star Crown Academy had always been his goal. He had been thinking about how to get it through Sui Yin. Unexpectedly, Yuan Zi took the initiative to bring him what he wanted most. Jiang Chuan picked up the token and looked at it. The starry sky pattern shone with a faint blue light, as if a miniature galaxy was sealed inside. He did not accept it immediately, but instead made a condition. He wanted to see the map of the secret realm, the route, and all the records left by predecessors. In addition, he needs the highest standard of supplies, including medicine, food, and wilderness survival tools. Finally, Jiang Chuan clarified that he was only responsible for investigating the cause of the anomaly. If it was within his capabilities, he would resolve it. If it was beyond his control, he would not risk his life. Yuan Zi hesitated for only 2 seconds before agreeing. She had no other choice. The Yuan family had already lost too many people, and Jiang Chuan was the only one who could give her hope. Jiang Chuan put away the token and the craftsman's spirit crystal and asked, "When do we depart?" Yuan Zi stood up and bowed slightly. "Mr. Jiang, it's convenient for you anytime. I'll make arrangements immediately. I'll come to the Craftsman's Pavilion to find you first thing tomorrow morning. We respectfully await Mr. Jiang's arrival in purple robes." After Jiang Chuan left, only Yuan Zi remained in the 5th-floor hall. After a long while, she walked to the wall to check on Zhao Tieshan's injuries. Zhao Taizhan sat against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his breathing was relatively steady. His first words upon opening his eyes were, "Sect Master, what kind of monster is that?" Yuan Zi didn't answer, but simply looked out the window. The setting sun slowly sank into Tianyuan City, and the twilight dyed the entire city orange-red. "I don't know," she said softly, "but I do know one thing." "What's up?" "No matter who he is, you can't be his enemy." Zhao Taizhan was silent for a moment, then nodded emphatically. The lights in the hall came on one by one. Yuan Zi stood by the window and subconsciously touched her cheek. Recalling Jiang Chuan's almost humiliating behavior just now, her face felt hot. That wasn't humiliation, but excitement. A young man who could easily defeat a 6th-tier professional with 1st-tier strength and defy common sense appeared before her. And she was fortunate enough to become the other party's first investor. She didn't know if this deal would be profitable. but she knew she would regret it if she didn't place a bet. Chapter 27, The Secret Realm of the Craftsman's Tomb. That evening, after logging off, Jiang Chuan took off his helmet, picked up an exquisite wooden box, and walked into the living room. Wang Xiaolan was cooking in the kitchen, while Jiang Mingyuan sat on the sofa watching the news. When the wooden box was placed on the coffee table, Jiang Mingyuan immediately recognized it as high-quality rosewood with silver trim, definitely not an ordinary item. Jiang Chuan pulled his mother out of the kitchen and opened the box. Snow lingji, scrofularia, and dragon tiger pills were neatly arranged, their aroma instantly filling the living room. Wang Xiaolan dropped the spatula in her hand to the ground. Jiang Mingyuan picked up the Longhu Dan, a traditional Chinese medicine, and his expression changed immediately when he saw the Fountain of Youth logo on the packaging. The Fountain of Youth is a top-tier pill merchant in the Origin realm. Even the lowest-grade pills are worth tens of thousands, and they are often in short supply. Faced with his parents' questioning, Jiang Chuan remained silent for a moment before saying seriously, "Dad, Mom, please don't get agitated. I don't actually have F-level talent." Wang Xiaolan thought her son was talking nonsense. After all, she and her husband only had E-level talent. So how could their son be so much stronger than them? Jiang Chuan opened his palm, and golden light gathered in his palm, eventually transforming into the phantom of a golden longbow with a taut bowstring. SSS level talent, E. The overwhelming energy fluctuation needed no explanation. Wang Xiaolan covered her mouth, tears welling up instantly. Jiang Mingyuan's hands trembled slightly. He couldn't believe that his son was actually a legendary SSS level talent. Jiang Chuan withdrew his power and calmly said, "The decline of bloodline is not absolute. I am the exception." He then pushed the dragon tiger pill in front of his parents, smiling as he said, "I'll take care of this family from now on. Dad, your back isn't good. Don't go down into the mine anymore. Mom, you've worked hard your whole lives. It's time for you to enjoy your retirement." Wang Xiaolan was so moved that she burst into tears, but Jiang Mingyuan shook his head after calming down. If they resign suddenly, it will easily arouse suspicion. This matter can only be handled slowly, and we should try our best to avoid letting outsiders notice. Jiang Chuan felt helpless, but he understood his father's concerns and could only let them have their way for now. The next morning, Jiang Chuan arrived at the craftsman's pavilion, where Yuan Zi had already prepared everything, and the two set off immediately. The craftsman's tomb's secret realm is hidden in a secluded valley, its entrance being a massive furnace. Jiang Chuan stepped inside, and flames instantly engulfed his figure. Hint: challenge the craftsman's tomb secret realm. Normal difficulty. Jiang Chuan directly selected confirm. Upon entering the secret realm, scorching air immediately assaulted our senses. This was a desolate plain, with the gray-black sky shrouded in a dark red curtain of light, like a furnace lid sealing the heavens and earth, locking the heat waves inside. Jiang Chuan immediately understood why dozens of people had died without any results. Even a first-tier professional would continuously lose health just standing in this place, let alone engage in combat and exploration. Yuan Zi was prepared. Jiang Chuan took out the cold jade bead from his backpack and tucked it into his collar. The icy aura spread along his chest, barely offsetting the surrounding high temperature. A single jade bead costing 20,000 is indeed extravagant, but it ensures his normal functioning. Jiang Chuan took out his golden longbow and ventured deeper into the cracked earth, where he soon encountered his first monster. It was a humanoid monster with a bluish-black body, wielding an iron hammer, and its eyes burning with dark green, ghostly flames. The soul of craftsmanship, unknown. The level difference was too great. They couldn't even probe the basic information. Jiang Chuan, however, didn't care at all. He simply drew his bow to its full extent and released an arrow. The golden arrow pierced the monster's chest, dealing over 100,000 points of true damage, and the craftsman's soul was torn apart on the spot. After defeating a level 52 monster, the experience points were automatically converted into talent proficiency. Jiang Chuan tried to upgrade the extract of all things talent, but was prompted that the talent was already at its maximum level. So he invested all his experience points into the SSS level talent archery. Next, he initiated the extraction of all things from the corpse. Extraction successful. Wisdom plus 30. Extraction successful. 1 artisan crystal obtained. Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up. On average, Yuan Zi's people would grind for months to get a single craftsman's spirit crystal, but he could obtain them consistently through extracting from all things. This secret realm is clearly his treasure trove. Advancing forward, He instantly killed all 20 or 30 craftsman souls with a single arrow. Jiang Chuan's intelligence attribute quickly reached the maximum value of 1,500, reaping a large number of craftsman spirit crystals, while he finally advanced to 2 stars. The second effect of the 2-star, he has been increased to an additional 15% of maximum health as damage, and a third effect has also been added. If you hit the same target 9 times, you will directly deduct 100% of the target's maximum health. 9 arrows are a guaranteed kill, a truly divine killing technique. However, given Jiang Chuan's current damage output, few enemies can withstand even 2 of his arrows, let alone 9. Seeing that it would take 1,000,000 proficiency points to upgrade to 3 stars, Jiang Chuan turned to improving his A-level talent, Emperor's Oath, while continuing to explore the secret realm. After crossing the ridge, the second type of monster appeared. Those were broken weapons scattered on the ground. Swords, spears, halberds, staffs, and longbows, all imbued with sentience, ready to attack anyone who approached. Soldier's Soul, unknown. Jiang Chuan, as usual, took them down one by one with an arrow, easily dispatching them. He then activated the All Things Extraction function, instantly extracting attributes and materials from the broken weapons. Strength plus 30. Strength has reached its maximum value, automatically converting to agility plus 15. Obtain meteorite, iron, adamantite, and mithril. The craftsman's soul produces craftsman's spirit crystals, while the weapon's essence can extract rare metals. These materials are all core components of gold-grade equipment, priced by the gram in the outside world, and even money can't guarantee their availability. No wonder Yuan Zi was willing to use her enrollment quota to ask him to help. The craftsman's tomb's secret realm is simply an inexhaustible gold mine. But now, all these treasures belong to Jiang Chuan. With Yi's guaranteed hits and ability to ignore defenses, Jiang Chuan could even snipe targets from outside the monster's line of sight. Let alone ordinary professionals. Even a 7th-tier professional entering this place might not have it as easy as him. Half an hour later, Jiang Chuan arrived at a rift valley that stretched across the land. Lava churned at the bottom of the valley, and heat waves surged skyward. But after repeatedly checking the map, he found that this lava river was not mentioned in the information Yuan Zi had given him. This change clearly occurred after the incident in the secret realm. To continue, they had to cross the river. Jiang Chuan walked along the edge of the rift valley to the bottom, and when he was less than 10 meters from the magma, the cold J-bead was almost losing its effect. But Jiang Chuan discovered that the magma wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. He continued to approach, his pants spontaneously combusting from the intense heat. Jiang Chuan simply took off his clothes, walked naked to the lava, and reached inside. A barrage of damage immediately appeared above their heads. -100. -100. The lava was indeed hot, but far from being unbearable. After his physique reached 1,500 points, his body was already so strong that it seemed inhuman. Lava, which would be deadly to ordinary people, caused him almost no harm. Moreover, he has a full 1,000,000 health points and a rapid healing talent. The recovery ability provided by 1,500 points of constitution is enough for him to stay immersed in lava for a long time. Jiang Chuan touched his hair and found that none of it had been burned off, which put him completely at ease. Then what are we waiting for? Let's just treat it as a hot bath. With a splash, Jiang Chuan jumped directly into the lava river, even scooping up some lava and rubbing it on his body. That feels so good. Chapter 28, I think there's a second option. After crossing the lava river, Jiang Chuan entered a special area that had never been mentioned in the intelligence. This is a wasteland strewn with broken soldiers. Broken swords, shattered blades, and shattered shields are densely packed, stretching to the horizon like a giant graveyard of weapons. Jiang Chuan casually picked up the broken sword and activated the All Things Extraction function, only to receive the message. This item has no extraction value. He tried the shattered shield again, but the result was the same. It seems that Shun Erbio and the others were right. Many battlefield equipment lose their spirit over time and eventually become worthless junk. Just then, a wind suddenly rose over the wasteland, and countless tiny metal fragments were swept into the sky, like thousands of flying knives, raining down on Jiang Chuan. The shards struck his powerful body with only a few clanging sounds, leaving not even a white mark. But his newly changed clothes suffered the consequences, the sleeves and trouser legs torn to shreds. Jiang Chuan sighed helplessly. I should have known better than to wear it. The wind grew stronger, the metal debris became denser, and visibility quickly dropped to less than 10 meters. Jiang Chuan, unwilling to linger, squinted and charged forward at full speed against the storm. 10 minutes later, the metal storm that swept across the wasteland finally dissipated. Jiang Chuan wiped the debris from his face, turned back to look at the desolate wasteland, and was filled with doubt. There isn't even a single monster here. There were no monsters, no rewards. This wasteland seemed solely there to prevent anyone from advancing. The lava river ahead was the same. Both areas exuded an illogical strangeness. Jiang Chuan had a vague feeling that someone had deliberately orchestrated all of this. At the end of the secret realm lies a circular valley, surrounded by dark, towering rocks. Heat waves churn within the valley, distorting the very air. In the center of the valley stood a massive forging platform. Copper pillars stood at the four corners of the dark blue stone platform, and behind the platform stood a humanoid figure 3 meters tall. The creature emanated a pale golden light. Its shoulders were as broad as mountains, and its arm muscles were exaggeratedly large. It gripped an iron hammer and slammed it down on the forging table, each blow causing the valley to rumble. As soon as Jiang Chuan stepped into the valley, the luminous being stopped and slowly turned around. Its face had no features, only blazing white light, but Jiang Chuan could clearly feel that it was watching him. Finally, someone has arrived. Guangren's voice was deep and resonant, like a booming bell. It's been so many years, I can hardly remember. The soul of the craftsman, unknown. Jiang Chuan immediately gripped his longbow tightly. The fact that he couldn't even see its attributes was enough to show that this guy was far stronger than the fifth-tier monsters on the road. He asked warily, "Who are you?" The man replied, "I am the guardian of this place, sent by my master to find the inheritor of the spirit of the craftsman god." Jiang Chuan went straight to the point. "The anomaly in the secret realm, was it your doing?" The radiant man explained that once someone triggers the conditions for inheritance, the secret realm will automatically seal off, forming the final trial. Those who pass the 3 trials will inherit the mantle of the craftsman god and become the new craftsman god. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, has already passed the first 2 stages. The first obstacle is a river of lava. Only those with fire affinity can withstand the scorching lava and reach the other side. This is the most basic qualification for a weapon refiner. Without fire, there is no forging. After listening, Jiang Chuan thought about it carefully. He should be considered to have a fire affinity, right? After all, he had swum across a lava river. The second challenge is the desolate wasteland of remnants, testing one's affinity with weapon spirits. Only those with affinity for weapon spirits can find a weapon that resonates with their own while among the thousands of remnants and traverse the storm under its protection. Jiang Chuan's expression immediately turned strange. So that level required the protection of weapons? But he hadn't sought out any remaining soldiers. He had charged through entirely on his own. He asked, "What is the third trial?" The man of light stroked the forging table, saying that the third challenge required reforging the remnants of the soldiers brought from the second challenge. Hammering technique, tempering, quenching, shaping. As long as one demonstrated basic forging talent, they would pass. After passing through, Jiang Chuan will not only receive the complete inheritance of the god of crafts, but will also be able to control the entire secret realm. Jiang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had skipped the second level entirely, without bringing any remaining troops. More importantly, he knew absolutely nothing about forging. He tentatively asked, "Can I give up the trial?" Guangren asked, unusually puzzled, "Why?" "Because I have no interest in being a weapon refiner." The man of light remained silent for a moment, then gave an icy reply. "Then you will die. If you fail the final trial, you will never be able to leave this place unless the next successor appears." Jiang Chuan frowned. The next successor? When would that be? This 5th-tier secret realm, with its 3 trials, is so difficult that no matter how many people come, they might not be able to get here. He could only plead, "I'm really not suited to inherit the legacy. Let me out, and I'll find you someone more outstanding and more willing to forge this talent. How about that?" The man of light remained unmoved. Once the inheritance ceremony begins, no one can reverse it. You can only pass the trial or die. Jiang Chuan sighed. "So there's no room for negotiation?" Guangren did not answer. The next second, Jiang Chuan suddenly said, "Actually, I think there's a second way to get out." "What?" He drew his longbow, knocked an arrow, and aimed it at the man's chest. "I'll kill you. Call out." The arrow flashed through the valley and struck the man in the chest, exploding into a shower of brilliant sparks. The luminous man's body suddenly trembled, then turned fiery red, like an enraged god. Presumptuous. Chapter 29 SSS Level Talent. Heavenly Creation. With a loud clang, the arrow pierced the man's chest as if it had struck metal. The radiant figure trembled slightly, and a small spot of golden light dimmed on its chest before being filled back into the surrounding light. Minus 154,978. It wasn't until the arrow hit that Jiang Chuan finally saw the opponent's health bar. He couldn't see it before because the Lightbringer's level far exceeded his detection range. But after 150,000 true damage, that person's health only dropped by less than 1%. Just what level is this guy? Jiang Chuan was startled, but he did not back down. Since he dared to make a move, he naturally had his own confidence. The second and third arrows were fired in quick succession, leaving afterimages in their wake. Despicable ants. The man roared, raising his iron hammer high. The dark red patterns on the hammerhead instantly became dazzlingly bright, as if he were holding up a small sun in his palm. With a deafening roar, a burst of intense light erupted, and scorching air currents filled the valley as if magma had poured out. Jiang Chuan was in excruciating pain. His health was dropping rapidly, but his gaze remained fixed on Guangrun, and arrows continued to fly. Guangrun snorted coldly and crushed the arrow with his bare hands. Immediately afterward, the longbow in Jiang Chuan's hand trembled violently, flew out of his grasp, and he drew the bowstring taut, aiming it at Jiang Chuan. Who gave you the courage to use weapons in front of the god of crafts? Jiang Chuan was truly stunned. His trump card was Yi's third effect. As long as the enemy suffered 9 ranged attacks, even if their health bar was very high, he could still kill them at full health. But with his weapon taken away, how could he possibly achieve 9 hits? The valley trembled, and a pebble grazed Jiang Chuan's cheek. He dodged it, his eyes suddenly brightening as he bent down to pick up a pebble. The talent requires ranged attacks, but it never stipulates that you must use a bow and arrow. It was the legend of Ho, shooting down the sun, that limited his thinking. Snap! Jiang Chuan exerted force with his 5 fingers, crushing the pebble into countless fragments, and then flicked them towards the man in the light. The man of light scoffed, not bothering to dodge at all. A mere handful of pebbles, daring to threaten a demigod's body? But it didn't realize that every single pebble Jiang Chuan casually scattered was precisely tracking its body. Puff, puff, puff. Even arrows could not penetrate its body. It was riddled with tiny holes by pebbles. The small holes rapidly expanded like festering wounds, growing to the size of a bowl in the blink of an eye. The man with the light stood frozen in place, muttering incredulously, "How is this possible?" The next second, with a loud bang, his entire body exploded completely. Hint: defeating the soul of the craftsman god, level 80, grants 500,000 experience points. Current level experience is full. It will automatically be converted into talent proficiency. Successfully cleared the treasure trove of craftsman, normal difficulty, gaining 200,000 experience points. The talent Imperial Oath has been successfully upgraded to 3 stars. Jiang Chuan opened the panel, and sure enough, he could now exit the secret realm. Just as he guessed, killing the so-called Guardian of the Legacy was also considered clearing the game. It was not necessary to accept the inheritance of the God of Crafts. To outsiders, this was undoubtedly killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The inheritance of the God of Crafts was a top-tier opportunity that countless weapon refiners dreamed of, yet he not only refused it, but also killed the Guardian. Jiang Chuan felt no pity whatsoever. He picked up the sun-piercing longbow and went to the shattered corpse of the light man. Extract all things, activate. Buzz. A burst of brilliant golden light erupted instantly, illuminating the entire valley like the sun. Extraction successful. Obtained SSS level talent. Celestial creation. Unique. SSS level masterpiece. Level 1 star. Effect. Passive. All forging-related success rates plus 100%. Effect. Passive increases the base stats of forged equipment by 100%. Note: divine weapons are forged by the heavens, and all things possess spirit. They remain undamaged after 100 forgings and are refined to godlike perfection. All that is created is extraordinary. Jiang Chuan's pupils suddenly contracted. SSS level, yet another SSS level talent. Before he could examine it closely, a second notification appeared. Extraction successful. Item obtained. Craftsman's Legacy Stone, SS grade. Use this to obtain the Craftsman God Profession inheritance. If used by a non-craftsman profession, it will overwrite the original combat or crafting profession, converting it to the Craftsman God Profession. Limited to use by Tier 1 professions. Jiang Chuan stared at his 2 acquisitions and quickly made a decision. Of course, he'd keep the SSS-level talent for himself. Talents can't be realized without being absorbed, so giving them up would be a waste, especially since he could accommodate an infinite number of talents. As for this SS-grade inheritance stone, it was of little use to him. A professional should ideally possess both combat and crafting skills. Weapon refiners are also considered crafting professions. However, the inheritance of the god of crafts is too domineering, even taking away the combat skill slot upon inheritance. Moreover, for Jiang Chuan now, this is merely an SS-level profession. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. The sky, covered by gray-black dust clouds, was torn apart, and the earth cracked open with bottomless ravines, as if a dragon had turned over. This scene was almost exactly the same as before the destruction of the Tree Mystic Realm. Jiang Chuan immediately understood. The Tree Mystic Realm was destroyed because I extracted the remains of the Tree God. This place is probably for the same reason. In each secret realm, there seems to be a crucial core item, worth at least an SSS-level item. Thinking of this, his expression became somewhat strange. Could it be that I'll become a professional dungeon destroyer in the future? He opened the secret realm, chose to exit, and white light gradually enveloped his entire body. Etc. Jiang Chuan suddenly remembered a serious problem. Won't they send me to a place 108,000 miles away again this time? Fortunately, the teleportation error was not significant this time. Jiang Chuan was still able to connect to Tianyuan City's network and immediately sent a message to Yuanzi. Not long after, she arrived in a flying magical artifact shaped like a gold ingot. As soon as she landed, Yuanzi asked urgently, "Mr. Jiang, what exactly happened in the secret realm?" She stood guard at the entrance and witnessed the furnace explode. She still looks bewildered and panicked. The Craftsman's Tomb secret realm is the foundation of the Yuan family in Tianyuan City. The Craftsman's Pavilion can go bankrupt, but the secret realm must never be compromised. But now, the entrance to the secret realm has exploded right before her eyes. There was a slight mishap. Jiang Chuan looked slightly embarrassed. If it were just a normal defeat of the Guardian, the secret realm might be able to rebuild its legacy in a few years. But in order to extract the SSS-level talent, he did destroy the entire secret realm, so he should give Yuanzi some compensation. So he took out the Craftsman God's Legacy Stone, which he had no use for at all. Although the secret realm was destroyed, I got this item, so it's not a complete loss. Yuanzi received the inheritance stone, her gaze instantly freezing, her body trembling with excitement. SS-level professional inheritance. Her eyes lit up, and she was so excited she was almost incoherent. It was worth it. Absolutely worth it. Good riddance for destroying the secret realm. Mr. Jiang, you're amazing. Jiang Chuan smiled slightly. Suinin had praised him in the same way before. Chapter 30, The Ultimate Path to Sublimation. On the flying magical artifact, Yuanzi held the inheritance stone and examined it repeatedly, her emerald green eyes shining brightly, as if she wanted to swallow the whole stone. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but remind him, "Secmaster Yuan, you mustn't accidentally use it." "I wish I could actually use it," Yuanzi sighed regretfully. "Unfortunately, I'm no longer a first-tier professional. These high-level professional inheritances all have complete inheritance systems. You must start cultivating from the first level. Once you miss it, you will never have another chance. This is also why, after the anomaly in the Craftsman's Tomb secret realm, only first-tier professionals are allowed to enter." Seeing Jiang Chuan's calm expression, Yuanzi couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Jiang, do you know what this inheritance really means?" Jiang Chuan casually asked, "What?" Yuanzi took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. The inheritance of the god of craftsmanship is the ultimate profession that all weapon refiners dream of. In the entire human race, there are no more than 5 people who hold the title of god of craftsmanship, and each of them is someone that various major forces are vying to win over. A master craftsman is enough to support a family's business for 100 years. The Yuan family has relied on the Craftsman's Tomb secret realm for 300 years to achieve its current status. But a master craftsman can elevate a family to the top tier of power in 30 years, or even less. 30 years seemed like too long to Jiang Chuan. With his current abilities, he would only consider himself a failure if he couldn't bring his family to the top tier of power within 3 years. However, he did not discourage Yuanzi, but simply nodded and said, "Indeed, it's quite good." Yuanzi suddenly remembered something. "Mr. Jiang, it seems you haven't changed jobs yet?" Jiang Chuan had already guessed what she meant and waved his hand directly. "I have no interest in weapon refiners. After we go back, you can send me to the Temple of Job Change. With the matter of the Craftsman's Tomb's secret realm resolved, all 4 of his attributes reach the maximum value of 1,500 points. If you don't change jobs, your level won't increase, and your attributes will naturally stop growing. Yuan Zi was slightly taken aback. You're going to the Temple of Job Change? Right. There is indeed a Temple of Job Change in Tianyuan City. Her tone was hesitant, however. But what? After a moment's consideration, Yuan Zi asked earnestly, Mr. Jiang, how much do you know about job changes? Jiang Chuan said, Isn't it just about obtaining a combat profession? Is there some other explanation? Yuan Zi smiled gently, her veil fluttering slightly. Changing jobs is not just about acquiring a profession, but a transformation at the level of one's life. A professional will undergo 3 transformations in his/her life, and the first transformation at the first level is the most important one, because it determines the upper limit of a person's future growth. Jiang Chuan immediately became interested. Growth ceiling? Yuan Zi explained that with each level up, a professional's 4 attributes will naturally increase, and the amount of increase depends on their talent, which is the base growth value. F-rank professionals gain 1 point per level, E-rank professionals gain 2 points, and so on. Before the first rank, all 4 attributes increase at a fixed rate. However, once the job change is completed, the base growth value will change. Jiang Chuan naturally knew this. The growth value for an S-rank professional is 7 points, for an SS rank it is 8 points, and for an SSS rank it is 10 points. In the eyes of the world, 10 points is the maximum basic growth value for a human being. But Jiang Chuan has already broken this limit tenfold. Now, with each level up, all 4 attributes can increase by a full 100 points. Could his growth value continue to increase after changing jobs? Yuan Zi continued. After investigation, the Federation scholars discovered that there are 3 ways to change jobs in the origin realm. The first one is the most common and ordinary. After completing the job change, the growth attributes can be increased by 20% to 30%, but the impact on strength is not significant. Jiang Chuan quickly did the math in his head. To him, a 20% or 30% increase was only 20 or 30 points, which was indeed insignificant. The second type is called ascension, which requires a special job change ceremony. Usually, only top academies and large forces have the resources to support it. After the sublimation, the growth attributes can be increased by 60% to 70% with each level up, naturally making them much stronger than ordinary professionals. Therefore, at the second level, professionals will be divided into ordinary professionals and advanced professionals. At this point, Yuan Zi said solemnly, Mr. Jiang, I suggest you do not go to Tianyuan City to change your job to the temple. There's only a regular job change option there, no path to advancement. With your talent and potential, a regular job change would be a waste. Once you arrive at Star Crown Academy, there is a complete ascension ceremony there, where you can undergo ascension and job change. After listening, Jiang Chuan did not immediately express his opinion, but noticed that she only mentioned 2 methods. What about the third one? Yuan Zi paused slightly, and her eyes became distant. The third type is called ultimate sublimation. Ultimate sublimation can increase the base growth value by a full 100%. Which means the attribute growth will directly double. Don't underestimate the difference of 30% to 40% between it and ordinary sublimation. Professionals will undergo 2 more sublimations at levels 35 and 60, based on their first sublimation. The more solid the foundation is laid the first time, the higher one can climb with each subsequent transformation. But in the end, Yuan Zi shook her head and smiled bitterly. But ultimate sublimation only exists in legends. It is said that only the top alien races in the core area of the origin realm can achieve this. Humanity has been in the origin realm for thousands of years, and to this day, no one has completed the ultimate sublimation. Jiang Chuan asked why. Rumor has it that there is one condition for achieving ultimate sublimation. All 4 attributes must be pushed to their maximum values. But this world seems to be cursed on the human race. The strongest SSS level talent among humans only has a base growth of 10 points. Alien races can easily reach, or even far exceed, these levels. For example, the Bloodcat clan, which is eyeing us from the south, has royal blood descendants who are born with 18 growth points, almost twice that of an SSS level talent. As for the true limit of first-order attributes, no one has ever known exactly what it is. All 4 attributes have reached their maximum values. Jiang Chuan's expression remained unchanged, but his hands unconsciously clenched. Others may not know what the limit is, but he does. He currently has all 4 of his attributes at the maximum value of 1,500 points, and even after obtaining the C-level talent for strength enhancement, his strength attribute has not been able to exceed that value. This is enough to show that 1,500 points is the true limit of a first-tier attribute. In other words, he has completely met the conditions for the ultimate sublimation. 100 points of growth attribute are directly doubled to 200 points. Who else can build a more solid foundation for their job advancement? Mr. Jiang, seeing that he was lost in thought, Yuan Zi called out softly. Jiang Chuan snapped out of his daze and smiled. Then I'll do as you say. I'll change my class once I get to Star Crown Academy. He didn't press further about the ultimate ritual. Yuan Zi only knew the concept secondhand and couldn't possibly know anything more. Once he arrives at Star Crown Academy, he will naturally find a way to find out everything. Chapter 31. The 3-Star Emperor's Oath unlocks the enchanting effect. Jiang Chuan stood at the hotel entrance to make sure no one was following him before knocking. As soon as the door opened, Su Yining saw him and immediately stepped aside to welcome him into the room. She was still wearing the blue and white school uniform of Star Crown Academy. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan, she blushed and leaned closer, whispering, "Master." Half an hour later, a strong fluctuation suddenly erupted in the room. Su Yining's face was flushed, but her eyes were full of surprise. "Master, my talent has suddenly leveled up and become SS level." Jiang Chuan lay on the bed, panting. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately checked the changes in the Imperial Oath. Imperial Oath rank A. Level, 3 stars. Effect, can form a contract with any target, gaining all of the target's attribute bonuses and talent abilities. Can also share its own attribute bonuses with the target. Current number of targets that can be contracted, 1/2. Effect, through enchanting, the talent level of a contracted party that is lower than one's own can be gradually raised to the same level as one's own. The Imperial Oath has reached 3 stars, finally unlocking its second effect. Jiang Chuan originally thought this ability might not be very useful, since the Imperial Oath itself was only a level. But Su Yining's changes made him realize that this effect was not comparable to the level of the Emperor's Oath, but rather to his own highest level of talent. Jiang Chuan's greatest talent is the rule level extraction of all things. If the enchantment continues to work, wouldn't Su Yining's telepathy also have a chance to be upgraded all the way to the rule level? Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan immediately perked up, wanting to strike while the iron was hot and see if he could directly push her talent to SSS level. Several attempts failed. Clearly, the activation of enchantment has a time limit or requires certain conditions to be met, making continuous upgrades impossible in a short period. However, SS level is already astonishing enough. While S-level talents are rare, with the Federation producing a dozen or so each year, SS level geniuses might not emerge even once every 10 years, and the treatment they receive at Star Crown Academy is vastly different. More importantly, the enchantment hasn't failed. As long as it continues to trigger, Su Yining will eventually be able to advance to SSS rank. Every SSS level professional is capable of becoming a pillar of the nation, a rare breed indeed. Yet, Jiang Chuan may be able to cultivate top-tier experts in batches through this method. If this is exposed, he will probably be captured and used as a tool to create geniuses, exploited endlessly. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but shudder, and solemnly instructed Su Yining, "You absolutely must not tell anyone about the talent upgrade." Su Yining looked up at him and obediently replied, "Yes, master." After resting, Jiang Chuan finally asked about the important matter of their meeting. "Have you figured out the admission quota?" Su Yining took out the information. Tianyuan City has a total of 5 spots this year, 4 of which have already been decided. Lu Zhou, the son of City Lord Lu Qingshan, Li Xian, the true disciple of Imperial Censor Zhou Yuan, the Yuan family of the Craftsman's Pavilion, and Chun Ping of the Dark Moon Battle Group. Jiang Chuan's gaze lingered on Chun Ping's name. Chun Ping was the son of Chun Duhu, the leader of the Dark Moon Battle Group. He had met him once and remembered that this person only had an A-level talent. Chun Ping secured the spot, but Ling Aoshuang, with her S-level talent, was left out. "What about the last spot?" Jiang Chuan asked. Su Yining explained that the remaining spot was not yet decided on the surface. According to past practice, Lu Qingshan would hold a martial arts competition to select a champion from the preliminary rounds. Jiang Chuan was somewhat surprised. It sounds fair. They're willing to give up such a precious spot. Fairness is just for show to outsiders. Su Yining shook her head and said, "This spot was decided long ago and given to Su Yao, the daughter of Su Lai, the leader of the Blazing Fire Battle Group." Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. It was actually her? Su Yining said that Su Lai paid a considerable price for this spot. Su Yao herself was also the 6th-ranked awakener in Tianyuan City this year, with an A-level talent, and many qualified competitors were willing to give Su Lai face. Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment, then asked, will Ling Aoshuang also participate in the competition? Did the Dark Moon Battle Group make a deal with Su Lai? Su Yining nodded. Master guessed correctly. Ling Aoshuang will not only participate in the competition, but it is said that she will also deliberately lose to Su Yao in the competition. In this way, if Su Yao wins the championship, the spot will seem legitimate. Jiang Chuan's brows furrowed immediately. An S-rank professional deliberately losing to an A-rank professional is tantamount to paving the way for Su Yao's future. What did Ling Aoshuang gain to be willing to make such a huge sacrifice? Or is she simply forced into it? Su Yining noticed his concern and couldn't help but ask, Master, why are you so concerned about Ling Aoshuang? Is she your friend? The word friend reminded Jiang Chuan of what Ling Aoshuang had said that day. He nodded and said, that's right. She doesn't seem like someone who would compromise easily. Since we're friends, I should find out what happened to her. He was about to send a message to ask directly, but Su Yining stopped him. Su Yining smiled and said, if you ask her directly if she has any difficulties, she will most likely deny it if she still has any self-respect. It will be better to be more tactful and invite her to dinner first. Jiang Chuan thought about it and felt it made sense. He deleted the original message and sent a new one. Do you have time recently? Let's go out for a meal. I have some questions about cultivation that I want to ask you. The last sentence was added by Su Yining on the spot. Jiang Chuan thought it was a bit redundant, but Ling Aoshuang replied quickly, okay, time. Jiang Chuan immediately asked Su Yining, when does the martial arts tournament start? Tomorrow morning. If you want to make an appointment with her, you'd better hurry, or it might be too late. Jiang Chuan immediately sent a message. If you have time now, I have something very urgent to discuss with you. Ling Aoshuang remained silent for a moment, then replied with only 2 words, location. The usual place. Jiang Chuan got up and dressed, then asked Su Yining if she wanted to come along. He felt that Su Yining was indeed more thoughtful than he was in these matters. Su Yining said helplessly, Master, if you go to ask one girl out and bring another girl along, that's not a date, that's a provocation. She then reminded her that Lin Yueming's death had been reported to the academy, and the academy would soon send someone to investigate, so she had to keep a low profile. Jiang Chuan then realized that their relationship couldn't be exposed for the time being, especially since Su Yining's talent had just advanced. If someone traced it back to him, it would only bring more trouble. Then let's not meet for now, and talk about it after this is over. Although Su Yining was reluctant to part with him, she still whispered her reply, yes, master. Chapter 32, The Fate Ling Aoshuang Bears. As dusk fell, Tianyuan City was bathed in golden twilight. The lanterns in front of the craftsman's pavilion had just been lit, their orange glow casting shadows on the bluestone path and reflecting the figures of passersby. Jiang Chuan arrived 10 minutes early and waited for a while before seeing Ling Aoshuang walking from the street corner. Her steps were steady, her light gray armor gleamed faintly, and her long hair was neatly tied back. As she approached, her face, as cold and aloof as jade, remained completely expressionless. Jiang Chuan withdrew his gaze and simply said, they're here. Ling Aoshuang nodded, and Jiang Chuan stepped into the craftsman's pavilion. Let's go inside and talk. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed him inside. The lobby on the first floor was brightly lit, with customers coming and going, and the sales clerks were busy introducing the equipment. Jiang Chuan didn't stop and led her up to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. Ling Aoshuang's expression finally changed when she reached the stairs leading to the 5th floor. She knew very well what it meant to be able to enter the 5th floor of the craftsman's pavilion. Even Shun Ping didn't have that qualification, but Jiang Chuan seemed to know his way around as if this were his own territory. Xing'er was already waiting at the top of the stairs. When she saw Jiang Chuan, she bowed slightly and said, Mr. Jiang. She glanced at Ling Aoshuang a couple more times, asked no further questions, and quietly led the two into the VIP room. After the tea was served, only the 2 of them remained in the room. Ling Aoshuang finally couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened? Jiang Chuan did not reveal the truth, but instead brought up the fabricated identity of the top disassembler. Remember that big shot I mentioned? He has connections everywhere, and I benefited a lot from following him. Ling Aoshuang wasn't envious. Instead, she earnestly reminded him, why is he so good to you when you're not related to him? Any benefit gained without effort may come at a price, so you'd better be careful. Jiang Chuan smiled and said, judging from your tone, it sounds like you've already fallen into a trap before. Ling Aoshuang's eyes flickered slightly, but she did not answer. Jiang Chuan picked up his teacup, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I've heard some things about you, and perhaps I can help you. Ling Aoshuang raised her head, her bright blue eyes filled with confusion. Why? Because we are friends. You said that yourself. She remained silent for a moment, then lowered her head, stood up, and prepared to leave. No need. I'll handle this myself. Thank you for your kindness, but if you only ask me how to talk about this, then let's call it a day. Jiang Chuan grew anxious. The big shot behind me can resolve this matter without difficulty. The Dark Moon Legion may be powerful in Tianyuan City, but in his eyes, it's nothing. These words only made Ling Aoshuang more resistant. Without a word, she turned and left. Jiang Chuan could only press her. Don't you consider me a friend at all? Ling Aoshuang stopped walking, her voice lowering. Jiang Chuan, the people you know may be very powerful, able to disregard the Dark Moon Legion, but I am different from you. What's different? She turned to look at him, a hint of pleading in her eyes. I have no connections or backing, and I can't afford to owe anyone favors. I also don't want to drag you into this mess because of me. After saying that, she continued walking towards the stairwell. She took 2 steps, then stopped. The lamplight cast a long shadow of her back, making her appear exceptionally lonely. What I said at the Craftsman's Pavilion that day was true. She didn't turn around, but her voice trembled softly. So, don't let me owe you anymore. Jiang Chuan stood there, feeling as if something was gripping his heart tightly. He walked out of the Craftsman's Pavilion in silence, watching Ling Aoshuang's figure disappear into the twilight. Just then, a rich fragrance approached, and Yuan Zi appeared beside him without him noticing. She followed Jiang Chuan's gaze, somewhat surprised. You know her? We're friends. Seeing his serious expression, Yuan Zi slowly said, Then your friend is in a rather difficult situation right now. Mr. Jiang, are you aware of that? Jiang Chuan turned to look at her. Yuan Zi sighed. A girl with no power or influence is not the most troublesome thing, but she also has an S-level talent, so naturally she will be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Continue, Jiang Chuan said, his face darkening. I only heard about it, and I can't guarantee it's completely accurate. Her father was framed and incurred a huge debt. Just then, someone approached Ling Aoshuang and promised to pay off her debt. The condition is that she must sign a contract to serve for 30 years and not leave Tianyuan City for 30 years. 30 years? To put it bluntly, it's a contract of servitude, Yuan Zi said coldly. The Dark Moon Legion used a sum of money to buy out her most precious 30 years. By the time she regained her freedom, she was almost 50 years old, having long missed her golden period of growth. Jiang Chuan looked in the direction Ling Aoshuang had left and again, and only then did he realize just how heavy the pressure she was carrying. But Yuan Zi said, You think that's all? Those are just the conditions on the surface. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. What the Dark Moon Legion truly wants is her, as a person. Jiang Chuan frowned. What do you mean? Yuan Zi lowered her voice. Chengdu's lifespan is nearing its end, and his son Qinping only has A-level talent. For ordinary people, A-level is outstanding enough. But in Chengdu's eyes, he is simply not capable of supporting the future of the Dark Moon Legion. What he wants is a bloodline with S-class talent, a descendant who can inherit the family business and continue the glory of the Dark Moon chapter. Jiang Chuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he had already vaguely guessed what she was going to say. Ling Aoshuang has become his target. Yuan Zi's tone was full of disgust. Chengdu wants to use her S-level talent to give birth to an heir with even greater talent for his son. With a cracking sound, Jiang Chuan clenched his fist, his face turning terrifyingly grim. He stared at Yuan Zi, his voice as cold as ice. You're saying all this to use me to eliminate the Yuan family's rivals? Yuan Zi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly explained, I dare not. Although these are just rumors, they are not far from the truth. If the Dark Moon Legion truly wanted to cultivate Ling Aoshuang, why give her the enrollment spot to Qinping? And why keep her trapped in Tianyuan City, wasting 30 years of her life? Jiang Chuan slowly exhaled. He knew that Yuan Zi had the intention of using someone else to do her dirty work, but these words had indeed crossed his bottom line. Ling Aoshuang is his friend. He could never stand by and watch her be used as a commodity and have her life ruined. Jiang Chuan calmly asked, Do you know where Chengdu usually lives? Yuan Zi trembled slightly from the chill in his words and immediately said, That old fellow is nearing the end of his life and rarely shows his face unless it is an important occasion that he has to appear. Important occasions? Jiang Chuan's heart stirred. Does a martial arts tournament count? Chapter 33 Martial Arts Tournament, a carefully planned script. The following day, at the Tianyuan City Arena, a colossal building capable of holding 30,000 people, located in the north of the city, towering gray-white stone walls surrounded by warrior statues holding swords, overlooking the entire square. A giant light screen hung above the arena, broadcasting each match in real time. When Jiang Chuan arrived, the plaza outside was already packed with people. He pushed through the crowd and entered the arena. The three-tiered circular stands surrounded the central ring, with seats divided into three distinct areas according to status. The front row was occupied by the powerful and influential figures of Tianyuan City. In the center was City Lord Lu Qingshan. To his left sat Censor Zhou Yuan from Tianke City, while the seat to his right was empty. Further to the right is Yuan Zi. She once said that the four most distinguished people in Tianyuan City are Lu Qingshan, Zhou Yuan, Chen Duhu of the Dark Moon Battle Group, and herself, who has the background of the Yuan family. All three were present, except for Chen Duhu's seat, which remained empty. Jiang Chuan rubbed the pebble in his hand, thinking that Chen Duhu couldn't possibly miss such an occasion, and was most likely still hiding in the shadows. The second-tier stand were filled with the sons of various powerful and wealthy families. Shen Ping, Su Yao, and others formed their own circles, clearly the core figures among their peers. Su Yining was also in a corner, surrounded by boys who fawned over her, offering her water and snacks, their eagerness practically written all over their faces. After all, she was an S-level prodigy of Star Crown Academy, with a status even higher than the nobles in the front row. She was only seated on the second floor because she was still young. What these people didn't know was that Su Yining's talent had already reached SS level, a fact currently known only to Jiang Chuan. An SS-level genius could easily crush them all. Jiang Chuan continued to scan the entire room, pondering whether Chen Duhu had truly not come, or was hiding somewhere, waiting to see the show come to an end. Just then, the light screen in the air lit up, and Lu Qingshan walked to the edge of the stands with a megaphone, his voice echoing throughout the arena. He announced the official start of the martial arts tournament, with the same rules as in previous years. All first-tier professionals under the age of 30 could participate in a ring system, with no restrictions on weapon professions, and the last person remaining on the stage would receive an admission to Star Crown Academy. However, he specifically emphasized that the competition must be stopped when it is done, and anyone who intentionally injures another will be disqualified and expelled from the competition. Then, the burly middle-aged referee walked onto the stage, announced that the order of attack would be determined by drawing lots after the registration period ended, and asked who would be the first to go up and defend the title. After a moment of silence, a white figure swept out from the stands and landed lightly in the center of the arena. It was Ling Aoshuang. She wore light gray armor. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, and she carried a silver spear. Frost emanated from the spear tip, making the surrounding temperature drop several degrees. Ling Aoshuang stood with her spear held horizontally, her gaze sweeping across the entire arena, and spoke in a cool voice. Ling Aoshuang, S-rank talent, please enlighten me. After a brief silence, the entire arena erupted in a tremendous uproar. An S-rank talent. She was Tianyuan City's strongest awakened one this year, and everyone was waiting to see her make her move. Jiang Chuan leaned against the wall, looking at her cold and calm face, but he knew that no one could see how much torment she was suppressing in her heart. The first challenger quickly stepped onto the stage. He was a C-level strength warrior, wielding a giant axe in both hands, and each step he took made a dull thud on the arena. Before the whistle had even finished, Ling Aoshuang had already made her move. Her silver spear, swift as a snake, struck the axe handle with a chilling aura, the immense force instantly numbing her opponent's hand. The battle axe flew from his hand and landed on the edge of the arena. The next second, the spear tip was already 3 inches from the warrior's throat, steady without the slightest tremor. Thank you for your concession. Ling Aoshuang sheathed her gun and returned to her original position. The soldier was stunned for a moment, then could only pick up his axe and leave the stage in a sorry state. A single, swift strike defeated the enemy, drawing cheers that instantly filled the arena. This was the true power befitting an S-rank talent. In the second, third, and fourth rounds, challengers came up one after another, but none of them could withstand 3 moves from her. Some were swept away by a single shot, some were frozen stiff by the frost and surrendered, and some were even forced to the edge of the ring by the force of the gun. Ling Aoshuang's fighting style was devoid of any fancy moves. It was all about speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. She swept through everything with her S-rank talent, completely disregarding the consumption of her mana. Jiang Chuan gradually realized something was wrong. Given Ling Aoshuang's status, there was no need for her to be the first to defend the title. The earlier the defender went up, the greater the drain on their resources. But she chose to be the first to go on stage, and with this ruthless approach, clearly she was eliminating all competitors for someone. Once she has exhausted her strength, the true protagonist will reappear, easily defeating her and taking all the glory. This group not only wanted to use Ling Aoshuang as a stepping stone for Su Yao, but also wanted to squeeze every last drop of value out of her. Su Yao was sitting in the stands, her expression calm, with a faint smile on her lips. There was no guilt or unease in her eyes. In her view, what her father had paid a huge price for should rightfully belong to her. So what if she had S-level talent? Without power or influence, she could only serve as a foil to her. In the 14th, 15th, and 16th matches, Ling Aoshuang's breathing gradually became rapid, but her hand holding the gun remained steady. After each battle, she would close her eyes and try to recover her strength in just a few dozen seconds before facing the next opponent. As Jiang Chuan watched her fight alone on the arena, the fire in his heart burned ever brighter. After the 17th round, the 18th challenger stepped onto the stage. He was a B-level assassin, not weak in speed, but his attacks could not break through Ling Aoshuang's defense. Ling Aoshuang swept him off the stage with a single spear thrust, but after that strike, the icy chill that had been wrapped around the spear finally dissipated completely. In the stands, Su Yao put down her teacup and slowly stood up. She looked at the boy next to her, who understood and immediately walked to the referee's table and whispered a few words. The referee nodded and announced loudly, "Next challenger, Su Yao, A-level talent, please prepare." The crowd immediately erupted in discussion. Ling Aoshuang had fought 18 consecutive matches and was nearly exhausted, while Su Yao had been rested and ready. The difference in talent was enough to be erased by the difference in form. Everyone thought that Ling Aoshuang was likely to lose. At this moment, Ling Aoshuang also looked up, searching for something. She glanced at the VIP seats and saw the empty chair that belonged to Chen Duhu, then looked at the circle of privileged children. Chen Ping was looking at her, a silent smile appearing on his face. Ling Aoshuang looked down at the spear in her hand, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then exhaled deeply. Chapter 34, I'm sorry. In the central stands, Lu Qingshan held a teacup, his gaze sweeping across the arena, then glancing at a certain spot in the distance. He whispered a few instructions to his attendant, who immediately left. A short while later, a burly, resolute middle-aged man approached. It was Su Lai, the commander of the Blazing Fire Battle Group. "Commander Su, come, have a seat." Lu Qingshan greeted him with a smile, and even poured him a cup of tea himself. He remarked with emotion, "You have given birth to a wonderful daughter. I watched Yao Yao grow up. She is talented and has a strong personality. She will definitely be more successful than you in the future." Su Lai spoke modestly, but couldn't hide his pride. "You flatter me, City Lord. Yao Yao is still young and have a long way to go. If we're heading in the right direction, we're not afraid of how long the road is." Lu Qingshan looked towards the arena, where Su Yao had already stood up and was preparing to enter the arena. Once she secures a spot, she will be a formal student of Star Crown Academy. With her talent and temperament, she will undoubtedly become a pillar of Tianyuan City as she takes over the Blazing Fire Battle Group in a few years. Su Lai's smile deepened, but he suddenly felt a cold gaze fall upon him. He looked up and saw that Chen Duhu had arrived at some point. The gaunt old man had a deeply lined face and cloudy, yellowish eyes. The occasional flashes of cold light in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. "Commander Chen." Su Lai put down his teacup and bowed slightly. Chen Duhu nodded stiffly and said hoarsely, "This girl is not bad. Commander Su, how have you considered the marriage between your daughter and my son?" The stands fell silent, and even Lu Qingshan looked at Su Lai in surprise. It turned out that Su Lai had persuaded the Dark Moon Legion not to interfere in the competition, and even helped Su Yao instead, but the price he paid was his daughter. Su Lai was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I talked to Yao Yao, and she didn't object." Chen Duhu finally smiled. "All right, we'll hold the wedding when they return from Star Crown Academy. From now on, Liehua and An Yue will be one family." Yuan Zi lowered her head and remained silent, while Lu Qingshan stroked his teacup, revealing a meaningful smile. The only true power in Tianyuan City has always rested with City Lord Lu Qingshan and Zhou Yuan, who was sent by the Federation to supervise them. Chen Duhu, Yuan Zi, and Su Lai are merely pawns who choose sides between the two factions. Chen Duhu sided with Lu Qingshan. The stronger the Dark Moon battle group, the more bargaining chips Lu Qingshan would have. As for Zhou Yuan and Yuan Zi, they naturally weren't particularly enthusiastic about it. On the stage, Su Yao stood at the edge, looking at Ling Aoshuang opposite her with a faint smile on her lips. Ling Aoshuang, you've fought 18 battles in a row, and your stamina is exhausted. Admit defeat. My magic is very powerful, and I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Ling Aoshuang did not answer, but simply held the spear horizontally, her white knuckles gripping the shaft tightly, the frost remaining on the spear tip trembling slightly. Su Yao was very satisfied. She wanted to see Ling Aoshuang, with her indomitable will, fall spectacularly under her magic, thus fulfilling her reputation. The referee waved to announce the start, and Su Yao made the first move. With a wave of her staff, 3 fireballs shot out in a triangular formation, trailing scorching flames as they hurtled towards Ling Aoshuang. Ling Aoshuang dodged the first one. Her spear deflected the second, but the third grazed her shoulder, scorching a patch of her light armor. She remained agile, but everyone could see that she was reaching her limit. If she still had magic power, she should have used her frost power to block the attack head-on, instead of dodging in such a pathetic manner. Fireballs rained down, turning the entire arena into a sea of fire. Everyone thought the outcome was decided, and even Jiang Chuan hesitated about whether he should make a move. Just then, Ling Aoshuang suddenly stopped. She let a fireball hit her chest. Her body swayed slightly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, but she did not take a single step back. The next second, her icy blue eyes suddenly lit up. A surge of icy energy erupted from the spear, transforming the entire spear into an icy blue crystal pillar. The temperature on the arena plummeted by tens of degrees in an instant. The raging flames were extinguished by the cold air, and only a bone-chilling cold remained in the air. Su Yao's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? Didn't you already? Ling Aoshuang didn't give her a chance to finish speaking. She darted out in one step, so fast that she didn't even leave an afterimage. Su Yao saw a flash of icy blue light, and it felt as if she had been hit in the chest by a cannonball. She was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing into the light screen, and then bounced back heavily, rolling to the edge of the arena, where she lay motionless. The arena, packed with 30,000 people, fell into a deathly silence. Even the referee was stunned. This was completely different from the agreed-upon outcome. Lu Qingshan frowned. Su Lai's face was ashen. Chen Duhu's expression was gloomy. Only Yuan Zi's eyes flashed with a strange light. Zhou Yuan adjusted his glasses and simply said, "Interesting." Ling Aoshuang stood in the center of the arena, feeling no joy of victory, only a sense of relief. Then, deafening cheers swept through the entire arena. Seeing the unconscious Su Yao, the referee couldn't bring himself to cheat and had to announce, "The winner of this match is..." A deafening roar followed, accompanied by a terrifying thunderclap. The skies suddenly changed color, and a beam of gray light descended from the clouds, precisely enveloping Ling Aoshuang. The terrifying pressure felt as if the entire world was pressing down on her shoulders. Ling Aoshuang trembled violently. Her spear slipped from her hand, and she clutched her head with both hands, letting out a painful groan. The heavenly contract backfired. She violated the contract, and the heavenly Tao punished her, reducing her talent to 0. The chill emanating from her body visibly dissipated. Her face turned deathly pale, and she finally knelt on one knee. "Damn it!" Chen Duhu roared in fury. He hadn't expected Ling Aoshuang to be willing to endure divine punishment just to win this match. Her S-level talent was gone. She became useless, which also meant that everything he had carefully planned had completely failed. "You bastard!" Chen Duhu lost his mind, and billowing black smoke condensed into a giant hand, which went straight for Ling Aoshuang on the arena. Lu Qingshan's expression was uncertain as he hesitated whether to stop it, but a dazzling golden light had already pierced through the black hand and torn it apart. Jiang Chuan rushed into the arena and caught Ling Aoshuang as she was about to fall. She was as light as a sheet of paper. Her pupils were unfocused, and her consciousness was on the verge of fading away. Only when she saw Jiang Chuan did a glimmer of light return to her usually cold eyes. "Jiang Chuan." "Yes." Jiang Chuan responded heavily, his heart filled with guilt and anger. He felt guilty for not realizing Ling Aoshuang's suicidal intention sooner. She would rather break free of her cage in this way than bow down to anyone. He wished he could tear Chun Du-hu to pieces, but the most important thing right now was to save Ling Aoshuang. Having lost her S-rank talent, she simply couldn't withstand the remaining power of the divine punishment within her. At this moment, Su Yining shouted loudly, "Use the oath!" The power of an oath can only be bound by a higher level of oath. Binding her is the only way. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chuan's palm glowed with a dark red light. The Emperor's oath. He looked at the dying Ling Aoshuang and silently said in his heart, "Ling, I'm sorry. I did this to save you." A dark red light spread from her palm, covering Ling Aoshuang's entire body. The Emperor's oath was an absolute master-servant contract, requiring no consent from either party. Its despicable domineering nature, however, had become a life-saving measure. With the contract complete, Jiang Chuan shared 1,500 points of his maximum attribute with Ling Aoshuang, instantly transforming her body. The originally deadly residual power of the heavenly punishment became insignificant in an instant. Ling Aoshuang's heart began to pound again, and she opened her eyes blankly. "Jiang Chuan? Am I dreaming?" Before Jiang Chuan could answer, a surge of chilling energy erupted within her. Her talent, erased by the heavenly Tao, began to regenerate, progressing from C rank to B rank, then to A rank, and finally back to S rank. But that wasn't the end. 10 times more violent power erupted. SS rank. Ling Aoshuang looked completely bewildered. "What's going on?" Jiang Chuan took her cold hand and looked towards the central stands. "I originally wanted to kill him directly, but this revenge should be taken by you personally." In the stands, Chun Du-hu was still wary of Jiang Chuan's sudden appearance. The next moment, a gaze filled with icy coldness was fixed on him. Chapter 35, Slaying Chun Du-hu. Ling Aoshuang had no idea what was happening. She only felt a scalding torrent rush in her body, and her muscles and bones cheered wildly. The feeling was like a dying person suddenly surfacing, but even more intense than regaining breath. She clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking instantly. A chilling blue frost gathered in her palm, its power more than 10 times stronger than before. She finally understood that her talent had transformed into SS level. Jiang Chuan released her hand, took a step back, and looked down at the stands. "Go, don't let him get away." Ling Aoshuang looked up at Chun Du-hu, her bright blue eyes blazing with a chilling, killing intent and hatred. The next moment, she transformed into an icy blue streak of light and rushed towards the stands. A trail of ice crystals was left in its wake, the temperature plummeted, and even the railings were covered in frost. Chun Du-hu's pupils constricted sharply. He had come to perceive a deadly threat from a 16-year-old girl. "You two little bastards, I'll send you to your deaths together." Chun Du-hu roared, black smoke surging within his body, transforming into dozens of pitch-black tentacles as thick as water buckets. The tentacles were covered in scales, and at their ends split open massive maws filled with sharp teeth, releasing a stench that filled the entire area. This was his third stage ultimate technique, soul-devouring demon hand. The power of a peak 6th order cultivator erupted without reservation, causing the entire grandstand to tremble. The surrounding dignitaries retreated hastily, their faces turning deathly pale. But Ling Aoshuang did not dodge. She raised her hand and conjured a crystallized spear, its body covered with frost patterns and radiating a bone-chilling cold. The spear swept horizontally, unleashing an arc of icy blue light like a crescent moon. The dozens of soul-devouring demon hands shattered instantly upon contact with the arc, and the black smoke dissipated in a flash. How is this possible? Chun Du-hu's expression changed drastically. A newly awakened Tier 1 professional actually shattered his peak Tier 6 attack head-on. Even with SS-level talent, he shouldn't be this ridiculously strong. But he had no time to be shocked. Ling Aoshuang charged forward, her ice spear piercing the air, its terrifying power aimed straight for his chest. Chun Du-hu retreated rapidly, conjuring a black shield with his hands. The ice spear struck the shield, cracking its surface with spiderweb-like patterns, barely managing to block the first attack. Ling Aoshuang remained expressionless, and the second shot followed immediately. Shattered ice crystals coalesced behind her, like a dazzling divine halo, while a torrential downpour of ice rain blotted out the sun. The black shield shattered after the third shot, and the fourth shot grazed Chun Du-hu's shoulder, taking away a large chunk of flesh. Chun Du-hu screamed in agony, no longer caring about saving face, and roared towards the stands. "Lord Liu, Save me. The entire arena erupted in chaos. No one could believe that a renowned 6th-tier peak expert, who had been famous for many years, would be completely overwhelmed by Ling Aoshuang and even have to beg for help in public. Su Lai's face was deathly pale, and the teacup in his hand had already shattered into powder. He had sacrificed his entire team to gain Chun Duhu's support, and the meticulously planned martial arts tournament was supposed to give Su Yao a spot. But now everything is ruined. And the one who ruined it all wasn't Ling Aoshuang, but Jiang Chuan, who never even glanced at him on the stage. Lu Qingshan also stood up, his expression extremely solemn. Chun Duhu was an important pawn in his game of keeping Zhou Yuan in check, and he absolutely could not let him die like this. The oppressive aura of a 7th-tier expert spread out, and the air in the arena seemed to freeze. But just as he was about to make a move, a sharp, tangible aura instantly locked onto him. Lu Qingshan froze, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His instincts were screaming at him not to move, for any movement would mean death. He slowly turned his head and saw Jiang Chuan still standing on the arena, his expression calm, without even a weapon in his hand. But Lu Qingshan felt as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast, a chill running through his heart. In the end, between saving face and saving his life, he decisively chose the latter. Seeing that no one was coming to his rescue, Chun Duhu immediately prepared to flee. As a 3rd-tier professional, he possessed an advantage that Ling Aoshuang lacked, the ability to fly. Black smoke propelled his body into the sky, and he turned back with eyes full of venom. "You little bastard, just you wait. I'll skin you alive sooner or later." Buzz. A sharp buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Chun Duhu turned around abruptly and saw a golden light rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Not good. He hurriedly dodged, but the golden light suddenly changed direction in midair and relentlessly pursued him. A piercing scream echoed through the arena. A golden arrow pierced through the black smoke, and Chun Duhu fell like a bird with broken wings, crashing heavily against the stone wall of the stands, blood trailing behind him. With a deafening roar, the stone wall shattered, and smoke and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. Chun Duhu was pinned to the stone wall by a golden arrow, his shoulder blade completely pierced, his limbs hanging limply, and blood flowing continuously down the cracks. The dignified leader of the Dark Moon Legion, a peak 6th-tier expert, was now like a wild dog nailed to a wall. A deathly silence fell over the room. Chun Duhu struggled to lift his head, coughing up blood clots, his cloudy eyes filled with terror. "Wait, don't kill me. Before he could finish speaking, a long, icy blue spear tore through the air and shot towards him from afar. The spear tip pierced his skull with pinpoint accuracy and exploded with a deafening roar. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the shattered stone wall, a horrifying sight. Chapter 36. To crack a weed, you must eradicate it at the root. Countless people stared at the corpse nailed to the stands, their murmurs rising like a hum that nearly broke through the arena's dome. Chun Duhu is dead. This 6th-tier powerhouse, who had dominated Tianyuan City for decades, died at the hands of 16-year-old Ling Aoshuang. Whether ordinary people or the powerful, everyone found it hard to believe. With Chun Duhu dead, the Dark Moon Legion's position as the #1 Legion was inevitably in jeopardy, and the landscape of Tianyuan City would be completely reshuffled. Some were excited, while others were terrified. On the 2nd floor of the stands, Chun Ping witnessed his father's tragic death, his grief, anger, and fear swirling within him. He initially wanted to rush out and fight to the death, but in the end, he chose to run away. Only by living could he have a chance for revenge. "I will make you wish you were dead." Chun Ping gritted his teeth and moved towards the exit amidst the chaos. But just as he was about to escape, a piercing whistling sound suddenly rang out behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw a long, icy blue spear hurtling towards him, so fast that he didn't even have time to dodge. With a soft thud, the ice spear pierced Chun Ping's chest, sending him flying and pinning him to the wall of the stands. Chun Ping looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood, and slowly slumped his head. Chun Ping died. The entire hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted into an even more violent uproar. Chun Duhu was dead, and even his son hadn't survived. This was clearly an attempt to eliminate any future threats. Lu Qingshan finally couldn't sit still any longer. He slammed his palm down on the table, shattering it, and the aura of a 7th-level expert erupted forth. "Enough! You've gone too far." Jiang Chuan looked up at him, his eyes calm and without the slightest ripple. "Excessive? when Chen Duhu broke the rules and attacked the contestants in front of tens of thousands of people? Why didn't Lord Lu say he went too far? When the Dark Moon chapter conspired to force a young girl to sign a contract of servitude, where were you to uphold justice? I'm just making them get what they deserve. How is that going too far? These words were merciless, tantamount to slapping Lu Qingshan in the face in public. Lu Qingshan's expression changed, but he never dared to retaliate. His intervention was merely a statement. If he truly wanted to stop it, he could have stopped Chen Ping when Ling Aoshuang made her move, but he simply watched helplessly as she was killed. Chen Duhu was his subordinate, and if he remained silent, the city lord's prestige would inevitably be damaged. But Jiang Chuan didn't give him a way out, instead making him even more embarrassed. When the situation reached a stalemate, Zhou Yuan stepped in to smooth things over. They are all prominent figures in Tianyuan City. Why argue back and forth in front of tens of thousands of people? He then looked at Jiang Chuan and said, "Young brother, may I have a word with you in private?" Jiang Chuan merely glanced at him indifferently, offering no response whatsoever. Seeing this, Yuan Zi quickly said, "Mr. Jiang, there are too many people around here. Chen Duhu is already dead. We can discuss other demands later." She was reminding Jiang Chuan that there was no need to confront federal authority head-on, and that he could take this opportunity to fight for the benefits he deserved. Jiang Chuan nodded. Soon, the five of them arrived at a private meeting room inside the arena and sat around a long table. Zhou Yuan was the first to speak out, stating that Chen Duhu's attack on the contestants and disruption of the event's order deserved to die. Apart from Lu Qingshan, whose expression was grim, the others were clearly pleased with the outcome. Zhou Yuan then mentioned that the Dark Moon Legion was leaderless and needed to be taken over as soon as possible to avoid chaos. Jiang Chuan interrupted him directly. "I don't want to get involved in the Dark Moon Legion's affairs. I'm only here to confirm the allocation of the enrollment slots." Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Miss Ling is the champion, so the spot naturally belongs to her. What about the other one?" Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, and Jiang Chuan reminded him, "Chen Ping is dead. According to the rules, that spot could be re-recommended by the Dark Moon Legion, or it could be redistributed by Zhou Yuan and Lu Qingshan." Zhou Yuan specifically emphasized the latter, clearly telling Jiang Chuan that this matter was none of his concern. Jiang Chuan was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "I want it." The conference room fell silent instantly. Lu Qingshan's anger flared. "You wanted it? By what right? Who do you think you are?" Zhou Yuan's tone remained gentle, but he did not back down. "The spots at Star Crown Academy are extremely precious, with only 5 available in Tianyuan City each year. If you want to take them, you'll have to give me an explanation." Jiang Chuan glanced at Yuan Zi, who shrugged helplessly, indicating that she couldn't help with this matter either. Jiang Chuan calmly said, "I don't want a single penny of the Dark Moon Legion's assets. I only want this spot." The expressions on everyone's faces immediately changed. The Dark Moon battle group left behind by Chen Duhu was the real behemoth that controlled half of Tianyuan City's wealth, with shops, mines, and secret realms scattered throughout the city, its wealth astonishing. Lu Qingshan and Zhou Yuan both thought that Jiang Chuan was there to get a piece of the pie. No one expected that he would be willing to give up all his businesses in exchange for just one spot. Lu Qingshan stared at him. "Are you serious?" Jiang Chuan said calmly, "If I want those things, I can take them over directly when Chen Duhu dies. There's no need to sit here and waste time talking to you." These words were arrogant, but everyone present understood that they were true. Given the strength Jiang Chuan had just displayed, if he were to forcibly seize the Dark Moon battle group, no one in Tianyuan City could stop him. Zhou Yuan re-examined Jiang Chuan. "You only want a spot? I have no interest in the power struggles in Tianyuan City, nor do I want to develop my influence here." Zhou Yuan immediately smiled and gave Lu Qingshan a look. "If that's the case, then it's easy to discuss." Chapter 37. I think you completely misunderstand. Cultivation resources in the Origin Realm have always been limited, especially for the human race. High-level secret realms and rare gathering points are almost entirely controlled by various forces. If professionals don't join a faction, they won't receive resources for training, and even if they have high talent, it will be difficult for them to truly grow. Therefore, even though Jiang Chuan already had the power to overturn the table, he still had to negotiate with Lu Qingshan and others to discuss the ownership of the Star Crown Academy spots. Star Crown Academy is one of the 3 highest-ranking universities in the Federation, possessing top-tier resources and a superior training system. This spot is not just about status, but also about Jiang Chuan's future cultivation path. The negotiations went smoothly, and before parting, Zhou Yuan handed Jiang Chuan a set of keys. This was one of his vacant residences in Tianyuan City, where Jiang Chuan could stay temporarily. Jiang Chuan did not refuse. This large apartment was located in the most prosperous area of the city, overlooking the night view of the entire Tianyuan City. The interior was luxuriously decorated and fully equipped, especially the big bed in the master bedroom, which was wide and soft. When Jiang Chuan lay down on it, he felt as if he were sinking into the clouds, and much of the fatigue he had accumulated over the past few days dissipated. But as he turned over in bed, he caught a glimpse of Ling Aoshuang beside him out of the corner of his eye, and he froze instantly. During the martial arts tournament, he acted decisively, but after it was over, he realized that he had not thought about how to deal with Ling Aoshuang at all. Treating it the same way as Su Yining is clearly inappropriate. Su Yining knew too many of his secrets, and the two had a purely master-servant relationship. However, Ling Aoshuang's status was different, and Jiang Chuan was unwilling to treat her in the same way. After a moment's thought, he decided to give the choice to Ling Aoshuang. Jiang Chuan told her about the effects of the imperial oath and the whole story, and finally said, "If you want freedom, I can terminate the contract at any time." Ling Aoshuang did not hesitate at all, but simply shook her head slightly, her cold voice carrying an inexplicable firmness. "It's good to be with you." As soon as she finished speaking, a small head suddenly popped out from behind her. Su Yining slipped in a room at some point and said with a grin, "Of course it's great. Master's strength is unparalleled, and his future potential is incredibly amazing. There are plenty of people who want to follow Master, but aren't qualified." Jiang Chuan was stunned. "How did you get in?" Ling Aoshuang, however, was more concerned with another form of address, her eyes flickering slightly. "Master? Oops, I accidentally let it slip." Su Yining stuck out her tongue, but her face was full of a mischievous smile. She leaned close to Ling Aoshuang's ear and whispered, "We are all servants bound by a vow to our master, so of course we must call him Master. And it's not just about calling him Master. We must also be ready at any time." Jiang Chuan's face darkened, and he hurriedly interrupted, "Don't talk nonsense." "Yes, Master." Su Yining deliberately dragged out her response, making Jiang Chuan's scalp tingle. Ling Aoshuang looked bewildered, her cool eyes revealing a hint of confusion. "Prepare for what?" Su Yining glanced at her in surprise, then laughed even more heartily. "I see you don't understand at all. It's okay. Your master knows a lot and can teach you slowly later." Seeing that the topic was getting increasingly out of control, Jiang Chuan quickly changed the subject. "Ao Shuang, we're going to Star Crown Academy soon. Is there anything you need to take care of in the real world?" Ling Aoshuang's gaze gradually turned cold, revealing an uncontrollable chill. "Have." Jiang Chuan keenly sensed that something was wrong with her mood and immediately said, "Contact me if you have any difficulties. Don't try to handle it all alone." "Okowo." Ling Aoshuang nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then added, "Master." When those two words came out of her cold, beautiful face, Jiang Chuan felt as if he had been electrocuted. Ling Aoshuang showed no unusual reaction, clearly influenced by the oath, and didn't see anything wrong with the title. After saying that, she went offline. Jiang Chuan snapped out his daze, grabbed Su Yining, who was still chuckling, and said through gritted teeth, "You're not allowed to teach Aoshuang those messy things anymore. My feelings for her are pure." Su Yining blinked and exposed him without any mercy. If the master is truly willing to let her leave, why doesn't he first break the vow and then let her choose for herself? Isn't that just burying his head in the sand? On the other side, in an old residential building in the old city, Ling Aoshuang returned to the home she hadn't set foot in for a long time. After being forced to sign a contract with the Dark Moon Legion, she paid off the last debt for that man. Even a bloodfather is nothing more than this. Now, she should have severed all ties with this family, but after joining the battle, she unexpectedly learned some things, so she had to come back in person. She stopped in front of a door when she reached the corner on the 4th floor. The door was unlocked, and the living room TV was blaring a late-night shopping program. On the sofa, a man and a woman were entangled in a frantic struggle, but the first thing Ling Aoshuang looked at when she stepped into the room was not them. She looked at her mother's portrait on the cabinet. The mother in the photo is smiling gently. That's how she looked 20 years ago. When this photo was taken, the mother probably didn't know what kind of man she would marry in the future. The two people on the sofa finally noticed Ling Aoshuang, and the woman screamed and grabbed her clothes to cover herself. The man hurriedly put on his shirt, but when he saw Ling Aoshuang clearly, his panic quickly turned into anger. "Why the hell are you back?" Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed again. "Did you upset Master Chen again? I knew you were a troublemaker." Ling Aoshuang ignored his insults, simply raising her hand as an icy blue halo slowly condensed in her palm. She stared at the man and asked word by word, "How much money did the Dark Moon Legion give you?" The man's expression froze for a moment, but his words remained stubbornly defiant. "What money? You've finally woken up. You think you're all grown up and dare to lay a hand on me? I'm your own father. You dare touch me and see what happens." The next second, an ice spike suddenly pierced through his chest. Before the blood could even spurt out, it was frozen by the extreme cold. The man lowered his head in disbelief, then struggled to look up, only to see Ling Aoshuang's cold, emotionless eyes. "How dare you? You deserve to die." The sudden burst of frost instantly engulfed the entire room. Chapter 38. People from the Lin family arrive. In the middle of the night, Jiang Chuan was suddenly awakened by a ringing phone. The caller was none other than Lu Qingshan. As soon as the call connected, Lu Qingshan got straight to the point. "Mr. Jiang, your little girlfriend is causing quite a stir in real life." Jiang Chuan immediately understood that he was referring to Ling Aoshuang, and his tone turned slightly somber. "What happened?" Lu Qingshan told him that Ling Aoshuang had killed 2 ordinary citizens. According to federal regulations, professionals are not allowed to use supernatural powers in the real world. Violators will be severely punished, regardless of their background. Jiang Chuan didn't respond, but Lu Qingshan quickly changed the subject. "But don't worry, I've already suppressed this matter for you. You should persuade her to try to resolve any conflicts in the origin realm. It's alright here in Tianyuan City, but once we get to Tianke City, she can't be so impulsive anymore." Jiang Chuan calmly said, "Thank you, City Lord Lu. I will remember this favor." Lu Qingshan had clearly been waiting for this sentence, and hung up the phone with satisfaction. Lying in bed, Jiang Chuan couldn't fall asleep. He didn't press Ling Aoshuang about why she killed someone, because he knew she must have her reasons. What truly mattered to him was power. Lu Qingshan spoke of it casually, but Jiang Chuan knew very well that in reality, using supernatural powers to commit murder was a capital offense. Without this connection, even if Ling Aoshuang were an SS-level prodigy and escaped death, she would definitely not have been able to escape the severe punishment of exile. But in Tianyuan City, Lu Qingshan could completely suppress such a major event with just a single sentence. Jiang Chuan finally understood that, to the people here, the identity of City Lord Lu carried far more weight than 7th-tier strength. The next morning, a light rain was falling over Tianyuan City. Jiang Chuan arrived at the city gate to wait, and Ling Aoshuang stood beside him, her expression calm, as if nothing had happened the night before. Not far away, Su Yao wore dark red light armor, and even her heavy makeup couldn't hide the dark circles under her eyes. She kept stealing glances at Jiang Chuan, her eyes filled with complex emotions, but she never dared to approach him. Su Lai stood behind her, forcing a smile at Jiang Chuan from a distance. In the end, Jiang Chuan still gave him the spot she had negotiated. Su Lai hesitated for a long time before finally steeling himself and walking over. "Nephew Jiang, I've investigated everything that happened before, and it was all Yao Yao's fault. Yao Yao, come over here and apologize." Su Yao stood there, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Jiang Chuan raised his hand to interrupt him. "Uncle Su, no need. I reserved the spot for you to repay a favor my father owed me. You don't need to thank me. As for those words, you meant well for me. I'm not someone who doesn't know right from wrong." Su Lai still wanted to thank him, but Jiang Chuan said again, "I gave the spot to you. As for who you want to use it for, that's your business and has nothing to do with me." Having said all that, Su Lai was too ashamed to say anything more, so he could only smile awkwardly and go back to comfort Su Yao. Jiang Chuan felt much more relieved. He had secured a precious spot, thus settling the favor his father had left behind. It wasn't a bad deal. Just then, Lu Qingshan, who was at the front of the group, suddenly rose into the air and cupped his hands towards the distance. "I am Lu Qingshan, and I respectfully welcome the special envoy from Star Crown Academy." Everyone looked up and saw a silver-white flying boat descending slowly through the clouds. The Star Crown Academy's emblem was engraved on both sides of the flying boat, with a 6-pointed star encircling an open scroll. The flying boat landed steadily in front of the city gate, the cabin door opened, and 2 figures stepped out one after the other. Ahead stood a woman in her early 30s, her black hair styled in a bun, with delicate features and thin-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Her aloof demeanor inexplicably put pressure on the group of recent graduates. Upon seeing her, Su Yinin immediately strode forward and bowed respectfully. "Dean Shun." The woman nodded slightly, glanced at Su Yinin a few times, her brows furrowed slightly, then quickly relaxed. The elderly man behind her was about 60 years old, tall, with silver hair combed back and a straight back. Beneath a long black robe, his triangular eyes flashed with a cold light as he constantly searched the crowd. The woman's gaze swept over the crowd, lingering for a moment on Ling Aoshuang before she spoke. I am Shanzi, the Dean of the Dark Star Academy at Star Crown Academy. Who is Jiang Chuan? Jiang Chuan stepped forward half a step. That's me. Before Shanzi could speak, the old man behind her shouted sternly. So it was you who killed my grandson? Jiang Chuan frowned, exchanged a glance with Su Yining, and immediately understood the other person's identity. This person was from the Lin family. Su Yining's report to the academy already stated that Lin Yueming colluded with the Bloodcat clan. It's not surprising that the Lin family would send people to investigate, but the old man's immediate question about his grandson's murder clearly indicated ill intentions. Jiang Chuan cleared his mind and said calmly, Lin Yueming colluded with alien races and harmed his classmates. He deserved to die. That's right. I took timely action to eliminate this scourge. No need to thank me. Presumptuous. The old man's face suddenly darkened, and a powerful aura crashed down, even squeezing and distorting the falling rain. Jiang Chuan stood still, not even moving a muscle. Instead, he asked curiously, what, am I wrong? Or is it that your Lin family is fully aware of Lin Yueming's collusion with alien races, so you don't think he's done anything wrong? Shanzi glanced at Jiang Chuan in surprise. Lin Tianjing's question just now was a rhetorical trap, deliberately avoiding the fact that Lin Yueming was colluding with alien races. Whether Jiang Chuan admits it or denies it, he will be led by the other party. But he not only saw through it instantly, but also cornered Lin Tianjing against the wall. Shanzi's eyes lit up with interest, but she swallowed back what she was about to say. She wanted to see what else this young man could do. Lin Tian was furious on the spot. Arrogant little thief, how dare you slander my Lin family for colluding with alien races? My Lin family has been loyal to the Federation for generations, and countless members have sacrificed their lives for the country. Based on your words alone, I can sentence you to death. Jiang Chuan innocently spread his hands. I never said the Lin family colluded with alien races. You said it yourself. Also, don't get so agitated. If you die of anger on the spot, I won't take the responsibility. Chapter 39, A Dual-Talented Individual, 1 in a Billion. Shanzi knew that she couldn't let the two of them continue arguing. Jiang Chuan has a sharp tongue. If he says a few more words, Lin Tianjing might really lose his temper and take action. She interrupted in a clear voice. Elder Lin, our purpose in coming here is to investigate the truth behind the attack on the 7th group in the wilderness, not to convict anyone. Lu Qingshan quickly approached Jiang Chuan and whispered, Mr. Jiang, please don't make a move. Lin Tian is an elder of the Lin family's law enforcement hall and a third-rank official of the Federation. Killing him without solid evidence is tantamount to declaring war on the Federation. He knew Jiang Chuan's personality all too well and was afraid that the guy might kill Lin Tianjing on the spot in a fit of anger. Being wanted by the authorities is a minor matter. If it leads to Jiang Chuan losing his position as city lord, that would be truly unfortunate. Lin Tian glared at Jiang Chuan with a sinister look. You sharp-tongued little beast. I think you're a spy planted among humans by a foreign race. Then, he turned his anger on Su Yining. And you little bitch, what did you say about my Ming-Er forcing you to sign a vow? With the Lin family's power, what woman couldn't they find in Tianke City? Why would they possibly take a fancy to someone like you? It was clearly you who tried to seduce Ming-Er but failed. And in your anger and shame, you conspired with this little beast to kill him. Now that only you are alive, you can easily turn black into white. Jiang Chuan's eyes instantly turned cold. Before he could speak, Shanzi's tone also turned serious. Elder Lin, I'll say it again, everything must be based on evidence. According to you, hundreds of disciples from Star Crown Academy are attacked outside the border every year. Are all the survivors traitors? Of course I have evidence. Lin Tianjing sneered. There's a huge loophole in this little bitch's testimony. The information clearly states that Jiang Chuan is only a newly awakened F-level decomposer, not even as good as the worst disciple in the academy. How could he possibly defeat the Bloodcat clan assassins who were surrounding and attacking them? The scene fell silent immediately, with only the soft rustling of raindrops falling on the bluestone slabs. Shanzi did not refute it, because this was also the point of doubt in her mind. When Jiang Chuan first met Su Yining, he did not want to reveal his strength, so in the report submitted by Su Yining, he was still listed as a dissection master. But now that Jiang Chuan has decided to join Star Crown Academy, his status as an F-level disassembler is clearly far from enough. Lin Tian pressed on. Speak. Did my son Ming-er discover your alien identity, and that's why you killed him, to silence him? Jiang Chuan suddenly chuckled, a smug smile spreading across his face. You old bastard, I think you not only have a problem with your brain, but you also have a pitifully small amount of knowledge. Lin Tianjing's forehead veins bulged as he roared menacingly. The evidence is conclusive. How dare you be so insolent? Jiang Chuan spoke slowly and deliberately. I am an F-level decomposer, that's true. But that's just one of my talents. Everyone's expression changed. The next second, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Jiang Chuan's palm, and the phantom of a longbow slowly appeared. An indescribable, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. Lin Tianjing's pupils shrank sharply. Faced with that power, he actually felt that his A-level talent was showing signs of submission. Even Shun Zi was utterly shocked. Could this be? Jiang Chuan gave her the answer. That's right. I am a 1 in a billion dual talent possessor. My other talent is the SSS level combat talent, E. Everyone in the room gasped in shock. Those most affected were Su Lai and his daughter, who were on the periphery. Su Lai was first shocked, then left with only bitterness. He subconsciously rubbed his fingers, wanted to contact Jiang Mingyuan and question him about why he had concealed this matter. But he soon realized that he was no longer in a position to contact Jiang Mingyuan. Su Yao stood there, stunned, her mind replaying all the things she had done to Jiang Chuan after he joined the team, her eyes filled with confusion. SSS level talent. Such a talent was actually right beside them. Lin Tianjing's body was trembling, and he was so excited that he was spitting out words. No, this is impossible. Jiang Chuan snorted coldly. That's why I said you have shallow knowledge. With SSS level talent, why would I need to become a spy for an alien race? Your little bastard is nothing but trash with an A-level talent. What right does he have to compare himself to me? Lin Tianjing's face turned ashen, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Lu Qingshan then looked enlightened. So Jiang Chuan possessed an SSS level talent. Then everything that had happened before seemed to make sense. No one present had ever actually seen an SSS level talent, let alone knew just how strong that talent was. However, with an awakening probability of 1 in 100 billion, even if Jiang Chuan is only at the first level, killing Chen Duhu, who is at the peak of the 6th level, seems reasonable. The shock was still churning in everyone's hearts, but the anger in Lin Tianjing's eyes gradually turned into a cold, killing intent. The killing intent even contained a trace of fear that he himself was unaware of. Throughout human history, every SSS level talent has been a supreme being capable of plucking stars from the sky and seizing the moon, burning mountains and boiling seas. If Jiang Chuan were to grow up, it would be an absolute disaster for the Lin family. But Shun Zi reacted even faster than him. She stepped in front of Jiang Chuan, her wide minter robe spreading out to completely protect him behind her. Her sharp gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Lin Tianjing's face. Everything that happened today, everything that everyone saw and heard, must be kept to yourself. Shun Zi warned coldly. Anyone who dares to leak the news that Jiang Chuan possesses an SSS level talent is an enemy of Star Crown Academy and the Federation. The Federation will destroy it at all costs. She stared at Lin Tianjing, her tone growing colder. Elder Lin knows better than I what at all costs means. Lin Tianjing's face twitched violently. He was well aware that anyone who violated this prohibition would be relentlessly hunted down by the Federation's powerful figures, no matter where they fled. If it really comes to that, the legacy left by the Lin family ancestors will be meaningless, and the entire Lin family could be wiped out overnight. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Clear. Shun Zi said no more and turned astride toward the flying boat. Get on the ship. Full speed back to the academy. Everyone immediately. Chapter 40 Dark Star Academy. The airship's cabin door closed rapidly after everyone boarded, and the ship soared into the sky, its runes emitting blinding light, accompanied by a constant whistling sound as it tore through the air. Tianyuan City shrank rapidly beneath our feet. The city walls became thin lines, the houses turned into tiny dots, and the river resembled a silver ribbon. A few breaths later, the entire city had vanished into the clouds. Jiang Chuan wanted to look around a little longer, but suddenly his vision blurred, and he was taken into an elegant cabin. Only Shun Zi was in the room, wearing a dark blue robe embroidered with silver star and moon patterns, with a cold and aloof demeanor. She said directly, Before returning to Tiankai City, you are not allowed to leave this room, and you must not leave my sight. This is to protect you, and I hope you understand." Jiang Chuan nodded, but he could also see her strength. Shunzi was definitely not just a 7th-level expert, but an 8th-level expert like the radiant figure in the Craftsman's Tomb secret realm, a being standing at the top of the human race. "Is it that serious?" Jiang Chuan asked. "It's more serious than you think," Shunzi said solemnly. "There have only been 7 SSS-level professionals in the history of the human race. The reason why the human race can stand in the origin realm today is because of the foundation laid by those 7 legends with their lives. But precisely because of this, every SSS-level professional will become a target for the alien races. Once your information is leaked, the assassins of the Bloodcat clan and the Corpse Dog clan will pounce on you like sharks smelling blood. They will not only be watching you, but also everyone around you, which may even trigger a full-scale war between the 2 races and the human race." Jiang Chuan fell silent. The Bloodcat clan and the Corpse Dog clan were humanity's primary enemies, and their borders, bordered by their shared territory, were constantly ravaged by war. Caught in the middle, facing 2 major alien races, the human race's situation is far from optimistic. In terms of both physical strength and reproductive capacity, humans are at a disadvantage, forced to rely on weapons and trump card acquired through trade to barely survive, their territory continuing to be eroded year by year. Shunzi had been observing him for a while, and suddenly asked, "When did you awaken your SS-level talent?" "On awakening day." "Then why not report it?" Jiang Chuan did not answer. Shunzi stared into his eyes, remained silent for a moment, and then gave him the answer. "Because you don't trust the Federation, you don't trust City Lord Liu, and you don't trust anyone. You're afraid of being treated as an outsider, afraid of being studied, afraid of being used as a tool." Jiang Chuan indeed thought so. Shunzi sighed, her tone softening. "Your concerns are not unfounded. In the history of the Federation, there have indeed been instances where gifted individuals were overprotected and ultimately lost their freedom. But things are different now. The purpose of Star Crown Academy is to prevent this from happening again. There, your talent will not be suppressed, but nurtured and amplified, and used where it is most needed." Jiang Chuan still wasn't entirely convinced. Her assumption was that he only had 1 SSS-level talent. But what if his rule-level talent were also revealed? You can believe what she says, but you can't believe everything she says. Shunzi saw through his wariness and calmly promised, "From now on, your safety is entirely my responsibility. No one in the Academy can touch you, and outside the Academy, anyone who wants to harm you will have to think twice before they do so. This is Star Crown Academy's promise, and it is also my promise, Shunzi's promise." Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Can you guarantee that the Lin family won't secretly take action against me?" "If the older generation doesn't follow the rules and bullies the younger ones, I can guarantee that," Shunzi said clearly. "But the Lin family also has many outstanding students in the Academy, and they can cause you trouble according to the Academy's rules. As long as your life is not in danger, I will not interfere. The Academy encourages competition among its students." In her view, if Jiang Chuanra can't even keep up with professionals of his own age, then even with his SSS-level talent, he might not be worth the Academy's full support. But that wasn't what Jiang Chuan cared about at all. He countered, "What if I take action against the Lin family?" Shunzi was stunned for a moment. The Lin family was a powerful clan in Tiankai City. Even without an 8th-level expert in charge, they could still invite an 8th-level expert with their resources and connections. This kid isn't worried about the Lin family's retaliation. He's actually thinking of actively causing trouble for them? She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Most of the Lin family members hold important positions in the Federation. Unless you find concrete evidence of their collusion with other races, it will be very difficult to bring them down." "What a pity," Jiang Chuan sighed, but he had other plans in mind. Just because he can't act openly doesn't mean he can't act secretly. Now that they've become enemies, he has no habit of being merciful or settling scores later. But naturally, he can't let Shunzi see these thoughts. He then asked, "What exactly is Star Crown Academy like?" "The Academy has 7 colleges, each corresponding to a different training direction," Shunzi explained. "The Star College specializes in combat. The Star Radiance College specializes in magic. The Star Dome College specializes in tactical command. The Nebula College specializes in equipment forging and disassembly. The Star Sea College specializes in medicine and healthcare. And the Star Luo College specializes in alien culture and diplomacy." She paused for a moment, her gaze falling on Jiang Chuan. "There is one last special academy, Dark Star Academy." Jiang Chuan noticed that when she mentioned the 6 academies, her tone was indifferent, but when she mentioned the Dark Star Academy, her eyes revealed obvious pride. Dark Star Academy does not recruit students from outside the academy, does not conduct public examinations, has no fixed courses, and has no fixed instructors. Those who can enter the academy are all monsters whose potential far exceeds the limits of conventional training. She turned around and said solemnly, "You will be the only freshman in Dark Star Academy this year." Jiang Chuan wasn't surprised. He simply nodded. "So, I'm on the monsters too." Shunzi didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said, and continued, "The rules of Dark Star Academy are very simple. That is, there are no rules. What you want to do, what you want to learn, and where you want to go are all up to you. The academy will not arrange required courses, will not assign homework, will not assess attendance, and will not check your progress in cultivation." Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like free-range farming. It's not about letting them run wild. It's about giving them absolute autonomy," Shunzi corrected. "Students of Dark Star Academy don't need anyone to arrange things for them. They know what they should do. If they don't know, then they don't deserve to stay in Dark Star Academy. Of course, not caring doesn't mean not providing resources. The Dark Star Academy has the most abundant resources among the 7 academies, with the highest priority for secret realms and the largest quota for equipment applications. Just tell me what you need, and as long as it's not excessive, I can satisfy you." Jiang Chuan asked, "How many students does Dark Star Academy have?" "Including you, there are 8 in total." Shunzi's tone was filled with pride. "I've said it before, Dark Star Academy only accepts monsters. Monsters are not common. Sometimes one appears every few years, and sometimes you can't wait for one for more than 10 years. It's your luck that you got in, and it's also the Academy's luck." Chapter 41 Basic Attribute Test, Peak 8th Rank. As the flying boat traveled westward, and Jiang Chuan's SS-level talent was revealed, the investigation into Lin Yueming's death suddenly became insignificant. Shunzi never mentioned the matter again, and Jiang Chuan was happy to have some peace and quiet. Lin Tianzheng came to see her once, but Shunzi blocked him away on the spot. "Elder Lin, there are more important matters at hand, concerning the future of humanity. I am also very sorry for Lin Yueming's death, but the investigation is not urgent." Lin Tianzheng could only appeal to emotions, saying that the flying boat would pass through that area on its return journey, and that he only wanted to collect his son's body. Couldn't he even grant this small request? Shunzi stared at him, not believing that the Lin family was colluding with foreign races, since it would not benefit the Lin family in any way. But since this matter involves Jiang Chuan, she wouldn't dare gamble even if there was only a 1 in 10 million chance. What if Lin Tianzheng, under the guise of collecting corpses, secretly notifies the Blood Cat Clan king to ambush Jiang Chuan after the flying boat lands? It doesn't matter that she died. Humanity has only lost an 8th-tier powerhouse. But if Jiang Chuan dies, humanity may miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to expand. So she simply said 2 words calmly, "No." The hatch slammed shut, shutting out Lin Tianzheng's ashen face. 2 days later, Jiang Chuan saw a huge black shadow appear on the horizon through the porthole. It was a colossal architectural complex stretching across the land, extending to the horizon, with its tallest spire piercing the clouds. Sunlight shone on the golden glazed tiles, refracting a dazzling light. The entire city resembled a colossal steel beast lying on the plain, swallowing millions of people. "Isn't it spectacular?" Shunzi walked up to him without him noticing. Jiang Chuan nodded. "This is Tianke City, the last line of defense for humanity. When any alien race mentions humanity, this is the first place that comes to mind. If we cannot defend this place, humanity will truly have no future." The airship passed through layers of light curtains and landed in the heart of the city, at Star Crown Academy. Jiang Chuan finally saw the legendary academy with his own eyes. 7 colossal buildings, each with a distinct style, are arranged according to the orientation of the Big Dipper, and each one is so majestic that it is awe-inspiring. In the very center, a black tower stands silently, several times taller than the other 7 buildings, its spire disappearing into the clouds, its end nowhere in sight. That place is the Dark Star Academy. Jiang Chuan stared at the black tower, and a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart, as if he was not observing the tower, but the tower was watching him. Is this tower a living thing? He frowned, looked away, and disembarked from the flying boat with Shunzi. Before she could even speak to Ling Aoshuang and Su Yinin, everything went blur before her eyes, and she was directly led into a building by Shunzi. She handed me a black metal badge with a star pattern engraved on it and 7 small points of light surrounding it. This is a Dark Star Academy student ID. After entering your identity information, the corresponding functions will be unlocked. Jiang Chuan did as instructed. The badge vibrated slightly, then transformed into a black stream of light and entered the back of his hand, leaving a faint star-shaped mark. The next second, the scene before his eyes changed. The college is still the same college, but countless digitized virtual information has come into view. For example, there's a line of text hanging above Shenzi's head. Shenzi, Dean of the Dark Star Academy, is extremely dangerous. Before Jiang Chuan could take a closer look, Shenzi clapped her hands. Let's go. There are still people waiting to see you. Ooh, the head of the department and several other experts, she said with a rare, meaningful smile. They're very interested in your body. The two walked through the long corridor and came to a huge circular building. The building had no windows, only a heavy metal door. Shenzi placed her palm on it, and the door slid open silently to both sides. Behind the door was a huge training ground with a high dome, a floor paved with dark gray metal, and walls engraved with runes. 5 people stood in the center of the training field. The leader was an elderly man with white hair, wearing a dark purple robe with a gold pattern around the academy emblem on his chest. This is Qin Tianheng, the dean of Star Crown Academy, Shenzi introduced in a low voice. Jiang Chuan, you must be tired from the journey. Qin Tianheng nodded with a smile, his voice as loud as a bell. When Jiang Chuan bowed, he subconsciously glanced at the top of the other person's head. Qin Tianheng, Dean of Star Crown Academy, 7th Heavenly General, extremely dangerous. The 7th Heavenly General, one of the 13 supreme authorities of the Federation, stood right in front of him. Qin Tianheng waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for formalities and then pointed to several people in white coats behind him. They're talent research experts. They called you here to test your basic attributes so that the Academy can develop a training plan. Don't worry, it's just a basic test. It won't hurt you, and don't hide your strength. Jiang Chuan nodded. He also wanted to know where his limits lay. He had previously judged from Su Yining that he was roughly equivalent to his 7th order rank. After Yi's talent was upgraded again, even 8th level experts could not withstand his attacks. Qin Tianheng and the others retreated into the observation room at the edge of the training field and activated various monitoring devices through reinforced glass. Shenzi pointed to the center of the field. We'll test 4 things first: impact resistance, strength, speed, and mental strength. Let's start with impact resistance. The ground slowly cracked open, and a 3-meter-tall metal device rose up, its surface covered with robotic arms. The impact testing device can progressively increase the impact force from level 1 to level 9. You just need to stand still and take the hits. Are you ready? Jiang Chuan walked to the device and stood still. Inside the observation room, the experts turned on all the instruments and his physical data popped up on the screen. He's only level 10 after all, so let's start with the peak of the 2nd tier. The first robotic arm suddenly crashed down. Boom! Amidst the muffled roar, Jiang Chuan remained unmoved. The runes in the training ground lit up, absorbing all the aftershocks. The experts looked at the data with surprise in their eyes. 2nd tier peak attacks have no effect. Yi's innate defensive capabilities are very strong. Continue. 3rd order, 4th order, 5th order, the robotic arm becomes more and more ferocious with each iteration. But Jiang Chuan remained firmly in place. Upon reaching the peak of the 5th rank, the expressions of the people in the observation room finally changed. He can even withstand a peak 5th tier cultivator? Just how strong is this kid's physique? A white-haired expert, his eyes gleaming with fervor, shouted, "Continue." Qin Tianheng immediately stopped him. A 6th tier attack corresponds to a 3rd tier professional's full force strike, which is more than 10 times stronger than a 5th tier attack. Don't hurt him. That was like tickling him. Even if he couldn't take it, nothing serious would happen. Since we're testing, we should push him to the limit. Qin Tianheng had no choice but to nod. Shenzi's forehead was slightly sweaty, but she still raised the test to level 6. Boom! Jiang Chuan remained motionless. Peak of the 7th rank. Boom! This time, he swayed slightly, but quickly regained his balance. 8th rank. The robotic arm crashed down, and Jiang Chuan was forced back half a step. His clothes were torn to shreds, and a bloody gash appeared on his muscular chest. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the observation room, everyone fell into a deathly silence. The white-haired old man trembled all over, his eyes almost crazed. His resilience at the peak of the 8th rank is simply a miracle. Wait, is his level accurate? Is he really only level 10? Chapter 42. Mental Strength Beyond Limits. The observation room erupted in chaos. Everyone stared at the data on the screen, hardly believing their eyes. Peak 8th tier resilience? How is that possible? He was the god who shot down the suns, and the legacy he left behind is actually a defensive talent? Wait, the energy testing device isn't reacting at all. He's not just relying on his talent to tough it out. His physical body is just naturally that strong. SSS level talent. Is this what makes an SSS level talent so terrifying? Qin Tianheng took a deep breath. As one of the Federation's top 13, he had seen countless grand occasions, but he was still shaken by Jiang Chuan's physique and could hardly calm down. Star Crown Academy has never admitted an SSS level student, but there are quite a few SS level talents. Dark Star Academy recruits students with a minimum standard of SS level or the extremely rare S level. Su Yimin's S level mental talent, mind perception, was the qualification for her to be admitted to the Dark Star Academy. Even the most outstanding SS level geniuses can only advance 3 ranks at most. Jiang Chuan, however, with his level 10 cultivation, forcefully jumped 7 ranks. The white-haired elder, Han Sinan, was lost in thought and muttered to himself. He was the dean of the Star Sea Academy and a top-tier pharmaceutical researcher in the Federation. Yet at this moment he felt that his SS level talent, which he had been researching for many years, was utterly insignificant. Continue the testing? Qin Tianheng asked. Continue. Han Sinan's eyes burned with fervor. We must find his true limit. After the impact resistance test ended, Shunzi let Jiang Chuan rest for 5 minutes, and then took him to the strength test area. Before him stood a massive black metal wall, covered with pressure sensors. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath and threw a punch. With a loud bang, the sensor readings jumped wildly, finally settling at the early stage of the 7th order. Shunzi frowned. You didn't use your full strength? I only used 3/10 of my strength, Jiang Chuan answered truthfully. Shunzi was silent for a moment, then told him to go all out and not to worry about damaging the equipment. Theoretically, this wall could withstand a level 9 attack, so even if it broke, he wouldn't have to pay for it. Jiang Chuan was relieved. He took a step back, squatted slightly, and pulled his right arm back, making a cracking sound from his knuckles. This time, he concentrated all his strength in his right fist and threw a punch. The air was torn apart by the fist, and a loud explosion suddenly rang out. A visible shockwave slammed into the metal wall. The numbers soared all the way up to the mid-stage of the 7th rank, the peak of the 7th rank, the early stage of the 8th rank, the mid-stage of the 8th rank, and finally settled at the peak of the 8th rank. The observation room fell into a deathly silence. An expert's fingers trembled, his voice trembling. 16 years old, just awakened, and already possessing power approaching the 9th rank. Han Sinan, on the other hand, remained much calmer. Since Jiang Chuan could withstand an attack from a peak 8th tier opponent, his strength was naturally not weak. But he was still puzzled. Jiang Chuan did not use his innate power in this punch. Could it be that the inheritance is not an offensive talent at all? Immediately afterwards, the speed test began. Runes lit up the training ground, and a 100-meter long strip of light stretched out. Shunzi stood at the finish line and picked up the timer. Jiang Chuan stood at the starting line, leaning slightly forward. As the timer was pressed, he instantly became a blur. With a whoosh, he covered almost 100 meters, followed by a deafening crash as one side of the training field wall collapsed. Shunzi held the timer for a moment, then quickly ran towards the ruins. Are you all right? Jiang Chuan crawled out of the rubble, spitting out the dust in his mouth, somewhat embarrassed. He clearly hadn't yet achieved complete control over his power. But his first question was, I don't have to pay for this, do I? No need. Shunzi stared blankly at the 10-meter diameter pit. This training ground, constructed from special materials and arrays, was designed to withstand 9th tier attacks. Yet Jiang Chuan managed to break it like this with just his bare body. After confirming that there was no need to pay compensation, Jiang Chuan asked about the speed. Shunzi picked up the timer, which showed 0.9 seconds. A 100-meter sprint in 0.9 seconds translates to mid-stage 8th tier speed. Shunzi commented, your speed isn't top tier for an 8th rank, but your explosive power far surpasses others of the same rank. With professional training, you could improve it by at least 30%. Inside the observation room, Han Sinan suddenly stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. 3 rank, 8 attributes. He's only level 10, yet his base attributes already surpass those of an ordinary rank 8 professional. This means that his potential is likely to be more than just level 9. Someone immediately reminded them that the last point was the key. Mental strength was the foundation for breaking through to the 9th rank. Without sufficient mental strength, even his strongest physical body was just empty talk. All eyes immediately fell on Jiang Chuan. Shunzi led him into a special room, in the center of which was a circular rune array with a diameter of 3 meters, emitting a deep purple light that caused dizziness. Stand in the center of the formation, close your eyes, and relax. Shunzi's expression was more serious than ever before. The mental test is the most dangerous. If you feel unwell, tell me immediately. Jiang Chuan walked into the formation, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. The rune array lit up, and purple light rose from the ground, completely enveloping him. At first, he remained calm, but soon, the array's light changed from purple to deep purple, and then to a dark red that was almost black. The monitoring equipment emitted a sharp alarm. Mental strength has broken through to the 7th level, and it's still increasing. Peak of the 7th rank, 8th rank. The data had just entered the early stage of the 8th rank when it skipped the middle stage of the 8th rank and rushed towards the peak of the 8th rank. Qin Tianheng's expression changed. Mental tests were prone to errors, so he immediately shouted, "Enough! Stop it now!" "Wait!" Han Sinan suddenly raised his hand, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the screen. "He hasn't reached his limit yet. Continue." Qin Tianheng was anxious. Humanity had finally produced such a genius. They couldn't afford to ruin him because of a momentary gamble. But Han Sinan persisted, and everyone stared at the continuously rising numbers, as if witnessing a miracle that was only seen once in 1,000 years. At the peak of the 8th tier, the numbers still haven't stopped. The next second, 9th rank, the alarm sounded a long blare, and all the instruments' indicator lights lit up simultaneously, then went out at the same time. It wasn't a malfunction. Rather, the data had exceeded the instrument's measurement limit. Jiang Chuan slowly opened his eyes. The light of the rune array gradually faded, and his eyes were clear, as if nothing had happened. "Are you done testing?" he asked. No one answered. Qin Tianheng stared at the completely black screen of the instrument for a long time before turning to look at the experts. "Can anyone tell me what it means for a 16-year-old child to have a mental strength exceeding the 9th level?" No one can answer that, because no one has ever known the answer. Shunzi looked at Jiang Chuan, who had risen from the rune array, and suddenly remembered what she had said. "Monsters are rare." "No, this is not a monster at all. The word monster is no longer sufficient to describe the boy before us." Chapter 43, for the continuation of humanity, live. Jiang Chuan can share Su Yinin's SS-level talent, mind perception, through the Emperor's Oath, and mental strength is undoubtedly his most outstanding strength. This test result has driven the experts present to utter madness. Mental strength exceeding the 9th rank. An expert with gray hair held his head in his hands, his face filled with disbelief. A child who has been awakened for less than a month has a mental strength exceeding the 9th level? Monster! No, he's simply a prodigy. Another expert stared intently at the black screen of the instrument, his voice trembling. It's not that he only surpassed the 9th level. It's that the instruments can only detect up to the 9th level. We simply can't measure how high Jiang Chuan's mental strength really is. That's terrifying. Han Sinan suddenly turned around, grabbed Qin Tianheng's arm, and was so excited that his voice was trembling. "Tianheng, do you understand what this means? Mental strength is the only key to breaking through to the 9th rank. For hundreds of years, no 9th-level powerhouse has emerged in the human race. It's not because of a lack of resources, nor because no one is willing to fight. It's that the mental limits of all of us have been locked." He looked at Jiang Chuan in the arena with an astonishingly intense gaze. But this child was born with the ability to cross that threshold. Qin Tianheng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "You mean he has a chance to break through to the 9th rank?" "It's not a matter of having a chance," Han Sinan said, emphasizing each word. "It's a done deal. Give him enough resources, and even if he does nothing and sleeps all day, he can still naturally reach the 9th rank." All the experts stared intently at Jiang Chuan through the glass. They were no longer looking at a student, but at a monument about to be erected. They are the hope for the future of the entire human race. "Open the door," Han Sinan commanded in a deep voice. The metal door slid open slowly, and a group of white-haired scholars burst forth with a speed completely disproportionate to their age, rushing towards Jiang Chuan. Before Jiang Chuan could figure out what was going on, He was surrounded by a group of elderly men and women. Jiang Chuan, I am the vice dean of Shanghai College. Could I have just one vial of blood drawn? Hair will do. Give me a few strands of hair. I only need to do gene sequence analysis. Skin tissue or nails are fine, please. Looking into those gleaming eyes, Jiang Chuan instinctively took a step back, feeling like a piece of meat that had fallen into a pack of wolves. Shenzi immediately stood in front of him and spoke softly. Everyone, please calm down. The pressure from the 8th-tier experts suddenly spread, and the old scholars finally restrained themselves somewhat, but they still refused to leave. One by one, they passed over Shenzi's shoulder and stared expectantly at Jiang Chuan. Han Sinan stepped forward. He was much more restrained than the others, but the fervor in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Jiang Chuan, I am Han Sinan, the dean of Shanghai Academy. I have studied the talents and bloodlines of professionals for 60 years, and I have never seen an individual like you. Your existence may very well rewrite humanity's understanding of the inheritance of talents. His tone was sincere, even pleading. I only need a small blood and tissue sample. It won't harm you. All research findings will be used on you first. Shanghai Academy will develop the most suitable training program for you based on your genetic characteristics. Before Jiang Chuan could speak, an old voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. You're all too conservative. The crowd automatically made way for them. An elderly woman with a cane walked slowly over. Her full head of silver hair was neatly combed, and her long robe was embroidered with the emblem of the Federal Supreme Academic Council. That is the highest honor in the entire federal academic community. Shenzi bowed slightly when she saw her. Teacher. The old woman nodded, walked up to Jiang Chuan, and scrutinized him for a long time. Then she said something that stunned everyone. What's the point of studying his blood and hair? How many SSS-level experts could you possibly find that way? She slammed her cane heavily on the ground. If we're going to research, let's research how to create SSS class beings. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Han Sinan was the first to come to his senses, frowning in deep thought. You mean, we still know nothing about the inheritance rules of SSS-level talents? The old woman kept staring at Jiang Chuan, as if she were looking at a rare treasure that concerned the fate of her race. According to the principle of bloodline reduction, the offspring of normal professionals usually have talents that are 1 to 2 major levels lower than their parents. However, there is less than a 1 in 1,000 chance that the offspring will mutate and possess talents comparable to or even far surpassing their parents. She slowly said, if Jiang Chuan were to marry one of the Federation's top female professionals and have an SSS-level offspring, wouldn't the chance be far greater than 1 in 1,000? Everyone gasped in shock. This is insane, someone whispered. Crazy, the old woman sneered. 300 years ago, the Bloodcat clan used this method to expand the number of their royal bloodlines from single digits to 3 digits within 100 years. How did the royal family of the Corpse Dog clan rise to power? It was all thanks to a top-tier stud dog that mated with the elite female dogs of the entire clan. If other races can do it, why can't we humans? She turned to look at Qin Tianheng. Tianheng, as a celestial general, your duty is to cultivate the next generation of potential for humanity. Tell me, am I right or not? Qin Tianheng's expression was complicated, but he did not immediately refute. From the perspective of bloodline inheritance, Mr. Zhang's theory does indeed have a basis. But this matter involves the most basic ethics. He hesitated for a moment, just about to speak. Old Jiang, about this matter, I didn't say I was going to force him. The old woman waved her hand and looked at Jiang Chuan again. Her tone suddenly became kind, much like an elder in the family urging someone to get married. Don't worry, son. I'm not an unreasonable person. I'm just telling you a fact. Your bloodline is too important to the human race. You don't necessarily have to get married, nor do you need any emotional foundation. Just contribute some seeds to help the best female professionals in the Federation get pregnant, and we'll take care of the rest. At this point, she suddenly looked at Shenzi, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Z, you're 32 this year, right? Shenzi's expression changed slightly. Teacher, you. 32 years old, SS-level talent, 8th order expert, and still a virgin. The old woman started counting on her fingers. Your genetic quality ranks among the top 5 in the entire Federation. Furthermore, you and Jiang Chuan have already met, so you're not strangers. Teacher, Shenzi interrupted her directly, her voice unusually urgent. This matter is not up for discussion. Chapter 44, someone always has to make the necessary sacrifices, right? Why don't you need one? The old woman frowned, directly seeing through Shunzi's thoughts. How many suitors have you rejected over the years? I've seen it all along. You have no intention of finding a man. But this isn't just about you. It's a major event for the entire Federation. The probability of you and Jiang Chuan having an SSS-level offspring is more than 10 times higher than that of an ordinary female professional. A faint blush rose to Shunzi's usually aloof and indifferent face. If the other students had seen this, they probably wouldn't have believed that the Dark Iron Virgin Dean of the Dark Star Academy would show such an embarrassed side. She bit her lip and said in a low voice, "Teacher, I am the Dean of the Dark Star Academy. My duty is to protect him and nurture him, not to do this kind of thing. There's no conflict." The old woman waved her hand. "You protect him during the day, and you cough at night." She stopped speaking just in time, mindful of the group of people around her, but everyone present understood what she meant. Jiang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. If he didn't speak up soon, he might really be forced by these crazy old scholars to complete some kind of human continuation plan on the spot. He raised his hand, his tone clear and firm. "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to say this. I refuse." All eyes instantly fell on him. The old woman frowned. "Jiang Chuan, you are still young. You may not understand what this means." "I understand." Jiang Chuan interrupted her calmly. "Bloodline inheritance, racial continuation, the future of the Federation. I understand every word you said." He looked around at everyone, his tone unwavering, "But I disagree." The air seemed to freeze. Han Sinan was about to offer some advice when Jiang Chuan raised his hand to stop him. "I'm not the kind of person who would sacrifice everything for the greater good. I will make my own decisions about my bloodline. I will not become anyone's stud, much less let my child be used as a tool from birth." He looked at the old woman and softened his tone slightly. "Professor Jiang, I understand your good intentions and respect your academic standing. But there is no room for discussion on this matter." The old woman stared at him for a long time and finally sighed. "Young man, you are still too young." However, Jiang Chuan changed the subject. "I can provide blood, hair, and skin tissue. I can even cooperate on some more in-depth research materials." Han Sinan's eyes immediately lit up. "You're willing to provide that?" Jiang Chuan nodded without changing his expression. "But it can only be used for scientific research, not for any form of inheritance or continuation. Moreover, all research must be approved by me, and I must have the right to know and use all the results." He had already been quite subtle in his words, but Shunzi's ears still turned bright red. The old woman was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "All right, I've lived for 87 years, and the people I admire most are young people with their own opinions. If you don't want to, no one can force you." She added, "But you must remember, your body is not just your own wealth, but also the wealth of the entire human race. Of course, this is indeed a bit selfish, and you will understand later." Jiang Chuan did not refute, but simply nodded. Qin Tianing spoke up at the opportune moment, breaking the awkward silence. Then it settled. "Jiang Chuan will cooperate by providing research samples, and all research will be conducted on the premise of not harming his body. The results will be shared. As for the proposal that Elder Jiang put forward, it will be put on hold for now and will not be discussed further." The old woman gave a soft hum and ultimately gave up. Han Sinan rubbed his hands excitedly and took out a silver-white metal box from his pocket. Inside the box, test tubes and specially made blood collection needles were neatly arranged. "Jiang Chuan, shall we begin now?" Looking at the row of test tubes, Jiang Chuan suddenly realized that he had agreed too readily. Shunzi walked to his side and whispered, "You can back out." "No need." Jiang Chuan rolled up his sleeves. "It's just drawing some blood, come on." He glanced at Shunzi's still flush profile and, as if possessed, added, "If Dean Shun is interested, I can actually cooperate." Shunzi's face instantly darkened, and a chilling murderous aura rose from her side. Jiang Chuan immediately changed his tune. "Just kidding. Dean Shun is in her prime, and her beauty is unparalleled. I am far too good for her." At this moment, Han Sinan had already inserted the blood-drawing needle into his vein. Dark red blood flowed along the transparent tube into the test tube, and Han Sinan stared at the blood with a devout look, as if he were on a pilgrimage. A miracle truly is a miracle. Jiang Chuan ignored the group of fervent scholars, but began to ponder another question. They all thought he possessed his current strength because of his SSS-level talent. But what truly brought him to this point was far more than just talent. If these studies misled later scholars, leading them to believe that every SSS class should have his strength, it might cause a lot of misunderstandings. However, that was a long time from now. After the blood, hair, and skin tissue samples were collected, The group of old scholars showed no sign of leaving. Jiang Chuan, in particular, continued to gaze expectantly at Jiang Chuan. Looking at her wrinkled face, Jiang Chuan immediately looked troubled. Vice Dean Jiang, some things cannot be forced, otherwise it will only backfire. You should understand. Jiang Chuan nodded seriously. You're right. If the environment is too stressful, the quality of the semen extracted by men will also decrease, which is not conducive to research. Jiang Chuan had just breathed a sigh of relief when she urged, I'll give you half an hour. Hurry up and go relax. Jiang Chuan's face immediately darkened. He knew that if he didn't take a firm stance, these old guys would only push their luck further. I'll talk about it when I'm in the mood. There are enough other samples for you to study first. Although Jiang Chuan was unwilling, she knew she couldn't push too hard. She turned to Shenzi and instructed her, Z, I'm leaving this matter entirely in your hands. Me? Shenzi didn't react for a moment. Why should she be responsible for collecting Jiang Chuan's research samples? Jiang Chuan said vaguely. In short, if he gets the sample, you must send it over immediately so as not to delay the sample's activity. Seeing that Shenzi seemed to want to refuse, she emphasized, this is for the future of humanity. Someone has to make some necessary sacrifices. This time, Shenzi understood completely. Under what circumstances could she obtain Jiang Chuan's sample immediately? However, swayed by the greater cause of humanity, she simply could not refuse. After a long silence, Shenzi took a deep breath and whispered, I understand, teacher. Chapter 45, Starry Sky Temple. Several elderly scholars left, carrying their research samples, their faces beaming with joy. Jiang Chuan let out a long breath and slumped into his chair. This feeling is more tiring than fighting. Shenzi stood to the side, her face still calm, but the blush on her ears had not completely faded. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. You don't need to take what I just said to heart. Jiang Chuan deliberately turned his head to look at her. What words? Everything. Shenzi gritted her teeth, but quickly regained her composure. She explained that Professor Jiang is a leading figure in the field of bloodline inheritance, but his research direction is too radical, and his proposed plan is highly controversial in the Federal Academic Committee and has not yet passed the review. Jiang Chuan said seriously, I think the old man's abilities have been somewhat wasted. Shenzi glared at him irritably, then turned and walked out. First, I'll familiarize you with the Dark Star Academy. After that, the Academy will develop a training plan for you, but whether you accept it or not is up to you. Jiang Chuan followed, and after taking a few steps, he suddenly asked, Dean Shun, I have another question I'd like to ask you about, regarding the job transfer. Shenzi paused slightly, but Jiang Chuan didn't notice and continued. I've reached the bottleneck of the first tier. Star Crown Academy should have a way to advance and change jobs, right? She turned to look at Jiang Chuan, her expression somewhat complicated. Previously, she had almost regarded Jiang Chuan as someone on the same level, but it was only after hearing this sentence that she suddenly remembered that his true level was only one rank. She took a breath and said, the Academy has 13 paths to advancement and job change. 11 of them have already been inherited, leaving 2 unclaimed paths, both of which are S rank. I'll send you the information later. Jiang Chuan was immediately disappointed. Only S rank. The craftsman's inheritances he casually gave away were all SS level, which was obviously not good enough for him. Shenzi said helplessly, the paths to sublimation are extremely rare, and most of them are controlled by alien races. The 13 paths that the human race possesses were all obtained by our ancestors at the cost of their lives. She paused for a moment, then added, but it is indeed a bit low for you. Unless what? Unless you go to the Starry Sky Temple and personally snatch back a high-sequence inheritance. The two walked into a bright corridor, where glowing crystals on the walls illuminated the surroundings, and Shenzi's voice became more solemn. There are 2 ways to obtain an advanced profession. The first is to inherit existing human heritage, which does not require taking any risks as long as the conditions are met. There are currently 50 paths to advancement in the entire Federation, and Star Crown Academy accounts for 13 of them, with the highest being SS level. The second way is through which humans first obtain their sublime inheritance by entering the Starry Sky Temple and competing with all races for professional qualifications. Jiang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Starry Sky Temple. What exactly is that place? It's a sacred place for job advancement shared by all races in the Origin Realm, Shenzi said. To obtain a higher-level ascension path, one must compete with other races there. The competition there is fierce. Less than half of the job changers survive each year. and the survival rate for humans is only 8%. Of every 100 human geniuses who enter the temple, only 8 will return alive. Even so, countless people still flock to it every year. The boost from ascension and class change is terrifying. At the same level, an ascension change class possesses at least 3 times the combat power of an ordinary class, enough to decide life or death. Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "I've heard that beyond the path of sublimation, there is an ultimate sublimation." Shenzi shook her head slightly. "That's just a legend. No one in the human race has ever succeeded in thousands of years. The first condition has blocked everyone." Jiang Chuan knew that the primary condition for ultimate sublimation was that all 4 basic attributes must reach their maximum value, and he had already accomplished that. Shenzi continued, "Not only humans, but even the dominant race in the center of the origin realm has never been heard of anyone achieving ultimate sublimation. I suspect that it is simply a legend fabricated by our predecessors." "What if it really exists?" Jiang Chuan asked. Shenzi was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "It must be hidden in the deepest part of the Starry Sky Temple. The Starry Sky Temple has multiple levels, with increasingly dangerous trials and more astonishing rewards as you descend. The best record for humanity is the 4th level, left behind by an SSS level talent 300 years ago. That person successfully completed the ascension and class change, and upon his return, he was hailed as the dawn of humanity. But below the 4th level lies the true territory of the alien races. The Bloodcat clan, Corpse Dog clan, Scaled Armor clan, Feather clan, and even those dominant races will send their strongest geniuses deep into the area to compete for resources. There, humans are an absolutely vulnerable group." Shenzi thought Jiang Chuan would hesitate, but to her surprise, he immediately said, "I've made up my mind. I'm going to the Starry Sky Temple myself to compete for a better inheritance." She nodded with satisfaction, but still solemnly reminded him, "Only first-tier professionals can enter the Starry Sky Temple. With your strength, ordinary alien races really can't stop you. But there are many races in the origin realm with strange abilities. The inheritors of those dominant races may not be weaker than you." Jiang Chuan smiled confidently. "Then I'll see just how strong they really are." Chapter 46. Either endure it, or kill his whole family. The Starry Sky Temple will open in 3 days. During this time, Jiang Chuan explored all the facilities of the Dark Star Academy. The training grounds, library, materials warehouse, and weapons warehouse were all available, but what satisfied him most was the canteen. The meat supplied, there is all high-level spirit beast meat imported from foreign territories, which not only tastes excellent, but also comes with various miraculous effects. Of course, to eat these things, you need to spend Star Crown Academy's exclusive points, which can only be earned by completing missions. Even though Jiang Chuan possesses SSS level talent, he received no preferential treatment in this matter. Shenzi put it bluntly, "The Academy is a place to cultivate the strong, not a place to raise useless people. Even SSS level individuals still need to earn their own living expenses." However, Jiang Chuan's task of providing research samples to the Star Sea Academy is a well-paid part-time job, giving him enough points to squander. There was another event during those 3 days. Ling Aoshuang's SS level talent was also detected, and she was subsequently specially recruited into the Dark Star Academy. She and Jiang Chuan awakened in the same batch and are now both stuck at level 10, so she can accompany him into the Starry Sky Temple. 3 days later, the Starry Sky Temple opened. Before dawn, Jiang Chuan was dragged out of bed by Shenzi. Shenzi handed him a black combat suit, which felt like silk but was surprisingly heavy. Armor made from the hide of an 8th-tier spirit beast is impenetrable by normal attacks. "Wear it." Jiang Chuan didn't waste any words and quickly changed. The combat suit fit him perfectly, as if it had been custom-made for his body. Afterwards, Shenzi led Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang through the underground passage of the Dark Star Tower to a giant teleportation array. All the runes lit up, filling the hall with a deep blue light, as if one were in the deep sea. Shenzi's expression was serious. "The teleportation array will take you to the outer perimeter of the temple. After the temple opens, you will have 7 days to explore it. The teleportation array will reopen in 7 days. If you don't get to the teleportation point in time, you'll be trapped inside for a whole year." Jiang Chuan nodded to indicate that he understood. Shenzi then looked at Ling Aoshuang and coldly reminded her, "Once you go in, don't trust anyone. In the struggle for inheritance, even among humans, swords will be drawn. The only people you can trust are yourselves." The two stepped into the teleportation array, and the blue light suddenly surged. When the light dissipated, Jiang Chuan was already standing in a vast square. Hundreds of teenagers aged 16 or 17 gathered in the square, chatting in small groups, clearly waiting for the temple to truly open. Some wore Star Crown Academy badges, while others wore the crests of various powerful families. Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang, however, only wore ordinary student badges. This is a protective measure of the Dark Star Academy. Members of the Dark Star Academy never reveal their identities and are trained in secret to prevent them from being assassinated by alien races beforehand. Jiang Chuan scanned the crowd, already making his judgment. These were all the most outstanding geniuses of the human race in this generation, who had gone through layers of selection to gain the qualification to enter the temple. Their goal is to complete their ascension and transformation within the temple, becoming the pillars of humanity's future. On the east side of the square, a tall young man in golden armor was surrounded by a crowd. The golden star crown badge on his chest was very eye-catching, clearly indicating that he was an S-class talent. On the west side sat a young man in a green robe, resting with his eyes closed. He was surrounded by many people, but the atmosphere was much quieter. In the center of the square were several other extraordinary geniuses, each clearly possessing their own circle and confidence. But Jiang Chuan only glanced at them. These people were not his real competitors, because the place he was going was a dangerous place they dared not set foot in. In the crowd, Su Yao spotted Jiang Chuan. Her smile froze instantly, and she quickly lowered her head. With her A-level talent and outstanding appearance, she stood out among the new students and even gained the favor of a scion of a prestigious family, thus entering the circle of top elites. The boy beside her noticed something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong, Yao Yao?" Su Yao suppressed her emotions. "It's nothing, I just saw an old friend." The boy followed her gaze to Jiang Chuan, and seeing that he had no family badge and his equipment was of unknown grade, contempt immediately appeared in his eyes. In his view, these people were just trying their luck, and once they entered the temple, they were only fit to scout ahead and die. He casually reminded Su Yao, "Now that you're in our circle, try to avoid associating with those poor, stingy friends, lest you upset young Masterly." Su Yao felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Due to the confidentiality agreement, she could not reveal Jiang Chuan's SSS-level talent. In terms of social standing, she is probably the one who is poor now, and she and Jiang Chuan are no longer friends. As more and more people gathered, several S-level talents became the focus of attention. The golden-armored youth spoke first. "I am Chu Minghui, an S-class warrior. The first floor of the temple is full of low-level alien races. Fighting alone is suicide. I'm still short a few pioneers. If you're willing to join, I guarantee you'll receive a satisfactory inheritance." The handsome young man in the center said calmly, "Li Chunfeng has an S-level archer talent. The team is still short 3 spots. As long as they have 8B level or higher detection talent and are obedient, they'll be fine." The crowd buzzed with discussion. Both the Chu and Li families were top-tier families in Tianke City. Their recruitment was, frankly, just hiring cannon fodder. However, everyone also understood that they might encounter other races of professionals at any time within the temple. In particular, the Bloodcat and Corpse Dog races had a penchant for hunting down human geniuses. If one were to encounter such an event alone, there might not even be a chance to escape, and many lone travelers are beginning to hesitate about who to turn to for help. At this moment, the boy who had previously scolded Su Yao turned his attention to Jiang Chuan and said mockingly, "Hey, what are you two still standing there for? Didn't you hear young Master Li recruiting people? If you miss this opportunity, you'll never have another one." Su Yao's heart tightened, and she instinctively hid behind the crowd. Jiang Chuan merely glanced at the man without responding. Seeing his lack of tact, the man's tone became even harsher. "Judging from your appearance, you are also freshmen of Star Crown Academy. It's your good fortune to have young Master Li guiding you in finding the inheritance." Ling Aoshuang's eyes turned cold, and she was about to speak when Jiang Chuan grabbed her wrist. He only uttered 3 words, "Not interested." The voice wasn't loud, but everyone around could hear it clearly. Li Chenfeng frowned and looked over, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes when his gaze fell on Ling Aoshuang's face. The young man immediately jumped up and down. "Who do you think you are? Young Master Li gave you a chance, and you're still putting on airs? Once you're in the temple, don't come crying and begging to be taken care of." Jiang Chuan finally looked at him directly, his gaze as calm as if he were looking at a roadside stone. "Are you done talking?" Just as the boy was about to start cursing again, Li Chunfeng stopped him, saying, "That's enough, Wang Tong. Everyone has their own ambitions. You can't stop someone who wants to die." Wang Tong finally shut up, leaving behind the words, You don't know what's good for you. Ling Aoshuang lowered her voice. Master, should we teach them a lesson after we go in? Jiang Chuan shook his head and casually imparted his experience. Teaching someone a lesson will only make enemies, and enemies will only bring trouble. If you don't want to cause trouble, you have to silence them. There are too many people around here, so it's not convenient to silence them. There's no need to bother with them. Ling Aoshuang nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Chuan looked ahead. The teleportation array was about to activate. He took a step forward, leading Ling Aoshuang. Chapter 47 Arrival at the Ruins. The teleportation array of the Starry Sky Temple suddenly burst out with a blinding blue light, and hundreds of human geniuses disappeared from the square at the same time. When Jiang Chuan opened his eyes again, he was standing in a boundless gray wasteland. There were no sun, moon, or stars in the sky. Only a pale purple light curtain covering the heavens and earth, exuding an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. This is the first level of the Starry Sky Temple. Come on, keep up, don't fall behind. The surrounding crowd quickly sprang into action, with the previously formed groups heading in different directions. Those scions of prominent families, clutching notes from their predecessors, had clear goals and were obviously well prepared. Chu Minghui's men went east, the young man in the blue robe went west, and Li Chunfeng's group headed straight north. Jiang Chuan also had a notebook, which Qin Tianheng had personally given him before his departure. Beneath the tattered cover, it was filled with densely packed notes of experience gained by his predecessors through bloodshed. He quickly flipped through the documents and said calmly, "There are more than a dozen discovered ruins on the first floor, but the highest level is only S-grade inheritance. There's nothing we need here." Ling Aoshuang's cold gaze swept across the depths of the wasteland. "Go straight to the second floor?" "Yes." Jiang Chuan closed his notebook and looked due north. "But to get to the second floor, we need to go to a ruin and get the key to open it." And that ruin happened to be in the direction Li Chunfeng and the others were heading. Jiang Chuan shook his head. "I hope it's not such a coincidence." The two hurried north side by side, and before long, they saw Li Chunfeng and his group ahead. Wang Tong, who was walking at the back, was the first to spot the two. His face immediately darkened, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "What's wrong with you two? Didn't you say you weren't interested in us? Why are you following us again?" The entire team turned to look. Li Chunfeng's gaze first fell on Jiang Chuan, then stopped on Ling Aoshuang's face, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Up close, Ling Aoshuang's aloof and stunningly beautiful face was like cold jade, and her bright blue eyes carried an aloofness that kept people at a distance. Li Chunfeng straightened his clothes, nodded slightly to her, and then looked at Jiang Chuan, his tone gentle yet interrogative. Wang Tong's words were harsh, but his question was valid. "Since you refused the invitation, why did you follow us?" Jiang Chuan truthfully replied, "We need to go to the second floor. The key is in the ruins you're going to." As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted from the group. The young man carrying the heavy sword laughed. "Go to the second floor? Even young Master Li doesn't dare to go down to the second floor easily. What is he?" Wang Tong said with a sneer. "Acting all high and mighty, you just wanted to piggyback on our team and find an excuse to get a share of the profits." He sidled up to Li Chunfeng and said obsequiously, "Young Master Li, don't believe his nonsense. This kid is clearly just trying to take advantage of us." Li Chunfeng ignored Wang Tong and instead looked at Ling Aoshuang, his tone becoming increasingly gentle. "The second level is extremely dangerous. Even I have to be cautious. Your companion is either bragging or has no idea how terrifying it is." He took a half step forward, extended his hand, and said, "Why don't you join my team? I guarantee you a complete S-level inheritance. As for this friend who's all talk, let him go get the key himself." Wang Tong immediately chimed in. "Beautiful lady, following young Master Li is definitely a million times better than following this braggart." Everyone was waiting for Ling Aoshuang's answer. Ling Aoshuang didn't even lift her eyelids, only coldly uttering two words, "No need." Li Chunfeng's smile froze instantly, while Wang Tong, as if slapped in the face in public, retorted angrily, "You don't know what's good for you. You are." "All right." Li Chunfeng raised his hand to interrupt him, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. He gave Jiang Chuan a deep look and said calmly, "Since you two insist on coming, then come along. However, the things in the ruins will depend on your own abilities. Don't expect us to share them with you." After saying that, he turned around and sneered. The ruins were full of traps and mechanisms, so having these two greenhorns go ahead to scout the way would save him a lot of trouble. As for Ling Aoshuang, once she has witnessed the dangers within the ruins, she will naturally know who to bow to. Jiang Chuan seemed oblivious to his thoughts, simply following at the back of the group at a leisurely pace. Half an hour later, a group of dilapidated buildings finally appeared at the end of the wasteland. The gray stone pillars leaned precariously, and black veins crawled across the broken walls like dried-up blood vessels. The ruins were shrouded in gray mist, and eerie winds blew from the depths of the ruins from time to time, accompanied by a chilling wail. Li Chunfeng stopped at the outer perimeter, took out the sheepskin map and glanced at it for a few moments, then smiled and looked at Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, the key to the second floor is at the deepest part of this ruin, right? Jiang Chuan nodded, but did not reply. Li Chunfeng smiled and said, since we have the same goal, why don't we split up? The ruins have two entrances, one in front and one behind, which will be more efficient and avoid interference between us. He pointed to the half-collapsed archway ahead. The front door is relatively intact. We can explore it. Then he pointed to the low, narrow opening to the side. It was pitch black, like a giant mouth, with much denser black patterns around it than the front door. As for the back door, I'll leave that to you two. Several knowledgeable people in the group exchanged glances, clearly knowing that the place was definitely not a good road. Jiang Chuan glanced at Li Chunfeng, but simply nodded, okay. After saying that, he pulled Ling Aoshuang and turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the rocks to the side. Once the two had completely disappeared from sight, Wang Tong immediately burst out laughing. Young Master Li's move was brilliant, truly brilliant. That kid probably doesn't know that the back entrance is the most dangerous area of the ruins. Going in there is a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Li Chunfeng's gentle smile vanished, replaced by undisguised coldness. He dared to say he was going to the second floor in front of me, so he must have some ability. In that case, it's not unreasonable for him to share some of the risks with us. Everyone echoed this sentiment. Li Chunfeng said with a faint smile, when he runs into that thing at the back door, he'll naturally scramble back to beg me for a bargain. At that point, he won't have the right to bargain anymore. His gaze swept in the direction Jiang Chuan and the other man had left, a flash of greed crossing his eyes. At that time, even that icy beauty will obediently bow down to him. Su Yao, who was in the group, saw everything clearly. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she said nothing. What could she say? That Jiang Chuan had SSS-level talent, and that even Shunzi, an 8th-level expert from Star Crown Academy, had to personally escort him? Are you saying that seemingly ordinary boy could easily crush everyone present? No one would believe her. If she really told him, Li Chunfeng would probably think she was deliberately belittling him. Su Yao lowered her head, hiding her face in the shadow of her hood. From beginning to end, she had pretended not to know Jiang Chuan, so there was even less need for her to say anything now. Anyway, with Jiang Chuan's strength, let alone a mere back door, even if he searched the entire ruins, he wouldn't be able to be harmed in the slightest. The person who should really be worried is probably Li Chunfeng himself. Unfortunately, he thought he was very clever. Chapter 48 SS Rank Ascension Path, Dragon Slayer Swordsman. From the front gate, Li Chunfeng's team had already penetrated deep into the heart of the ruins, and initially the journey was relatively smooth. Several A-level warriors held the front line, working in conjunction with Li Chunfeng, an S-level archer, to suppress the enemy from a distance. The low-level monsters on the periphery were no match for them. In less than 15 minutes, the group passed through the outer corridor and came into view a trap zone filled with deadly traps. Li Chunfeng stopped, checked the map, and casually pointed to two people. You two go scout the road ahead. Their faces turned deathly pale instantly. The Starry Sky Temple has an annual mortality rate as high as 92%, and 9 out of 10 scouts are cannon fodder. They originally thought they could take advantage of the situation by following Li Chunfeng, and they had just mocked Jiang Chuan for going in through the back door as suicide. When it was their turn, no one in the group spoke up for them, and the two could only walk towards the trap area with fear in their hearts. Watching this scene from behind, Su Yao felt a chill run down her spine. Li Chunfeng didn't even know the names of the two men, and simply asked casually, is there any movement at the back door? Wang Tong immediately chimed in with a smile. What kind of commotion could there be? Jiang Chuan is probably already dead. Maybe that beauty next to him will come crying to young Master Li for help in a bit. Li Chunfeng's lips curled up slightly, but just as the smile appeared, a deep rumble suddenly came from the deepest part of the ruins. It was as if some enormous thing was turning over underground. The passageway trembled, dust fell in a flurry, and everyone froze in place. Li Chunfeng's expression changed drastically. Main hall. Someone arrived before us. The seal has been triggered. Full speed ahead. We can't let them get there first. Before he finished speaking, he had already become a blur, leading his team straight into the depths of the ruins. Through the back door of the ruins, Jiang Chuan led Ling Aoshuang forward at a leisurely pace. Poison arrows shot out from the crack in the wall, and Ling Aoshuang casually conjured an ice shield, freezing the crossbow bolts and the entire wall into a block of ice. As he turned the corner, 4 3-meter-tall stone statues awakened simultaneously, and giant hammers crashed down from all sides with a whooshing sound. Ling Aoshuang didn't even raise her hand. She simply tapped the ground lightly, and an icy blue shockwave suddenly spread out. The 4 stone statues froze in midair, then exploded into a shower of ice shards in the next second. Ling Aoshuang is no longer the girl who would be exhausted after fighting 18 consecutive matches on the stage. The Imperial Oath granted her access to Jiang Chuan's 1,500-point base attribute, along with the frost talent that broke through to SS level and increased in power tenfold. With a casual strike, she possessed the power of a peak 7th-tier expert, and she showed no fear even when facing an 8th-tier powerhouse head-on. This ruin is extremely dangerous to ordinary 1st-tier professionals, but in her eyes, it's no different from the monsters in the beginner village. Master, there's no way out. Ling Aoshuang stopped in front of the thick stone wall. The stone wall was covered with black patterns, with a dark purple crystal core embedded in the center, emitting an ominous aura. Jiang Chuan pulled out Qin Tianhing's notes and quickly found a record. The inheritance stone can only be opened by those who meet the requirements for inheritance. He thought for only 2 seconds before calmly saying, "Break it." Ling Aoshuang raised her hand and conjured an ice spear. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the black patterns on the wall instantly cracked from cold. The spear flew out of his hand with a loud bang, shaking the entire ruins. A hole several meters wide was blasted into the thick stone wall. Jiang Chuan stepped over the rubble and walked into the huge main hall behind the wall. The dome hangs high, the walls are carved with star totems, and the floor is as black as a mirror. In the center of the hall, a dark purple cocoon several meters wide hangs in midair, constantly writhing. As soon as the two approached, the cocoon of light suddenly exploded, and a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster crashed down. Its body was covered in dark blue scales, its limbs were covered in barbs, and its 6 blood-red eyes were fixed on Jiang Chuan and his companion. Guardian of Heritage, Leader L10, 300,000 HP, 1,200 attack, 800 defense. It's a level 10 monster, yet it possesses terrifying attributes that can give even 3rd or 4th tier professionals a headache. The guard roared and charged forward, but Ling Aoshuang condensed an ice spear in her hand and swept it horizontally, tearing it open in the waist and abdomen. The cold air seeped in through the wound, freezing most of its body into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. The monster screamed and tried to escape, but its lower limbs were frozen in place. Ling Aoshuang hurled her ice spear, the spear's edge piercing its mouth and shattering its skull. With a loud crash, the Guardian of the Legacy collapsed to the ground, its massive body turning into ice shards scattered everywhere. Sold out instantly. The corpse dissipated into specks of light, and 2 beams of light shot into the sky. One beam contained a dark gold longsword, while the other held a bronze key engraved with star patterns. Jiang Chuan's eyes flickered slightly. This is it. But he discovered that the guards didn't drop any class inheritance items. According to the notes, the ruins refresh annually, and the guarding monsters have a chance to drop ascended inheritance items. This relic was only recognized as an S-level relic after it dropped an S-level sublimation inheritance, but now it doesn't even have an A-level inheritance. But what does bad luck have to do with Jiang Chuan? He raised his hand, and golden light emanated from his palm. Extract all things, activate. Extraction successful. Strength attribute plus 20 points. Since strength has reached the current level's maximum value, it will be automatically converted into talent proficiency. Extraction successful. Obtained Ascended Dragon Slayer Swordsman, SS rank. A rich orange glow condensed in Jiang Chuan's hand, and the power contained within it was impossible to ignore. Jiang Chuan nodded slightly. Not bad. Just then, the archway on the other side of the main hall suddenly burst open, and Li Chunfeng led his team through the main entrance. He was covered in sweat, and his breastplate was covered in dust, but the moment he saw the scene inside the hall, all his exhaustion turned into ecstasy. Dark gold-grade weapons, mysterious keys, and SS-grade inheritance. Li Chunfeng's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart pounded wildly. He had only wanted to obtain the S-level ascension path. The SS-level inheritance was an opportunity he dared not even dream of. But when he looked at Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang, the ecstasy on his face turned into disbelief. Neither of them wore a speck of dust. and Ling Aoshuang remained aloof and elegant. Not even a single strand of her hair was out of place. How come you're faster than us? The back gate is 10 times more dangerous than the front gate. We weren't even this fast taking the main road. What makes you think you can do this? His voice abruptly stopped, because he finally saw the disintegrating remains of the guards on the ground. The temple guards of the S-class ruins, powerful creatures with 4th-tier strength, were actually killed just like that. Just were these two people. Chapter 49, you think you're worthy of my consideration for the bigger picture? Li Qinfeng's mind raced. He absolutely refused to believe that Jiang Chuan and Su Yao had relied on sheer strength to fight their way into the main hall from the back door, a place where they had a near-death experience. The notes left by the Li family ancestors clearly stated that the back door area was riddled with traps and extremely dangerous, and that ordinary people would almost certainly die if they went in. These two unknown individuals are standing here unharmed. The only possibility is that they have mastered a shortcut to the ruins or have some special means to counter the mechanisms. Thinking this, the shock in Li Qinfeng's eyes was quickly replaced by greed. His request to go through the back door wasn't to throw his life away, but because he had his eye on Jiang Chuan and his companion's secret. No matter how they get there first, as long as the legacy hasn't been used, there's still a chance. Just then, someone in the team suddenly shouted, "Quick, look at the class leaderboard." The bespectacled boy stared at the light screen, his voice trembling. Dragon Slayer Swordsman, SS level inheritance, ranked 985th. This is a top-tier profession in the top 1,000 of the Origin realm. The entire audience erupted in chaos. The professional ranking list is a list compiled by the Origin realm Heavenly Tao based on a comprehensive evaluation of professional potential, growth potential, and combat ability. The professions that make it into the top 1,000 are all top-tier ranks that countless professionals dream of. 985th? The strongest human, the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Lord, is only ranked 1,024th, not even making it into the top 1,000. This inheritance is even stronger than a national-level profession. How is that possible? Everyone's eyes were immediately locked on the orange ball of light in Jiang Chuan's hand, their greed, jealousy, and shock almost uncontrollable. The SS-level inheritance of the human race, ranked 1,024th, is regarded as a national treasure and sealed in the deepest part of the Heavenly Pavilion. Only those who have made great contributions are qualified to inherit it. The inheritance in Jiang Chuan's hands was ranked nearly 40 places higher. Li Qinfeng's breathing became rapid. As long as he could seize this inheritance, he would no longer be just a standout among the younger generation of Tianke City, but the number one among the entire human race's younger generation. He may break through to the 7th, 8th, or even 9th rank in the future. At that time, the Li family will become one of the most prestigious and powerful families in the human race because of him. He suppressed his excitement, put on a gentle smile again, and stepped forward. "Dear student, you're incredibly lucky. Congratulations." Jiang Chuan didn't even glance at him. A hint of displeasure flashed in Li Qinfeng's eyes, but his smile deepened. "However, since you two know about the shortcut to the ruins, why did you pretend not to know and follow us for protection? Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Jiang Chuan frowned. "What shortcut? Hell, why play dumb?" Li Qinfeng said with a forced smile. "Do you want everyone to believe that the two of you really got here by using your skills to break through the back door?" Wang Tong immediately jumped in to agree. "That's right. You must know a shortcut. Otherwise, why would you voluntarily take the more dangerous back door? Would you have survived until now if it weren't for our numbers?" Jiang Chuan was already impatient. "So, what do you want?" Wang Tong, his eyes red, shouted, "Hand over everything you've obtained." Li Qinfeng gave Wang Tong an approving look, then pretended to be impartial and said, "Since you two have been protected by the team, it is only right that you hand over the spoils of war. Of course, I, Li Qinfeng, have always been fair. All spoils will be distributed according to the team's contribution, ensuring that no one leaves empty-handed." Upon hearing this, the envious people in the group immediately began to breathe heavily. They might not get the SS-level inheritance, but as long as they can get a share of the benefits, it's better than making a wasted trip. Su Yao's face grew paler and paler, and she cursed all these people in her heart. They had no idea who they had provoked. Jiang Chuan killed Qinduhu, a peak 6th-tier expert, without hesitation, and now he even had the support of the Federation's high command. What is a Li family? Just an ordinary wealthy family, not even comparable to the Lin family. How dare they steal Jiang Chuan's things? They're practically courting death. Su Yao quietly moved towards the door, ready to run away at any moment. Wang Tong continued to fan the flames. Young Masterly is right. Hand over the stuff and we'll distribute it fairly. Someone else chimed in. We risked our lives to get here, and you take all the good stuff? What about our sacrifices? Feeling the rising emotions behind him, Li Chunfeng's tone also became calm. Jiang, you've seen it yourself. It's not that I'm being unreasonable. My brothers have risked their lives for me, and you've snatched it away from me. It really puts me in a difficult position. Snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, applause erupted in the silent hall. Jiang Chuan clapped slowly, but there was no smile on his face. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He lowered his hand, stared at Li Chunfeng's hypocritical face, and said in a flat tone, to be able to talk about stealing things in such a high-sounding way, you guys really are a bunch of damned bastards. Li Chunfeng's smile froze, and he shouted sternly, Classmate, it seems you're unwilling to consider the bigger picture? Considering the bigger picture? Jiang Chuan grinned, took a step forward, and his smile vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling, killing intent that filled the entire hall. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of my attention? Li Chunfeng's face was ashen, and several combat professionals behind him drew their weapons at the same time. Su Yao's face was pale, as she turned around and rushed towards the door. Let's do it! Li Chunfeng gave a sharp shout. Just then, a shrill scream suddenly came from outside the hall, the sound as if someone had grabbed its neck and stopped abruptly. Chapter 50 Corpse Dog, Clan Hunting Team. The screams outside the main hall were continuous and ear-piercing, like dull knives cutting flesh, making everyone's scalp tingle. Heavy footsteps came from the direction of the main gate, accompanied by the heavy breathing of a wild beast. Li Chunfeng's expression changed drastically, and he no longer cared about the inheritance. He shouted sternly, Everyone on alert! Something's gotten in. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yao retreated from the passage, her face deathly pale. She had originally intended to sneak away, even planning to leave the Starry Sky Temple, but she happened to witness the horrific scene outside. Immediately afterward, a man with a severed arm stumbled into the main hall, his shoulder a bloody mess, his whole body covered in blood, and he screamed in a trembling voice. The Corpse Dog Clan. It's the Corpse Dog Clan's hunting party. All the lookouts outside are dead. All dead. The hall erupted in chaos. The Blood Cat Clan was merely humanity's natural enemy, but the Corpse Dog Clan was the nightmare of the entire human race. These monsters are rotting, with dog heads, and are born carrying corpse poison. The poisonous mist emanating from their bodies alone can make even those of the same level dizzy and cause a significant drop in combat power. Even more terrifying is their formidable physique. A single corpse dog of the same cultivation level is enough to fight 5 human professionals single-handedly. On the border battlefields, countless elite humans have perished at their claws. Hunting down humans who enter the Starry Sky Temple is a coming-of-age ceremony for young professionals of the Corpse Dog Clan. 5 tall figures slowly stepped through the main gate. They were a head taller than ordinary people, their bodies covered in grayish-green rotting flesh, with some areas even revealing bare white bone fragments. On its enormous head, fangs were covered in saliva, and its murky eyes were filled with malice and hunger. The leader of the Corpse Dog Clan was even stronger, its dark brown muscles taut like obsidian. With each step, its paws left corrosive footprints on the ground, emitting white smoke. This is the royal bloodline of the Corpse Dog Clan. Despite standing there, the legs of most people in the hall went weak. There are so many humans. The royal corpse hound grinned maliciously. I still need 7 more heads to complete my coming-of-age ceremony. You bunch of pigs, hand over your heads now. Li Chunfeng's pupils contracted, and he suppressed his fear, shouting, Don't be scared by it. We outnumber them 10 to 1. If we coordinate properly, we might be able to win. Before he could finish speaking, the royal corpse hound had already moved. A black shadow flashed, covering 10 meters like lightning, and slapped a claw at the front line A-level defensive warrior. The man had barely raised a shield when it was torn to shreds like paper. He was sent flying backward, shield and all, crashing violently into the stone wall. The breastplate was shattered, and 3 deep wounds on the chest exposed the bone. The edges of the wounds quickly turned black and rotted. The person hadn't even hit the ground before they were dead. Everyone gasped in shock. An A-level defensive warrior couldn't even withstand a single claw strike. The remaining 4 corpse hounds roared excitedly, transforming into gray-green ghostly shadows and plunging into the crowd. Li Chunfeng could no longer maintain his command and retreated hastily, while the others were completely thrown into chaos. Screams and the clash of weapons blended together, and the hall instantly became a slaughterhouse. Jiang Chuan stood on the other side, watching all this expressionlessly, then withdrew his gaze and reached out his hand toward the pillar of inheritance light. Swish, swish, swish. He captured the 3 beams of light in succession. Li Chanfeng caught a glimpse of this scene and was so enraged that his eyes widened in fury. Jiang Chuan, we're fighting to the death, and you're taking the opportunity to steal. Jiang Chuan didn't even look at him and calmly said, let's go, we don't need to do anything. Ling Aoshuang nodded and walked alongside him toward the back door. Try to run? The royal corpse hound's gaze pierced through the crowd, coldly locking onto the 2 individuals. I've said it before, none of you meat pigs will escape. It growled, slaughter them. 2 roars immediately rang out from outside the back door, and 2 ordinary corpse hounds pounced out of the darkness, opening their blood-dripping maws on the left and right, aiming straight for Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang's throats. Ling Aoshuang merely snorted softly, and with a wave of her delicate hand, 2 icy blue beams shot out from her fingertips, precisely piercing the foreheads of the 2 corpse dog clan members. While the 2 monsters were still in midair, their rotting flesh froze rapidly, turning into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. The ice sculpture shattered instantly upon landing, turning into ice shards scattered all over the ground. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Humans and corpse dog alike stood frozen in place. The royal corpse hound's pupils constricted, and for the first time, a look of seriousness appeared on its face. Meanwhile, the humans, as if grasping at a straw, shouted towards Jiang Chuan and his companion. Please help us. Hey classmate, take us with you. With your strength, wouldn't it be easy for you to wipe out all these corpse dog clan members? We're all the same kind of people. You can't just stand by and watch us die. Pleading and moral blackmail rose and fell, as if they had forgotten that they had just tried to snatch the inheritance from Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan coldly swept his gaze across the crowd. He always had a bottom line in his heart, restraining his desire to kill and seize talent, preventing himself from completely degenerating into a bloodthirsty madman. Therefore, he is reluctant to kill people easily, but it is absolutely impossible for him to save a group of sophisticated, selfish, and ungrateful wretches. I will come back to collect your bodies, Jiang Chuan said calmly. That's true. The corpses here are at least B-level talents, and there's also Li Chanfeng, an S-level talent, so he naturally would miss it. After saying that, he turned and left, his figure disappearing into the hole in the back door. Li Chanfeng stared at the empty exit, then at the menacing corpse dog clan all around him, his face extremely grim. His lips trembled as he shouted, "Don't be afraid. There are many of us. Let's fight these beasts." The royal corpse hound licked the saliva from the corner of its mouth, then refocused its gaze on him, the saliva between its fangs forming thin strands. Kill these people first, then go after those 2 interesting prey. Chapter 51, Second Floor Entrance. After Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang crawled out through the back door hole, they hadn't gone far when Ling Aoshuang suddenly turned around and glanced at the broken stone wall. Master, are you just going to let it go like this? Jiang Chuan continued walking, his tone calm. Of course not. As he spoke, he casually swept his palm across the stone wall on one side of the passage. A terrifying force emanated from the walls, causing the entire passage to tremble violently. Debris rained down from the dome, instantly blocking the passage behind them completely. Jiang Chuan's lips curled up. I didn't do it myself, which is already out of consideration for our clan. If you want to take advantage of me and run away, don't even think about it. Let's go. We'll come back and collect their bodies after we've taken everything. Ling Aoshuang remained calm. The 2 left the ruins and followed the route marked in the notebook, heading towards the entrance to the 2nd floor. On the 1st floor of the wasteland, there are many ruins scattered around. Occasionally, a few fresh corpses can be seen. Human. Foreign race. They lay sprawled on the grayish-white gravel, the bloodstains still wet. After walking for about half an hour, a series of sharp sounds of weapons clashing suddenly came from ahead, mixed with human roars and shrill cries. Jiang Chuan looked up. On a rocky beach not far away, 7 or 8 human professionals were forming a defensive circle back-to-back, surrounded by a dozen or so small alien races. Its body is covered in short, grayish-brown fur. It has a cat's head and a human body, vertical pupils and pointed ears, and claws like curved daggers. They are professionals from the Bloodcat clan. The group's equipment was tattered, indicating they had been fighting for quite some time. The leader was a burly young man wielding a heavy shield covered with scratches left by the claws of the Bloodcat clan. His left arm had been ripped open with a deep gash that exposed bone, and blood was flowing down his elbow, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent, stubbornly holding the front line. Wow, you're pretty resilient. The leader of the Bloodcat clan was a burly individual with reddish fur, squatting on a large rock, his vertical pupils full of mockery, licking the bloodstains on his paws. Stop struggling, just let me cut off your head, and you'll suffer less. The burly young man spat out a mouthful of blood. You're fucking dreaming. The red-haired blood cat sneered, about to order the final wave of attacks, when a cold, icy blue light flashed across its vision without warning. Ling Aoshuang made her move. There was no greeting, no pre-battle declaration, not even a single superfluous word. The moment she stepped onto the battlefield, her ice spear swept out, and frost swept across the rocky beach like a tsunami. Before the Bloodcat clan professionals could even react, their bodies were covered in a layer of white frost. Bloodcat King abruptly stood up, the fur on his back bristling, and let out a threatening hiss. Who are you people? Its words were cut short as an icy blue gun was already pressed against its face. How could it be so fast? This was the last thought in Bloodcat King's mind. The ice spear pierced its skull, pinning it and its body to the ground. Before the blood could even splatter, it was frozen solid by the cold air. It never understood, even in its death, why such a monster of this caliber would appear among the human race, whom it considered trash. The remaining few Bloodcats screamed and tried to scatter and flee. Ling Aoshuang swung her spear horizontally with a backhand motion, unleashing an arc of icy blue light that sliced several monsters in half at the waist, shattering them into ice shards on the ground. The battle ended in a few breaths. Beside the pile of rubble, the few professionals who had narrowly escaped death stared in disbelief at the scene, their minds blank. The dozen or so Bloodcats that were just toying with them were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. The Bloodcat King, who had driven them to despair, was instantly killed in one blow. The burly young man was the first to react. Clutching his injured left arm, he bowed deeply to Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang, his voice trembling. Thank you both for saving my life. My name is Zhao Tai, and these are my teammates. May I ask your names? If there is anything we can do to help you in the future, we will do our utmost. Jiang Chuan waved his hand. We are all human beings. It is normal to lend a helping hand when someone is in danger. There is no need to worry about it. His gaze had already fallen on the corpses of the Bloodcat clan members that Ling Aoshuang had killed. While everyone was still calming down, he walked quietly to the body of the largest Bloodcat and gently pressed his palm against its back. The extraction of all things is activated. Extraction successful. Talent agility enhancement, rank B, obtained. Agility enhancement, rank B, 1 star, agility attribute increased by an additional 25% and an additional 50% bonus when performing agility checks. Jiang Chuan glanced at the prompt on the panel, but his heart was not greatly stirred. It's the same as the power enhancement he received before. It's just a different attribute. This is a fairly useful passive ability for an ordinary professional, but his 4 attributes have already been capped at the first tier maximum value, and there is currently no room for improvement. It's not needed for the time being, but breaking through to the second tier will eventually become useful. He didn't linger. After confirming that there were no casualties or people in need of help among the group, he continued on his way with Ling Aoshuang. At the end of the wasteland, a massive stone gate stood alone on the gray earth. The stone gate, over 20 meters high, is engraved with countless overlapping star patterns and serves as the entrance to the second floor of the Starry Sky Temple. But at this moment, the area in front of the stone gate had already been occupied. To be precise, it was occupied by a group of foreign races. There weren't many of them, only about 10 in total, but the oppressive aura emanating from each of them far surpassed that of the Bloodcat clan and Corpse Dog clan they had encountered before. These alien races varied in size. Some were covered in scales, some had wings on their backs, and some were simply a cloud of black mist floating in the air. But they all stood quietly on either side of the stone gate, none of them uttering a sound. The real protagonist is the monster crouching directly in front of the stone gate. It was a rhinoceros man that was nearly 3 meters tall. His skin was a dark, rocky gray, and the muscles on his back were as angular as a mountain ridge. His thick arms were thicker than an adult's waist, and a short, thick horn protruded from above his broad, flat nose, gleaming with a metallic sheen in the pale purple light. It crouched there like a towering iron tower. As soon as Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang appeared, the rhinoceros slowly raised his eyelids, his deep-set brown eyes sweeping over them with an indifferent look, as if he had seen 2 ants crawling past his feet. Human race. It spoke, its voice low and deep like muffled thunder rolling from the ground, its tone carrying a condescending indifference. I've been waiting here for 3 days, but the opponent I'm waiting for hasn't arrived. He straightened up slightly, casting a long shadow on the ground. But 2 human insects have come first. He waved his hand casually, as if shooing away flies. Kill him. Chapter 52, Turning Black into White. The first floor of the Starry Sky Temple is the human race's stronghold. Chu Minghui leaned against a stone pillar, polishing his heavy sword. His sharply defined face was reflected in the blade, his brows radiating arrogance. His team has already cleared 3 ruins in this area. A very fruitful harvest. He produced 2 A-level inheritances and 1 S-level inheritance. Although it conflicted with his own talent, bringing it back to the family was still a great achievement. Young Master Chu. A hurried shout suddenly came from the entrance of the stronghold. Chu Minghui looked up and saw the sentry shouting urgently. There's a situation outside. Chu Minghui frowned, hoisted the heavy sword onto his shoulder, and strode out of the stronghold. Outside the outpost was a low wall hastily constructed from broken walls and piles of stones, and several professional sentries were peering out from behind it. Chu Minghui stepped onto the top of the wall. Look into the distance. On the wasteland, 7 or 8 ragged, blood-covered figures staggered toward them, looking as if they had just crawled out of a pile of corpses. The person running at the front was missing an arm. The severed area was haphazardly wrapped with strips of cloth, which were soaked with blood. The people following behind him weren't in much better shape either. Their faces were ashen, and the edges of their wounds were an unnatural dark purple. Corpse poison. Chu Minghui's brow twitched, and he waved his hand. Bring them in. Several team members jumped over the low wall and hurriedly helped the group into the stronghold. The most seriously injured one was laid flat on the ground, black blood still seeping from the wound on his chest, and he was already unconscious. Chu Minghui squatted down, turned the blood-smeared face over, and looked at it. His pupils suddenly contracted. Li Shumfen. The Chu family and the Li family are equally powerful, both being well-known wealthy families in Tianke City. Li Chenfeng is also an S-level talent, and is one of the most outstanding figures among the freshmen of Xingmin Academy this year. Although Chu Minghui and he were not exactly friends, they had interacted quite a bit at gatherings in the elite circles. How did this person end up in such a miserable state? Young Master Chu. Li Chenfeng's eyelids twitched, and his voice was weak and hoarse. Apply the medicine to him first. Chu Minghui frowned and gave an order. Immediately, someone took out antidote pills and rejuvenating powder and forced them to drink them. For quite a while, Li Chenfeng's expression finally softened a little. What exactly happened? Chu Minghui asked. Li Chenfeng closed his eyes, 2 lines of tears sliding down his cheeks, his voice filled with sorrow and resentment. It is Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan. Chu Minghui had no recollection of this name. Who is he? Li Chenfeng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with deep hatred, his teeth grinding together. A nobody. We kindly invited him to join our team, but he turned around and stole my SS-level inheritance while we were fighting the Corpse Dog clan, then sealed us inside the ruins and ran away. An uproar immediately erupted around them. SS-level inheritance. How is this possible? The ruins on the first floor of the temple only yield S-rank items at most. How could there be an SS rank item? Is he telling the truth? That's outrageous. Li Chenfeng's chest heaved violently, his voice hoarse, as if he were about to cough up all the hatred in his heart. I know you won't believe this even if I tell you, but that ruin did indeed produce an SS-level professional inheritance, the Dragon Slayer Swordsman, ranked 985th. We fought a bloody battle with the Corpse Dog clan and finally managed to drive them back, but he took advantage of the chaos to steal the inheritance and then ran away through the back door. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the shocked faces of the crowd, his tone growing increasingly somber. We originally wanted to stop him, but the woman beside him was too ruthless, injuring several of our men and blocking our escape route. Look at this arm of mine. Do you think I, with my S-rank talent, would lie to you? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their shock gradually giving way to anger. As fellow humans, we should be united against a common enemy in a place like the Starry Sky Temple. Yet someone is stabbing us in the back. Or is it all for the sake of monopolizing an SS-level inheritance? Chu Minghui's eyes lit up. The Dragon Slayer Swordsman, as the name suggests, is a melee fighter, and Chu Minghui possesses an S-rank melee talent. Is this SS-level inheritance you're talking about a melee combat approach? A barely perceptible hint of coldness flashed in Li Chenfeng's eyes. That's exactly what he was waiting for. He knew this man's temperament well. Arrogant, greedy, reckless, and disregarding consequences. Now that he knew about this, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Young Master Chu, if I'm lying to you, may my talent drop back to F rank. Li Chunfeng raised his intact hand, feigning deep grief. I saw it with my own eyes, that inheritance was a close combat sword technique. It's a pity I didn't have the fortune to protect it. Chu Minghui suddenly stood up, brandishing his heavy sword, the gleam of the sword reflecting the undisguised greed on his face. He raised his voice to the crowd. Everyone heard that. Our human race is already weak in the Starry Sky Temple, and the alien races are eyeing us covetously. Yet that Jiang Chuan actually used such a vicious attack on his own people for his own selfish gain. Such a person does not deserve to be associated with us. He pointed his sword northward. I am now issuing a kill order, offering a reward for Jiang Chuan's whereabouts. Anyone willing to come with me will not only get revenge after we accomplish this, but will also share in what he has. The crowd was silent for a moment, then erupted in a chorus of agreement. Young Master Chu is right. People like this don't deserve to be associated with us. He must pay the price. Li Chenfeng leaned against the stone wall, his face filled with grief and indignation, but inwardly he sneered. Even if he couldn't get that SS-level inheritance, he wouldn't let Jiang Chuan get away with it. At the back of the crowd, Su Yao sat in a corner wrapped in a blanket, witnessing the entire scene unfold before her eyes. A deep chill gradually crept in her heart. Li Chenfeng's handsome face was now more disgusting to her than the fangs of the corpse dog clan. She suddenly recalled, for no apparent reason, the glance Jiang Chuan gave her when he turned back as he left the ruins. At that time, she felt that look was too cold. It was so cold it chilled you to the bone. Now she suddenly understood that Jiang Chuan simply didn't bother explaining anything to this group of people, because he had long seen through them and knew that this rabble was not worth his time. The Rhinoceros King's enormous head was firmly pressed to the ground by a foot, and its proud rhinoceros horn was broken off and being played with by Jiang Chuan. It's a pretty good material for refining weapons. Jiang Chuan casually put it away. Around, those powerful alien races have been reduced to corpses. What exactly are you? The Rhinoceros Man royal family managed to squeeze out a few words from their throats. It simply did not believe that the two were weak humans, but rather that they were some kind of more powerful creature in disguise. But why would powerful races disguise themselves as humans? Jiang Chuan didn't explain to it, and stomped on its head until it was crushed. Then, the extraction of all things is activated directly. Extraction successful. Innate constitution enhancement, grade B, obtained. Physical enhancement, rank B, 1 star. Physical attribute increased by an additional 25% and an additional 50% bonus when performing a physical assessment. Chapter 53, A Creation of the Gods. A first attempt at forging. Jiang Chuan looked at the prompts on the panel and felt a mix of emotions. B great talent. The agility enhancement he previously extracted from the Bloodcat royal family was also grade B. The Corpse Dog royal family is probably similar. These bloodline talents, which are only considered above average among alien races, are enough to slaughter human S-class geniuses like pigs and dogs. The gap between humans and other races was indeed much greater than he had imagined. However, on the other hand, these alien royals, with only B-level talents, can easily overwhelm human S-level talents. How strong must their true S-class and SS-class prodigies be? Not to mention those top races that are born to stand at the top of all races. Jiang Chuan continued touching the corpse of the Rhinoceros King without stopping his work. Item obtained. Hidden Star Compass. A palm-sized bronze compass fell from the Rhinoceros Man, royal family member. It was heavy in the hand, and its surface was engraved with dense star patterns. The compass needle in the center is spinning erratically at this moment. Jiang Chuan flipped through Qin Tianing's notes, but found no record of this thing. However, judging from its name and purpose, it is most likely a wayfinding tool, but judging from the pointer's reaction, that place is not on the first floor. Let's talk about it later. Jiang Chuan put away the compass, took out the bronze key from his backpack, and went to the huge stone door leading to the second floor. Insert the key into the door lock. With a gentle turn. Buzz! The stone gate suddenly burst open. Let's go. Jiang Chuan called to Ling Aoshuang, and together they stepped into the entrance to the second floor. When the white light faded, Jiang Chuan opened his eyes and found himself standing on a platform suspended in the starry sky. Beneath my feet was a semi-transparent, starlit ground, rippling outwards in a shallow circle. Above me was no dome, and all around me stretched an endless, deep blue sea of stars. Several starlight walkways of varying widths extend out from the edge of the platform, intertwined, weaving together a vast labyrinth floating deep within the universe. This is the second level. Jiang Chuan opened the notebook and quickly glanced at it. The notes contained far less information about the second floor than about the first floor. But the key information is still there. He turned to one of the pages, and his gaze lingered there. There are no fixed heritage sites on the second floor, only star beasts. Killing star beasts will grant you star power. Once you have accumulated a certain amount, the gate to the third floor will open automatically. The strength of the star beast is roughly equivalent to a third-tier human professional. It is recommended to hunt it in a team. Third order. Jiang Chuan closed his notebook, his lips twitching slightly. No wonder there are only a dozen or so records on the second floor. A group of newly awakened Tier 1 professionals would face a Tier 3 monster, and even as a team, their chances of survival would be slim. However, for him, there was little difference between the third and first order. Let's go, kill monsters and gather energy. The two walked along a boardwalk. They hadn't gone far when the starlight ahead suddenly distorted violently, and a blurry figure condensed from the void, falling to the ground and transforming into a giant wolf made entirely of starlight. It is nearly 3 meters long, with long and powerful limbs, a mane on its back that is a burning silver-white flame, and a pair of eyes that are like 2 compressed orbs of light. Star Beast Radiant Wolf, level 15, HP 120000, attack 2400, defense 1500. This monster's attributes are so good that it can basically roam freely on the first floor. What's on the second floor? This guy is just the most ordinary monster. Before it could pounce, Ling Aoshuang had already gone to meet it. An ice blue spear materialized in her palm, and with a flash, the spear tip pierced the forelimb of the radiant wolf. The star beast roared in pain and spewed out a blazing breath of starfire. Ling Aoshuang didn't even bother to dodge. An ice shield appeared out of thin air in front of her, blocking the breath that was powerful enough to melt steel. After 2 rounds, she nailed the radiant wolf to the boardwalk with a single shot, and its corpse dissipated into a sky full of starlight. A ray of silvery white light flew out from the light spot and entered Ling Aoshuang's body. Defeat the star beast radiant wolf to gain plus 5 star power. It takes 1,000 points of star power to open the door to the third floor. Take your time. The respawn rate of star beasts is not high, and Ling Aoshuang is enough to handle them. With some free time, Jiang Chuan simply took out the dark gold longsword. Dragon Blood Sword, dark gold, attack power 280 to 345, strength plus 50, agility plus 30, special characteristic, Dragon Slayer Sword Aura. When activated, attacks can release additional sword aura, dealing an additional 120% damage to enemies, and dealing double damage to dragon-type creatures, with a 300-second cooldown. Dark gold weapons are 1 level higher than gold weapons. Placed outside, this sword could fetch at least $4 or $5 million. However, Jiang Chuan uses a bow, so this sword is no different from a fire poker in his hands. He just happened to have an idea in his mind. The thought just popped into my head. Whoosh. Extraction successful. Obtain 2 purple gold, 1 dragon flame stone, and 1 dragon blood crystal. The dark golden sword blade transformed into a flowing light in his palm, breaking down into several metal ingots gleaming with extraordinary luster, and a bright red gemstone that flowed like blood. Jiang Chuan's thoughts grew stronger. He possesses unparalleled craftsmanship, an SSS-level forging talent, a 100% success rate in forging, and the attributes of the finished product can be doubled. He has never used this talent since he acquired it. Jiang Chuan looked at Ling Aoshuang not far away. Although she was adept at using her ice spear, it was ultimately formed from her talent and had no physical form. If we could forge her a truly good gun, coupled with the attribute doubling effect of the heavenly craftsmanship, her combat power would increase by at least a significant margin. Want to give it a try? Jiang Chuan became interested. He had no forge, no anvil, and not even a basic hammer. Any weapon refiner would be helpless under such conditions, like a skilled cook without ingredients. But Jiang Chuan is different. He took a deep breath, placed the materials in front of him, and also took out the jade horn that had been dropped by the Rhinoceros King. Nature's creation. Launch. Something amazing happened. Without any flames, those rare metals, which were difficult to melt with ordinary fire, melted rapidly in his palm. The dark, golden, molten metal flowed between his fingers, and he felt no burning sensation at all. The dragon blood crystal shattered into countless tiny red specks, which evenly merged into the molten metal, outlining dragon-shaped flame patterns. Jiang Chuan felt like he wasn't forging a piece of equipment. It's about shaping. It's just the difference of one word. The difference between heaven and earth. Just like playing with Play-Doh when we were kids, we could make it longer or sharper, thicker or thinner wherever we wanted. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the molten metal in his hand had already transformed into the corresponding shape. This feeling is amazing. He knew absolutely nothing about forging techniques, but he simply knew how to forge a piece of equipment. A moment later, a brand new spear took shape in his hands. The spear is 2.1 meters long, dark gold in color, with red patterns flowing like flames wrapped around its body. The spearhead is narrow and sharp, with blades on both sides, and it gleams with a cold, eerie light under the starlight. Unnamed weapon, dark gold. Attack power 420 to 510, strength plus 80, agility plus 50, special ability. Starfire Pierce. Actively releases a Starfire Spear Beam, dealing 350% physical damage to a single target and inflicting a burning effect, dealing 15% of attack power as true damage per second for 5 seconds, with a 25-second cooldown. Jiang Chuan looked down at the gun, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly uttered a sentence. I really am a genius. The same material, the same grade. This gun's stats are a whole level better than the Dragon Blood Sword. That's the power of doubling all attributes. Ao Shuang, he called out, and Ling Ao Shuang, who had just dealt with the Star Beast, turned around upon hearing his voice. Her icy blue eyes fell on the spear in his hand, and she paused for a moment. Try this weapon. Jiang Chuan casually tossed the gun to her. The moment Ling Ao Shuang caught the gun, the flame patterns on the gun suddenly lit up, creating a strange resonance with her frost talent. A thin layer of icy blue light emanated from the dark gold surface of the gun, with cold and heat intertwining on the shaft. However, they do not conflict at all. Instead, they merged into an even more powerful force. Ling Ao Shuang looked down at the gun in her hand, a rare flicker of emotion appearing in her icy blue eyes. Thank you, Master. I really like this gun. I'm glad you like it. Jiang Chuan smiled and casually said, This weapon hasn't been named yet. Since you like it, why don't you give it a name? Ling Ao Shuang pondered for 2 seconds and said, Let's call it Shattered Star. Chapter 54 SS Level Inheritance, Star Weaver. Jiang Chuan watched as Ling Ao Shuang charged into the Star Beast horde with a shattered star, wreaking havoc on all sides. He then sat cross-legged by the roadside and began to ponder the hidden star compass. The pointer continued to spin erratically, showing no sign of stopping. It doesn't seem to be on the second floor either. He muttered something to himself, completely unaware that a very faint outline suddenly appeared in the empty space behind him. It rose silently from behind Jiang Chuan, like a dark shadow seeping from the ground, slowly coalescing into a slender outline. 2 narrow eyes opened in the starlight, their vertical pupils surging with a chilling, killing intent. Shadow Clan, the most elusive and unpredictable assassin race in the Origin realm. They are born with the ability to disguise themselves, blending into the shadows and even concealing their aura, thus deceiving the senses of high-level professionals. Humans have few records of the Shadow Clan because the 2 groups operate in completely different areas. However, due to the rules of the second level of the temple, killing others allows you to directly plunder the star power they possess. This Shadow Clan assassin had been watching the 2 of them for a long time. That woman with the gun is too strong. It dare not approach. But this man sat still the whole time and didn't make a move. He was probably a useless guy who was carried to victory by someone else. He had seen this combination many times. A strong team supporting a weak one. As long as the weak one was eliminated, the strong one would naturally lose its composure. And now, the opportunity has arrived. The Shadow Clan assassin silently approached Jiang Chuan from behind, his right arm transforming into a bone blade gleaming with an eerie light. In an instant, all his strength erupted, and the bone blade pierced through the air, plunging straight down. Bite! A crisp sound. It was like hitting a steel plate. The Shadow Clan's vertical pupils suddenly widened. Its bone blade, which could easily cut through the scales of star beasts, couldn't even pierce the skin of this person. Sparks even flew from the edge of the blade. What the hell is this insane defense? It refused to believe it and plunged the knife in again. Bite! The bone blade broke cleanly, and the broken piece tumbled a few times in the air before falling to the ground with a clatter. The air was silent for 2 seconds. Jiang Chuan reacted the instant it made its move, and now he was quietly watching it. Are you done? The Shadow Clan assassin's narrow eyes were now filled with astonishment and deep self-doubt. Upon hearing this, it nodded subconsciously. Jiang Chuan stretched out a hand, like a dark cloud covering its face. Then it's my turn. Click! With a crisp crack of bone, Jiang Chuan released his grip, and a small, thin corpse slumped limply to the ground. He habitually activated the extraction of all things. Extraction successful. Agility plus 25. Extraction successful. Acquired the talent Night Walker. Rank. Jiang Chuan's hand paused in midair. He had thought that finding a B-level talent would be good enough, considering the guy's strength was such that he couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. They actually managed to pull out an A-grade item. Night Walker. Tier A. 1 star. Passive. Reduces own presence when stationary, with double the effect in shadow environments. Can conceal one's aura and grants immunity to detection. This effect is ineffective against targets with higher intelligence stats. Jiang Chuan was pleasantly surprised. The effect of this talent was quite good. Reduce your presence, conceal your aura, and become immune to detection. These 3 attributes, each one of them, taken individually, is a divine skill that assassins dream of. It's also quite useful for him. Immunity to detection means that no one can probe his information anymore unless their intelligence attribute is higher than his. His attributes are higher than his? Jiang Chuan smiled unconsciously. He's only at level 1, yet he already has 1,500 base attribute points. Ordinary 8th tier professionals. Take Shenzi as an example. She even has an SS level talent. Even if she advances to the 8th level step by step, she will only have 650 attribute points. Even with the advancement and job change, and the 1.5x attribute bonus after 3 transformations, her attributes will not exceed 2,000 points. After he changed jobs, breaking 2,000 points in attributes is a piece of cake. At that time, it's likely that only old monsters of the 9th rank or higher can sense his presence. This talent is quite interesting. With a thought, Jiang Chuan activated the passive effect of Dark Night Walker. Although he was still sitting in the same spot, his aura became blurred in an instant. Ling Aoshuang, who was hunting star beasts ahead, suddenly stopped what she was doing. Her icy blue eyes swept across the boardwalk, and her brows furrowed slightly. She could clearly sense Jiang Chuan's location, but I just can't see him. Owner. Fine. Jiang Chuan revealed himself, his aura solidifying once more. I just acquired a new talent. Ling Aoshuang nodded without asking any further questions, and casually flicked her spear, pinning the last star beast to death. The star beast dissipated into countless points of light, and a wisp of silvery white star power flew out from the points of light and entered her body. She closed her eyes, sensing the stellar power accumulating within her body. When she opened them, a sharp glint flashed in her icy blue pupils. Master, that's enough. Jiang Chuan stood up from the ground. Ling Aoshuang had defeated nearly 200 star beasts and finally collected enough star power. Open the door. Ling Aoshuang raised her hand and released all the star power accumulated within her body. The two waited for a moment. No response. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, the starlight of the entire starry sea dimmed for a moment, and a huge black shadow rose from the depths of the starry sea. It was a colossal beast, comparable in size to a mountain, covered in dark blue scales, with dozens of bone spurs of varying lengths standing upright on its back, the longest of which almost pierced the sky. What's most eye-catching is that it carries a 10-meter-tall starlight gate on its back. Starry Sea Behemoth. Level 25, 500,000 HP, 4,000 attack, 2,000 defense. Looks like we have to kill this guy before we can get in. A golden light flashed in Jiang Chuan's hand, and the sun-piercing divine bow appeared. Ling Aoshuang had already charged forward with the shattered star. Starlight exploded beneath her feet, and she transformed into a streak of icy blue light, instantly closing in on the giant beast. Icy blue flames erupted from the shattering star spear, piercing fiercely into the gaps in the scales of the giant beast's forelimb. The behemoth, in pain, let out a roar that shook the entire starry sea and raised its giant claw to slam down on her. That claw strike carried immense power, so much so that even the air itself was compressed into a sharp, explosive sound. Ling Aoshuang neither retreated nor avoided. Shattered stars swept across. A spear beam intertwined with ice and fire met the attack head-on. Boom! The two forces collided in midair, and fragments of the giant beast's scales scattered like a meteor shower. Just then, Jiang Chuan's arrow arrived. The golden arrow transformed into a meteor that tore through the sea of stars, precisely piercing the giant beast's left eye socket and penetrating its head, which was larger than a house, blasting a huge hole in the back of its skull. The giant beast froze abruptly, then emitted a long, drawn-out hum. Boom! The colossal beast collapsed with a deafening roar, and the gate, imbued with starlight, fell to the ground. This monster was very powerful, capable of stopping at least 90% of the alien races in the Origin realm from reaching the third level of the temple, but under the combined attack of the two, it didn't even last half a minute. Jiang Chuan stepped forward and extracted the content from the monster's corpse, revealing a ball of orange light condensed with starlight in his hand. Extraction successful. Obtain the Ascended Inheritance Star Weaver, SS rank. Jiang Chuan casually opened the professional ranking list and glanced at it, and found that the Star Weaver was ranked 817th, which was more than 160 places higher than the Dragon Slayer. Nice one. Even if he doesn't need it, taking it back can bring back at least tens of millions of cultivation resources. After all, this is a national treasure-level sublimation inheritance. A good harvest. He was in high spirits and put the heirloom into his backpack. At this moment, the starlight gate at the location where the behemoth had vanished finally stabilized completely and stopped flickering. Jiang Chuan put away the sun-piercing divine bow and stretched his shoulders. Let's go down to the third floor. That's all. He was the first to step through that magnificent star-studded gate. Chapter 55, The Holy Blood Race. The space on the third floor of the Starry Sky Temple was surprisingly small. If the second level is a maze, then the third level is just an isolated island floating in the void. The area of the entire space is estimated to be no more than 1 kilometer in diameter, with clean, distinct spatial faults at its edges. Further out, it is absolute emptiness without any light. In the center of the third level of the temple stands an ancient building, made entirely of some kind of dark purple crystal, its surface covered with slowly flowing patterns. Jiang Chuan opened his notebook. There are only a few paragraphs of text describing the 3-story structure. He extracted the contents and summarized them into a sentence, which he murmured. There is only one relic on the third level. To seize the opportunity to inherit this level, there is no element of luck. You can only rely on your strength to seize it. Jiang Chuan closed his notebook and slowly scanned his surroundings. Although the requirements for entering the third level are already extremely high, but at this moment, this not-so-large space still houses quite a few living beings. The area near the entrance to the ruins was firmly occupied by more than a dozen figures, among whom 4 were the most conspicuous. On the east side, a golden lion covered in dark gold short fur sat crouching there. It was a whole size larger than an ordinary lion. Its mane flowed like molten gold in the dim light. Its amber vertical pupils were half closed, and there were faint arcs of electricity flickering in the corners of its mouth. There was a clear area of 3 meters around it, and no alien race dared to approach. On the south side, a cyclops sat cross-legged. It was over 3 meters tall, with iron-gray skin and a single, enormous vertical eye on its forehead. The surface of that eyeball glowed with a faint green light, causing Jiang Chuan's gaze to pause slightly at just one glance. But that feeling was fleeting. The cyclops clearly sensed something as well, turning its vertical eye to glance at Jiang Chuan. On the west side, a humanoid woman with golden wings on her back stands on a protruding rock. Her appearance is almost identical to that of a human, except that her features are more delicate and her eyes are pale gold. Her wings were slightly folded, and the edges of each feather shimmered with a faint golden light, making her look like an angel who had stepped out of a mural. But her gaze was anything but gentle. When she swept her eyes over the other alien races, her condescending indifference was almost undisguised. On the north side, at the furthest point from the entrance of the ruins, stands a divine horse. The horse was pure white, without a single stray hair. Its 4 long legs seemed to tread on invisible steps, its hooves dangling 3 inches off the ground. Most striking was the horn on its head, a translucent purple with a spiral structure that seemed to contain a slowly rotating galaxy. Jiang Chuan withdrew his gaze. At the same time, the knowledge he had learned before his awakening had already gone through his mind quickly. Mortal blood. Different bloodline. Spiritual blood. Holy blood. Source blood. Races in the Origin realm are divided into 5 bloodline levels. From low to high, like the steps of a pyramid. The Bloodcat clan and the Corpse Dog clan, who live on the borders of humanity, are merely ordinary blood creatures at the bottom of the pyramid, posing a threat only through sheer numbers. The Rhinoceros Man Royal he killed earlier was probably stronger, as it was a creature with different bloodlines. And here, Each of these figures exuded an aura several times stronger than that of the rhinoceros man royal. Spirit blood race. Those who can get here are at least of spiritual blood. Those four powerful creatures in the middle might even be from the holy blood race. Holy blood race. Although it can't compare to those legendary races with the source bloodline. But it is something that most living beings can only look up to in their entire lives. So what if they are of the holy blood race? Jiang Chuan had only one purpose in coming to the Starry Sky Temple this time. That is it. Find a path to ultimate sublimation. Any living being that dares to obstruct him will be crushed. Let's go. Jiang Chuan strode forward and headed straight for the entrance to the ruins. Ling Aoshuang followed behind him, carrying the broken star. Her steps were steady, and her icy blue eyes were always looking straight ahead, ignoring the gazes of the alien races around her. After walking a few steps, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from ahead. Huh? Am I seeing things? A strange creature covered in dark green scales and with long, thin limbs stood up from the ground. Its two round eyes stared at Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang, and an exaggerated smile spread across its lips, revealing a mouthful of serrated teeth. People. Its eyes were filled with surprise. How come there are two humans here? It shrieked, turning its neck 360 degrees as if beckoning the surrounding alien races to come and see. Hey, come and see. Alive, fresh, still steaming. A series of soft chuckles rippled through the crowd. Several other alien races, also covered in scales and of various shapes, gathered around. Some crossed their arms, others licked their claws, their eyes filled with nothing but pure contempt and mockery. They really are humans. Strange, how did this trash, who isn't even worthy of being called ordinary blood, manage to climb up here? Hey, didn't you guys notice? These two insectoid beings still have the scent of star power on them. TSK. Could they have fought their way up from the second floor? Ridiculous, those? They must be servants from some powerful clan. A burst of laughter erupted. To these alien races from the spirit blood race, humans are not even worthy of being looked at seriously. The lowest level of intelligent life on the edge of the source realm. It can barely be considered mortal blood. What is the essential difference between them and those wild beasts that only eat flesh and blood? The first scaly alien to speak took a step forward, its slender claws reaching towards Ling Aoshuang. A drop of eerie green venom condensed on the tip of its claw, and it let out a flippant laugh. Well, this human looks quite tender. It should taste pretty good. It didn't finish its sentence. Ling Aoshuang moved. Her arm became a blur almost instantly as she struck, the shattered star in her hand leaving an icy blue trail as the spear tip pierced through the throat of the scaly alien. Immediately, she grabbed the butt of the gun with her other hand and swung it horizontally to the side. The force of that swing sent the scaly alien's entire body flying. Like throwing a rag doll, it slammed heavily onto the ground, producing a dull, teeth-grinding, bone-cracking thud. The icy flames attached to the gun body suddenly erupted from the tip of the gun. Click! Before the scaly aliens could even scream, they were frozen into an ice sculpture with a terrified expression. A deathly silence fell over the air. The onlookers from other races looked as if they had been grabbed by the neck. Their smiles froze on their faces, and their eyes seemed about to pop out of their sockets. Ling Aoshuang slowly sheathed her spear, the tip of the shattered star spear tracing a faint semicircle in the void. Her voice was icy as she said, "Who dares to try again?" The golden lion's half-closed vertical pupils suddenly snapped open. The green eye on the Cyclops' forehead turned around, its pupils shrinking to the size of a pinhead. The golden-winged woman tilted her head slightly, and for the first time, a serious scrutiny appeared in her golden eyes. The white divine horse snorted, and starlight flickered slightly in its purple spiral horns. The alien races that had been waiting to watch the spectacle were now retreating, their fur standing on end, their expressions filled with surprise and fear. They are all creatures with spirit blood, and can be considered to be in the middle to upper range among the myriad races of the origin realm. Ask yourself honestly, no one was confident they could defeat that scaly alien in one move. This human not only accomplished it, but did so in the most understated way. What's even more terrifying is the aura emanating from her. He was in no way inferior to the four holy blood beings present. What is the origin of these humans? Could they be two holy blood races in disguise? Chapter 56, An Unanimous Understanding. Ling Aoshuang's icy voice echoed throughout the entire three-layered space. The residual power of her instant kill of the spirit blood alien was still fermenting. However, The reaction at the scene was completely different from what she had expected. There was no angry response, no fearful reaction, not even an utter provocation. The surrounding spirit blood aliens simply tilted their heads in unison, their expressions shifting from fear to bewilderment, and began whispering among themselves. What did that human just say? I don't know, I don't understand. Judging from her tone, she's probably protesting. Strange, these two don't even know mental language. Are they really inferior humans? Whispers reached Jiang Chuan's ears. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that these guys hadn't understood Ling Aoshuang's words. Oh right, he remembered his teacher mentioning it in class. In the origin realm, each of the myriad races has its own unique language and script. If everyone communicated using their native language, wouldn't the whole world descend into chaos? Thus, a dominant being developed a unique language. Spiritual language. By communicating through spiritual resonance, even people of different races can understand each other's truest intentions. This not only solved the problem of language barriers between different ethnic groups, but also greatly promoted trade and circulation within the origin realm. The reason he and Ling Aoshuang were able to understand the language of these alien races was because their mental strength is strong enough. It can analyze the other person's thoughts. In turn, Ling Aoshuang used the human language to demonstrate, which they naturally couldn't understand. It's like someone who's used to hearing Chinese suddenly having someone yell a sentence in an African tribal language at them. No matter how smart they are, they'll just be completely bewildered. Having figured this out, Jiang Chuan's lips twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ling Aoshuang turned her head, a hint of doubt in her icy blue eyes. Owner. Jiang Chuan lowered his voice and briefly explained his guess. After listening, Ling Aoshuang remained silent for 2 seconds, her face still bearing that icy expression, but a very faint blush appeared at the base of her ears. The whispers continued in the arena, and one of the bone spike aliens, clearly short-tempered, grew increasingly agitated as the discussion unfolded. Finally, unable to contain himself, he stepped forward, pointed at Ling Aoshuang, and asked, suppressing his anger, "Hey, human, can you even speak common language? What did you mean by that last sentence?" Jiang Chuan glanced at it. He can understand spiritual language. How should we respond? He hasn't studied psycholinguistics. Fortunately, he can still convey the simplest thoughts. Jiang Chuan tried it out, releasing a straightforward mental signal, which, translated into human language, consisted of 2 words. Get out of here. This time, all the spirit blood alien races understood. The bone spike alien's face instantly turned ashen. The sharp spikes on its back stood on end, and it hissed threateningly, "You." Ling Aoshuang raised her eyebrows, about to make a move, when the bone spike alien immediately sensed a deathly aura. Its entire body instantly shrank into a ball of spikes, bounced a few times on the ground, and then rolled away without a trace. This scene immediately drew angry curses from the surrounding alien races. What a coward. Useless trash, actually scared by 2 humans. The Bone Clan prodigy, you might as well change your name to the Insect Clan from now on. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on us, sir? Jiang Chuan looked around at the alien races, wondering whether he should kill them all, but after thinking for a few seconds, he gave up the idea. He wasn't sure what trump cards these guys had up their sleeves. It would be good if they could be wiped out completely. If we can't kill them all and they escape, spreading the news will offend all the higher races. At present, the human race does not even have a single 9th-tier expert. Even if he doesn't consider himself, he has to consider the warriors who are still risking their lives to fill the gaps on the border. They're gone. Jiang Chuan withdrew his gaze and said something to Ling Aoshuang. Ling Aoshuang nodded, and Suation was pulled back behind her. As the two passed through the middle, the alien races subconsciously parted to the sides, making way for a wide passage. In front of the ruins, 4 holy blood creatures stood facing each other, silently watching Jiang Chuan and his companion, none of them making any rash moves. Jiang Chuan stopped in front of the entrance to the ruins and looked up at the gate made of purple crystal. There was no handle on the door. There's only one smooth, crystal wall that clearly reflects a reflection. Jiang Chuan looked around, but couldn't find a way to open the door. Just then, the golden lion in the arena spoke in a low voice. Don't bother. The time for the ruins to open hasn't come yet. You can't get in even if you rack your brains. Jiang Chuan turned around and looked in the direction from which the sound came. The golden lion's amber-colored vertical pupils were half closed, and its thick mane resembled a burning golden flame. It bared its teeth and said, "The ruins only open at specific times. There are still about 2 hours until the next opening. Jiang Chuan felt that the other party had no reason to deceive him on such a matter. Thank you. He nodded slightly, walked to the open space on one side of the entrance to the ruins, and sat down cross-legged. Ling Aoshuang stood beside him, the shattered star spear stuck upside down in the ground at his feet, its icy blue shaft gleaming with a faint, cold light. The golden lion's vertical pupils twitched slightly, and it muttered to itself, quite polite. Actually, it did not speak again. The atmosphere in the surrounding space became subtle. The group of spirit blood aliens who had been whispering earlier had now consciously retreated to a more distant place, gathering in 2s and 3s and talking in hushed tones. Not long after, the surrounding space suddenly rippled again. 2 figures appeared one after the other. The first to enter was a giant lizard covered in dark red scales. It was larger than the golden lion, with short, thick limbs and bulging muscles. Liquid flames flowed on its scales, and with each step it took, it left a charred footprint. The other creature was a millstone-sized insect, translucent amber in color, with thin, cicada wing-like wings flapping behind it, emitting an extremely unpleasant buzzing sound. 2 alien races, one large and one small, appeared in the arena, yet the sense of oppression they brought was equally overwhelming. The golden lion opened its half-closed eyes and nodded its chin at the giant lizard. Yanjia, you're late. The giant lizard, flame armor, snorted, its voice hoarse, as if a volcano was about to erupt in its throat. I killed a bunch of blind fools on the way, which caused the delay. Its dark red vertical pupils swept across the entire area, pausing for a moment on Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang, before slightly contracting. Womans. The golden lion grinned slightly, but offered no explanation. It can't be considered a friend of Yanjia, or competitors. Of course, I'm happy to see them foolishly cause trouble for those 2 humans. But as creatures of holy blood, flame armor wasn't stupid either. The fact that 2 weak humans could remain unharmed among a group of alien races must mean something was amiss. Yanjia turned his vertical pupils, sized up the 2 of them, and slowly exhaled a breath of hot air with a sulfurous smell. Interesting. The 2 newly arrived holy blood aliens each chose a spot to stand. 6 holy blood creatures, each occupying a corner of the space. Each went their own way. They maintained a delicate balance with each other. But without a doubt, this balance was destined to be fragile from the very beginning, and the gazes of all the holy blood creatures were intentionally or unintentionally drifting toward the location of Jiang Chuan and his companion. 6 against 2. It appears that they have the upper hand. In reality, all 6 of them had their own agendas, and none of them trusted anyone else. The 2 human races that formed an alliance actually had the upper hand. These 2 humans must be kicked out first. They don't communicate, but they have a tacit understanding that doesn't require communication. As long as they're mentally sound, they will make the most correct judgment. Time flowed slowly in this tense silence. Finally, buzz! A dull tremor emanated from the depths of the ruins. The ground suddenly shook. The ruins are about to open. At this moment, all the alien races turned their gaze to the crystal wall. Right now, the 6 holy blood creatures moved simultaneously. The golden lion launched the first attack. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a dazzling ball of light shone from deep within its throat, transforming into a golden bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket. With a deafening roar, it struck straight at Jiang Chuan's position. The other 5 holy blood creatures also attacked simultaneously without warning, each unleashing their most powerful bloodline talents. Buzz! A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, instantly engulfing the figures of Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang in the arena. Chapter 57. You try taking one of my attacks too. 6 devastating attacks erupted simultaneously, and all the holy blood creatures were determined to eliminate these 2 uncertain factors first. Golden lightning tore through the air, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures capable of incinerating everything, and completely engulfed the spot where Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang stood. Next came the Cyclops' dark red beam of light, which was hotter than lightning. Wherever they went, even the ground was melted, leaving a deep trench. The golden-winged woman unleashed a barrage of feathers. The divine horse released a purple beam of light. The flaming armor spewed molten lava from its throat, and the strange, whistling insect unleashed waves of visible sonic storms. Boom! The 6 attacks of the Saint Blood level converged at a single point. The energy surge that erupted in that instant caused the entire ruined space to tremble violently. The alien races of the spirit blood in the distance retreated one after another. Some of the weaker ones were directly knocked to the ground by the shock wave, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky. It blotted out the sky and blocked out the sun. The golden lion slowly closed its mouth, a few arcs of electricity still lingering at the corners of its lips. It stared at the area shrouded in smoke and dust, letting out a low groan. It saw, in its view, if 6 holy blood beings attacked at the same time, let alone 2 humans, even the top geniuses of the origin blood race would be severely injured. Those 2 humans may indeed have some skill, but under such a level of siege, it would be a miracle if they were left with intact corpses. Flame armor flicked its tail, exhaling 2 puffs of white smoke from its nostrils, its hoarse voice carrying a hint of disappointment. I thought I could withstand a few more hits, but it's pointless. Don't be careless. A faint red light emanated from the vertical eye on the forehead of the one-eyed man. Don't jump to conclusions before you see the corpse. You're too cautious, one-eyed. The golden-winged woman gently flapped her wings and hovered in midair, her long golden hair fluttering wildly in the aftershocks of energy. Her pale golden eyes swept down, her tone cold and arrogant. Even any one of us would not be able to withstand the attack of the 6 paths of holy blood head-on unscathed, let alone 2 humans. She had barely finished speaking. A sudden change occurred. A silvery white sound wave attacked her from behind without warning, so fast that it compressed the air into rings of white sonic boom clouds. The golden-winged woman's reaction was remarkable. She abruptly folded her wings just before the sonic wave was about to hit her. He performed an almost impossible folding motion in midair, barely avoiding the direct impact of the sound wave. But when the sound waves grazed the edge of her wings, they still shattered several of her golden feathers. The golden-winged woman's face instantly turned cold. She turned around, her pale, golden eyes locking onto the insect hovering dozens of meters away, her voice carrying an undisguised killing intent. You're courting death. The insect hovered in midair, its wings, as thin as cicada wings, vibrating in extremely high frequency, emitting a buzzing sound that made one's teeth ache. Stop pretending. The insect's voice was filled with strange rhythms, sounding like a musical instrument. Among those present, only you and I can fly. If I don't make the first move, do you expect me to attack you first? As it spoke, the frequency of its wing vibrations suddenly increased by a step, and a second sound wave had already condensed and formed between its wings. You do have some self-awareness. The golden-winged woman sneered and said no more. Her golden wings suddenly spread out, with a wingspan of more than 4 meters. Countless golden feathers fell from her wings, hovered in front of her for a moment, and then transformed into a golden torrent that swept towards the overwhelming swarm of insects. A trivial skill. The insect's 4 compound eyes lit up simultaneously, and its wings on its back suddenly flapped, creating a visible white sonic ring that spread outwards from it. Meanwhile, the other 4 holy blood creatures also sought out their respective opponents. A chaotic battle broke out. The number of people who can inherit the 3rd layer of the ruins is limited, with only 5 slots available each year. Even if Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang are eliminated, there are still not enough slots for the 6 of them to share. Therefore, a major war is inevitable. The golden lion unleashed a bolt of lightning, like a golden spear piercing the sky, aimed directly at the Cyclops' face. The Cyclops seemed to have anticipated its attack, and its vertical eye on its forehead suddenly opened the moment the lightning struck, a dark red beam of light meeting it head-on. On the other side, flame armor and divine horse also clashed. The magma of the flame armor surged from the ground like a living thing, transforming into thick lava tentacles that coiled around the divine horse from all directions. The divine horse didn't move an inch. The purple horn on its head glowed slightly, and the burst of brilliant light instantly enveloped it. The 4 holy bloodlines each unleashed their innate power, and even at only the 1st level, their power was astonishingly unimaginable. The lesser-ranking spirit blood alien races dared not approach this area. Occasionally, there are some who are bold enough. It was torn into invisible dust the instant it got close. However, just as the 6 holy bloodlines were engaged in fierce battles, nobody noticed. A faint golden light was shining in the area shrouded in smoke and dust. The insect soared upwards, narrowly avoiding another wave of feather attacks from the golden-winged woman. It was about to unleash a sonic counterattack. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound came from below. The golden light rapidly magnified in its compound eyes, growing from the size of a pinhead to the size of a fist, and then from the size of a fist into a blazing golden flame. The insect wanted to dodge, but it had just completed a climbing motion and its body was in a brief state of inertial stagnation. There was simply no time to change direction. A golden arrow pierced its left wing, tearing a fist-sized hole in its thin, cicada wing-like wing. The insect let out an extremely sharp scream, lost its balance in midair, and spun as it fell downwards. Before the golden-winged woman could even feel her joy, another golden light flew straight toward her. But she didn't panic. The golden-winged woman had absolute confidence in her speed. At the same level, there was no attack she couldn't dodge. She simply turned her body gracefully to the side, her wings fluttering slightly, preparing to avoid the arrow with minimal movement. However, to her utter surprise, the arrow also mysteriously changed direction at the same moment she turned to the side. The golden-winged woman's pupils suddenly contracted. Before she could think, her wings suddenly burst forth with golden light, and her speed instantly soared to its limit, transforming her into a golden meteor as she darted to the side. This is one of the feathered clan's secret techniques, which can instantly increase their speed to 3 times their normal level. But the arrow also accelerated at the same instant, even faster than her. A golden arrow pierced through the base of her right wing, penetrating the wing bone and drawing out a spray of golden blood. It then continued its momentum, embedding itself firmly into the ground behind her, pinning her and her wing to the earth. The golden-winged woman let out a heart-wrenching scream. The light flowing on her golden wings dimmed instantly, and the excruciating pain from her wounds made her tremble violently. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Several holy blood beings turned their heads at the same time to look at the smoke and dust that was slowly dissipating. Amidst the smoke and dust, 2 figures gradually became clearer. Jiang Chuan stood in front, holding a longbow that shimmered with golden light, the bowstring still trembling slightly. He had no visible injuries, only some tattered clothes. Ling Aoshuang held the shattered star, spear upside down, landing half a step behind him, her icy blue eyes filled with coldness. The full-force attack from those 6 holy blood beings just now seemed to have only scratched the surface of the 2 of them. Is it all over? Jiang Chuan slowly swept his gaze across the arena. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a half-smile. Then he slowly raised the golden longbow in his hand, drawing the bowstring taut once more. A terrifying, suffocating energy surged from the bow, its golden light as dazzling as a second sun. You tried taking one of my attacks. Chapter 58. Human writing appears in the ruins. Jiang Chuan drew the sun-piercing divine bow in his hand to its full extent once more, and the golden light condensing on the bowstring was even more dazzling than before. He set his sights on the golden lion. Call out! The golden arrow tore through the air like a shooting star piercing the sky, and pierced the golden lion's left shoulder. The holy blood creature let out a deafening roar, its massive body rolling several times on the ground from the impact of the arrow. A fist-sized hole was torn open in the golden fur on its left shoulder, from which golden blood gushed out. The golden lion struggled to stand up, but its front leg was completely useless. Jiang Chuan has already knocked his second arrow. This time, he targeted the flame-armored giant lizard. Call out! The arrow pierced precisely through the gaps in the scales on the back of the flame-armored giant lizard, penetrating its thick shell, which was strong enough to withstand magma, and pinning its massive body firmly to the ground. Flame armor let out a painful roar, its dark red vertical pupils filled with disbelief. The third arrow. The target was that pure white unicorn. The protective aura of that divine horse was no different from paper in front of the golden arrow. A burst of purple light erupted. The arrow pierced through its abdomen, raising a cloud of silvery purple blood mist. The divine horse let out a mournful neigh, staggered backward, and the light from the purple horn on its head dimmed slightly. The fourth arrow was aimed at the one-eyed creature. The golden arrow struck its chest directly, blasting a crater as thick as a bowl. The eyeball, larger than a millstone, suddenly widened and let out a low, painful roar. But there was no fear in its eyes, only a more frenzied rage. Court death! The Cyclops suddenly raised its head, and the vertical eye on its forehead suddenly lit up. The dark red light gathered into a beam of light that was enough to melt through steel, and it shot straight toward Jiang Chuan. It doesn't believe it. It is a noble creature of holy blood. How dare a lowly human harm it? Jiang Chuan remained expressionless as he drew the sun-piercing divine bow to its full draw once more. The fifth arrow. The golden arrow and the dark red beam of light collided in midair, and the beam of light was as easy to cut as tofu with a sharp blade in front of the arrow. It collapsed instantly. The arrow, still powerful, pierced precisely through the center of the Cyclops' vertical eye on its forehead, piercing its skull. Smack! The enormous single eye shattered with a bang. Its body swayed twice, and then crashed to the ground like a collapsing iron tower. One arrow, and he's dead. All eyes were fixed on the enormous corpse on the ground, which was gradually losing its temperature. A being of holy blood, destined to dominate a region, died just like that. He died at the hands of a human, overestimating one's abilities. Jiang Chuan uttered for words calmly, his gaze slowly sweeping over the remaining few holy blood creatures, making every alien race whose gaze swept over him feel a chill down their spine. The crickets react the fastest. Its wings, as thin as cicada wings, suddenly vibrated, and its entire insect body transformed into a semi-transparent afterimage, shooting towards the exit of the ruins. It's not stupid. Even with all 6 holy bloods attacking simultaneously, they couldn't harm this human in the slightest. Now that the one-eyed one is dead, the remaining 4 are all severely injured. What's the point of it staying here? Are we just waiting to die? The creature's figure flickered briefly at the edge of the spatial rift before disappearing completely. It left the temple directly. Jiang Chuan glanced in the direction it disappeared, but did not give chase. His purpose was to deter, not to kill all of these guys. Holy blood creature. Behind each one lies an incomparably powerful, overlord-level race. Such beings could overthrow the entire human race with the slightest flick of their fingers. Although he was unhappy, he could only suppress his desire to kill before he had grown stronger. Boom! The temple gates were fully opened. None of the hundreds of spirit blood creatures and 4 holy blood creatures present dared to rush forward, simply because a figure that terrified them stood before the ruins. Jiang Chuan didn't rush into the temple. He went to the Cyclops' corpse and pretended to search for spoils before touching its body. Extracting everything. Launch! A golden light flashed by unnoticed at an angle. Extraction successful. Obtain the talent True Eye S rank. Eye of Truth. S rank, 1-star passive. Can see through all disguises and concealment methods. Depending on the target's intelligence attribute, more detailed information can be detected. Deep within Jiang Chuan's pupils, a faint, almost invisible red light slowly swirled. He blinked. Then, he turned to look at a corner in front of the ruins. A faint silhouette was cautiously crawling along the ground, trying to break through the door before everyone else. It's the Shadow Clan again. When Jiang Chuan encountered the Shadow Clan on the 2nd floor, he couldn't find any trace of them. But now they have the Eye of Truth. It's concealment. In Jiang Chuan's eyes, it was no different from running naked. Whoosh! He suddenly fired an arrow, startling the 4 holy blood creatures so much that they almost jumped up. They later discovered that Jiang Chuan's target was not them. A burst of blood erupted from the shadows, and a thin, grayish-white corpse slowly emerged, nailed to the ground less than 10 meters from the gate. The various alien races then realized what was going on. Damn Shadow Clan again. They actually want to beat us to it. What Shadow Clan? I think they should be renamed the Thief Clan. Well done. I get annoyed just looking at this thing. In the Origin Realm, strength is paramount. Jiang Chuan subdued a group of holy blood alien races with his formidable power, and all living beings could only feel awe. Only the Shadow Clan's underhanded behavior was despicable. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chuan turned and strode into the hall. We passed through that purple crystal door. Suddenly, everything became clear. Inside the ruins was a vast palace complex, with its carved beams and painted rafters, flying eaves and brackets. Although it has endured countless years of erosion and the walls and columns are covered with mottled cracks, its former grandeur can still be seen. Along the seemingly endless corridor, there are side halls of various styles. Some of the palace doors were tightly closed, while others were half collapsed, with only a few glimpses of remaining precious light occasionally visible among the ruins. This used to be a complete architectural complex. Jiang Chuan understood. The Starry Sky Temple was indeed not naturally formed, but rather a legacy left behind by an ancient power. The races that left behind relics here must have held a pivotal position in the history of the Origin Realm. He and Ling Aoshuang walked along the corridor. Occasionally, they could sense some energy fluctuations in the surrounding side halls, but they posed no threat to either of them. After walking about 100 steps, Jiang Chuan suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the lintel of one of the side halls. It was a half-collapsed sandalwood plaque, covered with a thick layer of dust, with several holes eaten by insects along the edges. The characters carved on the plaque were blurred and difficult to decipher, except for one character that was still clear. Done? It turned out to be an ancient form of human writing. Jiang Chuan was stunned for a moment. Then his pupils contracted. This star temple, which has existed for countless millennia, actually contains structures built by humans. Chapter 59. Sublime Inheritance Everywhere. Without thinking twice, Jiang Chuan immediately stepped inside. The hall was not large, with several rows of dusty rosewood shelves around the perimeter, on which jade bottles and porcelain jars were scattered haphazardly. Jiang Chuan casually picked up a jade bottle, uncorked it, and a rich, almost tangible medicinal fragrance wafted out from the bottle opening. Elixir. This building is filled with elixirs. Over time, the labels on the bottles had become blurred and illegible, but Jiang Chuan didn't care and started stuffing them into his backpack. The elixirs that can be placed in this ruin must be of high quality. It's okay if you don't know its effects. Once it's taken out, we can just ask Han Sinan and his group of research experts to help identify it. Ling Aoshuang helped him with the looting, and the two of them ransacked the entire building in less than 2 minutes. After leaving the building, Jiang Chuan suddenly noticed a detail. Many of the spirit blood alien races were scavenging the surrounding buildings, but the 4 holy blood creatures were nowhere to be seen. A sense of foreboding rose in Jiang Chuan's heart. He immediately grabbed a snake-like alien creature and asked, "Where did those 4 guys go?" The serpentine alien trembled with fear, its body twisting uncontrollably, and it uttered a gentle, warm female voice. "They have all gone to the Enlightenment Wall, where the greatest opportunity of the 3 layers of ruins is hidden. There are limited spots available every year, don't you know that?" Holy crap. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan cursed under his breath. That SSS-level senior's notes are so unreliable. They only say that the opportunity on the 3rd level has to be seized, without mentioning this at all. He was the first to enter the temple, but those 4 defeated underlings seized the opportunity first. Walk! Jiang Chuan called to Ling Aoshuang, and the 2 of them rushed towards the depths of the palace at great speed. We passed through a cluster of collapsed buildings. Soon, a unique scene came into Jiang Chuan's view. It was a smooth stone wall that stretched from the sky to the ground. The wall was ridiculously high, and you couldn't see the top when you looked up. It seemed as if the entire sky of this space was supported by it. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror, without any carvings or patterns, yet it exudes a faint, unsettling ancient aura. In front of the stone wall, 5 prayer cushions were neatly arranged. The cushion was bluish-gray in color, made of some unknown material, and its surface shimmered with a faint spiritual light. Now, a figure was already sitting on each of the 4 prayer cushions. The 4 sacred blood creatures were all severely injured, but they still desperately rushed here. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan arrive, the 4 creatures all changed their expressions. How could it be so fast? I thought I could still use those spirit blood aliens to delay them for a little longer. There were only 5 prayer cushions available, and 4 of them are already occupied. Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang, however, needed to use 2 of them. The 4 holy blood beings instinctively shrank their heads, trying to minimize their presence, afraid that Jiang Chuan's gaze would fall on them. After Jiang Chuan's gaze swept around, it unsurprisingly landed on the golden lion. The lion sensed his gaze, its golden mane bristled, its amber pupils contracted sharply, and it let out a low, threatening growl. "Don't come any closer. I still have a trump card up my sleeve. I'm not afraid of you." Jiang Chuan sneered. "When we were ganging up on me just now, you were the one jumping around the most, weren't you?" He drew his sun-piercing divine bow, slowly pulled out an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and gently pulled it back. The string is fully drawn. It radiated golden light. Jiang Chuan spoke in an icy voice. "Get out of the way, or die." The golden lion was filled with deep regret. Damn it! Of the 6 living beings, why did I have to be the first to strike? Did I have to act so arrogantly? Does it dare to fight to the death? Certainly. I wouldn't dare. The image of Jiang Chuan shooting down the one-eyed holy blood of the tribe with an arrow is still vivid in my mind. The Cyclops has the best defense among them. It couldn't even withstand 2 arrows from Jiang Chuan. So why should it fight Jiang Chuan to the death? Despite his reluctance, the golden lion knows which choice to make between opportunity and life. It suddenly sprang up from the cushion, its four legs darting to the side at a speed completely disproportionate to its size, stretching more than 10 meters, like a large cat whose tail had been stepped on. Here you go. Here you go. All of it is for you. It roared madly in its spiritual language, its voice filled with humiliation and resentment. I'll give you the spot. Stop pointing that thing at me. Jiang Chuan slowly lowered his bow. The light from the arrowhead faded, and he casually put the arrow back into the quiver, then turned to Ling Aoshuang and nodded. Ling Aoshuang walked forward expressionlessly and sat down on the futon that the golden lion had offered. Jiang Chuan walked to the last empty futon and sat down cross-legged. 5 prayer cushions. Perfect. The golden lion hid behind a broken wall, lay down on the ground, and buried its huge head in its front paws. All it wants now is to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. A very soft sneer came from the side. Despite being severely injured, the golden-winged woman could not hold back. The golden lion was immediately enraged. What are you laughing at? I can't beat that freak, but I can beat you. Roar! Thunder roared from the golden lion's mouth, its thick mane crackling with electricity, its fur bristling with fury, displaying its divine power. Give me your seat. The golden-winged woman spread her wings, each feather standing on end, golden blood still flowing from her wounds. Afraid of you? Despite her injury, the golden lion's condition is equally worrying. A desperate fight. The outcome is still uncertain. The two holy blood creatures immediately pounced on each other and began a fierce battle. Ignoring their situation, Jiang Chuan sat on the futon, quietly contemplating the mystery of this serendipitous encounter. But then a ripple of light appeared on the surface of the towering stone wall. Silvery starlight gushed forth from the depths of the stone wall. It became increasingly glaring. Jiang Chuan suddenly felt his consciousness being pulled away from his body by an irresistible force and into the stone wall, causing him to feel dizzy. Open your eyes again. He had arrived in a vast and boundless starry sky. Beneath my feet lay a gray-brown wasteland, and above me there was no sky, only countless shooting stars weaving and crisscrossing in the darkness. White, green, blue, purple, and even a few extremely dazzling orange streaks, trailing long or short trails, swept across the depths of the pitch-black void. Those light streaks moved extremely fast, making it difficult to pinpoint any of them with the naked eye. But he saw it clearly. Purple represents the S-level upgrade and inheritance. Orange represents the SS-level upgrade and inheritance. These lights flashed past his eyes like a meteor shower, so many that it made his heart stop. In the outside world, the S-level ascension path, which would be fought to the death by countless humans, is like worthless roadside pebbles, densely scattered across the entire starry sky here. There are even quite a few orange-grade SS-level inheritances. Chapter 60, Sequence 7, Eternal Star Lord. Jiang Chuan's heart involuntarily quickened. At this moment, a vague message surfaced in his mind. Here are the rules for this place. Each person has a limited time to stay here. The higher one's own soul strength, the more times one can capture inheritance. But even the most powerful being could not possibly capture all the inheritances. These are the rules of the temple. It is also a fair test set by the beings who created this world. Otherwise, those top races with hegemonic bloodlines would probably be able to take away the entire legacy of the starry sky. Therefore, careful selection is necessary. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to go on a shopping spree. Although SS-level inheritance is precious, his goal is to achieve the ultimate sublimation. He can get the upgrade path for S-rank and SS-rank items outside, so there's no need to waste precious capture attempts here. However, just as he made up his mind, the bronze compass he had previously seized suddenly started to spin. The compass needle no longer spins erratically. Instead, it points straight to one point. Then, an orange meteor, seemingly guided by some unseen force, plummeted toward him. The meteor's color was more intense than the other orange heritages, and a huge phantom could even be faintly seen roaring in its trail. This is definitely a legacy that ranks even higher than the Star Weaver. Before Jiang Chuan could even process what was happening, his mental energy had already instinctively reached out. Whoosh! He firmly grasped the orange light in his hand. As the light faded, a ball of inherited light, shimmering with a dark golden hue, lay in his palm. Tiger Taming Warrior, SS rank, melee class, ranked 424th. 424 bits. It's twice as high as his previous ranking as a Star Weaver. If this inheritance were taken out, the entire human race's elite would probably treat him like an ancestor. Pity. it's still far from meeting his requirements. However, this attempt also made him clearly aware of the depletion of his mental energy. At this rate of consumption, he can probably squander it for dozens more times. Should we grab a few dozen SS legacy items and take them back with us? Jiang Chuan pondered for 2 seconds, then shook his head slightly. Do this. This could potentially enhance the overall strength of the human race. However, without top-tier combat power, they ultimately lack the capital to establish themselves in the origin realm. And only then can they become the top-tier fighting force capable of changing the fate of humanity. Jiang Chuan could confidently say that even if he helped the human race train dozens or hundreds of SS-level inherited professions, it wouldn't be as effective as his own. We must not put the cart before the horse. Jiang Chuan carefully put away the inheritance orb of the tiger-taming warrior, then turned his gaze back to the depths of the starry sea. He always had only one goal: the ultimate sublimation. SSS level. He began to search seriously. As those orange SS-level inheritances swept past his eyes, he didn't even lift his eyelids again. His spiritual power spread out like a fishing net, layer by layer, across the sea of stars, capturing the information contained in every ray of light. S-level passed. SS rank passed. Those inheritances that would drive any external force mad were sifted out like grains of sand in Jiang Chuan's mental network. He only wants SSS level. Time passed by second. Jiang Chuan could feel his mental energy being continuously depleted, but he still couldn't find the light he was looking for. SSS level inheritances are extremely rare, which he had long anticipated. But having come this far, he absolutely could not accept returning empty-handed. Just as a sense of unease began to rise in his heart, a blinding white light suddenly exploded behind him. The light was so dazzling that it instantly swallowed up his entire field of vision. Jiang Chuan turned around abruptly, and through the blinding white light, he saw Ling Aoshuang. She sat cross-legged in the void, completely unaware of everything happening around her. Deep in the starry sky directly above her head, an icy blue meteor was falling toward her with an unstoppable momentum, leaving a trail of frost across the sky. The color of that light was not purple, nor orange, but an incomparably dazzling golden red. SSS rank. Moreover, the trajectory of that golden red meteor was completely different from other inheritances. It wasn't captured by Ling Aoshuang. It deliberately fell towards her. Jiang Chuan's pupils dilated slightly as he watched the golden red meteor disappear into Ling Aoshuang's brow. Ice blue light exploded around her, transforming into layers of surging frost halos. Her eyes were closed, her body trembled slightly, and her long, silvery white hair fluttered wildly in the frost. A phantom slowly emerged behind her. It was a female figure holding an ice crystal spear, clad in frost armor. Her hair was as white as snow. Beneath my feet churned a frigid storm. He was like a supreme ruler who had come from the Ice Age. Frost Overlord. SSS rank. Ultimate Ascension Path. Unique Inheritance. Ranked 42nd in the sequence. The brief message flashed by, and Jiang Chuan's lips pressed into a thin line. He felt a slight pang of envy. But more than anything, I felt relieved. Ling Aoshuang's ability to obtain such an opportunity is her good fortune. Her uniqueness has been elevated to the extreme, and her ranking in the sequence is 42, which is unprecedented in the entire history of the human race. But what about his? Jiang Chuan turned his gaze back to the sea of stars, and his spiritual power spread out once more. But the starry sea was vast, and after searching for an unknown amount of time, he still could not find a second SSS level light. Gradually, Jiang Chuan's brows furrowed more and more tightly. He still has a lot of mental energy left, but time is running out. If you really can't find one, are you just going to find any SS level inheritance that suits you and make do with it for now? No, if that were the case, Jiang Chuan would rather not change jobs. The difference is too great. Just as he was about to lose control of his anxiety, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Inheritance exists in the starry sky. But what is this starry sky itself? He looked down at his feet. The gray-brown wasteland, covered with dense cracks, looked unremarkable, even somewhat desolate and dilapidated. But when he released his spiritual power to investigate further, he sensed an indescribable, powerful aura. This feeling was very familiar to him, just like when he faced the remains of the ancient divine tree in the Nightmare Tree Sea. This wasteland could also be the enormous remains of a god. Jiang Chuan's breathing suddenly became rapid. He didn't hesitate for a moment. then squatted down and placed his palm on the gray-brown wasteland. Extracting everything. Launch. Boom. The entire starry sky suddenly trembled. The countless cracks on the surface of the wasteland lit up at the same time, and silvery white light gushed out from the cracks, as thick as a giant dragon, shooting straight into the sky. An ancient aura, vast and indescribable, surged up from the depths of the earth, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Jiang Chuan gritted his teeth. His mental energy was being rapidly depleted. But at the same time, a dazzling light was rapidly gathering in his palm. A beam of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire starry sea and even overshadowing the light of all the traditions of this world. Golden red light pierced the sky, condensing into a gigantic phantom star in the deepest part of the starry sea. It kept expanding and growing until it finally exploded. It exploded into a sky full of starlight. Starlight fell like rain, scattering and enveloping the entire wasteland. Jiang Chuan slowly raised his hand, and a golden red ball of light lay quietly in his palm. Inside the ball, countless tiny stars were slowly rotating, as if a miniature universe was being held in his palm. A semi-transparent phantom slowly rose from behind him. The blurry figure, whose face was not visible, wore a robe woven with starlight and was surrounded by phantom planets. Eternal Star Lord, SSS level, ultimate ascension path, unique inheritance, ranked 7th in the sequence. Chapter 61 exclusive fate weapon, 9 luminary star bow. Jiang Chuan pressed the golden red light into his chest. Boom! An indescribable power exploded within him, as if a real star had ignited in his chest. His blood was boiling, his bones were trembling, and every inch of his skin was undergoing a radical transformation. He was stuck at the level 10 barrier, and at this moment he naturally broke through. Congratulations on reaching L11. Constitution plus 200. Wisdom plus 200. Strength plus 200. Agility plus 200. The moment he broke through to the next level, Jiang Chuan's attribute panel jumped wildly. The 4 basic attributes, which were originally stuck at the limit of 1,500 points, have all surged to 1,700 points and are still climbing upwards with an unstoppable momentum. That's not all. The attribute doubling effect brought by ultimate sublimation truly manifests itself at this moment. Ultimate enhancement takes effect. Base growth value doubled. Current growth value per level, 200 points. 1,700 points. 1,800 points. 1,900 points. 2,000 points. His base attributes jumped from 1,500 points to 3,000 points, and all 4 attributes eventually stopped at the 3,200 point mark. Jiang Chuan clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him that seemed capable of piercing the sky with a single punch. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. This is the truly perverse aspect of ultimate sublimation. Each level up grants 200 attribute points, which is 20 times that of an SSS level talent. But this is not the end. Every time he levels up, all 4 of his attributes will increase by 200 points. Moreover, his attributes have also broken through the maximum limit, and he can continue to stack them up wildly by relying on the talent of extracting everything. Before Jiang Chuan could recover from the joy of his attribute surge, several system notifications exploded in his mind. You have obtained the SSS level talent, Eternal Starlight. You have mastered the SSS rank skill, Eternal Body. You have mastered the SSS level skill, Eternal Domain. You have obtained a 9 stars bow, a weapon exclusive to your class. 1 SSS level talent, 2 SSS level skills, and an SSS level exclusive weapon that he had never heard of before. Jiang Chuan almost doesn't recognize the words SSS level anymore. He took a deep breath, opened the panel. He began to examine the abilities bestowed upon him by the Eternal Star Lord's legacy. First, talent. Eternal Starlight SSS level. Level, 1 star. Effect, passive. Each time an enemy is killed, star power is consumed to reshape their physical body and revive them as your exclusive Eternal Servant. The Eternal Servant retains 100% of their combat ability from their previous life and is absolutely obedient. Current servant limit, 0 out of 10. Effect, passive. All Eternal Servants share 20% of their base attributes. Note, the stars never fade, they endure forever. Just as Jiang Chuan finished reading the instructions, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Your talents Eternal Star Lord, SSS rank, and Imperial Oath, a rank, have similar characteristics. Do you wish to fuse them? The new talent after fusion will inherit all the characteristics of both. Jiang Chuan was stunned. Was there really such a good thing? He made his choice without any hesitation. Fusion. Merger successful. You have obtained the SSS level talent. Eternal Star Lord. Eternal Star Lord SSS rank. Level 1 star. Effect. Passive. Each time an enemy is killed, star power is consumed to reshape their physical body and revive them as the user's exclusive Eternal Servant. The Eternal Servant retains 100% of their combat ability from their previous life, and their abilities can be fed back to the user. Current Servant limit, 2 out of 10. Effect. Passive. Eternal Servants can share 100% of their own base attributes. Note. The stars never fade. They endure forever. Wherever starlight shines, that is eternal land. Jiang Chuan's pupils dilated slightly. This new talent after fusion was simply too monstrous. Resurrection. And it's a resurrection that retains 100% of the combat capabilities. What does this mean? Every powerful person he kills can be turned into his loyal henchman. And the other party can also enjoy all of his abnormal attribute bonuses. The number of contracts has also seen a qualitative leap. Previously, you could only bind 2 objects after the Emperor's Oath was upgraded to 3 stars, but now it has increased by a full 10. Other professionals ranked in the top 10 of the series may have formidable combat power, but that power is limited to themselves. But he's different. He alone is an army. This is only the effect of 1 star. As the talent level increases, the servant limit will continue to increase. Jiang Chuan suppressed his excitement. Keep reading. Next are the 2 skills that automatically awaken after changing jobs. Eternal Body. SSS, LV1, passive. When illuminated by stars, it can quickly heal itself and negate 1 fatal attack. Cooldown, 24 hours. Eternal Domain. SSS, LV1, active. Deploys a starlight domain with a radius of 100 meters. All friendly units within the domain gain plus 100% to all attributes and plus 100% to status regeneration speed. All enemy units within the domain are marked and suffer 100% attack power as starlight burn damage per second, and their movement speed is reduced by 40%. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Duration, 120 seconds. A passive ability that allows him to survive and heal himself. Having this skill is like having 2 lives at any time. Another is a wide-range aura skill. It combines both buff effects and damage. That's quite exaggerated. It truly lives up to its reputation as the 7th ranked SSS level class, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Its prestige is simply unparalleled. At last, Jiang Chuan then looked at the exclusive weapon that was tied to his profession. With a slight thought, a large bow, shimmering with silver light, materialized in his hand. The bow is covered with 9 grooves, one of which contains an orange-red crystal resembling a burning star. Exclusive Destiny weapon. 9 Luminaries Bow. Source Tool. Level. 11 can grow with a host level. Attributes. Attack plus 1,500 to 1,800. Attack speed plus 80%. Penetration plus 80%. Critical hit plus 80%. Tian Shu. Passive. Grants immunity to all negative effects and curses. Tian Xin. Not yet unlocked. Tianji. Not yet unlocked. Tian Quan. Not yet unlocked. Yuang. Not yet unlocked. Kaiyang. Not yet unlocked. Yao Guang. Not unlocked. Hain. Not yet unlocked. Sun. Not yet unlocked. Exclusive. Only usable by the Eternal Star-Lord class. This weapon is untradeable, cannot be dropped, and cannot be destroyed. When equipped, it can automatically detect the location of other star gems. 9 star slots. 9 gemstones. The growth potential of this exclusive life weapon is far from over. Jiang Chuan felt he needed to calm down. The enhancement this ultimate sublimation inheritance had brought him was too exaggerated. Original. He already possessed abnormal strength comparable to an 8th rank expert. Now that the Eternal Domain is open, his attributes have doubled again. I'm afraid he could even fight a 9th tier professional head-on. After reviewing all the abilities, Jiang Chuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and retracted the 9 luminary star bow into his body. This bow is now bound to his soul. It is not necessary to carry it with you. It can be taken out and used at any time, as long as there is a thought. Master, I have obtained the SSS level ultimate ascension path. Ling Aoshuang came to his side to share the good news, her icy blue eyes showing a rare hint of joy. The illusory image of the Frost Sovereign behind her was slowly dissipating, but the chilling aura of frost had completely permeated her body. Good. Jiang Chuan smiled and nodded. 2 ultimate, sublime inheritances and several SS-level inheritances. This trip to the Starry Sky Temple was truly worthwhile. But Jiang Chuan looked around, somewhat puzzled. Where is the 4th level of the Starry Sky Temple that the human senior mentioned? Chapter 62, The Head of the Leaf Family. A 4th level? What 4th level is there in the Starry Sky Temple? Seeing Jiang Chuan's expression gradually turn solemn, the Golden Lion felt a chill and changed his words, saying, maybe, but I've never heard of it. Jiang Chuan then looked at the other few holy blood creatures beside him, and they all shook their heads, immediately understanding what was going on. No wonder. The notes did not mention the main opportunity on the 3rd level. That SSS-level human predecessor probably never even got this far. He just boasted about reaching the 4th level to save face. The more Jiang Chuan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Although the other party is a senior, they entered the Starry Sky Temple at a similar age to me, which is the age when they're concerned about their image and like to brag. It doesn't matter that he bragged. The key is, this is absolutely outrageous. The entire starry sky suddenly trembled, and white light began to emanate from all living beings. What happened? The Golden Lion exclaimed in surprise. The Starry Sky Temple has closed early. This has never happened in previous years. After saying that, it seemed to have guessed something and suddenly turned its gaze to Jiang Chuan. It had no evidence, but it had a premonition that this matter was probably related to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan did not answer, but smiled faintly and said, everyone, we will meet again in the future. All living beings trembled simultaneously. They never wanted to see this freak again. Whoosh! The teleportation beam suddenly exploded. Hundreds of figures appeared out of thin air in Tianke City Square, some covered in wounds, others in tattered clothes. The waiting family members immediately rushed forward, anxiously inquiring about the situation. The entire square was in complete chaos. Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang stood side by side at the edge of the crowd, preparing to leave the noisy place, when a sharp roar suddenly rang out from not far away. Jiang Chuan. The voice was filled with a deep-seated hatred, as if it wanted to grind the 2 words to pieces. Jiang Chuan paused and turned his head to look. Li Chenfeng was being supported by 2 students, his body wrapped in bandages, with blood still seeping from the bandages on his severed arm. His face was ashen, but his bloodshot eyes were fixed on Jiang Chuan, his pupils churning with a barely contained resentment. His shout was so loud that it instantly drew the attention of most of the square. Young Master Li, what's wrong with you? Someone recognized Li Chenfeng and exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap! Isn't that Li Chenfeng from the Li family? He has S-rank talent. How'd he get injured like this? Who did he just call out to? Jiang Chuan? Which Jiang Chuan? The murmurs in the crowd exploded like boiling water, and hundreds of eyes followed Li Chenfeng's gaze and focused on Jiang Chuan. Li Chenfeng had been waiting for this moment. He abruptly broke free from the students supporting him, staggered forward 2 steps, pointed at Jiang Chuan with his intact finger, and said in a hoarse and shrill voice, everyone, this is the man. He betrayed his teammates in the Starry Sky Temple, colluded with alien races, and stole the SS-level inheritance that we fought so hard to obtain. This arm of mine and all my dead teammates are all because of him. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Colluding with other races? Stealing the inheritance? These are far too serious crimes. SS-level inheritance. Really? This person looks unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be a member of any prominent family in Tianke City. Li Chenfeng sighed. Chu Mingwei also stepped forward with a gloomy expression. Upon hearing that Jiang Chuan possessed an SS-level inheritance, he led his men to find him. As a result, instead of finding the person, they ran into a crazed alien blood, causing heavy losses to their entire team. Naturally, he blamed Jiang Chuan for this. He said in a grim tone, I can testify that everything Li Chenfeng said is true. His team originally had more than 40 people, but only 7 survived. More than 30 lives were lost because of this guy. 2 S-level talents testified simultaneously. One was a direct descendant of the Li family of Tianke City, and the other was a descendant of the Chu family. Everyone present was well aware of the significance of these 2 companies in Tianke City. Young Master Chu said so too? Then it's probably true. More than 30 lives. This person looked kind, but I never expected him to be so ruthless. Where have I heard the name Jiang Chuan before? Who cares who he is? Colluding with other races to harm our own kind. Such a person should be executed on the spot. The crowd was outraged. Hundreds of eyes were filled with undisguised hostility, and several hot-tempered men had even drawn their weapons, waiting for someone to take the lead so they could rush up and take Jiang Chuan down. As Li Chunfeng sensed the surging anger around him, a hint of pleasure flashed in his eyes. These were words he had prepared long ago. Inside the temple, he failed to snatch the SS-level inheritance from Jiang Chuan, but he could at least ensure that Jiang Chuan would have no place to stand among the human race. The charges of dozens of lives were pinned on him, and accusations of colluding with foreign races were hurled at him. Even if this kid had 10 mouths, he still couldn't explain it clearly. Question mark. Jiang Chuan was completely baffled. Who are they talking about? What do these things have to do with him? Get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. A commotion suddenly arose outside the square. The crowd was forcibly parted by a powerful aura, and several figures strode in. Leading the way was a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe. His face resembled Li Chunfeng's by about 5 or 6 points, but he had a sharp and imposing aura between his brows, as if he had been in a high position for a long time. Behind him were 2 old men, their auras profound, both clearly 7th-level experts. When Li Chunfeng saw the middle-aged man, his eyes reddened, and his voice immediately became tearful. "Father, you've finally come." Li Jinyue, the head of the Li family. His gaze fell on Li Chunfeng's severed arm, and a chilling light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He then slowly turned his gaze away. He looked at Jiang Chuan. The aura of a peak 7th-tier cultivator was released without reservation, pressing down on Jiang Chuan like a mountain. Li Jinyue's voice was icy. "You're the one who caused my son to lose an arm?" He didn't ask about the details at all. There's no need to ask. All he needs now is a reason for Jiang Chuan to die. Jiang Chuan looked at him expressionlessly. "His arm was bitten off by the Corpse Dog clan. It has nothing to do with me. As for the inheritance, he was incapable of obtaining it himself, and instead tried to snatch it from me. I didn't kill him on the spot, which was already out of consideration for our clan." Upon hearing this, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "He's insane, saying such things in front of the Li family head. Does he have a death wish? Is this kid scared out of his wits? Doesn't he know the Li family's status in Tianke City?" Li Jinyue's lips twitched slightly. Behind him, an elder shouted sternly, "Insolence! You ignorant brat! You stole the inheritance of my Li family's disciple and dared to speak so arrogantly. Today, I will teach you what manners are." Chapter 63. You said, "I stole your SS-level inheritance." Which one? Before he finished speaking, he had already taken a step forward, his magical powers surging around him, and he chopped down at Jiang Chuan with a palm. The angry strike from the 7th-tier expert carved a furrow into the bluestone pavement of the plaza where the palm wind passed. The onlookers quickly retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Li Chunfeng's lips curled up in a smile. No matter how arrogant Jiang Chuan was in the temple, this is now Tianke City, the territory of the Li family. A wild boy with no background, no matter how talented, will only die when facing a 7th-level expert. However, Jiang Chuan remained standing in place, showing no intention of dodging. It's not that he couldn't avoid it. Instead, there's no need to hide. If he wanted to, this 7th-level old man's head would explode like a watermelon in the next second. Kill a level 7. For him, it was no harder than crushing an ant. Once he takes action, he wouldn't mind uprooting the entire Li family as well. Federal ironclad laws and the crime of colluding with other races. These rules and regulations are useful to ordinary professionals, but to a future supreme being, they are nothing but a piece of waste paper. If he wanted to make a move, no one in the entire human race could stop him. He's still standing here to give face to Shenzi and Qin Tianheng. But if this group insists on going to extremes, he doesn't care if it changes the entire Federation's landscape. The palm strike was already upon him. Jiang Chuan slowly raised his hand. Just then, boom! A terrifying, suffocating pressure suddenly descended from the sky above the square. The 7th-tier elder who attacked Jiang Chuan was struck as if by an invisible hammer. His chest caved in, and he was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist in midair. Then, like a dead dog, it crashed to the ground several dozen feet away, without even twitching, and immediately passed out. The entire room fell silent. A tall, slender figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Jiang Chuan. Shunzi, Dean of Dark Star Academy. 8th-tier expert. She rushed over as soon as she received the news. Without even changing her clothes, wearing only a black casual outfit that outlined her slender and powerful figure. Her long, jet black hair was tied up high at the back of her head, revealing her delicate profile. At this time, His face was covered with a layer of frost that was almost solidified. How dare you attack a disciple of my Dark Star Academy? Your Li family has some serious audacity. Her voice carried clearly throughout the entire square. Upon hearing this, Li Jinyue's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. He recognized the woman. It wasn't just him. There wasn't a single noble in the entire Tianke city who didn't recognize her. Shunzi, Dean of the Dark Star Academy of Star Crown Academy, the Federation's youngest 8th-tier powerhouse, and one of the Heavenly Pavilion's prospective Heavenly Generals. Even the current Heavenly Generals in the Heavenly Pavilion would have to nod and greet her politely. Although the Li family had some influence in Tianke City, they were nothing in front of Shunzi. He's a disciple of the Dark Star Academy. Li Jinyue was utterly astonished and subconsciously glanced at his son. He was very clear about the admission requirements of the Dark Star Academy. You need at least an SS-level talent. Jiang Chuan is an SS-level genius. Instead of the ordinary disciple of Star Crown Academy mentioned in Li Chunfeng's message to him, the sharp edge on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a respectful expression. He cupped his hands, trying to explain. Dean Shun, there must be some misunderstanding. I'm asking you, who gave the Li family the audacity? Are you deaf? Shenzi's voice was icy cold. No one understands Jiang Chuan's importance to Star Crown Academy, and even to the entire Federation, better than she does. Not long ago, she boasted to Jiang Chuan that no one in Tianke City would dare to lay a hand on him. Result, he was publicly humiliated just a few days later. This wasn't just a blow to Shenzi's face, but to the entire Star Crown Academy. Shenzi's anger flared up instantly. Li Jinyue's face turned pale and then red. As the head of the Li family and a peak 7th-level expert, he had never been scolded like this in public before. But since he was facing Shenzi, he dared not lash out and could only suppress his humiliation and say, Dean Shun, you are unaware of this, but this boy colluded with alien races in the Starry Sky Temple to steal the SS-level inheritance of his own race, and even caused my son to lose his arm and dozens of innocent students to die at the hands of alien races. Nonsense. A clear female voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. Everyone's eyes turned simultaneously in the direction from which the sound came. Su Yao walked out of the crowd. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes were firm. She first glanced at Li Chunfeng, and then at Jiang Chuan behind Shenzi. Then, taking a deep breath, he said with all his might, Li Chunfeng is lying. Li Chunfeng's face instantly contorted. Su Yao, you bitch. How dare you? Shut up. Su Yao's lips trembled with excitement. I'm telling the truth. In the ruins on the first floor of the temple, it was Jiang Chuan who broke in through the back door alone, defeated the ruins guards, and obtained the inheritance. Li Chunfeng tried to snatch the inheritance from him, which is why Jiang Chuan blocked the passage. Her words were forceful and resounding. The square was silent for 2 seconds before erupting into an even more intense discussion. Damn it, that kid from the Li family is shameless. If what she said is true, then wouldn't Li Chunfeng be turning the tables on her? The Li family disciple is notoriously bad at conduct. I knew his words were definitely exaggerated. This girl is really bold, daring to confront the Li family to their faces. Li Chunfeng's face was beyond ugly. His once handsome face was twisted and distorted by extreme anger and fear. He screamed hoarsely, You're lying. You're protecting him. You're in cahoots. That's right. Chu Minghui also spoke up. He couldn't remain silent. If the Li family was nailed down, then he, as an accomplice, would certainly be purged as well. Now, the only way is to use the influence of the Li and Chu families to make sure that Jiang Chuan is colluding with the alien race. Otherwise, they will both suffer. Chu Minghui pointed at Su Yao and said, They're both from the same place, so they'll definitely side with each other. But you only have one witness, while we have so many people here. Whose words are more credible? Dean Shun. He looked directly at Shunzi with an open and honest gaze. Even if Jiang Chuan is a disciple of the Dark Star Academy, you can't protect a human scum who colludes with alien races, can you? Jiang Chuan is colluding with alien races? Shunzi was so angry at these words that she laughed. Looking across the entire Federation, anyone could potentially collude with alien races, but Jiang Chuan is the only exception. However, if she were to prove this, it would expose Jiang Chuan's SSS-level talent, causing him to face targeting from the alien races prematurely. Shunzi was also caught in a dilemma. Gentlemen, Jiang Chuan suddenly spoke up. As the person involved, his expression remained calm, as if he had not been affected by his emotions at all. He said indifferently, You have to let me say a few words. Shunzi then looked at Jiang Chuan and was immediately stunned. Before Jiang Chuan entered the Starry Sky Temple, she was able to see through Jiang Chuan's information. But at this moment, even she couldn't fathom the extent of Jiang Chuan's strength. He broke through again. Shenzi was half shocked and half delighted. She quickly transmitted her voice to Jiang Chuan. You don't need to explain to them. Just come back with me first, and someone will handle this matter afterwards. Jiang Chuan did not agree. He knew that Shenzi could definitely suppress this matter with her methods. But the problem is, if we forcefully suppress the matter, wouldn't that confirm the accusation that the other party publicly leveled against him? Jiang Chuan's solution to this problem is quite simple. Orange light appeared in his hand, the very inheritance of the Dragon Slayer's swordsman. He looked at Li Qinfeng and said, You mean this is the SS level inheritance I stole from you? Dragon Slayer's swordsman, SS rank, Ascended Legacy, ranked 985th. Information disclosure. The audience erupted in uproar. A strong sense of greed immediately welled up in Chu Minghui's eyes. What Li Qinfeng said was indeed true. This was an SS-level inheritance that was perfectly suited to him. Li Qinfeng's eyes were filled with resentment as he shouted at the top of his lungs, Yes, that's it. He didn't finish his sentence. Another orange light appeared in Jiang Chuan's hand. Is it this one? Star Weaver. SS-level sublimation inheritance. Ranked 817th. Well, Li Qinfeng's voice was abruptly cut off. Li Jinyue and the Chu family patriarch who had just arrived were also stunned by the two orange lights before them. There are actually two SS-level inheritances, and each one is ranked higher than humans' national inheritance. Jiang Chuan wasn't finished yet. He looked at Li Qinfeng with icy eyes, making the other man feel a chill run down his spine. A third orange light appeared in his hand. Or perhaps this dish? The Tiger Taming Warrior, an SS-level ascended and inherited master, ranked 424th. Chapter 64, Shun Zi's Furious Outburst. The three SS-level sublimation inheritances shone with an orange-red light, reflecting in everyone's eyes, and the atmosphere in the square instantly boiled over. Pinch me. I think I'm dreaming. My God, it's actually three national-level inheritances. May God bless our human race. Oh, so he didn't just steal one, he stole three. That's outrageous. Are you fucking stupid? The fact that someone can produce three SS-level inheritances proves that their own strength is outstanding. It's obvious that the kid from the Li family is lying. Exactly. Those two juniors from the Li and Chu families can't even produce an S-rank item. To put it bluntly, they don't even have the right to be robbed. Shenzi's eyes were also filled with shock. Although she had expected that Jiang Chuan would bring back a surprise, this surprise was still too shocking. Etc. Shenzi suddenly realized an even more shocking fact. Jiang Chuan has broken through, but the inheritance in his hands is still there. If he doesn't even care about the tiger taming battle venerable ranked over 400th, then what level of sublimation path has he obtained? We can't waste any more time here. We need to get the news to the dean as soon as possible. After thinking for a moment, Shenzi looked coldly at Li Jinyue. What do you have to say now? Both Li Jinyue and Chu Xiongfeng, the head of the Chu family, had extremely ugly expressions. They were actually aware of the specific circumstances. Originally, they wanted to take the treasure from Jiang Chuan before anyone knew about it. Even if something goes wrong later, they will have already used up this inheritance. For the sake of a future SS-level powerhouse, the Federation will choose to turn a blind eye. But they never expected this. Jiang Chuan has a background that is even stronger than those two families. And he actually obtained three SS-level inheritances. Li Qinfeng's false accusations were exposed in public, and in order to make things go completely, they didn't even have a chance to make amends afterwards. Li Jinyue forced a smile and said, This is absolutely a misunderstanding. You unfilial son, get over here and apologize right now. Shenzi gave a cold laugh. Is an apology all it takes? She slowly turned around, looked at Li Jinyue, and then glanced at the Chu family head who had remained silent. I'll say it one last time, so listen carefully. Jiang Chuan is a student of Dark Star Academy. You all know what kind of existence Dark Star Academy students are. In previous years, it was only natural for Dark Star Academy students to obtain SS-level inheritances in the Starry Sky Temple. Who among you dares to say a word? Not to mention, her gaze fell on Li Jinyue's face, and his phoenix eyes flashed with an undisguised coldness. Don't say Jiang Chuan didn't steal anything from you. Even if he did, it's because your people are incompetent and deserve it. Li Jinyue's expression changed completely. His face flushed red, and his eyes were filled with immense humiliation and anger. But he dared not retaliate, and could only grit his teeth and lower his head. Dean Chuan is right to reprimand me. Kneel down and apologize. Kneel down? Li Jinyue's expression changed, and the elders behind him were even more ashen-faced. Their fists clenched until they turned white, but none of them dared to utter a sound. Dean Chuan, leave yourself a way out. Li Jinyue raised his head, his voice low. What happened today was a rash act by my Li family. My son can apologize, but I would appreciate it from Dean Chuan. I'm talking about all of you. Shenzi interrupted him, shifting her gaze from Li Jinyue to the faces of the clan elders beside him. Every single one of you, kneel down and apologize to me. Li Jinyue's expression froze completely. Make him kneel before Junior? The dignified head of the Li family kneeling before a 16-year-old boy? If word gets out, how can a Li family ever hold their heads high in Tianke City? Dean Chuan, isn't this a bit too domineering? He swept his gaze across the crowd in the square, attempting to use public opinion to put pressure on Shenzi. My Li family has served the Federation with merit. For the sake of a student, aren't you afraid of alienating all the aristocratic families with such actions? But no one in the room dared to speak up for him. Shenzi raised his palm expressionlessly and pointed it at Li Jinyue. Kneel or die. The air in the square seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone fell silent. Even their breathing was suppressed to a minimum. Just then, an elder from the Chu family stepped forward to smooth things over, saying, Dean Chuan, please calm down. Brother Li was just in a moment of impatience and offended young friend Jiang. This was just a misunderstanding, and it's good that it's been cleared up. Why make such a fuss? Before he could finish speaking, a blur flashed by, and Shenzi's figure disappeared from everyone's sight for a moment. The next moment, she reappeared in front of Jiang Chuan, and there was a clear handprint on the chest of the Chu family elder. Thump! The Chu family elder exploded from his chest, releasing a cloud of blood mist, and his life force vanished instantly. His mouth gaped open, his body swayed twice, then he knelt down with a thud, fell straight down, and never moved again. The entire audience erupted in uproar. There's been a murder. That was a 7th-level elder of the Chu family, and Dean Chuan actually killed him with a single palm strike. This is insane. This is blown up today. Shenzi slowly withdrew her hand, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, her voice chillingly cold. I gave you all a chance. Since you won't even apologize, then I'll resolve this matter through public channels. Li Jinyue suddenly raised his head, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. Dean Chuan, what do you mean by that? What's the meaning? Shenzi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Jiang Chuan brought back 3 SS-level National Treasure inheritances for the Federation, making him the greatest contributor to the human race in hundreds of years. And your 2 families, without any evidence, publicly slandered a meritorious person, colluded with alien races, and attacked your own compatriots. The witnesses were brought by you. Since you have made it so clear, then we will thoroughly investigate this matter. Her tone was extremely angry. This anger was not only a statement directed at Jiang Chuan, but also stemmed from her deep-seated disgust for the actions of the Li and Chu families. To put it mildly, you are the ones who betrayed morality for personal gain and slandered the heroes of the human race. To put it more broadly, she paused for a moment, then spoke each word clearly. You are strangling the future of humanity, no different from spies of other races. The entire audience erupted in uproar. That hat is way too big. Stifling the future of humanity is tantamount to being a spy for another race. If this is confirmed, not only the Li family, but even the top families in Tianke City will be uprooted. Li Jinyue's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down on the spot, but he was a peak 7th-level expert after all, and he managed to hold on. He stared intently at Shenzi, his voice trembling. Dean Chuan, you're framing me. My Li family has served the Federation for generations. How could we possibly collude with alien races? Everyone here can testify for me. No one answered. Even the Chu family members were all bowing their heads, looking down at their noses and minds, wishing they could tuck their heads into their collars. They're not stupid. Shenzi is clearly going to target the Li family. Who would dare to be the first to step forward at this time? Shenzi ignorad lizenuas dasparatas trula. She raised her hand. The Dark Star Academy Dean's token on his wrist emitted a silver halo. Shenzi, Dean of the Dark Star Academy of Star Crown Academy, in his capacity as a prospective Heavenly General of the Federation Heavenly Pavilion, formally requests the convening of a Heavenly Pavilion review meeting. She raised the token above her head, and the silver light traced a complex rune across the sky. Thoroughly investigate the Leaf family of Tianke City for their crimes of framing and attacking federal heroes, colluding with alien races, and maliciously stifling the future of humanity. The rune shot out a streak of silver light like a shooting star, flying straight towards the towering heavenly pavilion in the very center of Heavenly Palace. Everyone was stunned into a blank mind by Shanzi's move. Tenkaku Deliberation Conference. That is the highest meeting of the federal government, which is only convened when decisions about the survival of the Federation or matters of national importance are made. The last Heavenly Pavilion Deliberation Conference was 20 years ago, in response to the joint invasion of the Corpse Dog Clan and the Blood Cat Clan. And now, Shanzi is actually requesting a meeting of this level for the sake of a 16-year-old student. You're insane. Li Jianyue roared in fear. Just then, a deep, resonant bell tolled from the horizon. At the top of the Heavenly Pavilion, a golden pillar of light shot into the sky, dyeing half the sky a dazzling gold. From within the pillar of light, an aged yet majestic voice slowly emanated, resounding throughout the entire Heavenly Palace city. Approved. Tomorrow at Chanshu, 7 to 9 a.m., the Leaf family case will be reviewed in the Heavenly Pavilion Council Hall. That was the voice of Marshal Tiange. Li Jianyue collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. It was all over. The Heavenly Pavilion Marshal had personally approved the review meeting. There was no way to salvage the situation. Chapter 65 is not 3 paths, but 8 paths of inheritance. Shanzi withdrew her gaze, turned around, and walked to Jiang Chuan. She looked him up and down to make sure he was not injured before she breathed a slight sigh of relief. I'm glad you're all right. Jiang Chuan grinned. I'm fine, but if you had arrived any later, that old man's head would have been ripped off by me. Shanzi's lips twitched slightly. She wanted to say something, but silently swallowed her words back. She knew Jiang Chuan wasn't bragging. He really was capable of doing it. Put away the legacy carefully. Let's go back first. Good. Jiang Chuan asked. By the way, will this intervention cause you any trouble? Shanzi raised an eyebrow. Trouble. She turned to look at Li Jianyue, whose face was ashen, and said indifferently, the Heavenly Pavilion Deliberation Conference is no small matter, but it should have been held in the first place. The things you brought back this time, just based on the merit of the 3 SS-level inheritances, are enough to make those 13 old guys come over and bow to you in person. I just brought the time forward a little. She paused, her tone carrying a meaningful undertone. And it's time to reveal your identity. Jiang Chuan was taken aback. What identity? SSS-level talent. Shanzi moved her lips and transmitted her voice secretly. We kept it a secret before to protect you. But now that you have completed your job change, you are strong enough to protect yourself. Hiding you will only get in the way. If the Federation does not show enough sincerity to keep you, why should you risk your life for the human race? Jiang Chuan remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. He understood what Shanzi meant. He wasn't the kind of hot-blooded young man who would open his heart to someone just because they said a few words to him. If the Federation really wants him to stay among humans, words alone won't do. Thanks. You're welcome. Shanzi's tone softened slightly, and a rare gentleness appeared in her usually cold and stern phoenix eyes. You are a student of Dark Star Academy, and I am your dean. These things are my duty. With a wave of her hand, an invisible force lifted Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang up. Let's go. The dean is still waiting for us. Star Crown Academy, principal's office. Before the door was fully opened, Qin Tianheng's voice came from inside. Quickly, let this old man take a look. The usually composed and dignified dean, who remained calm even in the face of a collapsing mountain, completely disregarded his image at this moment and rushed over in 3 steps at a time. He looked Jiang Chuan up and down, his cloudy old eyes gleaming with shrewdness. That look in his eyes didn't seem like he was looking at a student at all. It was more like a long-time miser had stumbled upon a mountain of gold. It's good that you're all right. Shen Girl sent a message saying that some clueless bastards were causing trouble for you in the square, and I almost killed them myself. Jiang Chuan felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. He quickly changed the subject. Dean Qin, I'm really not injured. Let's take a look at what we brought back this time. Qin Tianheng stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. Shen Girl already told me in advance. I didn't expect that you would actually bring back 3 national-level inheritances. This is a good thing. It's a blessing for the entire Federation. Jiang Chuan glanced at Shanzi, then at Qin Tianheng, pursed his lips, and said, not 3, but 8. What? Both of them were stunned at the same time. Qin Tianheng's hand trembled, and he plucked a strand of hair, his old face twitching in pain, but he didn't care. He grabbed Jiang Chuan's shoulder and asked, "You mean young master duo?" I had only obtained 3 SS-level inheritances, but my classmate Ling Aoshuang, who was with me, also captured 5, all of which were SS-level inheritances. Jiang Chuan frankly admitted. Ling Aoshuang was actively chosen by the SS-level inheritance, so she didn't waste much of her mental energy. Therefore, after changing jobs, she casually acquired a few more inheritances. Certainly, it was Jiang Chuan's instruction. He took out 8 inheritance orbs from his backpack, and the energy fluctuations that erupted at that moment made the air freeze for a moment. A layer of cloudy tears suddenly welled up in Qin Tianheng's old eyes. His hands trembled, his lips quivered, and it took him a long time to finally choke out a sentence. 8 national-level inheritances, and all of them are high-ranking sequences within the top 1,000. Child, do you know what this means? Qin Tianheng was overcome with emotion, and tears streamed down his face. Before Jiang Chuan could answer, he continued, "The reason why SS-level inheritances are called national treasures within the Federation is because every SS-level combat expert can protect our human race's land for 100 years. Jiang Chuan nodded slightly. He did know a little about it. SS-level combat inheritance was more precious than SS-level talent. Simply put, talent is the lower limit of a person's growth, while the inheritance of a profession is the important factor affecting the upper limit. The human race has a large population base. Even though SS-level geniuses are rare, one can be born every few years. However, in the hundreds of years, there's only been one heavenly punishment Thunderlord who has inherited the SS-level legacy. He brought back a total of 8 national-level inheritances in one go this time. This achievement is truly remarkable." Qin Tianheng exclaimed excitedly. "You are a national treasure. The entire Federation should worship you. I'll propose that the Heavenly Pavilion erect a special memorial tablet for you." Stop! Jiang Chuan felt embarrassed and quickly interrupted him. "I'm still alive. Why would I need a memorial tablet?" Qin Tianheng realized he had lost his composure and quickly composed himself, but his eyes were still frighteningly bright. He then asked, "Wait, you've taken out the sublimation inheritance, so what inheritance did you use yourself?" Shunzi also looked over. This was the issue they were most concerned about. The fact that Jiang Chuan could casually produce 8 SS-level inheritances shows that he didn't even care about these inheritances. So what level of inheritance did he receive? Seeing the two of them holding their breath in anticipation, Jiang Chuan deliberately hesitated for 2 seconds, building up their interest before slowly speaking. "It's just average, an SS-level unique inheritance, the ultimate path to sublimation." Qin Tianheng's breathing stopped. Shunzi's pupils suddenly contracted. Jiang Chuan added the second half of the sentence. "The ranking is still acceptable, 7th place, but it's a pity that we didn't get into the top 3. Qin Tianheng swayed twice, and Shunzi quickly caught him. The old man waved his hand, grabbed Jiang Chuan's hand, and said in a weak, trembling voice, "Say what you just said to me again. I didn't hear you clearly." Jiang Chuan was helpless. They had no choice but to reveal the information about the Eternal Star Lord to the two of them. A golden light screen unfolded in his palm, and lines of text, like ignited stars, slowly swirled in the air. As Qin Tianheng looked at those words, he felt his heart clench repeatedly. "Is this what you call okay? You're complaining that your sequence ranking is too low. 200 points of basic growth." His gaze was somewhat unfocused, and Shunzi gripped the hem of her clothes tightly. "She has SS-level talent, with 8 attribute points growing per level. After 3 transformations, her growth value only reached 27 points. Jiang Chuan had just undergone a transformation, and his base growth value had reached 7.5 times that of hers. After he turns 3 times, the base growth value will directly reach a terrifying 800 points. This," she gaped, feeling as if her lifelong principles of cultivation were being violently struck by a meteorite. "This is simply outrageous." Chapter 66 Candidates for Heavenly General. The dome of the Heavenly Pavilion hangs high, supported by 12 stone pillars carved with runes. Sunlight streamed down through the crack in the center of the dome, illuminating the enormous round table in the very center with every detail. 12 figures sat around the round table, each an 8th-level expert, representing the pinnacle of human combat power. In the very center seat, an elderly man with white hair and beard sat with his eyes closed. It was none other than Marshal Zhou Tianyan of the Heavenly Pavilion, the number 1 person below the 9th rank. He is also the only surviving elder of the human race who experienced the last all-out war. Qin Tianheng sat in the third seat on the right side of the round table. He had specially changed into a brand new dark purple heavenly general robe today, and the seventh heavenly general emblem on his chest was polished to a shine. He looked radiant and full of energy. Qin Tianheng, the two topics you raised today for the deliberation meeting are, first, the deliberation of the crimes of the Li family and the Chu family in slandering meritorious officials. I have already investigated this matter. An elderly woman with white hair, sitting opposite him, spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse but full of energy. It's just a conflict between two juniors. There's no need to escalate it to the level of two major families. After all, they have both made contributions to the Federation. We can't just remove them all because of a small mistake. This person is the 10th Heavenly General, Murong Jin, who also serves as the Chief Prosecutor of the Supreme Procuratorate. The Procuratorate, its main responsibility is to handle bureaucratic corruption cases within the federal government. Both the Li and Chu families have many members holding positions within the Federation, so taking action against their entire families would inevitably require a trial by the prosecutor's office. Murong Jin's voice was filled with resentment. In her opinion, bringing this matter to the Tinga meeting was making a mountain out of a molehill. Holding a deliberation conference at the Heavenly Pavilion would be a serious waste of federal resources. She paused, then changed the subject. As for the second item, nominating a little kid who has only awakened less than a month ago and has not yet accomplished anything as a candidate for Heavenly General, Qin Tianheng, are you perhaps senile? As soon as he finished speaking, a few low murmurs of agreement rang out from around the round table. What Murong Tian said is absolutely right. A bald old man sitting on the left said in a deep voice, a candidate for the Heavenly General is equivalent to a ministerial-level official wielding great power. According to the normal assessment process, one must undergo at least 15 years of performance evaluation and participate in at least one border battle of S level or higher. That little guy, named Jiang Chuan, is far from enough with just the title of SSS level talent. I second that. I second that. Three voices echoed in agreement, directly targeting Qin Tianheng. Qin Tianheng picked up the teacup in front of him and slowly took a sip. He said calmly and without anger, if he had not accomplished anything, I would certainly not have brought this up. But he just left the Starry Sky Temple yesterday and brought back several important inheritances for our human race. Inheritance? The bald old man frowned and asked, what level of inheritance could make you so excited that you've gone crazy? Could it be SS level? You're not stupid after all. Qin Tianheng snorted coldly and flicked a ball of orange-red light from his sleeve, which rolled onto the round table and emitted a muffled buzzing sound. A semi-transparent phantom rose from the sphere of light. It was a burly figure wielding a giant sword, surrounded by dragon-shaped sword energy. All eyes immediately turned to him. Dragon Slayer Swordsman, SS rank, ranked 985th in the tier. Qin Tianheng said calmly, according to federal law, offering up a national-level inheritance ranked in the top 1,000 is a special merit, an honorary medal, and a promotion. Am I right? He looked up at the bald old man and asked with a smile, Old Zhao, do you think this achievement is enough to offset 5 years of performance evaluation? Zhao Tianjiang opened his mouth as if to say something, but Qin Tianheng had already taken out a second ball of light from his sleeve. Wait a minute before answering. I still have some here. The second ball of light landed on the table, and the phantom of stars spread out in the hall. Inside the ball of light, it seemed as if a miniature galaxy was slowly rotating. Star Weaver, SS rank, ranked 817th in the sequence. 2 paths. A burly man in heavy armor was breathing heavily, staring intently at the 2 inheritances on the table. The Heavenly Generals exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. Bringing back an SS-level inheritance is already a tremendous achievement, but the child Qin Tianheng mentioned actually brought back 2. Murong Jin opened his heavily wrinkled eyelids. Even if there are 2, they don't match. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Tianheng had already slammed the third ball of light onto the table. Tiger Taming Battle Sovereign, SS rank, ranked 424th. Boom! The ball of light slammed onto the table with a deafening bang that sent shivers down one's spine. The imposing Phantom of the War god stood tall and imposing, its domineering aura dimming even the sunlight above the round table. The entire hall was completely silent. You old hag, what were you trying to say? That's against the rules. Qin Tianheng braced his hands on the edge of the table, leaning slightly forward with a smile on his lips. but his cloudy old eyes were frighteningly sharp. Murong Jin's eyelids twitched slightly. If it were just an ordinary SS-level inheritance, she wouldn't care. But this is a legacy within the top 500. It's an incredibly powerful sequence that even races with spirit blood and holy blood would go crazy for. This tradition remained within the human race. In less than 30 years, the human race will then have one more invincible being below the 9th rank. At that time, without the 9th-tier Bloodcat clan and Corpse Dog clan in charge, they will no longer dare to invade human borders and threaten human living space. Is that enough? Qin Tianheng slammed his hand on the table and asked, That's still not enough. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Tianheng reached into his sleeve again. The surrounding celestial generals immediately looked on incredulously. Besides, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Qin Tianheng unleashed the 4th ball of light. Lord of Mountains and Rivers, SS rank, ranked 787th. The 5th ball of light, Undying War God, SS rank, ranked 912th. The 6th Regiment, the 7th Regiment, 8th Regiment. Each time Qin Tianheng released a ball of light, he announced a ranking. His voice grew louder and more confident, until eventually he was simply shouting it out. When the 8th ball of light struck the round table, the entire hall was illuminated as brightly as day by the 8 intersecting orange-red rays. 8 illusory figures representing lineage surrounded the round table. The roar of dragons and the howl of tigers, the intermingling of starlight, and the overwhelming pressure they exuded made the breathing of all the 8th-level experts present unconsciously become heavier. Qin Tianheng braced his hands on the table, his chest heaving violently, his white hair standing on end. He looked nothing like the refined and composed old dean he usually was. He was clearly a lion that had been provoked. Come on, those who said they hadn't accomplished anything yet, keep talking. Anyone who utters a single word against it, I'll smash you to death with this inheritance. The assembled heavenly generals fell silent, as if shivering in winter. Even Zhou Tianyan, who had been sitting in the main seat with his eyes closed, didn't know when he had opened them. 8 orange lights were reflected in those old, cloudy eyes, almost obscuring the pupils, like 2 dancing flames. 8 SS-level national treasure inheritances. Zhou Tianyan spoke slowly, silencing the entire hall. Since the human race entered the origin realm, it has never had such a harvest. Qin Tianheng, you just said that all of these were presented by one of your students? Yes, Marshal. Qin Tianheng suppressed his previous arrogance and bowed respectfully to Zhou Tianyan. Jiang Chuan brought back these 8 national treasures for the human race during his entry into the Starry Sky Temple. This achievement is unprecedented. In my humble opinion, it would not be an exaggeration to not only nominate him as a candidate for Heavenly General, but also to directly appoint him as a Heavenly General. Zhou Tianyan nodded slightly. He slowly stood up, looked around, and his gaze swept across the faces of each of the generals. Gentlemen, does anyone have any further objections? No one answered. Zhou Tianyan then looked at Murong Jin beside him, his aged voice slowly saying, Let's re-examine the cases of the Li family and the Chu family. This child has made such a huge contribution to the Federation. We can't let them down. Chapter 67, The Power of a Minister. A candidate for Heavenly General? Looking at Qin Tianheng, whose face was glowing, Jiang Chuan pondered whether it was worth exchanging 8 SS inheritances for such a position. That was exhilarating. I've been in the Heavenly Pavilion for 40 years, and today has been the most exhilarating of all. Qin Tianheng's beard trembled with smugness. You didn't see that old hag Murong Jin's face turn green. I poured my inheritance down on her, and she was like someone had stuffed a mouthful of flies in her mouth, unable to swallow or spit them out. Jiang Chuan asked, You gave away all 8 inheritances? I'm not that senile. Qin Tianheng chuckled. Giving away the inheritance is like throwing a meat bun to a dog. No matter how sweet their promises sound now, they can easily go back on their word in the future. But if we leave the legacy to the Academy, then whoever's successor wants to inherit it in the future will have to ask us for help, without offering real financial benefits in exchange. No way. That's all right. Jiang Chuan nodded in relief upon hearing this. When he handed over the 8 inheritances, he also put forward an additional condition. That is it. All successors to the lineage must pass his approval. This condition was mainly to prevent, in case, the inheritance from falling into the hands of spoiled brats like Li Chunfeng and Chu Minghui, whom he despised. He didn't want the legacy he risked his life to reclaim to be used to raise an ungrateful wretch. even enemies. Oh, right. Qin Tianheng looked at him and smiled slightly. Marshal Zhou personally requested that the Procuratorate re-examine the cases of the Li family and the Chu family, so you can rest assured. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Can you guarantee you'll take them down? Qin Tianheng sneered. Humph. These guys are called war heroes' descendants, but in reality they are parasites living in the federal system. Not one of them has a clean backside. Some things are only a lightweight when you don't weigh them, but once you do, they're as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Marshal Zhou will personally stand up for you and make sure none of them escape. Jiang Chuan nodded slightly. I must thank Marshal Zhou in person when I have the chance. There will be opportunities, but he's very busy and there's nothing important, so don't bother him. Qin Tianheng took out a token from his pocket and tossed it to Jiang Chuan. This is the Heavenly General Candidate Order issued to you by the Heavenly Pavilion. From today onwards, you are the first 16-year-old candidate Heavenly General in the history of the Federation. As he spoke, Qin Tianheng was also filled with emotion. Shunzi is known as the youngest 8th-tier powerhouse in human history. He still had to follow the Federation's internal promotion rules, was sent to local areas to hone his skills for 7 years, and then was transferred back to Star Crown Academy, where he served as Assistant Dean for 2 years and Dean of Dark Star Academy for 3 years before being promoted to candidate for Heavenly General last year. And Jiang Chuan. To this day, it has been less than a month since he awakened. Qin Tianheng looked at him with complicated emotions. He had a premonition that Jiang Chuan would not only become the youngest Heavenly General in history. There is also a chance to become the youngest Marshal of the Heavenly Pavilion in human history. I just don't know if he'll be lucky enough to see that day come. Jiang Chuan took the token and examined it closely. The token was entirely black, made of some unknown material, and felt slightly cool to the touch. The front was engraved with the ancient words, Category of Heavenly General, while the back featured a map of the human race's territory. What's the difference between a candidate and a permanent position? He asked. The difference in power is not significant. They are only one level apart in name. Qin Tianheng took out an appointment document, Heavenly General Candidate, without a directly subordinate management agency and without permanent garrison troops. But when encountering an emergency while traveling, he has the right to directly mobilize local management departments and garrisons without prior approval. Jiang Chuan raised his eyelids slightly. Wasn't this the supreme privilege of acting first and reporting later? Qin Tianheng said, Furthermore, all secret realms within the Federation, regardless of their level, will be open to you without restrictions. In addition, you can directly use the Federation's high-level intelligence network. You already have the authority of the Dark Star Academy, but this token elevates your authority from the Academy level to the highest level of the Federation. That's all. Jiang Chuan asked. Of course not. Qin Tianheng tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The most core power of a candidate for Heavenly General is that you will no longer be subject to local judicial jurisdiction. In other words, apart from the Marshal of the Heavenly Pavilion and the entire Heavenly Pavilion meeting, no one can directly order you around, and no one can judge you. You are anywhere except Tianke City. Any action. They all possess the highest level of autonomous decision-making power. He paused, then added, Of course, if you commit a serious crime within the human territory, the Heavenly Pavilion still has the right to pursue it, but that requires a 2/3 majority vote of all the Heavenly Generals. Don't even think about killing or setting fires. Jiang Chuan revealed a meaningful smile. Of course not. I'm not some bloodthirsty devil. Qin Tianheng didn't delve into the meaning of his smile and continued. In addition, the cultivation resources you can receive each month are also much higher than before. Someone will send you the detailed list later. There are also a few hidden benefits, such as you can now freely enter and leave the Heavenly Pavilion, and any official agency of the Federation will be open to you unconditionally. Jiang Chuan poured the old man another cup of tea. After talking about so many benefits, you can't just shirk all responsibility, can you? Qin Tianheng picked up his teacup, looked at Jiang Chuan, and his smile faded slightly. Responsibility, you know? He pondered for a moment. To be honest, according to the normal procedure, the assessment cycle for candidates for the Heavenly General is at least 20 years. In these 20 years, you need to govern in the local area, accumulate enough political achievements, and then experience at least 3 border wars of S level or higher before you can be officially promoted to the rank of Heavenly General. But I've discussed it with a marshal, and your situation can't be handled the usual way. He put down his teacup. You brought back 8 inheritances this time, and your achievement is enough to qualify you for promotion to Heavenly General. The reason we didn't directly promote you to a permanent position is that within 3 to 5 years, once these traditions are transformed into national strength, your importance will automatically rise to a level that no one can challenge. By then, it will be more legitimate than it is now, and it won't give anyone grounds for criticism. Jiang Chuan nodded. He understood this principle, although he is currently very strong. However, it has not developed its own power base within the Federation at all. The inheritance of the 8 paths is indeed a tremendous achievement, but only when this achievement is transformed into a real boost to national strength can it silence all the criticism. However, the rules still need to be followed when governing at the local level. Qin Tianheng continued. The Heavenly Pavilion is already discussing your appointment. The specific city you will be assigned to hasn't been decided yet, but it certainly won't be a bad place. Don't worry about these things for now. Focus on improving your level and consolidating your strength. You will be notified when the appointment is finalized. Okay, I understand. Jiang Chuan nodded. What about the Li family and the Chu family? Don't worry. The marshal has given the order, and Murong Jin wouldn't dare to be perfunctory. A cold glint flashed in Qin Tianheng's eyes. Those 2 old men from the Li and Chu families can't escape. But as for the specific sentence, we'll have to wait for the procuratorate to finish its procedures. I'll notify you as soon as the results are out. Jiang Chuan nodded. He was already very satisfied with the result. He didn't care how severely the Li and Chu families were sentenced. What he cared about was the federal government's attitude. Qin Tianheng and Marshal Zhou made a very grand entrance this time. They showed plenty of sincerity. Then he will naturally show his sincerity in return. Qin Tianheng stood up, patted Jiang Chuan on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "You should focus on leveling up these next few days. The training for the Heavenly General candidate is no joke. Once you are appointed, there will be plenty of people who want to see you make a fool of yourself." Are you going to laugh at me? Jiang Chuan smiled knowingly. After realizing what had happened, Qin Tianheng smiled helplessly. Even he himself couldn't fathom the kid's strength anymore. He was more worried about those who wanted to cause trouble for Jiang Chuan. Hopefully they won't go too far in their self-destructive ways. Anyway, just keep that in mind. I have to deal with those old guys when I get back, so that's all for now. The office door closed again, and the room became quiet. Jiang Chuan toyed with the Heavenly General candidate order. Qin Tianheng has said so much, but in reality, the only benefit he can get from the identity of a candidate for Heavenly General is one thing. Resources are available at your disposal. He doesn't care about power and responsibility. He'll naturally acquire those as he grows stronger. Only the resources he can obtain for growth are real, and he needs to grind a lot of monsters to level up. In the secret realm, that's exactly what he needs right now. Chapter 68, Who do you think you are? Shanghai Academy is situated in the center of an artificial lake, its silver-white towers reflecting the lake's light, creating layers of pale blue halos. Jiang Chuan came here because of the pile of pills in his backpack, something that could be placed on the 3rd floor of the Starry Sky Temple. It's definitely not an ordinary item. However, the specific efficacy still needs to be assessed by professionals. Han Sinan, the chief pharmacist of the Human Federation, is clearly the most suitable candidate. As soon as he reached the entrance of the main tower, he heard a burst of shrill laughter coming from inside. Jiang Chuan paused in his steps. Through the glass door, he saw 7 or 8 people gathered around the counter in the center of the hall, and one of them was a figure he recognized all too well. Su Yao. She stood in front of the counter with her head down, her face pale, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes, clearly trying her best to suppress her emotions. She was surrounded by a group of students who were about the same age as her. The leader was a girl of about 17 or 18, with a rather pretty face and a mean smile on her face. No, something's not right. Although you have an A-level talent, according to the Academy's regulations, out-of-town students can only receive a C-level student subsidy. Su Yao pursed her lips, her eyes filled with humiliation. Senior, I don't remember there being such a rule in the Academy. You really do have a bad memory. Han Yun's tone was sarcastic and full of mockery. The Academy also has a rule that students are strictly prohibited from betraying their masters while on missions. Don't you remember that rule either? I don't. Su Yao bit her lip and weakly defended herself. No. Han Yun's voice sharpened. You shameless bastard. Don't you know what you've done? Young Master Li is still lying in the hospital. I told you young Master Li has always treated you well, right? And you went to the square to testify for a country bumpkin, and now you have the nerve to come and collect your subsidy. Su Yao clenched her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white. The students waiting around her craned their necks, and a few recognized her. Whispers spread like a tide. She's Su Yao? I heard she betrayed young Master Li and young Master Chu in the square, causing both families to be investigated by the Heavenly Pavilion now. Some stinky out-of-towner. Does she really think she's someone important? Young Master Li kindly helped her team up, and she turns around and bites her master. An ungrateful wretch. I heard that if it weren't for young Master Li risking his life to protect her, she might not have made it out of the Starry Sky Temple alive. Disgusting. This kind of person should be expelled from Star Crown Academy. Su Yao's face grew paler as she listened to the surrounding whispers. Although Li Chunfeng and Chu Minghui have fallen from grace, their influence in the local circles remains due to their status as sons of powerful and wealthy families. In particular, this matter also involves the age-old, irreconcilable distinction between locals and outsiders, regardless of whether Su Yao did the right thing or not. Ever since she spoke up for Jiang Chuan in the square, she has been on the opposite side of all the local students of Tianke City. The woman named Han Yun came from a prestigious family that was on par with the Li and Chu families, and she had a good relationship with them. At this moment, they are facing the traitors in their eyes. Naturally, they made things extremely difficult for us. She persisted, saying, the Shanghai Academy's resource allocation should favor students with good character. Given your recent performance at the Academy, the subsidies you can receive in the future will only be this much. C rank is the lowest subsidy level in Star Crown Academy, because the least talented disciple here is only C rank. Another girl, dressed in flamboyant attire, sneered, who are young Master Li and young Master Chu? Do you think you can just slander them like that? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? You're just a country bumpkin from some backwater, hooking up with some random guy who popped up out of nowhere, and you dare to go against the signs of powerful families in Tianke City? Are you tired of living? Han Yun threw the cloth bag onto the counter. The bag opened, and several dusty, low-grade pills rolled out. They were obviously the worst of the worst. Take it and get out of here, don't get in my way. She waved her hand impatiently. Su Yao stared at the few pills that had rolled away, her eyes gradually reddening. She bit her lip, slowly bent down, and picked up the pills one by one, the surrounding laughter like needles pricking her back. She dared not resist, nor did she have the right to resist. The Li family, the Chu family, and the Han family were all deeply rooted aristocratic families in Tianke City. Her father's Blazing Fire Legion was barely considered a force in Tianyuan City, but in the eyes of these powerful families, it was nothing more than a small, rural force. If she dares to resist today, she will only invite more unscrupulous retaliation from the other party. Do you regret it? Su Yao sniffed hard, asking herself the same question. If she had spoken in favor of Li Chunfeng and Chu Minghui in the square, she wouldn't have gotten into this mess. She might even have been able to use this opportunity to integrate into the elite circles of Tianke City and rise to the top in one step. Even if they helped Jiang Chuan, even if he was now a disciple of the Dark Star Academy and no one in the academy dared to provoke him easily. So what? Does she have to humble herself and beg for the other party's help? Her inherent dignity wouldn't allow her to do such a thing, just as she couldn't lie against her conscience in the square. Su Yao silently picked up the pills, turned and left, and Han Yun behind her suddenly drew out his words. Oh right. Her eyes were full of mockery as she said, I've already rejected your compatibility test application for the Blazing Warlock. You overestimate yourself. Do you even deserve to inherit an A-level ascended legacy? Su Yao trembled, a deep despair appearing in her eyes. Because of the early closure of the Starry Sky Temple, she had not been able to obtain any ascending inheritance. The only hope. They can only rely on the few existing lineages within the academy. Su Yao had already done her research and found that there weren't many students with fire talent among this year's freshmen. She is the only one with an A-level fire mage talent. She had already settled for second best and did not apply for the more precious S-level flame inheritance. Instead, she chose the lower-level A-grade inheritance, which, given her talent, was a foregone conclusion. But now, her only hope was gone. Without the sublimation and inheritance, her talent would be wasted. After graduation, other students in the same grade would complete the sublimation and job change, and their attribute growth would be 2 or 3 times that of hers. A few years later, she will be left far behind and will never catch up with those people. Her father practically emptied the entire Blazing Warband's coffers to send her to Star Crown Academy. Now everything is gone. The laughter around them continued. The heavily made-up girl behind Han Yun covered her mouth, laughing so hard she was shaking. Look at her. Does she really think she can get the inheritance? A stinky country bumpkin from out of town. Does she even deserve to compete with us for resources? Su Yao lowered her head, her fingertips digging into her palms, her nails embedding into her flesh, but she felt no pain. Just then, a figure stood in front of her. She subconsciously looked up and met a pair of calm, almost indifferent eyes. Jiang Chuan didn't look at her, but calmly looked at the arrogant Han Yun and said indifferently, "Take out the ill-level subsidy that she is entitled to." Han Yun looked over upon hearing the voice, sized him up, and then sneered, "Who do you think you are? You dare to order me around?" Jiang Chuan had no interest in wasting time arguing with her. "Raise your hand." A slap. A crisp sound rang out in the hall. Han Yun was as if he had been hit head-on by a bull. His body was thrown into the air, spun around in midair, and then crashed heavily to the ground 7 or 8 meters away. Jiang Chuan's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with hostility. "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that?" Chapter 69, You've Been Fired. Han Yun's face was swollen on one side, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He lay on the ground, his eyes unfocused, and it took him a long time to recover from the shock of the slap. The heavily made-up girl stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Several onlookers instinctively took a step back, their gazes towards Jiang Chuan shifting from contempt to fear. A slap can send someone flying 7 or 8 meters. What kind of superhuman strength is this? Jiang Chuan withdrew his hand and said calmly, "I'll ask you one more time. Take it or not." Han Yun collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Half of her face was so swollen that she couldn't even open her eyes. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single complete syllable. "Presumptuous!" A furious shout came from deep within the corridor. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged woman wearing the robes of a Shanghai Academy instructor strode out. When Han Yun saw her, she felt like she had grasped a lifeline. She struggled to get up from the ground, tears streaming down her face, her voice shrill. "Cousin, he hit me. This wild boy from who knows where hit someone at Shanghai Academy." Han Yu, director of teaching at Shanghai Academy, a peak 6-tier professional. He is also the highest-ranking member of the Han family in Xingmin Academy. She strode up to Jiang Chuan, glanced down at Han Yun's swollen and deformed face, and a burst of anger flared in her eyes. "What audacity!" Her voice was icy. "You dare to lay a hand on a student of Shanghai Academy? Whose student are you? State your name. I want to see who gave you the audacity to run wild in the academy." Jiang Chuan calmly gave his name. Jiang Chuan. Han Yu suddenly felt that the name was somewhat familiar. But even after searching through her memories, she couldn't recall any powerful or influential family in Tiancai City with the surname Jiang. Her eyes grew even colder. "I don't care who you are, daring to bully someone from the Han family. You probably don't want to stay in Star Crown Academy. Starting today, Star Sea Academy will cancel all your cultivation subsidies, effective immediately." Han Yu thought that once she said this, the other party would be so frightened that he would kneel down and beg for mercy. However, Jiang Chuan just glanced at her indifferently, his eyes as calm as if he were looking at a noisy fly. This blatant disregard instantly ignited Han Yu's anger. She laughed angrily. Fine. Looks like you're going to have to suffer the consequences." She raised her hand and waved, sending a communication rune flying from her fingertip and disappearing into the core of the array in the wall. Buzz! The lights along the entire corridor instantly turned a warning red. Heavy footsteps echoed from all directions. In no time at all, a dozen or so burly men in security uniforms poured in from various exits. Security guards surrounded Jiang Chuan and Su Yao in the center, each holding a half-meter-long stun baton with a pale blue arc of electricity dancing on the tip. "Take this kid down," Han Yu coldly ordered. According to the Academy's regulations, anyone who attacks a disciple without cause will be placed in solitary confinement for at least 1 month. In serious cases, their student status may be revoked, and they may be expelled from the Academy. Before the security guards could make a move, the tightly closed door at the end of the corridor suddenly opened. An elderly figure walked out from inside the door. Han Sinan was wearing a wrinkled white lab coat. His hair was a mess like a bird's nest, and he had dark circles under his eyes from staying up all night. Those cloudy old eyes lit up the moment they saw Jiang Chuan. "Little Jiang!" Han Sinan rushed over in 3 steps, grabbed Jiang Chuan's hand, and a bright, unbelievable smile bloomed on his face. "I was just about to come find you. Hurry, come with me to the lab. I heard you've made another breakthrough, and we need to collect a new batch of research samples." The entire room fell silent. Han Yu's smile froze completely on her face. The security guards, each wielding a stun gun, exchanged bewildered glances. "I'm at a loss." Han Yun forgot the pain on his face, stared wide-eyed at the scene before him in disbelief. Han Sinan then noticed that something was off about the atmosphere around him. He looked around and frowned as he saw the stun batons in the hands of the security guards. He said in an annoyed voice, "What are you doing?" The security chief was a shrewd man. He sensed that things were not going well. He quickly shifted the blame. "It was Director Han who notified us that someone was causing trouble in the college, so we rushed over to deal with it. Here's what happened." Jiang Chuan recounted the entire incident, concluding, "Shanghai Academy is in charge of distributing welfare subsidies to all teachers and students, yet has fostered such parasites who line their own pockets. Of course, I have great faith in Dean Han's character and conduct, as well as the overall atmosphere of Shanghai Academy. We can't let one bad apple spoil the whole bunch." After listening to Jiang Chuan's story, Han Sinan's brows furrowed even more deeply. He turned around and looked at Han Yu and Han Yun, who had just gotten up from the ground. His wrinkled face was expressionless. Han Yu's heart tightened, and she quickly said, "Dean, it's not what he said. This kid started it. No need to say anything more. You've been dismissed." Han Sinan said calmly. Han Yu stood there, stunned, seemingly unable to believe what she had just heard. Dean, what did you say?" "I'm saying you've been dismissed, effective immediately." Han Sinan repeated himself, then turned to look at the heavily made-up girl beside him, and glanced at Han Yun. "And you, both of you get out of Shanghai Academy." Han Yun's face turned deathly pale instantly. Ignoring the excruciating pain on her face, she knelt down with a thud. "Dean Han, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Han Sinan waved his hand, interrupting her. "He is a scholar. I'm not good at, and I don't like, dealing with these kinds of messy things. But since the matter involves Jiang Chuan, that makes things simple. Jiang Chuan is the seed of hope that concerns the future fate of the entire human race. Even if he were a ruthless and insane killer, he would still stand firmly on Jiang Chuan's side, defying all societal norms. Moreover, Jiang Chuan was in the right in this matter. He didn't look at Han Yun, but instead turned his gaze to a young mentor standing on the outermost edge of the crowd. The man was a young man who looked to be under 30, wearing thick-rimmed glasses and carrying a stack of documents. He had clearly been drawn over by the commotion earlier. "You come here." The young mentor paused for a moment, looked around to make sure Han Sinan was calling him, then jogged forward and said, "Hello, Dean. Okay, starting today, you will take over as the director of teaching at Shanghai Academy." After saying this, Han Sinan grabbed Jiang Chuan's arm and walked toward the laboratory, leaving without looking back with the final words, "You handle the rest." The young mentor stood there, staring blankly at Han Sinan's departing figure, then at the former head of teaching who was slumped on the ground in front of him. He opened his mouth, but after a long pause, he managed to stammer out, "Me?" No one answered him. Han Yu's face was ashen. She knew she was finished. The network of relationships that the Han family had cultivated at Xingyan Academy for many years had been uprooted by this old man's casual remark. Han Yun slumped to the ground, half of her face still swollen, tears mixed with blood streaming down her face. The other students had already dispersed, and not one of them dared to step forward and say a word for them. Jiang Chuan was being dragged towards the laboratory by Han Sinan. He paused for a moment, not looking at Su Yao, but saying to the young instructor who was still digesting the unexpected windfall, "I remember there is an S-level flame inheritance in the academy that no one has inherited yet, right? Young mentors are not like Han Sinan, an old scholar whose mind is full of research." He nodded quickly. "Understood." Jiang Chuan then left with Han Sinan. From beginning to end, his gaze never fell on Su Yao. Stand up for her. It was simply because she had spoken up for him in the square. Although Jiang Chuan could clear his name even without her testimony, it was already quite remarkable that she spoke up for him at that critical moment. Etc. Su Yao clutched the few inferior pills in her hand, the tear stains in her eyes still wet. Mustering her courage, she called out to him. Her lips moved, but in the end, she could only say, "Thank you." Jiang Chuan then turned around and glanced at her. The disheveled girl in front of him overlapped with the arrogant figure in his memory. He nodded slightly, without saying anything more. He turned and left. Su Yao's eyes were filled with a sense of loss. The young instructor snapped out of his daze and looked at Su Yao. "You have an A-level fire talent?" "Yes." Su Yao nodded somewhat slowly. He smiled and said, "You have good potential. Come with me. I'll take you to test your compatibility with the Flame Monarch's inheritance." After the young mentor finished speaking, he glanced at Han Yu and Han Yun, who were slumped on the ground, trying to put on a serious expression. "Master Han, you two, hurry up and complete your departure procedures. Don't make things difficult for me." Chapter 70, The Erased Glorious History. The laboratory door closed behind him, shutting out all the noise outside. Han Sinan couldn't wait to take out a set of silver-white blood collection equipment. He gestured for Jiang Chuan to sit down in the chair. Roll up your sleeves. Then, locate the vein and press down the lancet. Bite. A crisp sound. The needle tip touched Jiang Chuan's skin and bent instantly, as if it had been stuck into a steel plate, without leaving even a white mark. Han Sinan stared wide-eyed at the broken blood collection needle in his hand, then at Jiang Chuan's unharmed arm, his lips twitching violently. This needle is made with a special needle tip crafted from meteorite iron, capable of piercing even the skin of a professional with an 8th-tier defense specialty. Now you can't even pierce this kid's skin? You're getting more and more of a pervert. Han Sinan couldn't help but sigh. Helpless, Jiang Chuan raised his right hand and gently traced a line on the inside of his left arm with his fingers. A thin blood stain appeared, and dark red blood seeped from the wound, emitting an indescribable aura. Han Sinan hurriedly picked up the collection tube and moved it closer. Wait until that tube of blood is full. The wound on Jiang Chuan's arm had healed so much that only a faint red line remained. Han Sinan carefully placed the sample into a cryogenic storage box, then rubbed his hands together, turned around, and stared at Jiang Chuan with shining eyes. Little Jiang, you said you found something good in the ruins? Let this old man see it. Jiang Chuan took out a jade bottle from his backpack. Place it on the table. The moment Han Sinan uncorked the bottle, a rich, almost tangible medicinal fragrance wafted out, causing the air in the entire laboratory to momentarily freeze. His breathing suddenly quickened, and he picked up the jade bottle with both hands, bringing it close to his eyes to examine it carefully. This is an SS-grade, life-sustaining pill. I've only ever seen it mentioned in ancient books. I never imagined I'd see one in my lifetime. Jiang Chuan ignored his exclamation and continued to take out the spoils. Soon, bottles and jars of all sizes were arranged in a row on the lab table. Han Sinan carefully examined them. At first, he could recognize a few, but later he simply shut up, though the fervor in his eyes grew stronger. He divided all the bottles into 3 rows, and pointed to the 6 jade bottles in the first row, saying, I can confirm the efficacy of these bottles. He picked up one of the bottles, which was entirely emerald green. Pour one out and place it in your palm. A faint halo swirled on the surface of the pill, as if it were alive and pulsating slightly. This bottle contains a life-saving pill, an SS-grade elixir. As long as there's still a breath left, taking it will keep you alive, and even limb regeneration is a given. There's only one in the entire Federation, hidden in the Heavenly Pavilion's secret vault. And this, it should be the legendary breakthrough pill. Taking it will directly increase a large amount of experience points, which is exactly what you need right now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan put away the bottle of jet black pills. He counted them. There are 3 in total. I don't know how much experience I'll gain. And this, the divine power pill, can greatly increase your strength attribute for a short period of time after use. This, of the dozens of pills Jiang Chuan brought back, he could only identify the effects of a handful of them. He then pointed to the 5 bottles of pills in the second row, his tone becoming more serious. The ingredients in these bottles are very complex, and I cannot be sure of them for the time being. A detailed analysis of the ingredients is needed to determine their efficacy. Then he looked at the bottles in the third row that contained a black paste. He shook his head. To be honest, I've never even seen these things before. Han Sinan straightened up and looked Jiang Chuan up and down with the eyes of someone looking a monster. After holding back for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, You didn't actually empty the entire Starry Sky Temple, did you? Jiang Chuan shook his head regretfully. The Starry Sky Temple closed too quickly. I didn't even have time to thoroughly search it. Han Sinan looked at the more than 20 bottles and jars on the experimental table. He suddenly remembered something. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. With these pills, I might be able to decipher several brand new SS-level pill formulas. Jiang Chuan was not interested in other prescriptions. He pointed to the bottle of breakthrough pills and asked directly, Elder Han, can this kind of pill be mass-produced? Han Sinan rolled his eyes. You think SS-grade pills are as easy as cabbage? Let alone mass production. Just figuring out the proportions of even one of the auxiliary ingredients would take the Federation 3 to 5 years to achieve, given its current pharmaceutical capabilities. He paused, his tone softening slightly. However, I can use these pills as research samples to try to reverse engineer some low-cost versions of the new pills. Although the effect will be greatly reduced, it will still be of great help in improving the overall level of medicine in the Federation. Jiang Chuan nodded and was about to get up to say goodbye when he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mr. Han, there's something I think I should mention to you. What's up? I saw a human writing in the third level of the Starry Sky Temple. Han Sinan's hands, which were arranging the pill bottles, suddenly stopped. He looked up, his brows furrowed. Are you sure it's human writing? Jiang Chuan recounted his discoveries in the third layer of the ruins. The plaque above the door is inscribed with human writing, and the layout and furnishings inside the hall are exactly the same as the ancient architectural style, which is not a coincidence. Han Sinan pondered for a long time. This is indeed very strange. The Starry Sky Temple has existed in the Origin Realm for countless tens of thousands of years, which is much longer than the history of mankind entering the Origin Realm. Humanity was able to gain a foothold in the Origin Realm because of the 7 SSS-level predecessors who appeared in human history. But the oldest one among them is only a figure from thousands of years ago. He unconsciously tugged at his hair, a habitual gesture he made when he was thinking. Jiang Chuan looked at his increasingly shiny head with some concern. He thought to himself, it seems that even a scholar of Han Sinan's caliber cannot completely cure the problem of hair loss. Han Sinan, unaware of Jiang Chuan's unconventional thinking, slowly said, logically speaking, it would be impossible for our human race to have left behind such a large-scale relic 10,000 years ago, let alone the third level of the Starry Sky Temple. Even those spirit blood races and holy blood races would fight tooth and nail for the inheritance at that level. He looked up at Jiang Chuan, a hint of confusion and bewilderment in his cloudy old eyes. Unless what? Jiang Chuan pressed for an answer. Unless, in the history of the Origin Realm, humanity once had an unknown golden age, and that history was erased for some reason we don't know. Or perhaps, Han Sinan paused, his tone becoming somewhat ethereal. The writing left on that building is not our human language, but the language of another race. Only it shares the same origin as human writing. Jiang Chuan remained silent, then shook his head, temporarily suppressing these speculations in his heart. He is currently the only human who can enter the third level of the Starry Sky Temple. There are too few clues. No matter how much speculation there is, it's all just castles in the air. Mr. Han, we'll investigate this matter further later. I'll be going now. Han Sinan nodded, picked up a bottle of newly refined pills from the lab table, and tossed it to him. This is a new product I recently developed, the Experience Enhancement Pill. You need this kind of pill right now. Jiang Chuan took the elixir bottle and put it away. Just as he reached the laboratory door, Han Sinan's voice came from behind him. Don't forget to come and provide research samples regularly. My experiments can't be interrupted. Jiang Chuan waved his hand without turning his head, pushed open the door, and walked out. Chapter 71, Level 26. After leaving Shanghai Academy, Jiang Chuan immediately returned to Dark Star Tower and opened the exclusive training room that only Dark Star Academy students could enjoy. Level 5 training room is now open. Current automatic experience gain rate, 1,000 points per minute. Points consumed, 10 points per minute. Remaining points, 9,999,988. He had accumulated so many college points that he couldn't possibly use them all. Jiang Chuan was not surprised. A national-level heritage. Any one of these items would probably fetch at least 9 figures at auction. However, on the other hand, he could get anything with money in the Federation, just as he could with his status as a candidate for the Heavenly General. In fact, the Academy points were more useful. Jiang Chuan sat cross-legged in the cultivation room and took out 2 bottles of pills, one green and one black. He first poured out one pill from the blue cinnabar bottle. The pill was entirely emerald green, with a faint halo flowing across its surface, and emitted a refreshing fragrance. Experience Boosting Pill, Grade A, a time-limited status potion that doubles experience gain for 2 hours after consumption. Han Sinan gave him 3 bottles of the pills, 6 pills in each bottle, enough for him to use for a while. Then came the Jet Black Breakthrough Pill. Jiang Chuan poured the breakthrough pills into his palm. The dark-colored pills were heavy, each only the size of a longan. Detailed information about the pills automatically appeared before his eyes. Breakthrough Pill, SS Grade Pill. Upon consumption, it grants 1 million experience points. Maximum of 3 pills can be consumed within 24 hours. Excessive consumption will have no effect. Jiang Chuan's first thought was whether the effects of the 2 pills could be combined. Give it a try. Anyway, if I run out of experience-boosting pills, I can ask Han Sinan for more. Jiang Chuan immediately swallowed an experience-boosting pill. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and a cool medicinal power slid down his throat into his abdomen. then transformed into a light blue membrane covering his entire body. A boost icon suddenly appeared in the status bar. Let's begin. Jiang Chuan picked up the first breakthrough pill, tilted his head back, and swallowed it. The moment the pill entered the stomach, a surge of intense, almost violent energy exploded within his body. It was as if a miniature sun had ignited in his dantian, and the scorching medicinal power surged wildly along his meridians, with effects far exceeding Jiang Chuan's expectations. The system is displaying a message indicating that the device is beating wildly. Gained 1 million experience points by consuming the breakthrough pill. Experience boost effect triggered. Additional experience points gained. 1 million. It actually works. 2 million experience points surged into Jiang Chuan's experience bar like a raging flood, and golden light flashed all over his body. Your level has increased to level 12. Constitution plus 200, intelligence plus 200, strength plus 200, agility plus 200. Your level has increased to 15. The new class skill Starfall has been unlocked. The upgraded golden light flashed wildly all over his body. Each flash. This all means a surge of 200 points in all attributes. The violent medicinal power surged through her, causing her meridians to swell slightly. But the passive effect of the eternal body immediately activated, and the slight damage was instantly healed under the nourishment of starlight. Upon reaching level 15, Jiang Chuan also mastered a new professional skill. He didn't have time to check, because in the next moment, his level rose to a new level. Your level has increased to 21. The new class skill Starfall has been unlocked. The golden light finally stopped. Jiang Chuan let out a long breath. He glanced at his experience bar. He was more than halfway to level 21, still a little short of level 22. One breakthrough pill allowed him to advance from level 11 to level 21, a leap of 10 levels. This is a speed that ordinary professionals wouldn't even dare to dream of. But that wasn't enough for him. He tossed the second breakthrough pill into his mouth, and the golden light of the upgrade shone brightly once more. Level 21, level 22, level 23. The higher the level, the more experience is required for each level. The second experience pill only raised him to level 24, one level away from unlocking the next skill. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan swallowed the last breakthrough pill. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 golden lights flashed in succession. Your level has increased to 26. The new class skill, Star Illusion, has been unlocked. The golden light slowly dissipated, and the cultivation room returned to silence. Jiang Chuan opened his eyes, gently clenched his fist, and his knuckles made a series of crackling sounds. He had grown 2 or 3 inches taller than before his breakthrough, and his clothes, which had fit him well, were now stretched tight, outlining his well-proportioned and powerful muscles. He opened the panel. Jiang Chuan. Level, L26. Title, Lord of the Origin Realm. Class, Eternal Star Lord, SSS rank. Health points, 1, 155,000/1, 155,000. Mana points, 1, 124,000/1, 124,000. Constitution, 7750, Constitution en lancement plus 1550. Intelligence, 6,200. Strength, 7750, Strength Enhancement plus 1,550. Agility, 7750, Agility Enhancement plus 1,550. Talents, Extraction of All Things, Rules, ESSS. Eternal Star Lord, SSS. Creation of a Universe, SSS. Destiny Weapon, 9 Luminaries Star Bow, Level 26 Source Weapon. Skills, Eternal Body, SSS. Eternal Domain, SSS. Starfall, SSS. Starfall, SSS. Star Illusion, SSS. Equipment, none. Jiang Chuan's gaze lingered on the 3 newly added skills in the skill bar. A line of information automatically appears. Starfall, L1, active skill, consumes 1,000 mana, gathers the power of stars to fire a powerful arrow, dealing 1,000% physical damage to a single target and inflicting a stun effect for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Jiang Chuan stared at the skill descriptions on the panel, his eyes slightly brightening. A single target sniping skill that deals 10 times the damage. It also comes with strong control, combined with Yi's passive effect, which deals true damage equal to 15% of maximum health. The damage numbers from a single arrow could probably make someone dizzy. He suppressed his eagerness and continued reading. Starfall, L1, active skill, consumes 3,000 mana, gathers the power of stars to condense a rain of arrows, indiscriminately attacking all enemy units within a 50-meter radius. Each arrow deals 500% physical damage. Number of hits, 300. Cooldown, 30 seconds. This skill's effect is even more insane. A group attack with a 500% damage coefficient and a maximum of 300 attacks. Jiang Chuan could already picture the scene of unleashing this skill into a horde of monsters. That's no longer just mowing the lawn. Instead, laser cannons plowed the ground. SSS-level inheritance. That's really weird. Even the minor skills are incredibly powerful. The third skill, unlocked at level 25, surprised him even more. Star Illusion. L1, active skill, consumes 5,000 mana, draws upon the power of star projection to create 3 clones that are identical to the original body. Each clone possesses 50% of the original body's attributes and can use all skills except Star Illusion. The clones can swap positions with the original body at any time while they exist. Duration, 300 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. After reading it, Jiang Chuan slowly exhaled. There are only 2 words in my mind. Invincible. The Eternal Star-Lord class is simply an all-around invincible class. The Eternal Body ensures survival. The Eternal Domain provides a buff to the entire team, and the skills Starfall and Starfall supplement the damage output. This Star Illusion skill, it even pushed his combat power from abnormal to outrageous. Jiang Chuan suddenly stood up, rubbing his hands together, eager to test his power in the secret realm. Chapter 72, The Whereabouts of the Second Star Gem. Dark Star Academy has its own exclusive cultivation secret realm, so there's no need to compete with disciples from the other 6 academies for the right to use public secret realms. Jiang Chuan came out of the training room and went down the spiral staircase. The further down you go, the energy fluctuations in the air become increasingly intense. At the base of the tower lies a spacious underground space, at the end of which stand 2 enormous stone doors, covered with dense array patterns. Just standing in front of the doors gives one a tingling electric sensation. There is a suspended light curtain on each side of the stone gate. The information about the secret realm is marked on it. Tier 6 Dungeon. Dark Abyss Ruins. Hard difficulty. Recommended level 55 or higher. Level 55 Dark Abyss set. Gold tier. May drop in this dungeon. Tier 8 Secret Realm. Shattered Starfall. Master difficulty. Recommended level 80+. Drops unknown. Note: this dungeon requires at least 3rd job advancement to enter. An 8th tier, master level difficulty secret realm is one of the rarest in the entire Federation. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan felt a warm tremor in his chest. It was the 9 luminaries star bow, and a feeling arose within his body, as if something in that 8th tier secret realm was calling to it. Star Gem. Jiang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. This exclusive weapon has a total of 9 star slots, but currently only the first star slot is inlaid with star gems. To unlock the remaining star slots, you must find the corresponding star gems to socket. Unexpectedly, he found out the location of the second gem so quickly. At this moment, besides him, there were 2 other professionals in the underground space, a man and a woman. A person sat cross-legged on the ground, pale-faced, healing his wounds. Another person lay face up on the ground, covered in sweat, their chest heaving, clearly having just come out of the secret realm. The 2 men didn't look very old, only 3 or 4 years older than him, but their auras were restrained and profound, clearly indicating that they were both 5th-tier professionals. Jiang Chuan had reviewed the student files of Dark Star Academy, including himself and Ling Aoshuang. Dark Star Academy now had a total of 9 official students. The 2 people in front of them were 2 of the monsters Shanzi had mentioned. The person lying on the ground is named Chun Xianfeng, SS-level melee talent, peak of the 5th tier. It is said that this person is a well-known cultivation fanatic in the Dark Star Academy, spending at least half of the year in the secret realm, often teetering on the brink of life and death. The other woman who was receiving treatment was named Ji Kanglin, SS rank, Earth-type talent, mid-stage of the 5th rank. He is more composed than Chun Xianfeng, but he's also a ruthless character who forgets about eating and sleeping once he enters the secret realm. The 2 had just emerged from 6th tier secret realm, covered in wounds and utterly exhausted, but their eyes and brows revealed a sense of exhilarating satisfaction. Chun Xianfeng was the first to notice the footsteps. He opened one eye and caught a glimpse of Jiang Chuan's unfamiliar face, raising his eyebrows slightly. "Are you one of the new students admitted this year?" "Right." Jiang Chuan nodded, showing absolutely no respect for his seniors. Chun Xianfeng didn't care. How many people who can enter the Dark Star Academy don't have quirks? Being arrogant is already considered a desirable trait. He tried using his detection technique on Jiang Chuan. The result was nothing. He frowned and said, "You've only recently awakened, and your level is at most a dozen or so. What are you doing here? Even a 6th-tier secret realm is too dangerous for you. Go to the public dungeon and grind until you reach the 2nd job advancement. Then you could try again. There's no rush. When you do, Kanglin and I can help you out whenever we have time." His tone was harsh, but his intentions were good. Jiang Chuan smiled at him and didn't say anything more. He looked at the aged figure sitting cross-legged beside the stone gate. It was an old man. His breathing was faint. If you don't look closely, you won't even notice that there's someone here. Jiang Chuan stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Elder Mo, I would like to go directly into the Shattered Starfall land for training. Could you make an exception for the entry requirements? To reach the 3rd job advancement, one needs to be level 60. Even if he grinds experience points the fastest, it will still take him 10 days to half a month." For Jiang Chuan, the wait had been far too long. Chun Xianfeng stared wide-eyed at Jiang Chuan with a look of someone looking at a madman. "Are you crazy? Challenging an 8th-tier secret realm? Do you even know what level of monsters are in there? Songwan and I, even when we teamed up, were beaten like dogs in a 6th-tier secret realm. You, a new student, want to enter an 8th-tier secret realm? Are you tired of living or what?" Ji Kanglin also opened his eyes and said, "That 8th-order secret realm is extremely dangerous. Since it was discovered by the human race, no one has ever cleared it. It requires 3 transformations before you can enter. This is the Academy's rule. It's not targeting you. It applies to all students." Jiang Chuan neither refuted nor explained, but simply looked at the gatekeeper named Mo Lao. He heard the entire conversation between the 3 people, and at this moment he raised his eyelids and glanced at Jiang Chuan. She lowered her eyelids again. He said calmly, "Little guy, I know you, but rules are rules. Come back after you've completed your 3rd transformation." Jiang Chuan said, "Can't we make an exception just this once?" Chun Xianfeng laughed in anger. "You really don't know your place. If you want to die, this isn't the way you should be." Ji Kanglin closed his eyes expressionlessly. As fellow alumni, if Jiang Chuan humbly seeks advice and adopts a humble attitude, they wouldn't mind giving him a hand and even taking him directly to a 6th-tier secret realm to gain some experience. But what if the other party is a clueless idiot, offering goodwill rashly? On the contrary, it is very likely to bring huge trouble upon oneself. At this moment, in her eyes, Jiang Chuan was undoubtedly such an idiot. However, Mo Lao's next answer was completely unexpected by the 2 of them. But then Old Master Mo hesitated for a moment. He then said, "It's not that we can't be completely flexible. What level are you at now?" "Level 26. Elder Mo nodded slightly. "If you can raise your level from 26 to 35 within a day and complete your 2nd career transformation, as long as you do it, I will make an exception and allow you to enter the 8th-tier secret realm ahead of schedule." How could you level up from level 26 to level 35 in just one day? Upon hearing this, Chun Xianfeng almost burst out laughing. He was a leveling fanatic himself, so he knew how difficult this was. It took him 2 whole months to advance from the 1st to the 2nd class, even with the Academy's top-tier resources. Even if it were a god descending to Earth, it's absolutely impossible to reach level 35 in just one day. Chun Xianfeng chuckled softly. "I never expected that the usually serious Elder Mo would make such a joke." Ji Kanglin looked at Jiang Chuan with some surprise. She caught another detail in his words. Jiang Chuan was already level 26? If you count the time, it's only been a week since the awakening ceremony. The leveling speed is too fast. And is Mr. Mo really a person who likes to joke? Jiang Chuan calculated that with the double experience pills and the experience gained from exclusively enjoying the 6th-tier secret realm, leveling up 9 levels in a day should not be a problem. He cupped his hands in greeting to Elder Mo, said nothing more, and headed straight for the gate of the 6th-tier secret realm. Chun Xianfeng looked stunned, then said irritably, "He actually took it seriously? Fine, I'll see how long this kid can last in there." Chapter 73 Speedrun of Dark Abyss Ruins. The 6th-tier secret realm, the Dark Abyss Ruins. The moment Jiang Chuan stepped through the stone gate, the scene before him suddenly distorted. When his vision cleared again, he was standing on a vast black wasteland. The sky was gray, devoid of sun, moon, and stars. Only a layer of sky resembling rotting flesh and blood slowly undulated. The ground beneath their feet was barren. Broken stone pillars and half-collapsed ruins are scattered everywhere. The architectural ruins are not from any particular dynasty and exude an ancient and eerie atmosphere. Just as Jiang Chuan regained his footing, the ground less than 20 meters in front of him suddenly cracked open, and 3 skeleton-like monsters crawled out of the crack. Their bones were dark gray, covered with a thin layer of black mist, and ghostly green flames flickered in their eye sockets. Dark Abyss Skeleton, hard level 55, 320,000 HP, 6,200 attack for 1,000 defense. Jiang Chuan looked at the skeletons charging towards him and raised his hand expressionlessly. Eternal Realm. Centered on him, a circular area with a radius of 100 meters suddenly lit up, and silver-white starlight patterns appeared on the ground. The patterns intertwined to form an extremely complex star array. Starlight filled the air, like a leaping, burning flame. The moment the 3 Dark Abyss skeletons were enveloped by the domain, a string of scarlet damage numbers simultaneously appeared above their heads. Minus 35,330. Minus 35,330. Their movements suddenly stopped, and dense burn marks began to appear on their bones. 9 seconds later, the remaining health was instantly wiped out. Yi's passive execution ability has been triggered, and Jiang Chuan's expression is quite interesting. The passive burning effect of Eternal Domain can also trigger execution. In this way, his efficiency in completing dungeons has greatly improved. Jiang Chuan didn't even need to lift a finger. He activated the Eternal Domain and charged forward. Any monster that was enveloped by the domain for more than 9 seconds, regardless of how much health it had left, would be killed on the spot. Slay the Dark Abyss Skeleton, level 55, to gain 45,000 experience points. Double experience points plus 45,000. Slay the Dark Abyss Skeleton, level 55, to gain 45,000 experience points. Double experience points plus 45,000. Slay the Dark Abyss Skeleton, level 55, to gain 45,000 experience points. Double experience points plus 45,000. His experience points began to skyrocket. A moment later, a golden light suddenly rose up. Level 27. Jiang Chuan grinned slightly. The experience reward from the 6th-tier secret realm was quite generous compared to his level. At this rate, let alone level 35, reaching level 40 in a single day would be a piece of cake. He didn't forget to extract the monster's corpse. Extraction successful. Strength plus 35. Extraction successful. Constitution plus 35. As warm currents flowed into his body, Jiang Chuan once again experienced that long-lost feeling of enhancement. With the efficiency of extracting everything, the basic attributes he gains from killing monsters each time he levels up will far exceed his base growth value. He is getting stronger at an alarming rate every minute and every second. The ground in the distance cracked open one after another. More skeletons crawled out from underground. Sensing the presence of the living, they surged toward Jiang Chuan from all directions, including several even larger monsters. It was a humanoid creature made entirely of rotting flesh and blood, wearing tattered armor, dragging a rusty giant axe in its hand, and leaving a dark red trail behind it. Stitched Corpse Demon, level 60, elite, 650,000 HP, 8,800 attack, 6,500 defense. Jiang Chuan licked his lips excitedly. These monsters were worth countless experience points and attributes. He raised the 9 luminaries bow, holding it horizontally with the bowstring facing the entire wasteland. Starfall. My mana suddenly dropped by a significant amount. Instead, a devastating stellar power erupted from the bow. The sky above was torn apart by a layer of silvery white light, and countless phantom stars emerged in the light, each phantom being a starlight arrow that was gathering. Whoosh! The first arrow fell like a meteor, crashing to the ground. Then came the second, the 10th, the 100th. A deluge of arrows poured down from the sky, like a silvery white downpour, enveloping the entire wasteland. The hordes of skeletons that surged from the ground were utterly powerless against the rain of arrows, and were blasted into pieces in droves. Several stitched-together corpse demons attempted to withstand the rain of arrows with their massive bodies. They'll die even faster. Every attack from Xingpu can trigger the effect of E, which not only makes all attacks true damage that ignores defense, but also adds a bonus of 15% of Jiang Chuan's maximum health. Even more perverse is, this area of effect skill can actually trigger, yes, execute. A hail of arrows rained down, and in an instant, Not a single intact monster could be seen on the entire wasteland. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two golden lights flashed across Jiang Chuan's body. Level 29. As Jiang Chuan walked through the pile of corpses, the extraction of all things was continuously activated, and streams of dark red energy converged towards him, forming a massive vortex around him. His attributes improved rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his physical and strength attributes broke through 10,000 points first, and with the boost from the Eternal Domain, they reached a terrifying 20,000. Blood-derived organisms? A 9th-tier powerhouse? Jiang Chuan felt that he could blast these things to smithereens with a single punch. The secret realm quickly progressed to the final area, and the monsters appearing before him became increasingly powerful. There are enormous corpse demons with over 1 million lives, and a giant worm that is over 30 meters long and slowly wriggles like a small mountain. But without exception, none of the monsters could last more than 10 seconds in front of Jiang Chuan. He arrived at a palace ruin, in front of which was a huge circular plaza, in the center of which stood a massive obsidian altar. The air above the altar was distorted and deformed, and a huge phantom could be vaguely seen wandering within it. The final boss. The moment Jiang Chuan stepped onto the plaza, the phantom on the altar suddenly solidified, revealing itself to be a bone dragon as large as a small mountain. Dark Abyss Bone Dragon, leader level 65, 5 million HP, 13,000 attack, 8,000 defense. The bone dragon let out a deafening roar, opened its massive maw, and a stream of putrid green dragon breath gushed out. Jiang Chuan raised the 9 luminary star bow, neither dodging nor avoiding. A star is falling. A silvery white meteor fell from the sky, leaving a long trail, like a sword of judgment falling from the heavens, and struck the bone dragon's head with precision. Exploiting weaknesses guarantees a critical hit. Minus 949,306. Force dizziness. A spinning icon appeared above the skull's head, and then, like an unbalanced airplane, it plummeted straight down, crashing onto the altar with a loud thud. Jiang Chuan continued to provide additional damage, and before the bone dragon could recover from its stunned state, Yi's finishing move was successfully triggered. -2398867. The pitch-black instant death damage number flashed by. Kill. Defeat the Dark Abyss Bone Dragon, boss L65, to gain plus 250,000 experience points. Double experience points plus 250,000. Successfully cleared Dark Abyss Ruins, hard difficulty, gaining plus 500,000 experience points. Double experience points plus 500,000. Your level has increased to 30. The new class skill Star Flash has been unlocked. Star Flash, L1, active skill, consumes 500 mana, instantly teleports to any location within 100 meters, is invincible during the movement, can be charged up to 3 times, cooldown, 15 seconds. Whoosh! A treasure mountain instantly appeared at the spot where the bone dragon died. Jiang Chuan glanced at the experience bar, then tried out the newly mastered movement skill, and nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, if he grinds a few more times, he should be able to reach level 35 by nightfall at the latest. Jiang Chuan then picked up the bone dragon's remains. There are several precious gold-plated equipment pieces, but the lowest equipment level is 55. He didn't need it right now, so he disassembled it on the spot, extracted its attributes, and then placed his hand on the bone dragon's corpse. Extractable talent détected. Corruption aura, estière. Corruption aura, estière, instar, passive. Deals continuous damage equal to 5% of the target's maximum health to all units within a 30-meter radius. The effect is reduced to 1% against leader units. This aura's effect does not distinguish between friend and foe. Does the harm indiscriminately discriminate between friend and foe? This was the first time Jiang Chuan had the idea of refusing to extract his talent. Never mind, it's just an S-rank talent. He casually crushed the extracted talent orb and left the secret realm. Chapter 74. The requirement for breaking through to the second job advancement, SSS grade Awakening Stone. As Jiang Chuan stepped out of the secret realm stone gate, the time on the light screen froze at 4:52. At this time, it had been less than half an hour since he took his first experience pill. Chun Xianfeng is still recovering. Seeing him come out, the corners of his mouth curled up, he whistled, and said in a teasing tone, "Sure enough, you came out in less than 5 minutes. But it's not shameful to give up when you know it's difficult. After all, it's a 6th-level secret realm. For a freshman like you to be able to last 5 minutes in there is already quite good." He paused, then added, You should go to the public dungeon and level up first. Then I'll personally help you clear this dungeon. He never meant any harm. He just couldn't stand Jiang Chuan's arrogant personality. But little did he know, Jiang Chuan's confidence stemmed from his own abilities. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan simply smiled at him without explaining anything further. He didn't even waste any rest time before turning around and heading towards the gate of the secret realm. Chen Xuanfeng's smile froze on his face. Are you still going? His tone was somewhat urgent. Didn't you hear a word I said? The lowest level monsters in there are level 55. What's the difference between you going in and committing suicide? I admit I was a bit harsh just now. If you're angry, just tell me. There's no need to risk your life for a moment. Jiang Chuan didn't turn his head, waved his hand, and walked into the stone gate without stopping. Chun Xianfeng stared blankly at the stone door that had lit up again. There was a long silence. Then he turned to look at Ji Kanglin, his face showing a helpless disappointment. This guy is too stubborn. His pride is so strong. I should have known better than to provoke him. Ji Kanglin did not respond to his words. She frowned, staring intently in the direction where Jiang Chuan had disappeared, her eyes filled with confusion. Something's not right, Chun Xianfeng said irritably. I know something's wrong. This kid has something wrong with his head. That's not what I meant. Ji Kanglin's voice turned serious. She stood up, walked to the front of the secret realm, opened a clearance record to check, and then froze on the spot. What's wrong? Chun Xianfeng also came over, and the two of them turned into statues. How is this possible? Chun Xianfeng rubbed his eyes vigorously, checking repeatedly, his voice trembling with surprise. A new clear record of 4 minutes and 52 seconds. He really cleared the game, and in such a short time? Chen Xianfeng felt that his worldview had been overturned. He and Ji Kanglin were already among the top geniuses of the human race. The two of them joined forces. It will take at least half an hour to clear this Tier 6 dungeon. The difference between each level among professionals is not as exaggerated as imagined. Even if it were Shan Zi, who is at the 8th level, she would have to use some methods to clear the Dark Abyss ruins alone. Just how freakish is this guy? The thought of how he had just acted like a senior in front of Jiang Chuan made Chun Xuanfeng's face burn with embarrassment. He suddenly turned his head to look at the old man. He gritted his teeth and said, Elder Mo, you knew the truth from the beginning, didn't you? Otherwise, you would never have made an exception for him. Old Master Mo closed his eyes calmly and said slowly, Young people don't know the immensity of the world. How can they grow up without experiencing some setbacks and seeing the world? Chun Xuanfeng's face turned red, and steam even started rising from his head. These were the words he had just used to describe Jiang Chuan. At this moment, within the secret realm, Jiang Chuan reappeared at the entrance to the Dark Abyss ruins. With a thought, the power of shining stars instantly gathered around him. It transformed into 3 blurry streaks of light and shadow. The light and shadow quickly solidified. 3 identical clones of him stood side by side. He was surrounded by faint stardust, and in his hand he also held a projection of the 9 luminary star bow. Star illusion, activate. The next moment, the 3 clones simultaneously unleashed their eternal domain, coordinating with Starfall's area of effect attacks to effortlessly clear the map. Your level has been increased to level 31. Your level has been increased to level 32. After reaching level 30, with a double boost from experience pills, he could basically level up smoothly with just 1 experience gain from Dark Abyss ruins. The only exception is that leveling up to level 35 requires a significant amount of experience, equivalent to the total experience gained from all previous levels. Jiang Chuan grinded from morning till night, using 5 double experience pills in a row. Finally, I made up for the last bit of experience before sunset. Your level has increased to 35. You have reached your current level cap. Any experience gained will be automatically converted into talent experience. He successfully reached level 35, but Jiang Chuan was still clueless about how to break through the bottleneck of the second job advancement. After all, he had only recently broken through to the next level. Old Mo. Jiang Chuan walked to the stone gate and bowed to the old man sitting cross-legged. Old Master Mo opened his eyes, looked Jiang Chuan up and down, and nodded slightly. As expected, you've reached level 35, even faster than I anticipated. Elder Mo's voice was hoarse and deep, with a hint of barely perceptible approval in his tone. You want to ask about the second transformation? Exactly, Jiang Chuan said frankly. The first transformation requires going to the Starry Sky Temple. What are the conditions for the second transformation? Please enlighten me, Elder Mo. The process of the second and third job advancements is not as complicated as that of the first job advancement, because you already received the inheritance when you reincarnated. What needs to be done next? It's about deeply exploring the true potential of this heritage. Old Amos said slowly. Jiang Chuan nodded. Each line of inheritance represents a complete system of power. The higher the level of inheritance, the greater the potential for future growth. That's why the sublimation and inheritance are extremely precious things throughout the entire origin realm. For example, a B-grade inheritance doesn't even qualify for the third tier. The highest it can reach is the fifth tier. Although most A-grade inheritances can be upgraded to the third tier, they're only stuck at the sixth tier for life. Only S-level inheritances of a level or higher can still unlock further growth potential after the third reincarnation. Only then can it be called a sublimation and inheritance. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Imo spoke in a low voice to prevent Chen Xianfeng and Ji Kanglin from overhearing. Your SSS-level inheritance doesn't have to worry about insufficient growth potential, but figuring out how to unlock it is extremely difficult. Breaking through to the second stage requires not experience accumulation, but an extremely rare resource. Awakening Stone. The power of inherited professions lies in the fact that they inherently contain a complete growth path, and the Awakening Stone is the key to activating this path. Elder Imo paused, his gaze falling on Jiang Chuan. The level of inheritance requires the corresponding level of Awakening Stone. It can only be higher, not lower. A-grade stones are used for A-grade stones. S-grade stones are used for S-grade stones. And as for your ultimate SS-grade inheritance. Old Mo didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already very clear. SSS-level inheritance. Naturally, SSS-grade Awakening Stones should be used. Jiang Chuan paused for a moment, then asked, where can I find an SSS-grade Awakening Stone? Old Mo slowly raised his eyelids, his gaze passing over Jiang Chuan's shoulder and landing on the stone door behind him, which was engraved with star patterns. 8th tier, secret realm, shattered starfall ground. Jiang Chuan followed his gaze. He said, this secret realm is the most unique among all the 8th tier secret realms in the Federation. No one has ever truly cleared it. If you want to obtain an SSS level Awakening Stone, this secret realm may be your only hope. Jiang Chuan understood. The old man knew all his information from the very beginning. The goal of setting him at level 35 was because he knew that without an SSS level Awakening Stone, it would be impossible for him to level up further. Level 35, challenging an 8th tier secret realm, which is the master level difficulty, second only to Nightmare. Sound. That's way more insane than his level 26 challenge of a level 6 difficult secret realm. Jiang Chuan's gaze was calm, and he had made up his mind. Elder Mo, please help me open the secret realm. Old Mo said nothing more. He got up and walked to the stone door, placing his palm on the largest gem in the center of the door. The veins on the back of his old hand stood out, and a powerful, breathtaking energy surge burst out from the stone door, causing the entire underground hall to tremble slightly. The gate to the 8th tier secret realm. It started. Behind a stone gate was a pure vortex of starlight. Deep within the vortex, one could vaguely see the shattered earth, the upside-down mountains, and the meteors falling from the sky. An ancient and primordial aura surged from the vortex. Thank you, Elder Xia. Jiang Chuan clasped his hands in greeting to Elder Mo, and then stepped into the vortex of starlight without hesitation. He didn't notice the strange smile that flashed across Old Mo's face right after he entered the secret realm. Chapter 75 Old Dog. In the principal's office, Qin Tianheng was leisurely sipping tea. He was in a good mood. To be precise, it's quite good. With the 8 national-level inheritances in hand, Star Crown Academy's influence in the Federation has risen to unprecedented heights. He is the 7th Heavenly General. They all seem to have the potential to rival the first general who held military power. All of this was brought to him by Jiang Chuan, and Qin Tianheng was pondering what political resources he could still secure for Jiang Chuan. Suddenly, a sudden, inexplicable pang of anxiety surged up from my chest. Qin Tianheng's smile froze slightly. He put down the documents in his hand and slowly sat up straight. High-level professionals have a certain ability to sense the secrets of the universe, and such sudden impulses are, by no means, unfounded. Something happened. Qin Tianheng closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and traced the source of that unease. A name quickly came to mind. Jiang Chuan. Qin Tianheng's eyelids twitched suddenly. He immediately sent a message to Jiang Chuan, but received a message indicating that the other party could not receive it. This is normal. Any secret realm will isolate external communication, and it is common for students to be unable to contact others while training in the secret realm. But Qin Tianheng's heart was beating faster and faster. With Jiang Chuan's strength, ordinary secret realms pose no threat to him at all. Whether it's a 6th tier or 8th tier secret realm, that kid's basic attributes are enough to directly contend with a 9th tier king. Secret realms controlled by humans are basically no different from his backyard dam, etc. The situation is different in one secret realm. Qin Tianheng's pupils suddenly contracted. He abruptly stood up, causing his chair to overturn and make a dull thud. Before the guards outside could even ask a question, they saw the 7th Heavenly General, who is usually unfazed even in the face of a collapsing mountain, rush out of the council hall with a speed completely out of character for his age, his robes fluttering in the wind, without even having time to close the door. Qin Tianheng's figure drew a straight trajectory in the sky above Xingyan Academy. The restrictive formations along the way sensed his aura and automatically gave way, without even triggering an alarm. Students below the 7th rank couldn't even see his figure clearly, only feeling a gust of wind howling past their heads. When I looked up, I couldn't see anything anymore. A moment later, a roar suddenly resounded over the Star Crown Academy. "You damned old dog!" At the entrance to the Dark Star Tower, an underground secret realm, Qin Tianheng's aura surged, his robes fluttered, his hair and beard stood on end, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. Chun Xianfeng and Ji Kanglin were forced to retreat repeatedly by the unrestrained pressure released by this 8th level expert. His face was filled with horror. They had been in the Dark Star Academy for several years, and had never seen the usually kind dean show such a violent expression. And the source of all this was the old man who sat cross-legged in front of the stone gate, still calm and composed. "Montak Yuan." Qin Tianheng's voice was icy. 50 years ago, you were being hunted by the Corpse Dog clan and escaped to the border of a human race with serious injuries. Who defied public opinion to take you in? Who withstood the pressure from the entire human race to give you a legal identity, allowing you to live peacefully at Star Crown Academy until today? Old Master Mo slowly opened his eyes, a strange light flashing deep within his turbid pupils. He didn't speak. The faint smile at the corner of her mouth never faded. Back then, Marshal Zhou said that you were not of our kind and that your heart must be different. It was I who vouched for you. Qin Tianheng took a step forward, and the moment his foot landed, a spiderweb-like crack appeared on the ground. His voice was hoarse as he said, 50 years. A full 50 years. Your disguise fooled everyone. Even Marshal Zhou lowered his guard, thinking that you had long since submitted to the human race and had no further intentions. But you old dog, you showed your fangs at the most crucial moment. Ji Kanglin's face turned deathly pale as she stared incredulously at the elderly figure sitting cross-legged. Mr. Mo, Montak Yuan. No matter what she calls him, this old man who has guarded the gate to the secret realm of Dark Star Academy for decades, a gatekeeper whose long history has outlasted generation after generation of students, is actually a spy of the Corpse Dog clan? You know perfectly well what kind of secret realm the Shattered Starfall Land is. Qin Tianheng's voice rose 8 octaves. You know perfectly well that the final level of that secret realm will replicate the Challenger's full strength. The stronger the dungeon, the stronger the Guardian. The Challenger can never defeat another, stronger version of themselves. Over the years, no matter what level of strength an expert is, the best outcome they can achieve is to escape alive. No one has ever truly passed the test. You've been in there yourself. You know better than anyone else. Chun Xianfeng and Ji Kanglin's expressions changed simultaneously. A mirror image that replicates the full power of the original? Such a rule is simply unheard of. The stronger the strong, the stronger they are. The stronger the mirror image, the better. This is an unsolvable paradox. To clear the game, you must overcome yourself, but the version of yourself in the secret realm is always one step stronger than you. And Mo Yuan finally spoke, his voice still hoarse, but with an inexplicable strangeness. You're right, there is indeed no way to pass through that secret realm. He slowly stood up, and the moment his hunched body straightened, it gave off an invisible sense of oppression, like a beast that had been sleeping for many years finally awakening. So that little brat must die. And Mo Yuan's calm voice sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. I can see his potential clearly. At level 26, he can crush a 6th-order secret realm cultivator. Such talent is unparalleled, not only among humans but also throughout the entire Origin realm. If he is allowed to fully grow, how will my corpse dog clan have any chance of survival? Qin Tianheng, although I betrayed the corpse dog clan, blood is thicker than water. How could I stand by and watch the corpse dog clan face annihilation? You're asking for it. Qin Tianheng was furious, his hair and beard bristling. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm. He was filled with hatred and did not hold back at all. If this strike landed, it could destroy half of the Dark Star Tower. Mo Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange light, and gray mist surged around him, as if forming a layer of metallic scales. Boom! The palm print slammed solidly onto the scales. The entire underground hall trembled violently, and the aftershocks spread along the ground. Chun Xianfeng and Ji Kanglin were blasted away and crashed heavily into the stone wall, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of their mouths. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, Mo Yuan was still standing in the same spot. The gray mist on his body had been blasted to pieces, but his body was completely unharmed. Cough! Mo Yuan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which he quickly swallowed back. He wiped his mouth and grinned with a scarlet smile. I underestimated you. As expected of the 7th Heavenly General, I still can't defeat you after all these years of seclusion. You've been hiding it well. Qin Tianheng squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Old Mo did not answer. His aura began to rise at a terrifying speed. Dark gray fur emerged from under his skin, covering most of his body. His 10 fingers became long and sharp, with a cold, eerie green light emanating from their tips. His pair of cloudy, old eyes completely transformed into the deep red vertical pupils unique to the Corpse Dog clan. After decades of dedicated training at Star Crown Academy, honing his skills day and night, his abilities not only did not decline with the passage of time, but instead became even more refined and concentrated. Peak of the 7th rank. It's only a hair's breadth away from the 8th rank. The powerful bloodline of the Corpse Dog royal family allowed him to directly confront Qin Tianheng, who had been at the 8th rank for many years, with only the strength of the 7th rank peak. Mo Yuan's voice was like a beast's growl. You want to save him? Don't waste your time. I've already personally sent him in a nightmare difficulty. If he can't clear the dungeon, he'll never be able to get out. Death is the only thing waiting for him. Qin Tianheng, you really don't need to be angry. I'm doing this for the sake of my clan. After he dies, I can't continue to guard the gate for you. Wouldn't it be better for our 2 clans to maintain the current status quo? I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces, you old dog. Upon hearing his shameless remarks, Qin Tianheng's eyes immediately became bloodshot. Little did they know that this was exactly the effect Mo Yuan wanted. He knew in his heart that if he confronted Qin Tianheng head-on, he would only face certain death. Only by provoking Qin Tianheng and causing him to reveal unnecessary weaknesses would he have a chance to escape. Soon, the opportunity he wanted had arrived. Using the recoil from the clash, Mo Yuan transformed into a gray shadow and soared upwards. It crashed straight through the top of the Dark Star Tower and soared into the sky above Tianke City. Qin Tianheng pursued relentlessly, but his speed suddenly increased to an unbelievable level. It disappeared into the clouds in a few flashes, leaving only a faint chuckle echoing in the sky. At this time, Shenzi arrived late. Her face was grim. Although she didn't know what had happened, she herself had also experienced a dangerous accident. Headmaster, what happened? The Dark Star Tower's formation suddenly malfunctioned. If I hadn't intervened in time to suppress it, hundreds or even thousands of students might have been injured. Qin Tianheng suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with deep fear and regret. It must have been that damned old dog who did it. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different hearts, and their hearts deserve to be punished. After saying that, he seemed to age 20 or 30 years in an instant, his body swaying weakly as if about to collapse. The dean, Shenzi, panicked and quickly supported him. She had never seen Qin Tianheng like this before. What happened? Where's Elder Mo? Where's Jiang Chuan? Qin Tianheng waved his hand weakly, coughed twice, and said in a hoarse voice, Quickly notify Marshal Zhou to put all border troops on high alert. The Corpse Dog clan has been planting spies in Star Crown Academy for 50 years, and today they have exposed their identities. I'm afraid they have more than just this one thing in mind. Jiang Chuan. Qin Tianheng remained silent for a long time, then slowly raised his head, gazing at the tightly closed gate to the secret realm. I hope he can create a miracle once again. Chapter 76, Absolute Replica. My mechanics are superior to yours. Jiang Chuan has now successfully pushed his way to the final area of the secret realm. He looked around. He muttered to himself, Although I don't know what happened, the nightmare difficulty level doesn't seem so bad. Of course, only he is qualified to say this. The 8th tier Nightmare Secret Realm is already extremely difficult. Even a small monster running away can stir up a storm throughout the entire Federation. However, they were powerless against his overwhelming attribute advantage. Neither of the bosses in the first 2 levels dropped the SSS level awakening stone he needed, so Jiang Chuan can only pin his hopes on the final boss. Holding the 9 luminary star bow, the moment he stepped over the last starlight threshold, the scene before him suddenly opened up. This is a land of pure starlight. There is no ground beneath my feet. There is no sky above. All around me flowed starlight, as if I were standing on an ocean woven from stars. The distant starlight converged into a river, while nearby stardust drifted like snowflakes, each speck of light exuding a heart-stirring ancient aura. In the very center of the starry sea, a figure was slowly coalescing. That was someone who looked exactly like him. They were the same height and build, both wielding the 9-star bow, and even the orange-red celestial pivot gem on the bow was identical. This is the final challenge. As soon as Jiang Chuan finished speaking, the mirror image opposite him moved without warning. Boom! The silvery white starlight suddenly exploded outward from the mirror image, instantly unfolding an eternal domain with a radius of 100 meters, and dense star patterns appeared on the ground. When that familiar burning sensation landed on Jiang Chuan, he suddenly realized what was happening. This is my eternal domain. Holy crap! Intense pain surged through every inch of his skin, and a scarlet damage number instantly appeared above Jiang Chuan's head. Minus 98,500. The near 100,000 true injuries were almost too much for even his physique, which had broken through 10,000 points. Even more deadly was that the familiar silver-white arrow, so all too familiar, suddenly magnified before his eyes. A star is falling. Boom! The arrow struck Jiang Chuan precisely in the chest, and the violent star power exploded into a blinding white light in front of his chest. The terrifying power of the 10-fold damage coefficient directly blew away a large portion of his health bar. Minus 612,800. More than 600,000 damages. Jiang Chuan was blasted backward by the force of the impact, tumbling several times in midair before barely managing to regain his balance. Fine. The dizziness effect of Starfall failed to trigger. The passive ability of the Celestial Gem, immunity to all negative effects and curses, came into play at this moment. Here you go. The moment Jiang Chuan regained his footing, he drew the bowstring taut. The 9 luminary star bow suddenly lit up, and a silver-white arrow tore through the starlight, heading straight for the mirror image's face. A star is falling. The mirror image did not dodge either, and the arrow struck it precisely in the chest. Minus 694,300, with the same 10-fold damage multiplier and the same terrifying numbers. A crimson damage value also popped up above the mirror image's head, but the stun effect was also immune to the Tianshu gem. The first encounter between the two sides ended in a near draw. Jiang Chuan's face darkened. This is troublesome. This guy not only copied all of my attributes, skills, and talents, but also perfectly inherited the immunity effect of the Tianshu gem. Let's see who's tougher. Jiang Chuan gritted his teeth and drew back the bowstring, unleashing a torrent of starlight arrows like a storm. The mirror retaliated at the exact same frequency. Two figures moved at high speed through the sea of stars, leaving a trail of afterimages with each flash, while a dense barrage of arrows wove two massive nets that clashed against each other in the starry sky. Silver-white arrows collided with each other, and the resulting starlight exploded like blooming fireworks, illuminating the entire sea of stars as bright as day. The 7th arrow, the 8th arrow, the 9th arrow. When the 9th arrow struck each other simultaneously, Jiang Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously glanced at the top of the other's head. The kill was not triggered. Jiang Chuan's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately understood the reason. Yi's finishing move is essentially a curse, and the passive effect of the Tianshu gem can just make one immune to all curses. This served as a reminder to him. In the future, when encountering enemies who also possess curse immunity, Yi's finishing move will no longer be effective. However, this realization is of no help to the current battle situation. What he needs to solve is how to take down this imposter in front of him. Both of their star flashes were triggered at the same instant, and the two figures disappeared from their original positions at the same time, only to reappear at the other end of the star sea at the same moment. The eternal domains overlapped, and burning damage simultaneously appeared above the heads of both individuals. Minus 98,500. Minus 97,900. As starlight fell, the passive effect of the eternal body was triggered, and the two began to recover their health points rapidly. Plus 298,000. Plus 298,000. The more dazzling the starlight, the stronger the restorative effect of the eternal body. At this moment, in this strange starlight land, the two of them have become truly immortal. Star fantasy. With a thought, Jiang Chuan's 3 clones stepped out from the starlight at the same time, and the 4-9 luminary star bows were fully drawn, unleashing a torrential downpour of silvery white arrows. At the same moment, the mirror image on the opposite side also unleashed star illusion, creating 3 clones and unleashing a rain of arrows. 8 figures were firing wildly at each other in the sea of stars. The clones' attributes are only half of the originals, but Yi's passive skill can still be triggered, with true damage numbers rising and falling, causing the entire starry sea to surge violently. The illusionary clones fired another volley, 3 stars falling from 3 directions, locking onto all his evasive routes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 silver arrows pierced through Jiang Chuan's body almost simultaneously, and terrifying true damage numbers jumped out 3 times in a row. Minus 319,400. Minus 312,800. Minus 305,600. Jiang Chuan's health bar was instantly reduced by nearly 3/4, and he was blasted backward, rolling dozens of meters in the sea of stars before barely managing to regain his footing. Hiss! He gasped, clutching the piercing wound at his chest. The eternal body was operating at full speed. Starlight flooded the wound, and flesh regrowed at a visible speed, but the excruciating pain that felt like it was tearing his entire body apart still made his face turn pale. No, we can't keep dragging this out any longer. The mirror image's recovery ability is just as abnormal as its own, and the output of both sides is evenly matched. If the fight continues at this pace, it will take 10 days or half a month to determine a winner. However, he has not yet reached the level of being able to abstain from grains. If he were to fight for 10 days or half a month, the illusions might not be a problem, but he would probably starve to death. His thoughts began to race. Jiang Chuan narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the copy of himself opposite him. Complete copy? No. A monster from an 8th-tier secret realm couldn't possibly do that. At least, I have one talent that it absolutely cannot replicate. Extract everything. Use the extraction of everything to deal with it. Jiang Chuan tried to communicate with the system in his mind, but the text on the panel remained unchanged, and there was no response. This was within his expectations. The extract all things skill can only be used on targets that are already dead and cannot be used as a direct attack method. So what other options are there? Jiang Chuan's gaze swept back and forth across the mirror image, finally settling on the 9 luminary star bow in the other's hand. That bow was exactly the same as his 9 luminaries bow, and it was also inlaid with the same celestial pivot gem, etc. Gem. A bold idea suddenly exploded in his mind. What if he could remove the gem from the mirror bow? Chapter 77, the second star gem, Tianxian. Having made up his mind, Jiang Chuan immediately put away the 9 luminary star bow and charged towards the mirror image with his bare hands. The mirror image clearly did not anticipate that he would suddenly abandon the remote attack, but its reaction was also extremely fast. Its 3 clones simultaneously drew their bows to full strength, and a dense rain of arrows poured down on Jiang Chuan. Starlight. Jiang Chuan's figure flashed twice amidst the rain of arrows, each disappearance and reappearance perfectly avoiding the most fatal attack. Several arrows grazed his body. It took away tens of thousands of points of blood, but this damage is nothing compared to the healing power of the eternal body. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved close to the mirror image itself. Jiang Chuan formed his right hand into a claw, carrying a terrifying force of 20,000 points of strength attribute, and grabbed straight at the 9 luminary star bow in the mirror image's hand. The mirror image tried to retreat and create distance, but Jiang Chuan would never give it that chance. Star Flash's 3rd displacement completely blocked its retreat. Give it to me. Jiang Chuan grabbed the familiar bow, extracting everything. Launch. Celestial gem illusion detected. Extract. The system notification sounded abruptly in his mind. It works. Jiang Chuan's pupils dilated in surprise. Extract. Buzz. A blinding orange-red light exploded from the gem, causing the Tianshu gem, which was originally firmly embedded in the bow, to tremble violently. In an instant, it transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into Jiang Chuan's palm. Extraction successful. Obtain the celestial pivot gem, which contains abundant stellar power and can be reforged into any material or absorbed as your own power. The moment the 9 luminary star bow in Mirror's hand lost its gem, the starlight on the bow dimmed slightly. The bow, which had originally gleamed with silver light, turned gray, and the orange-red groove that symbolized the rules of the heavenly pivot was now empty. A smug smile spread across Jiang Chuan's face. Immune control, right? Immune curses, huh? He put away the fake gemstone, took out his 9 luminary star bow again, drew the bowstring taut, and the celestial pivot gem gleamed with a cold light in the groove. Now let's see what you can still be immune to. The mirror image's movement was noticeably sluggish. Although it can still shoot arrows, Jiang Chuan has keenly sensed that its arrows no longer possess the sharpness that makes space tremble. Without the blessing of the celestial pivot gem, this fake bow is nothing more than a counterfeit with only the appearance of a genuine bow. What surprised Jiang Chuan even more was the control-free icon that had always been above the mirror image's head also disappeared. The immune effect granted by the Tianshu gem disappears as the gem is removed. Now it's my turn. Jiang Chuan drew back the bowstring, and silvery white starlight gathered wildly on the bow. A star is falling. The mirror image tried to dodge with starfall, but its guaranteed hit effect made it impossible to avoid the arrow. Without the immunity of the celestial gem, it was completely unable to resist the stun effect of starfall. Boom! The arrow pierced the mirror image precisely in the chest, and a dizziness icon suddenly lit up above its head. 5 seconds. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chuan knocked a second arrow. Starfall. Boom! A rain of silvery white arrows fell from the sky, instantly covering the entire area like a cascading silver river. The third arrow. The fourth arrow. The fifth arrow. Yi's finishing move stacked up almost instantly, and a string of black instant death numbers flashed above the mirror image's head. Kill. A flash of silver starlight appeared on the mirror image, and at the same time as the kill was triggered, the resurrection effect of the eternal body was also triggered. All its negative statuses were instantly cleared, and its health was restored to full. However, without the curse immunity of the celestial pivot gem, killing it is just a matter of shooting another arrow. Boom! Terrifying damage numbers exploded above the mirror image's head. -1187600. The execute damage, equal to 100% of the target's maximum health, finally emptied the mirror image's health bar completely. The body that looked exactly like Jiang Chuan froze in place, and the starlight on its surface began to peel away layer by layer, like shattered porcelain. Countless cracks spread from its chest, and each crack emitted a blinding white light. Finally, the image exploded with a low hum, turning into countless stardust fragments that scattered across the sea of stars. Defeat the nightmare mirror image of Tianxian and gain 1,800,000 experience points. Experience points doubled to 1,800,000. Successfully cleared the Shattered Starfall, Nightmare difficulty, gaining plus 5 million experience points. Double experience points plus 5 million. Since you have reached your current level cap, the experience points you gain have been automatically converted into talent proficiency. Talented E has been successfully upgraded to 3 stars. With over 10 million experience points, you can upgrade E to 3 stars or upgrade 2 1-star SSS level talents to 2 stars. After careful consideration, Jiang Chuan decided to continue improving E. To be honest, it makes no difference to him which talent he improves. Since he was invincible anyway, he just wanted to see how many stars an SSS level talent could be upgraded to. Yi Sidak. Level, 3 stars. Effect, passive. Your ranged attacks ignore target's defense and distance, and are guaranteed to hit. Effect, passive. Each attack deals additional damage equal to 20% of a user's maximum health. Effect, passive. After attacking the same target 8 times, 100% of the target's maximum health will be forcibly deducted. Effect, passive. Ranged attacks can trigger an additional attack effect, and can trigger all additional special effects. Note, 10 sons were born, and he shot down 9 of them. The legendary bow used by the god, E to shoot down the sons later fell to earth. The original effects of the talent have been improved, with the additional damage increased from 15% to 20%, and the number of times the execute effect is triggered has been reduced by 1. Most importantly, there's the newly unlocked effect. Double attack? Doesn't it mean the number of times the kill can be triggered can be reduced from 8 to 4? It's even more insane. A sense of joy rose in Jiang Chuan's heart, but his attention was quickly diverted to something else. He strode to the spot where the mirror image had vanished and reached out to grab the still-present starlight. Extract everything. Buzz. Starlight shines. 3 items appeared in his hands in succession. Extraction successful. Obtained 1 SSS grade job awakening stone. Obtained 1 celestial gem. Obtained 1 star guardian bracelet. The first of the 2 gems was the SSS grade job awakening stone he needed. It can help him break through the bottleneck of the second job advancement. The second one was the star gem that he sensed before he entered the arena. Tianxian gem, SSS grade, can be socketed into equipment with holes to gain the Xuanji Maze skill. When socketed into non-exclusive equipment, the effect of this skill is halved. Mosaic. Jiang Chuan directly embedded the gem into the source weapon in his hand. Exclusive destiny weapon, 9 luminaries bow. Source tool, level 35, can grow with the host level. Attributes, attack plus 32600, 35800, attack speed plus 80%, penetration plus 80%, critical hit plus 80%. Tian Shu, passive, grants immunity to all negative effects and curses. Tianxian, active, creates a Xuanji maze centered on itself. The maze will automatically replicate 100% of the attributes of all enemy units. The attribute of the mirrored unit cannot exceed the attribute value of the original unit. It continuously consumes 1% of the maximum mana per second. Qinji, not yet unlocked. Tianquan, not yet unlocked. Yuan, not yet unlocked. Kaiyang, not yet unlocked. Yaowang, not unlocked. Hain, not yet unlocked. Sun, not yet unlocked. Exclusive, only usable by the Eternal Star-Lord class. This weapon is untradeable, cannot be dropped, and cannot be destroyed. When equipped, it can automatically detect the location of other star gems. Chapter 78, Star Guardian Bracelet, Hunting Down the Old Dog. The Tianxian gem inlaid on the 9 luminary star bow is the true complete form. The complete version simply adds 1 more attribute. Unlimited mirror replication. In other words, as long as Jiang Chuan has enough mana to keep the Xuanji maze running, no matter how many times the mirror image is broken, those trapped inside will not be able to escape. This is the truly terrifying aspect of the Xuanji maze. High output, strong? I will not confront you head on. Once the maze is opened, let the enemy play with their own mirror image. Even if they encounter an opponent they can't beat in the future, Jiang Chuan can wear them down to death. The mirror image also dropped a piece of equipment, a pair of silver-white bracers, which floated quietly in the starlight. Star Guardian Wristband. Dark Gold. Attributes. Health plus 100,000. Mana plus 100,000. Defense plus 1,000. Magic resistance plus 1,000. Trait. Celestial Protection. Active. Releases a starlight shield that absorbs damage equal to 50% of the caster's maximum health. The shield grants immunity to all status ailments during its duration. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Set, not activated. Exclusive, this equipment possesses an automatic repair feature. It can absorb the power of stars to restore itself after being damaged. Note, the stars never fade, and the protection never ends. This is a fragment of the armor worn by the Eternal Star-Lord during his conquest of countless worlds. Although it has been eroded by endless years, the will of the stars contained within it has not been extinguished. It awaits its true master to awaken it once again. Dark Gold grade equipment is already considered top-tier gear that would make countless people fight tooth and nail to acquire it in the outside world. But for him, what he values most is not the attribute bonus of the equipment. Rather, is its self-healing feature. His fighting style has always been fierce, and his clothes are usually ruined after every fight. With this wrist guard, at least we no longer have to worry about crawling naked out of the ruins after a fight. Moreover, he was also very concerned about the labeling of the parts in that set. This means that the equipment used by the stars is actually a complete set. What set effect will be unlocked if you collect the whole set? Without much thought, Jiang Chuan fastened the wristband to his forearm. The star pattern on the wristband suddenly lit up and then slowly disappeared, as if it had completely merged with his flesh and blood. Good. Jiang Chuan moved his wrist, feeling the faint, yet powerful, support emanating from the wristband. Then he raised his head and took one last look around at the fading sea of stars. I've cleared the level. He successfully conquered this 8th-tier secret realm, which was said to have never been truly cleared by anyone. But he entered the master difficulty level. Why it became a nightmare level remains a mystery to Jiang Chuan. He carefully put away the SSS-grade awakening stone, chose to leave the secret realm, and his figure gradually disappeared in the white light. The moment he left the secret realm, the scene before him made him pause abruptly. The underground hall of Dark Star Tower. The originally neatly arranged array patterns were shattered into pieces. The walls were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Half of the dome had collapsed, and rubble and broken steel beams were piled up haphazardly on the ground. A strong stench of blood filled the air, mixed with a somewhat familiar putrid smell. "They're out." Shenzi's voice was the first to ring out. She stood beside the pile of rubble, her black casual clothes stained with dust and blood, her long hair disheveled, and her face weary. But the moment she saw Jiang Chuan, the anxiety in her phoenix eyes finally melted away. Beside her, Qin Tianheng sat cross-legged on the ground, his breath as weak as a candle flame that might be extinguished at any moment. The Dean of Star Crown Academy, the 7th Heavenly General of the Federation, looked ashen-faced, like a frail, dying man. Only when he saw Jiang Chuan did a glimmer of light appear in his cloudy old eyes. "Well," Qin Tianheng's voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible, and a smile that looked more like a grimace stretched across his lips. "I knew you wouldn't die, kid." Jiang Chuan rushed to him and checked his condition through the eye of truth. Then I breathed a sigh of relief. His injury was not serious. I don't know what hurt him, but he suddenly seemed to have aged decades, even though he was a very energetic old man. "What's going on? Have alien races invaded?" he asked, full of doubt. Just as Shenzi was about to speak, a bitter laugh came from the side, and Jiang Chuan then noticed that there was another person standing in the corner. A bald old man, dressed in a dark blue robe, with a white face and no beard, and a kind smile on his round face, looked just like the Methria Buddha enshrined in the temple. "I am Zhao Chong'an, the 4th Heavenly General." The bald old man nodded to Jiang Chuan, a bitter smile on his face. It was all that old dog Mo Yuan's doing. "Montak Yuan." Jiang Chuan frowned. He had never heard of this name before. "It's Elder Mo who guards the gate." Shunzi took over the conversation. Mo Yuan had been at Dark Star Academy for longer than she was old, and she had only just learned the truth. His real name is Mo Yuan. He is of royal blood from the Corpse Dog clan. 50 years ago, he was hunted down by the Corpse Dog clan and fled to the border of the human race. Dean Sheen took him in despite all objections and allowed him to cultivate diligently at Dark Star Academy for a full 50 years. She paused, her knuckles turning white as she clenched her fists. Who knew he was such a deeply hidden spy? Today he deliberately exposed himself, first tampering with the Dark Star Tower's formation to lure me away, then tricking you into the nightmare difficulty-shattered starfall. Dean Sheen sensed something was wrong and came to question him, but after a fight, that beast still managed to escape. Qin Tianheng's face trembled, his eyes blazing with fury. "It's all my fault for misjudging people, bah. I misjudged dogs. I almost got you killed." After understanding the whole story, Jiang Chuan remained silent for 2 seconds. As a party involved, his emotions, on the contrary, were unusually calm. He began by offering words of comfort. To be able to painstakingly infiltrate the enemy camp for decades and still remain true to one's principles, no one could have predicted that he would have such wisdom and perseverance. Moreover, "Look at me, I'm perfectly fine." Zhao Chong'an also said, "Old Qin, although we've been fighting for so many years, I still have to give you some advice on this matter. People can make mistakes, as long as they can make amends in time. It's not a big deal." That makes sense, but he was the one who sowed the seeds of this disaster, and he almost caused Jiang Chuan's death, extinguishing the hope and future of the human race. This lump, Qin Tianheng couldn't figure it out for the time being. He forced himself to stand up, let out a long breath, and said, "You're right. I have to make up for the mistakes I made myself. I'll go and catch that old dog right now." "You should rest," Jiang Chuan calmly said. "You are the dean. With the academy suffering such an accident, you must stay and take charge. I will personally go and hunt down that old dog." Qin Tianheng immediately refused. "No, Mo Yuan knows too much about you. He has probably already spread the news through the Corpse Dog clan's intelligence network, infiltrating the Federation. If you go after him now, you are very likely to fall into a trap and be besieged by several Corpse Dog clan kings." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan said, so we need to be quick. Before the message is fully sent out, we need to intercept him on the way. Dean Sheen, if I may be frank, even if you encounter him again, are you absolutely certain that you can stop him? Qin Tianheng's eyes widened instantly, and he shouted hoarsely, I'll risk my old life to replace him. Then you definitely shouldn't go. Jiang Chuan shook his head helplessly. Zhao Chong'in said, Old Qin, just listen to him on this matter. Even if you can replace Mo Yuan, replacing one of our Federation's top generals with a spy hiding in anonymity is still a huge loss. It's settled then. Jiang Chuan didn't give Qin Tianheng, who was already furious, much room for negotiation. Shunzi then interjected, wait, I'll go with you. My talent is SS-level space travel, which can help you quickly track his location. Jiang Chuan nodded. Let's not delay, let's set off now. Chapter 79 You Could Go Die. A crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the wasteland, and the figures of Jiang Chuan and Shunzi emerged from it. Shunzi's ability allows her to teleport up to 300 kilometers away. Moreover, it can transport up to several hundred people at a time. Her talent itself doesn't possess any damaging abilities, but it is more precious than any SS-level combat talent. Especially in war, a surprise attack can often directly determine the outcome of a battle. Jiang Chuan originally thought that with Shunzi's abilities, catching up with that old dog would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, the other party had been lying low in the Dark Star Academy for 50 years and was extremely knowledgeable about the outside world. Something's not right. Jiang Chuan mentally reviewed the other party's escape route. Why didn't he run towards the border? Why did he keep circling around within the Federation? Shunzi sensed the aura of the tracking token in her hand. She knew more about this than Jiang Chuan. The border is guarded by border troops and several generals. The entire army is on high alert. It would be extremely difficult for him to slip out of the border. As for why he is circling around the country, I guess he must have prepared some escape route. She suddenly looked surprised and stared in one direction. He actually went to the Soul Rift Abyss. Soul Rift Abyss? Jiang Chuan had no recollection of this name. Shunzi's expression turned unusually solemn. The Soul Rift Abyss is the only forbidden area in the Federation that has never been fully explored. It is bottomless, shrouded in mysterious black mist all year round, and often emits terrifying roars, suggesting that a giant beast dwells there. For this reason, the Federation built a city called Jinyuan City outside the abyss of Soul Rift, with troops stationed there year-round to prevent the monsters in the abyss from invading the human world. But she hesitated for a moment. For hundreds of years, the monsters in the Soul Rift Abyss have never appeared. Could he possibly have a way to summon the giant beasts within the abyss? Shunzi was startled, and Jiang Chuan also realized the seriousness of the matter. The forbidden area that humans cannot explore must be at least a 9th-tier region. If a 9th-tier alien beast were to appear in the heart of the human realm, the Federation would surely be thrown into chaos, and that old dog would be able to take the opportunity to escape. Notify the Federation to have the military prepare for defense. Jiang Chuan immediately made a decision. We must stop him before he makes a move. Shunzi nodded vigorously. The two hurried towards the direction of the Soul Rift Abyss, and soon a deep abyss stretching across the land came into view. The abyss was several miles wide, and its length was so great that it seemed as if the entire continent had been cleaved in two by an invisible giant axe, leaving behind this hideous wound. Inside the fissure was a thick, impenetrable black mist. The entire rift soul abyss is like a black eye slowly opening on the earth, silently gazing at the sky. Jiang Chuan stood at the edge of the crevice and looked down. I can't see anything. The eerie black mist obscured all vision, and even his perception, enhanced by tens of thousands of points of intelligence, could not penetrate the mist to see to the bottom. But he vaguely heard a sound, extremely low and distant. It sounded as if some enormous creature was slowly turning over at the bottom of an abyss, each movement causing a muffled rumble from the depths of the earth. Careful! Shunzi landed beside Jiang Chuan, the tracking token in her hand, glowing intermittently. Mo Yuan's aura is down there. He must have hidden in the abyss. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan took a step forward and leaped directly into the black mist. He grabbed Shunzi's arm, and the two of them plummeted together. Shunzi's pupils contracted in shock at his reckless action, but before she could stop him, the black mist had already engulfed her vision. The next moment, the dazzling starlight spread out. Jiang Chuan opened his domain, shutting out all the black mist. He immediately noticed something strange. The eerie black mist not only blocked his vision, but also had a hallucinogenic effect that could interfere with his mental power. If an ordinary person gets caught up in this, and there's no way to break free, they might be trapped in the fog for the rest of their life. The Eye of Truth. A faint crimson light rose in Jiang Chuan's eyes, and the black mist in front of him was instantly parted. The illusion-breaking effect of the Eye of Truth freed him from the influence of interference. But it was still pitch black all around. It hasn't reached the bottom yet. The abyss was of unknown depth, and it took the two of them more than 5 minutes to fall before a dark rock formation appeared before Jiang Chuan's eyes. Starlight. He held Shunzi tightly, using the instantaneous movement of Star Flash to counteract the force of gravity as they fell and landed steadily on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the two were stunned by what they saw. Shunzi blushed slightly and gently broke free from Jiang Chuan's embrace. She looked at what was in front of her, her red lips slightly parted in surprise. This is... At the bottom of the abyss was a flat, open area, paved with neat, dark gray stone slabs. The patterns on the slabs had long been blurred by the erosion of time, but the remaining outlines still revealed the exquisite craftsmanship of the past. In the very center of the open space, a track stretched straight out, its ends extending into the black mist with no end in sight. Even more bizarrely, there was a train stopped on the tracks. It was an old-fashioned steam train. The front of the car has a streamlined shape. It is completely black. The wheels and connecting rods were rusted beyond recognition. There were 7 carriages in total, and dim yellow light shone from the windows of each carriage, flickering in the black fog. The train stood silently on the tracks, as if it had been waiting there for countless centuries. Jiang Chuan shifted his gaze from the train to the figure beside the tracks. Montak Yuan. He was rushing towards the train entrance at full speed. Call out. A silver arrow suddenly pierced his back, the arrowhead passing through his body. The powerful force lifted him up, pinning him firmly to the ground. He turned his head with difficulty, his deep red vertical pupils churning with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you still be alive? Mo Yuan's voice was hoarse and shrill. I personally verified that secret realm. No one has ever been able to pass through it. Even I barely escaped back then. What makes you think you can? Then you really are a piece of trash. Jiang Chuan calmly interrupted him. His chest was ripped open, and the power of the stars, like a burning flame, relentlessly eroded his flesh along the wound. Mo Yuan was in great pain. His powerful physique prevented him from dying easily for a while. Etc. Mo Yuan struggled desperately. I have intelligence. The Corpse Dog clan has planted more than one spy within the human race. And I have a complete list. If you let me go, I'll give you all of this. Jiang Chuan, think about it. If you can help the human race clean up its internal intelligence network, your value will be far greater than killing me directly. Jiang Chuan slowly drew back the bowstring, and a silvery white arrow light gathered on the bow. Are you done talking? Mo Yuan's voice suddenly rose. You can't kill me. Boom! The arrow pierced his skull, exploding the remaining words, along with his head, into a cloud of blood mist. Shunzi was startled. Wait, you're just going to kill him like that? He hadn't finished speaking, but then a strange starlight shone on Mo Yuan's corpse. Within the light, his physical body rapidly reformed, becoming whole again, and his expression turned respectful and submissive. Greetings, master! Jiang Chuan looked utterly disgusted. Binding this old dog with the power of the eternal Star Lord only made him feel unlucky. But he had to do it in order to obtain information. Jiang Chuan waved his hand. Tell me all the information you know, and then you can go die. Chapter 80, It's Okay to Die Later. The power of the stars slowly dissipated from Mo Yuan's corpse, and his reconstructed body was completely intact. Even his head, which had been shattered by the arrow, was restored to its original state. He knelt on the ground, his deep red vertical pupils surging with an almost fanatical devotion, and his wrinkled old face was covered with a respectful smile. This expression is completely different from the old dog who was lying and struggling to survive just a few seconds ago. Greetings, master. Mo Yuan's voice was still hoarse, but his fawning attitude was almost overflowing. He lay prostrate on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold stone slab, looking just like an old guard dog that had finally found its master. Shunzi watched this scene in shock. He was brought back to life. This is a heaven-defying method that even the most top-tier healing talents dream of. Just how many more trump cards does Jiang Chuan have that they don't know about? Tell me everything you know. Jiang Chuan's tone was indifferent. The contract with the Eternal Star Lord left an indelible mark on the depths of Mo Yuan's soul, making every word he uttered the only truth. Yes, master. Mo Yuan knelt on the ground and began his report with an almost fanatical attitude. The intelligence network that the Corpse Dog clan had planted within the human race poured out of his mouth like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. The Corpse Dog clan's intelligence network within human territory is divided into 3 layers. The top layer is a liaison center codenamed Wolf Fong, which is responsible for receiving and transmitting instructions from the royal court. The middle layer consists of 5 regional liaison points, located in Tiancay City, the Northern Fortress, the East Seaport, the Southern Frontier Mining Area, and the Western Desert Trade Route. The lowest level consists of hidden agents scattered across various industries. The total number exceeds 3,000. His identity ranges from a merchant guild manager to academy handyman, from a border army centurion to a city gate guard. He has it all. Shenzi's expression grew increasingly grim. As the dean of the Dark Star Academy, she is one of the holders of the Federation's highest intelligence authority and has a thorough understanding of the Federation's internal counterespionage system. However, she had never heard of most of the names, positions, and contact codes that Mo Yuan mentioned. These people are hidden within the federal system, silently sucking blood like parasites. And the federal counterintelligence agencies were unaware of their existence. What's your contact information? She asked in a cold voice. Mo Yuan glanced at her, but didn't speak until Jiang Chuan nodded slightly. Then he continued. The contact point transmits encrypted messages every 10 days through the Federation's banknote serial number. Only the Corpse Dog royal family can crack the encryption. All the encrypted messages are memorized, and I can recite them from memory at any time. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Using banknote serial numbers to transmit encrypted messages? This was a method he had never heard of before, and it's also discreet enough. After all, who would suspect that there's something wrong with a federally circulated banknote? This tactic of hiding the truth from the light is indeed ruthless. Although the Corpse Dog clan is a different race, their intelligence level is in no way inferior to that of humans. Continue. Jiang Chuan's voice was devoid of emotion. Mo Yuan then named more than a dozen more people, all of whom were spies hidden in key locations throughout the Federation. One of them was actually the deputy director of the logistics department of Star Crown Academy, responsible for allocating cultivation resources for students. This person does not have direct access to military secrets. However, he was able to deduce the list of geniuses that the Federation was focusing on cultivating by analyzing the distribution patterns of elixirs and equipment. Besides the intelligence network, what else do you know? Jiang Chuan asked. A strange light suddenly flashed in Mo Yuan's deep red vertical pupils. He suddenly became excited, like a ruthless strategist who had been biding his time for many years, finally having the opportunity to display his brilliant killing move. Master, this old servant has a wicked plan that can help you severely damage the Corpse Dog clan. Jiang Chuan slightly raised his eyelids. Speak. The royal court system of the Corpse Dog clan is different from that of the human race. They respect bloodlines, and the 7 major tribes govern themselves. They only temporarily join forces when they are fighting against external forces. The balance between the 7 major tribes is maintained by an ancestral land called the Blacktooth Altar. Mo Yuan licked his dry, cracked lips. The Blacktooth Altar is located in a natural dead zone deep within the Corpse Dog clan's territory. It is shrouded in a poisonous fog of rotting corpses year-round, and only members of the royal bloodline can freely enter and exit. The altar contains the remains of the ancestors of the Corpse Dog clan. Every 10 years, the kings of the 7 tribes would personally go to the altar to perform a bone-eating ritual, drawing power from the bones of their ancestors in order to maintain the purity of their royal bloodline. Without the blessing of the bone-eating ritual, the royal bloodline of the Corpse Dog clan will gradually decline with each generation. The reason why I was hunted down by my clansmen back then. That's precisely because back then, I lost to the current Corpse Hound King when competing for a spot in the bone-eating ritual. They wanted to exterminate us all, so the old servant had no choice but to flee to the border of the human race, where he's been barely surviving ever since. He paused, a near-morbid excitement surging in his deep red vertical pupils. And in 7 days, it'll be the day of the next bone-eating ritual. Mo Yuan's infiltration is real. But it's also true that they were hunted down by the high-ranking members of the Corpse Dog clan. He was expelled from his tribe and branded a traitor, but deep down he longed to regain his tribe's recognition. It is this belief. That's what allowed him to remain hidden in the heart of the human realm for over 50 years. As a human being, Jiang Chuan despised his ingratitude, but from a neutral perspective, he couldn't help but admire the steadfastness of his beliefs. However, on the other hand, as a victim and a member of the human race, Jiang Chuan could not possibly view this matter from a neutral perspective. A bone-devouring ritual? Shenzi exclaimed in surprise. Of course, she had heard of the bone-eating ritual. It was one of the corpse dog clan's most core secrets, and it took the human intelligence system decades to discover the name. However, there is no specific information about the ceremony. And now, Mo Yuan casually revealed all these secrets. What is your plan? Jiang Chuan asked. Mo Yuan grinned, a chillingly sinister look appearing on his face. Master can use my identity to enter the Blacktooth altar. Although I have been expelled from the corpse dog clan, I still have royal blood, so I can infiltrate there smoothly. At that time, I can launch a surprise attack at the most crucial moment of the bone-eating ritual and slaughter the kings of the 7 major tribes of the corpse dog clan in one fell swoop. With the death of the kings of the 7 major tribes, the corpse dog clan will inevitably fall into internal strife. The tribes will fight each other for the throne, and it will take at least 10 or 8 years to finish the war. Once they are exhausted, our master will lead the human army north and crush the corpse dog royal court with ease. He became more and more excited as he spoke, saliva splattering from the corners of his mouth, his eyes bulging violently, as if he could already see the corpse dogs lying dead on the ground under Jiang Chuan's arrows. Shenzi looked at his fanatical expression, as if he wanted to personally send the corpse dog clan to the guillotine. A chill, inexplicable in its depths, crept into my heart. Mo Yuan was able to remain hidden for over 50 years, demonstrating a level of determination far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. However, it couldn't withstand Jiang Chuan's effortless methods. Shenzi had heard that some special races possessed secret techniques for controlling souls, but she thought that even the most terrifying secret techniques were nothing more than this. Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment. He didn't know much about this, so he looked at Shenzi questioningly. Is this plan feasible? Feasible. Shenzi nodded heavily, took a deep breath, and said, the corpse dog clan has been harassing our human borders for nearly 100 years, causing countless losses to the Federation every year. If we can wipe out their royal family in one fell swoop, it would be a blessing for the human race, and at least bring decades of peace to the border. Jiang Chuan nodded and said to Mo Yuan, then I'll leave this matter to you. I will bestow my power upon you, and after you've settled this matter, I can grant you a dignified death. Mo Yuan felt as if he had not been given a death sentence, but rather an immense blessing. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed in gratitude, saying, thank you, Master. Chapter 81, An Ancient and Forbidden Object. The plan has been finalized, but how to allow Mo Yuan to leave the Federation in a reasonable manner still needs careful planning. The Corpse Dog clan likely possesses more than just one intelligence network within the Federation. If the other side notices the signs of Mo Yuan's betrayal in advance, they will definitely take precautions. Although Mo Yuan, empowered by Jiang Chuan's divine power, is no different from a 9th-tier supreme expert, a rampage against the Corpse Dog clan upon his return could cause them significant losses. However, if the 7 kings of the Corpse Dog clan cannot be killed in one fell swoop, given the Corpse Dog clan's tendency to go berserk at the drop of a hat, they may very well choose to perish together with the human race. At that time, this will inevitably bring many unnecessary sacrifices to the human race. What's the story behind this train? Jiang Chuan looked at the old train sitting on the tracks. The 7 carriages were lit with dim yellow lights, but the windows were fogged up, making it impossible to see the inside. Reporting to Master, according to the ancient records of the Corpse Dog Royal Court, this train is a forbidden object with an extremely ancient origin. It is said that as long as you ride it to the destination, you will have the opportunity to break through to the 9th rank. But what this old servant has heard is just a legend. Mo Yuan revealed the truth. This old servant has little time left to live. I originally just wanted to try my luck and decided to board the train to take a gamble. Does breaking through to the 9th rank require a special opportunity? Jiang Chuan was curious. Shunzi's voice suddenly came from behind. That's right. Breaking through to the 9th level cannot be achieved through cultivation alone, but requires absorbing a special energy called source matter. She is an 8th-tier professional and has the most authority to speak on this matter. Shunzi said, but all the source matter in the source realm is controlled by the 4 major source blood races. Without their permission, no living being can break through to the 9th rank, not even those powerful holy blood races. Jiang Chuan pondered. So, The reason why the human race has not produced a single ninth-tier professional so far is because these 4 original bloodline races are causing trouble. You're not wrong. Shunzi's face showed a hint of bitterness. However, the history of the 4 races in the origin realm is far longer than that of humans. To be precise, they are the superiors who hold the power to distribute origin matter. Jiang Chuan didn't take it seriously. To put it bluntly, it all comes down to who has the bigger fist and who has more say. Shunzi had truly experienced Jiang Chuan's character of never engaging in internal strife. She remained silent for a moment. He warned, below the source blood, all are ants. This is no exaggeration. The difference between the 9th and 8th ranks, though only 1 rank, is the difference between a god and an ant. I once witnessed a 9th-tier alien powerhouse boil a great river dry with a wave of his hand. Such great power. Even hundreds of 8th-tier professionals tied together couldn't do that. Moreover, after they break through to the 9th rank, they can continue to absorb source essence to improve themselves. There is also an immeasurable gap in strength among the 9th rank powerhouses. She said all this mainly because she was worried that Jiang Chuan would become arrogant and think that a 9th-level supreme expert was only slightly stronger than an 8th-level expert and could be easily suppressed. Jiang Chuan naturally listened to his advice. But while it's good to heed advice, if you really encounter a 9th-tier powerhouse, you still have to decide what to do based on the situation. Ugh! The train, which had stopped at the bottom of the abyss, suddenly sounded its whistle. Ding! The 2 headlights at the front of the vehicle lit up, and the steam pistons began to operate, making a creaking noise. At this moment, the view inside the car window suddenly became clear. Shunzi's pupils dilated suddenly, as if she were seeing something unbelievable. Her gaze was fixed on the window of one of the carriages, and her lips moved several times before she trembled and uttered a name. Song Jinghong. Jiang Chuan followed her gaze. It was a window seat in a carriage where a man was sitting. He had a handsome face and looked to be in his early 30s. He was wearing an outdated dark blue battle robe. Song Jinghong was a prodigy who shook the entire human race 30 years ago. Shunzi exclaimed in surprise. He and Din Xin are from the same generation, with SS-level talent. At the age of 47, he was already at the peak of the 8th rank, just 1 step away from stepping into the 9th rank. 30 years ago, in order to find a way to break through to the 9th rank, he went alone to the deeper part of the origin realm and disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought he was dead, but he is actually here. She turned abruptly and was about to rush towards the train. Etc. Jiang Chuan grabbed her arm. Shunzi struggled but didn't budge. She said anxiously, if Senior Song Jinghong is still alive, he has most likely become a 9th-level expert. The human race needs him now. Jiang Chuan calmly said, the human race needs him, but he may not need the human race. If he really has this belief, why didn't he get off the train when it stopped, even if it was just to send a message to the human race? That. Shunzi opened her mouth, unsure how to refute. Jiang Chuan said in a gentler tone, of course, the situation may not be like that. Perhaps he is in a very special state and cannot leave this train. Shunzi paused for a moment, then turned her head back to look at the figure in the car window. Song Jinghong remained seated. His face was serene. Breathing is steady, but those tightly closed eyes never opened. She tried to probe the interior of the carriage with her mental energy, but it vanished without a trace the moment it touched the carriage's exterior, as if it had been directly swallowed up by some force. Senior Song, she called out, but the people in the carriage didn't move an inch, not even flinching. Sure enough, the people inside the carriage could neither hear nor see anything from the outside world. Jiang Chuan released Shunzi's hand and slowly scanned the entire train. 7 carriages. Every section was packed with people. To be precise, it was filled with creatures of all races. Some are covered in scales, some have wings on their backs, some have heads as large as millstones, and some are as long and thin as snakes. Without exception, all living beings kept their eyes closed. Without exception, all living beings exuded a terrifying aura that made Jiang Chuan's heart tremble. Where did these guys come from? Shunzi finally calmed down, her voice filled with barely suppressed shock. She identified the faces in the carriage one by one. The more I look at it, the more alarmed I become. Those alien races who sit with their eyes closed are mostly recorded in the ancient books of the human race. They are all overlords living in the central region of the origin realm. But at this moment, they all sat quietly in the carriage, like statues frozen in time. Just then, the train let out another long whistle. The car is about to leave. Shunzi subconsciously took a step forward, but Jiang Chuan's arm was already blocking her way. Don't go up there. Jiang Chuan's face showed unprecedented caution. This car gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. Once I get on it, even I might not be able to escape unscathed. Shunzi bit her lip. She knew Jiang Chuan was telling the truth. Even those legendary powerhouses were trapped inside the carriages. She, an 8th-level professional, rashly went up. What else can it do? Just as the two hesitated, the train slowly started moving. The rusty wheels began to turn, emitting a harsh metallic scraping sound. The dim lights outside the carriages lit up one by one, from beginning to end, with each of the 7 carriages illuminated. Then the entire train began to accelerate, heading along the tracks into the depths of the black fog. The sound of wheels rolling over the tracks grew fainter and fainter until it finally disappeared completely into the thick fog. The bottom of the soul rift abyss returned to its deathly silence. Shunzi stood there, staring in the direction the train had disappeared. She remained silent for a long time before speaking softly, her tone carrying an indescribable meaning. Everyone sitting inside is a powerful figure capable of stirring up a storm. What exactly is the force that could trap them in the carriage? Jiang Chuan let out a soft breath and slowly shook his head. They boarded the train, probably to bypass the restrictions of the 4 major source blood races, and use this train to find the source essence to break through to the 9th rank, including that senior song. But it doesn't look like a success. Chapter 82 Ambush? An ambush! The roar of wheels rolling over the rails gradually faded into the distance, eventually being completely swallowed up by the thick, impenetrable black mist deep within the soul rift abyss. A deathly silence once again enveloped the bottom of this ancient abyss. Only the sulphurous smell lingered in the air, emanating from steam. This served as a reminder to the two of them. That strange train we just saw was not a hallucination. Jiang Chuan withdrew his gaze, his face expressionless, but his heart was churning with turbulent emotions. Source quality. The only key to breaking through to the 9th rank. Shunzi's words exploded in his mind like a bomb. He always thought he possessed the ultimate SSS-level inheritance, with basic attributes that could crush everything. The 9th rank was just a matter of time for him. He could achieve it effortlessly by simply grinding experience with his eyes closed. But now he realizes that there is an insurmountable barrier above the peak of the 8th rank. A formidable barrier that has been artificially controlled. Jiang Chuan clenched his fist, and his knuckles made a crisp, light crack. He never thought he would stop at the 8th rank. Whether it's a 9th-tier powerhouse or a member of the origin blood race, whoever stands in his way, he'll just crush them. But what if? What if he really can't find a way to obtain source essence from the 4 major source blood races? This train was his backup plan. No matter what strange things were on board, he would give it a try as long as there was a glimmer of hope. But not now. Let's go. Jiang Chuan snapped out of his thoughts and turned to look at Shunzi. Shunzi also turned her gaze away from the direction where the carriage disappeared. Her face had returned to its usual indifferent expression, but Jiang Chuan could sense that she was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. At 32 years old, she was an 8th-tier powerhouse and the Federation's youngest candidate for Heavenly General. She was closer to that threshold than anyone else. Therefore, they understand better than anyone else how difficult that threshold is to cross. But she didn't say anything. She just nodded. Jiang Chuan turned to look at Mo Yuan, who was kneeling to the side. You go first. Jiang Chuan waved his hand. You're a spy. Your identity can't be exposed. We'll just follow behind and make it look like we're doing something. Mo Yuan immediately nodded and bowed. This old servant understands. This old servant will run ahead, and Master and Dean Shun will chase after us. Make a big commotion so that those spies hiding in the shadows can see us. He paused, then added with a smile, There's a rendezvous point on the border that I arranged beforehand. It was originally intended for retreat in case my identity was exposed, but it's come in handy now. After I pass the information to the royal court, those idiots there sent 2 8th-tier kings to meet me. One is King Quan Wong of the Corpse Dog clan, and the other is King Shuizhua of the Bloodcat clan. They are both old acquaintances of mine. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow, and 2 sharp, cold glints flashed in his eyes. And Mo Yuan immediately understood, and a sinister smile spread across his wrinkled old face. If Master finds it useful, this old servant will lead them to a dead end, and then Master will deal with them all at once. Go! Jiang Chuan didn't say anything more. Mo Yuan stood up, bowed deeply to Jiang Chuan, then turned into a gray shadow and rapidly climbed up the cliff of the Soul Rift Abyss, disappearing into the black mist in a few breaths. Jiang Chuan waited for about 10 breaths, then deliberately shouted at the top of his lungs. "Old dog Mo, you think you can escape?" Shenzi was taken aback by his sudden shout, and her lips twitched slightly. But she quickly straightened her face and released a spatial fluctuation. The two of them chased after Mo Yuan in the direction he had fled. In a short time, in the abyss of soul rift, starlight and silver light intertwined. The howling sounds rose and fell, their momentum fierce, as if they were truly hunting down some irreconcilable enemy. The northern wilderness. About 200 miles from the human border lies a range of rolling black hills. Nothing grows here. The ground is covered with a thick layer of ash, and a faint stench of decay permeates the air. This is a battlefield remnant left from the Great War between the human race and the corpse dog race. Decades have passed. The traces of war have long been buried by time, but the deathly aura that permeated the earth has never dissipated. Because of the special nature of this area, federal patrols rarely venture here. Over time, it thus became one of the transit points for the Corpse Dog clan spies operating within human territory. Mo Yuan's figure stopped in midair. He landed on the top of a black stone hill, his hunched body appearing particularly lonely in the hazy light of the sky. He lowered his head and coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of black phlegm streaked with blood. Then he raised his head. A near-morbid excitement surged within those deep red, vertical pupils. They're here. On the horizon, two streaks of light approached from afar, landing on either side of the hills, one to the left and one to the right. The figure on the left has a dog's head and a human body, covered in dark brown short fur, with strong and powerful limbs, and the tips of its 10 fingers gleaming with a cold, eerie green light. Its huge mouth, split to the roots of its ears, is filled with serrated fangs. The Corpse Dog Clan King, Dog King Huang, an early-stage 8th-tier powerhouse, sniffed the air as soon as it landed, revealing a ferocious smile on its face. Mo Yuan, you old dog, you're still alive. The figure on the right was much thinner, with a cat's head and a human body, covered in a layer of dark red short fur, with narrow eyes and undisguised malice surging in its vertical pupils. The Bloodcat Clan King, Bloodclaw King, is also at the early stage of the 8th rank. Although the Bloodcat clan and the Corpse Dog clan often fought to the death over territory, their respective royal courts always maintained a high degree of consistency in their stance towards the human race. Humanity's technology and industrial system have the power to turn the ordinary into the extraordinary, and even in this resource-poor land, they can create many valuable items. Therefore, the ultimate goal of both races is to enslave humanity. If they only wanted to exterminate humanity, they could have done it easily, and the current stalemate wouldn't have happened. Their goal is to gradually erode human territory, break the backbone of humanity inch by inch, and force all humans to willingly submit. In fact, their plan almost succeeded. During his tenure, the former Tinga marshal had promulgated many policies for trade with the two tribes. It was said to be for trade. In reality, it was a deliberate act of sending federal technology and talent abroad to be enslaved. It wasn't until Zhou Tianyan took power and swiftly eliminated a group of surrenderers that the tide was turned and the Federation's collapse was reversed. But even now, many problems from that dark period remain unresolved. Mo Yuan, do you think you're confident you can lure Shenzi out? Were they? Bloodclaw King's eyes were a clear, yellowish light. Mo Yuan didn't answer, but just grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Just then, suddenly, a burst of silver light exploded in the sky behind them, and two figures stepped out from the void. Shenzi was dressed in black casual clothes, her long hair flying wildly, and surrounded by silver-white spatial runes. Beside her stood a young man, dressed in a spotless black combat suit, with a pair of silver wristbands gleaming on his forearms. He had a handsome face and a composed demeanor. King Inu and King Bloodclaw exchanged a glance, both seeing an indescribable excitement in each other's eyes. Shenzi, it really is Shenzi. This is the Federation's youngest 8th-tier powerhouse, the pinnacle of spatial talent, and hailed as the top candidate for the next heavenly pavilion marshal. Take her head back to the royal court. The Corpse Dog King and the Bloodcat King could probably just open the royal treasury and let them pick whatever they want. Chapter 83, Dismantling the Opponent from Within. Good, good, good. King Inu Wang uttered 3 good S in succession, his dark red vertical pupils flashing with sharp light, his bones cracking and popping, and his body growing 30% taller. It looked at Mo Yuan and unusually praised him, saying, 50 years ago you lost the throne, and I thought that was all you would ever be. I never expected that you, this old dog, would actually be of some use. Bloodclaw King licked its claws, its narrow, vertical pupils locking onto Jiang Chuan beside Shenzi. It doesn't care how strong Shenzi is. Anyway,